On that fateful day, as calamities wreaked havoc, the biting cold and relentless storms spread their grip. As the world transformed, zombies surged forth like a tide, and strange horrors emerged. When the apocalypse descended, colossal devouring voids with diameters of hundreds of kilometers appeared across the globe. When people looked up at the atmospheric clouds, they beheld the slowly manifesting corpse of a malevolent deity. From that day onward, humanity began to notice that dawn arrived later each day, until the sun no longer rose, heralding an endless polar night to end the struggle for survival. On that day, the Doomsday Radio transmitted its final message to the world. To the east, flee towards the dawn. Chapter 1. The Infinite Train Project. In Jiangshi City, the afternoon sun cast a gentle warmth on the balcony of a high-rise apartment. A subtle glimmer flickered as a man glanced toward the position of the sun and then checked the time on his watch before closing the lens. Cover of his telescope, in the distance, beneath the clouds, the city lay in eerie silence, while above, a massive, billowing cloud loomed like a mountain, immovable and imposing. Beep, beep, the watch emitted a notification sound. At 5 p.m., there remained an hour and a half until darkness fell. The man pulled on an iron chain, causing a specially crafted alloy shutter to rise from the previously open floor-to-ceiling window, gradually engulfing the room in shadow. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the alloy plates, casting linear beams of light that illuminated a living room filled with supplies, but a strange buzzing sound arose, prompting the man to pause and listen intently. Suddenly, his expression changed. He secured a short knife at his waist for self-defense, then cautiously exited, climbing the stairs to the rooftop terrace that a helicopter approached from the distance, its massive rotor blades producing an increasingly deafening roar. With a whoosh, the man produced a long pipe from seemingly nowhere, its end tied with a tattered orange cloth, and waved it vigorously toward the helicopter. Inside the helicopter, a girl wearing headphones spotted the orange fabric and silently traced her fingers against the window. "Mr. Wen?" The captain in the front row also noticed the orange signal on the rooftop and turned to ask tentatively. The man referred to as Mr. Wen was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit. He glanced out the window with indifference and closed his eyes, muttering, "Such fanciful nonsense. Who cares about the lives of those wretched souls?" The captain fell silent. Mr. Wen noticed the girl's gaze and exclaimed, "What? Are you feeling sympathetic? Remember, they're not like us. If tomorrow is indeed the end of the world, we will be among the last to perish, understand?" TCH. The girl regarded him coldly, her eyes fixed outside, dismissive of his words. With a roar, the helicopter soared overhead. On the distant rooftop, the man observed this scene, lowering his pole with an air of tranquility. Damn it, what a splendid aircraft, such a pity. A few minutes later, a sudden alarm blared on the helicopter. Stall warning, stall warning. What's happening? Lift suddenly lost. We may have encountered an unknown cyclone. The young co-pilot's expression shifted drastically as he desperately maintained the flight posture. The unexpected situation threw everyone into disarray. "We're in the air. How can we encounter something so bizarre in broad daylight?" shouted the previously composed middle-aged man from the back. The captain glanced at the onboard radar, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, the cockpit's lighting changed dramatically, as if shrouded in shadow, prompting him to peer into the sky above. What he beheld made his pupils constrict, his face turning pale. A strange shadow loomed within the immense cloud overhead, obscuring the sun. The clouds churned, and the wind howled. The helicopter was ensnared by an overwhelming force, uncontrollably ascending. "Warning! Warning! This is bad. Captain, what do we do?" The bewildered co-pilot looked to the captain for guidance, only to find him transfixed by something above, prompting him to follow the captain's gaze. The thin clouds gradually dissipated, and as their altitude increased, the two men in the cockpit finally discerned the shadow within the clouds. To their astonishment, the shadow took the form of a colossal humanoid corpse. Suspended in the air at an angle, the figure obscured the sky, its length exceeding 10 kilometers, its body mostly concealed by the clouds. The immobile giant appeared as if a floating continent, its entire form a grim gray, with skin wrinkled like deep ravines, and dark, hollow eyes devoid of life, exuding an eerie sense of oppression as it floated high above the city. In that moment, screams erupted from the out-of-control helicopter. The girl in the back turned pale, her pupils gradually succumbing to darkness. The hurricane tore at the helicopter's frame, transforming the heavy industrial machine into mere dust in the sky. An invisible force swiftly consumed it, and it soon vanished into the clouds. On the distant rooftop, Lin Xian watched this scene, his expression darkening. Buzzing, a flicker of strange light appeared on the skyline, and Lin Xian cursed under his breath, then immediately returned to his dwelling. He shut the window shutter, sprayed air freshener in the hallway, and locked the iron door. He awaited the arrival of night. Beep beep. At precisely 6:45 p.m., a second flicker of strange light illuminated the exterior. The sun sank, and darkness enveloped the entire city, the shadowy city. Eerie whispers echoed through the alleys, and piercing howls reverberated in the dark. Horror approached, and the uncanny descended. Inside the dwelling, a record player emitted soft jazz, while Lin Xian, clad in an apron, leisurely opened a can of beans in the kitchen, the aroma of tomato beef stew wafting enticingly from the electric stove. That on the cutting board lay a sprig of vibrant cilantro, a gift from today's rooftop garden. On such days, green always uplifted the spirit. He sprinkled the chopped cilantro into the pot, not sparing even the tiniest scrap clinging to the knife. Outside, the night loomed despondently, and footsteps echoed beneath the floorboards. A strange presence seemed to breathe in the depths of the dark corridor. As if accustomed to it all, Lin Xian calmly prepared his dinner, quietly dining by candlelight. The sunrise has been delayed until noon. Less than 5 days remain until the next polar night. At the table, Lin Xian recorded his observations in a notebook while eating. The batteries and generator in the storage room primarily functioned to keep the refrigerator operational and maintain the alarm system. Illumination was a nuisance, for in a pitch-black city, any light would undoubtedly transform his shelter into a beacon. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian began to organize the day's findings. 2 cans, 2 bottles of water, and a bag of expired chips. Strangely, despite the large backpack, food and water occupied little space, while an assortment of odd trinkets remained. Several broken phones, a speaker, a worn razor, and a hairdryer. These scraps seemed like treasures to Lin Xian. With a smirk, he placed his hand on the speaker, and instantly, a faint glow appeared on his hand and in his pupils, his hair stirring as if influenced by an unseen force. Before long, the glow faded, and the speaker he touched suddenly disintegrated into a small pile of brown ash, cascading to the ground. The successful devouring has yielded mechanical source point 1 and a proficiency level of 1 in the mechanical devouring skill, along with an additional reward. Your strength has increased by 1. Currently, your mechanical heart is at level 1176 out of 500. A reminder, upgrading the mechanical heart will grant special skill rewards, and upon reaching levels 3, 6, and 9, a mysterious awakening will occur. Basic attributes: Strength, level 122 out of 50. Speed, level 28 out of 30. Defense, level 15 out of 30. Current basic skills: Mechanical Devouring, level 1265 out of 300. Mechanical Manufacturing, level 1112 out of 300. Mechanical Scanning, passive. Mechanical Repair, passive. Mechanical Operation, passive. A familiar light curtain illuminated before Lin Xian, filling his heart with joy. He never anticipated that a mere broken speaker would grant him an increase of 1 in strength. Do not underestimate this single point of strength. Since his power ascended from level 0 to level 1, his transformation has been nothing short of astounding. Previously, he was a frail university student, struggling even to carry a bucket of water. Now he can effortlessly complete 100 one-handed push-ups in a single breath, a change so remarkable that it leaves one in awe. Initially, Lin Xian thought his ability was rather useless, but he increasingly perceived the vast potential within it, that if both strength and speed could continue to rise, his own combat prowess might rival that of those evolved beings with altered physiques. The successful devouring has yielded mechanical source point 1. The subsequent few broken phones did not provide any attribute values that it seems I require something of greater power to achieve better results. He sighed. He had previously attempted to devour a car engine, but had succeeded only once, which elevated him by 20 mechanical source points and provided a 5-point attribute bonus. However, the reason he commenced with these smaller items and insisted on returning to his apartment, is quite simple. The larger the mechanical structure, the longer the devouring process would take, and it would demand considerable energy. That one time he devoured a car engine was akin to confronting a terrifying nightmare, lasting over an hour and nearly exhausting him entirely. Lin Xian felt fortunate not to have been bitten by zombies or ghouls in such a precarious situation. It was as if his ancestors were smiling upon him. From that experience onward, Lin Xian learned the wisdom of patience, adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety and survival. Yet, what he did not expect was that after devouring the hairdryer, the light curtain before him suddenly shimmered with golden light. The successful devouring has yielded mechanical source point 1, a proficiency level of 1 in mechanical devouring, and an additional reward. You have acquired the wind cannon skill. Wind cannon level 1. Condenses air at your fingertips and releases it instantaneously, causing a certain degree of destruction. Skills? Lin Xian's pupils constricted, realizing that this was the first time he had obtained a skill through mechanical devouring. I didn't expect that consuming ordinary objects could yield skills. A hairdryer? A wind cannon? What kind of logic is that? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian focused his thoughts, raising his fingertip towards the distant sofa and gently pointing. With a soft whoosh, a faint sound of air being sliced open resonated, and the cushion on the sofa seemed to be struck by an invisible force, exploding and scattering its stuffing. Like snow. Goodness. Lin Xian's heart raced. He had intentionally refrained from exerting too much force, fearing it would create too much noise. After this simple experiment, he pondered that if he fully unleashed his power, it would undoubtedly possess significant destructive capabilities. In the year 2069, the day of revelation arrived, and 13 devouring zones emerged across the globe, each with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, officially referred to as Xingyan. From that day forth, Xingyan radiated a dark shroud like some unknown life form, metaphorically termed the dark tide by the populace. Every day, regions engulfed by the dark tide expanded by hundreds of kilometers, with daylight beginning to dwindle. After reaching a certain cycle, the covered areas would plunge into an eternal night. Beneath this eternal night, climatic disasters ensued, biological infections spread, and hordes of the undead surged forth, while inexplicable horrors emerged from the abyss. Humanity was forced to embark on a mass migration to escape the dark tide. After the apocalypse commenced, a small fraction of individuals, influenced by the radiation from the Xingyan obliteration zones, developed various supernatural abilities, granting them a significant advantage in survival trials. Lin Xian was among them. Soon, survival groups dominated by these superhumans began to spring up like wildfire. Jiang City reports that all 6 monitoring teams in the northwest and southwest have gone missing. All survivors are advised to flee eastward. The Oasis convoy, founded by the superhuman Lu Wei, will depart tomorrow at 4 p.m. from the Walmart in Baicheng. Only those aged 16 to 50 with good physical health will be accepted. No elderly, women, or children. However, those carrying firearms or substantial supplies may bring one additional family member. The Jiang City bunker welcomes all superhumans and beautiful women that we have established ourselves in the military nuclear facility bunker Jiang City, with over 300 members and clear divisions of labor, capable of withstanding the eternal night. I reside in Building A, Unit 1304 of Mingwang Community, with ample supplies. The house has been specially modified and will only accommodate beautiful women aged 16 to 30. No unattractive individuals allowed. Ananda is the messenger sent by the Creator to cleanse the malevolent hearts of humanity. Anyone with a sincere heart of repentance may join our paradise of ultimate bliss, free from disaster. Sincerely offering water, food, and pure maidens will ensure the salvation of the divine and protection from harm. For those seeking redemption, please contact 139. I am Professor Wong from the Jiang City Research Institute. After calculations, Jiang City will be engulfed by eternal night again in 5 days. This time, there will be no sunrise. Ha 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 ha. It's over. Physics so laughable, there's no escape for anyone. Ha 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 ha. In the darkness, Lin Xian gradually adjusted the radio, noting the increasingly extreme content. It seemed that after experiencing the first eternal night, the vast majority of survivors in Jiang City had already fled. A continuous 21 days of eternal night had transformed the once populated Jiang City into a hellish landscape. Who could predict how long the next eternal night would last, or whether his supplies would last until dawn? The Infinite Train recruitment plan aims to construct a fully armed heavy train, racing along the 320,000-kilometer starry orbital track. Lin Xian opened his phone, recalling the post he had made on a local forum just before the last eternal night. The meager replies were mostly tinged with sarcasm. Have you watched too many movies about the snow country train? Brother, the global power grid is essentially paralyzed. How can you run without electricity? Even a gas turbine train consumes at least 50 liters of fuel per hour. If I had that much fuel, I'd rather drive an off-road vehicle. Apocalypse jesters. They'll be honest once they hit a dead track. Idealism is grand. A moving tin fortress, unafraid of the undead tide. Alas, fantasy remains fantasy, and there are far too many impractical notions. Fool. The post described his endeavor to assemble a fortress train comprising living quarters, supply compartments, medical facilities, agricultural units, energy sources, and production capabilities as he sought to recruit members with high standards, either superhumans or individuals possessing specialized skills matching the train's needs. A fully armed heavy train, galloping along the 320,000-kilometer starry orbital track, could escape the eternal night, and even if it stopped along the way, its fortress-like armor would withstand attacks from both the undead and the bizarre. It was romantic enough, yet sufficiently mad. However, following the eternal night, most networks and power facilities had collapsed, and this post had gone unanswered for quite some time. Apart from hearing a few survivors holding out in shelters on the radio, the entire Jiang city lay in silence. The following day, as the sky began to brighten, it was already 1 p.m. The darkness receded abruptly, with no gradual sunrise. The sky was already lit with a gentle slant of sunlight. Dawn arrived an hour later than the previous day. According to the daylight saving time in Jiangcheng, if sunset occurs around 6:45 p.m., then in approximately 5 days, dawn will no longer grace this place. Inside the apartment, Lin Xian sheathed his short knife in his backpack and leapt from the balcony into the adjacent room, taking a predetermined route that led him downward. He entered a section of the subway tunnel through the civil defense facility entrance in the basement of the apartment. This area was once part of the maintenance segment for the University Town Station, now rendered completely inoperative since the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Xian had eradicated all the zombies from the platform, turning it into his train maintenance zone. Venturing deeper into the tunnel, he beheld a colossal giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, resting on the dilapidated tracks that had long been neglected. This massive steel construct, weighing 200 tons, was Lin Xian's clandestine weapon for escaping the eternal night. With a click, he activated his flashlight, illuminating the cavernous darkness of the tunnel. As he gazed at the behemoth before him, a wave of apprehension surged within him. This masterpiece, co-developed 3 decades ago by Alstom Transport and the Longwood Beiche Group, was based on Alstom's Prima locomotive technology platform meticulously. Engineered as a high-powered freight locomotive with a 10-cylinder gas turbine, the locomotive measured over 36 meters in length and 3.2 meters in width, concealing astonishing energy within its majestic frame. Its traction power reached an impressive 18,500 horsepower, equivalent to the combined force of dozens of supercars, capable of hauling tens of thousands of tons of freight. This vehicle was almost a perfect match for Lin Xian's mechanical abilities, and it was this realization that inspired his grand plan for a specialized train. Inspect the drive shaft, brake pads, power turbine. Lin Xian's mechanical heart possessed 3 fundamental skills: mechanical scanning, mechanical repair, and mechanical operation. In simple terms, any machinery he touched could be directly controlled and repaired, provided he understood its principles. He could also generate a holographic blueprint of the device through scanning, though these passive skills could not be upgraded. The giant whale 03E required fuel for propulsion and electricity for auxiliary power. Fuel had become the most scarce resource in the apocalypse, yet Lin Xian's mechanical heart ability allowed him to directly drive it using his own power, circumventing the need for external energy, which was nothing short of extraordinary. However, the output power was limited by his physical stamina, restricting the operating range based on his current limits. With him as a human battery, coupled with his ability to consume machinery and gather resources, if he could later acquire a power generation device or even a small nuclear power unit, The energy issues would be entirely resolved in addition to driving the locomotive. Lin Xian had prepared 3 trailing cars as living quarters for storing supplies and serving as a habitation zone, repurposed from the original passenger cars. Upon reaching the final car, he placed his hand on its body, activating his mechanical heart. A specially designed hydraulic lift descended, revealing a motorcycle stored within the 4th car, intended for resource gathering post-parking. He climbed aboard, retrieving a welding machine, while a pile of steel materials, primarily rolled steel plates, high-hardness tungsten steel, and high manganese steel, lay beside the tracks. These materials, originally meant for armored vehicles and tanks, were sourced from the warehouse of Jiangqing's special steel factory, ideal for constructing his steel fortress. As the screen before him flickered, several armor blueprints he had drawn materialized. Additionally, there were blueprints for firearms, including a Glock 23.40 caliber pistol blueprint he had acquired during confrontation with a group of thugs, which he had transformed into a blueprint through his scanning skill. However, the requirements were daunting: 120 grams of high-alloy chromium molybdenum steel, 300 grams of basic steel, 195 grams of plastic. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Compared to the standardized tools derived from scanning, Lin Xian found it far more convenient to utilize his mechanical manufacturing skills combined with existing materials for DIY assembly. Suddenly, the steel before him levitated, and under immense pressure, it quickly morphed and fused into shape. In a mere 10 minutes, a composite armor plate measuring 1.5 by 0.9 meters was manifested. Manufacturing and assembly demanded intense concentration, and being alone, Lin Xian could only rush to prepare the train during the daylight hours. Several hours passed, and finally, several sets of outer windows featuring grills and double-layer composite armor plates were assembled. Subsequently, he brought out a mobile small crane from the rear car to move the hefty armor pieces to the edge of the carriage, where he began welding them in place. The driver's passage of the giant whale 03E was connected to all subsequent cars, each equipped with isolation gates. Lin Xian named the entire train Infinity. The first car was transformed into a simple living area, housing most of his collected supplies, while the second car remained temporarily vacant, intended for cultivating vegetables and nurturing green plants. Ideally, it would serve as a water-oxygen cycling plant cultivation zone, but Lin Xian was utterly inexperienced in this area, leaving it empty for now. The third car contained a variety of tools, including the motorcycle, crane, welding machine, and materials for future storage. Just as he was fervently crafting his mobile fortress, his phone suddenly vibrated. Startled, Lin Xian realized that most satellites had been rendered inoperative, and satellite calling had become a rare occurrence, that he primarily kept his phone powered for storing data, maps, and emergencies, but he was taken aback to receive an actual call. Upon answering, a somewhat anxious female voice came through. "Lin Xian, are you still in Jiangchen?" I want to join your train project." The caller was Chun Sichuan, Lin Xian's university instructor, the only person he had managed to contact since the onset of the apocalypse. Chun Sichuan, 27 years old, resembled a blooming flower and was without a boyfriend in the pre-apocalyptic atmosphere of early marriage and childbirth in Jiangcheng. She was a rare breed. In Lin Xian's memories, this university foreign language professor was tall and came from an educated family, embodying the archetype of an urban beauty, a figure of admiration within the academy. Initially, Lin Xian had mentioned his train project to her, but she had declined as he had not disclosed his abilities, rendering the plan hard to believe. At that time, she clung to the naive hope that a rescue team would come to her aid. However, after Jiangcheng experienced its first eternal night, countless souls perished in despair, and the eerie darkness gradually consumed the last vestiges of sanity among survivors. Lin Xian had witnessed the harrowing consequences of societal collapse. In such an environment, a woman without abilities held less value than a barrel of gasoline among survival teams. He had presumed that Chun Sichuan had either joined a team that had left or had met her demise. Therefore, he was astonished to receive her call. If she had not escaped, how had she survived for so long? At that moment, in a locked apartment, the curtains drawn tightly, Chun Sichuan sat in disheveled home attire, nervously curled in a corner of the sofa, glancing at her phone's dwindling battery. Once supple and full, her lips were now pale, trembling slightly. For 2 months, She had endured the darkest chapter of her life, facing food shortages and enduring the interminable night. Each night, she was startled awake by terrifying sounds in the dark, leaving her in a state of mental disarray and causing her to lose weight significantly. First, she awaited the arrival of the official rescue team, and many former admirers had even delivered supplies to her doorstep. However, upon realizing that the entire world order had collapsed and the long night had descended, Chun Sichuan understood that she was trapped in a dire situation. Thus, she began to seek help. Yet, after the onset of the never-ending night, it seemed as though the majority of the population in Jiang City had vanished, with the remaining individuals gradually migrating to escape. Those willing to accept her into their group immediately requested that she send them a nude photograph to assess her worth. In that moment, she fully recognized that she was no longer the beloved teacher adored by thousands in her university, nor was she the Chun Sichuan pursued by affluent heirs in Jiang City. Instead, she had become a burden, and in this apocalyptic world, even a modicum of beauty required her to offer herself willingly in order to gain the fleeting attention of others. Just as Chun Sichuan found herself at a dead end, she suddenly recalled Lin Xian. All the power banks had run out, and her phone was left with but a sliver of battery. In that instant, any frenzied plan, even the mere possibility of establishing a connection, represented hope for her. "Teacher Chun, how are you?" Lin Xian's voice on the other end was calm and steady, instantly easing Chun Sichuan's anxious heart. "Lin, I'm still alive. Are you still in Jiang City?" she asked, biting her fingers tightly. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian's voice emerged once more. "Yes." Chun Sichuan trembled, her taut emotions finally releasing a sigh of relief. Hope flickered in her eyes as she hurriedly replied, "Where are you? Can you come pick me up?" The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. The statement sounded utterly ridiculous. She recalled contacting a team preparing to flee east just days prior, and when she uttered a similar request, they had mockingly scolded her, implying that it was absurd to think of herself as a princess in such dire times. Thus, she quickly corrected herself. No. I meant, where are you? Can I come to you?" In the face of death, she had no choice but to gamble everything. Otherwise, when her phone finally died, she would be left with two options: to remain in her apartment and await death, or to wander aimlessly, becoming prey to the undead. "Teacher Chun," Lin Xian's voice inquired, "do you have supplies, or have you awakened any abilities?" Upon hearing this, Chun Sichuan felt a chill run through her heart. She glanced around her desolate apartment, her lips trembling as she spoke in a near-pleading tone. "No, I have nothing. If you wish for my assistance." Chun Sichuan could never have imagined that one day she would plead in such a manner to one of her students, even offering to trade sexual favors. But before she could finish her thought, Lin Xian interrupted, "I'm sorry, Teacher Chun. My resources are limited as well. To join my plan, you must possess corresponding value. Your sexual needs are trivial to me." Since no one believed in his train escape plan, he resolved to forge his own path out of the long night. He was not doing this out of altruism. Lin Xian's voice was flat, providing a sense of security while simultaneously enveloping Chun Sichuan in endless despair. "Very well then. Good luck, Teacher Chun," Lin Xian replied indifferently, sighing internally as he prepared to hang up. On the other end, Chun Sichuan felt a wave of cold wash over her. Just as Lin Xian was about to disconnect, she frantically shouted into the phone, "Wait." Her eyes widened, her chest heaving as she exclaimed, "The Huanqing orbital was established in 2039, covering a total of 126 countries and 34 regions globally, spanning 9 continents and 4 oceans, including the 13 existing star abyss zones. The total length of the orbital exceeds 320,000 kilometers. My father was a level 1 maintenance engineer for the Huanqing orbital, and I know all 1,266 docking stations and the locations of 625 spare track segments used for repairs. Additionally, I am proficient in multiple languages and can serve as your translator. I require minimal sustenance and possess some culinary skills. As long as you take me with you, I can fulfill all your requests." The final plea emerged from her with all the strength she could muster, but on the other end of the line, a long silence ensued. Chun Sichuan's expression remained taut, her body trembling as her fingers dug in her thigh, drawing blood from the exertion. "Location, I will come to get you." The 6 words sent Chun Sichuan's head spinning. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly replied, I am at 901, Building 3, Yushuiyuan, Jiangzhou Road. Before she could repeat the address, the phone screen went dark. She tentatively pressed the button, but it remained unresponsive. Uncertain whether Lin Xian had indeed heard her address, she anxiously bit her lip. In a fit of desperation, she shouted and hurled her phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. He must have heard me. He certainly heard me. In that moment, Chun Sixuan could only console herself, and to alleviate her negative emotions, she immediately began searching her home for any books related to the Huanqing orbital. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stared at the disconnected call and let out a sigh. The once admired teacher he had respected was now pleading with him, even offering to provide sexual services. This hellish apocalypse had turned people into something monstrous. Chen Sixuan's words indeed stirred something within him. The Huanqing orbital encircled the entire blue planet, filled with myriad unknowns. Having someone familiar along the journey was far superior to navigating a dead map that had lost its positioning functions. Moreover, a map would not indicate repair sections or special connecting routes, but of course, there was another factor. Chen Sixuan could be considered an acquaintance, and during these apocalyptic times, the instinct to band together would invariably arise. Familiar faces were the ones most likely to garner trust. Putting away his phone, Lin Xian glanced at the time and immediately returned to his welding work. Time was running short, and the train's preparations could not be delayed. Beep, beep, 1800 hours. There were still 45 minutes until darkness fell. Lin Xian, drenched in sweat, surveyed the thick armored windows of the third carriage and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Next up, we need a generator, heating equipment, water purification devices, refrigerators, and a complete smart monitoring system. Not to mention arm protection, automated firepower, radar systems, and so on. Oh, and we need to create a large bed in the living area, a bathtub, and ideally plan for an entertainment area or gaming zone. Shouldn't we stockpile a few thousand sets of movies, television shows, and games? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he increasingly felt that life in this apocalypse held promise. Chapter 3. The Eerie Presence in the Dead of Night. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Xian retrieved a bottle of disinfectant mixed with bleach from behind the door and meticulously sprayed it at the entrance and in the hallway. After completing this task, he entered his room, locked the security door, and secured it with a chain. Lin Xian immediately took out his phone and opened the map, searching for Chen Sixuan's location. The first rule of the apocalypse: be wary of the night. The second rule: do not act recklessly. Lin Xian would not engage in battle without preparation. Jiang City had completely fallen, and the remaining populace consisted of either survivors huddled in shelters or looters rampaging through the streets, alongside hordes of the undead. Entering the darkness was even more terrifying, as the true nature of the horrors lurking within remained unknown. According to the accounts of survivors broadcasting on various radio frequencies, these entities were indescribable, and few could survive an encounter with the uncanny. 7.2 kilometers, that's not exactly close. If it were before the apocalypse, this distance would only take a mere 10 minutes by taxi. However, with transportation paralyzed and roads and bridges damaged, Lin Xian estimated that even on a motorcycle, it would take at least half an hour. Moreover, the situation on that side was uncertain. In this apocalypse, aside from one's own mother, few were worth risking such a journey to save. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. Teacher Chun, I hope you're worth the risk I am about to take for you. As the clock struck 1845, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. Lin Xian pulled down the iron shutters of the window and commenced preparations for dinner. He had not ventured out to scavenge for supplies today, as those who had fled Jiang City and the survivors had already ransacked the supermarkets and convenience stores countless times, making even a packet of ketchup a rarity. Fortunately, in addition to food and drink, he also collected various mechanical items that other survivors overlooked, which became his prey. At 2:42, a faint sound roused Lin Xian from his light slumber. He rose, steadied himself, and fixed his gaze on the door, shrouded in darkness. The sound seemed to emanate from the corridor outside. Grasping a short knife for self-defense, he stealthily approached the door. This door had been reinforced with steel plates multiple times, rendering it much sturdier than a typical security door. However, Lin Xian was not entirely assured of its efficacy against whatever lurked beyond. Being on a high floor, his only escape route was the staircase in the corridor. Peering through the peephole, Lin Xian scanned the dimly lit corridor, where only the faint green glow of the emergency lights illuminated the contours of the walls and floor. After observing for a while and seeing nothing, he turned to return to his slumber. Yet, just as he took 2 steps, an eerie knock echoed from the iron door behind him. Bang! Bang! The 2 knocks, spaced apart, sent a shiver down Lin Xian's spine. Was there truly someone at the door? Or had those things discovered his hiding place? His expression turned grave as he pivoted back to the door, hesitating for a moment before tightening his grip on the short knife. He held his breath and peered through the peephole once more. What he saw made him gasp in fright. In the corridor, illuminated by the dim green light, stood an elderly figure clad in a black funeral suit, motionless before his door. The man's face was gaunt and pale, his eyes a ghastly shade of gray, teetering on the edge of decay, exuding a chilling aura. Most terrifying of all, the corpse-like elder appeared to be gazing directly at him through the peephole. Lin Xian stumbled back in shock, reflexively retreating 2 steps, his face a mask of astonishment. Wasn't that old man Li from downstairs? But he was already dead. Lin Xian took a cautious step back, realizing without a doubt that this entity resembling old man Li was no longer human. Was it a zombie? But how could a zombie knock on a door? Lin Xian's expression darkened. If this was indeed some bizarre phenomenon of the night, he was in grave trouble. Old man Li, why can't you just lie peacefully in your coffin and enjoy your rest instead of coming back to suffer? He cursed silently. As time trickled by, Lin Xian found all sense of drowsiness vanished, gripping his short knife and leaning against the wall behind the door. The knocking ceased, yet a more unsettling sound emerged from beyond the wall, something akin to fingernails scraping against it. The sound was faint but sent chills down his spine, as if something were clawing at the wall, mere inches from him. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, taking a step back and staring at the wall. "Is it trying to burrow in here?" Lin Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The entity outside seemed to sense his presence, separated from him by only a thin wall. His best course of action was to remain silent and still. As long as the door held, he was temporarily safe. Simultaneously, he mentally prepared for an escape route, having gradually moved most of his supplies to his storage unit, leaving only a few days' worth of food and water along. With a generator and batteries as seconds turned into minutes, the eerie scratching sound became a relentless torment in Lin Xian's ears. After a while, the noise finally ceased, and he exhaled in relief, rising to peer through the peephole once more. This time, however, the sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. In the corridor outside, a girl covered in blood lay slumped on the ground, desperately attempting to rise and reaching towards his door, weakly calling out, "Help me! Help me!" Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, her attire starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic backdrop, a pair of low-rise shorts, a crop top, and a brightly colored baseball jacket, accessorized with wireless earbuds. If not for her bloodied face, Lin Xian might have mistaken her for a neighbor's younger sister visiting late at night. Faced with the girl's plea, Lin Xian remained silent behind the door. Moments ago, he had witnessed a corpse eerily standing outside, and now it had inexplicably transformed into a young girl. Anyone would find this exceedingly odd. The entities of the night were unpredictable, and considering he had no connection to this girl, opening the door would surely jeopardize his safety. As the hour approached 5 a.m., with at least 9 hours until dawn, Lin Xian noticed the girl's complexion growing paler as she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Damn it, could this be a trap set by some supernatural being to lure me into opening the door? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. This situation seemed far more bizarre than any zombie encounter. Unable to quell his curiosity, he took another look. To his astonishment, he spotted old man Li standing beside the girl, his head lowered as if sniffing her. Then, old man Li stiffly shifted his stance, moving to stand before the girl and slowly bending down. In that instant, Lin Xian's heart raced, for he noticed a long, centipede-like creature with countless legs clinging to the back of old man Li, nearly covering his entire back. What in the world was that? Lin Xian gasped in horror. The creature's legs began to twitch, lifting old man Li's arms and lunging towards the girl. A chilling scream pierced the air, and Lin Xian's expression hardened. This girl was still so young. Despite having witnessed numerous atrocities, he felt a pang of compassion. Just as Lin Xian feared that the girl would be consumed by the corpse and the creature, an invisible shockwave radiated from her, producing a deafening roar. Before Lin Xian could react, the door was blasted open, sending him flying. In an instant, the glass shattered, and the furniture lay in ruins. Lin Xian was struck by the force of the blast, crashing against the iron shutters of the living room window, his eardrums ringing. Thankfully, his enhanced physical attributes spared him from losing consciousness. The sudden upheaval shook the entire apartment, and a cacophony of screams erupted in the hallway. "It's over," Lin Xian thought as he scrambled to his feet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, at some point, the creature-controlling old man Li had also been thrown into the living room. He flicked on a flashlight and saw old man Li crawling on all fours, leaping from the ground with a ghastly shriek, reeking of a nauseating stench as he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian gasped, adrenaline surging as he recoiled several steps, raising his hand to unleash a powerful gust. Whoosh! In a fit of fury, he channeled all his strength into a fierce wind blast. In that instant, black blood splattered as the creature was struck head-on by the gust, half of its face obliterated as it rolled aside, bits of flesh scattering on the ground. Yet amidst the shock, Lin Xian wasted no time, seizing his short knife and decisively plunging it into the creature. Thud! The creature emitted a horrid shriek, its legs thrashing wildly. Lin Xian gripped the knife tightly, refusing to let his guard down. To his dismay, the creature, unable to escape, twisted its body and broke free from the blade before rapidly vanishing into the shadows. Goodness, is this thing so intelligent? Lin Xian cursed inwardly. The tremendous noise attracted countless zombies, and he never anticipated that his sanctuary would be obliterated in an instant. He hastily grabbed his backpack, stuffing it with supplies, then turned his gaze towards the corridor. The girl lay motionless on the ground, having caused such a commotion, yet she remained unconscious. Lin Xian's mind raced. Undoubtedly, she was some form of ability user, but he could not fathom why she had come to him. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to rescue her first, seizing her in his arms and dashing down the fire escape. With the shelter destroyed, he plunged into the underground tunnel as countless zombies surged from all directions into the stairwell, pursuing Lin Xian relentlessly. Thud! Thud! Along the way, Lin Xian unleashed his wind cannon skill, dispatching several zombies, until he finally reached the Wuxian. How did he pressed against the vehicle's frame, activating the mechanical heart, which opened the cockpit door. He first pushed the girl inside, then climbed into the driver's seat himself. With a resounding thud, the heavy hatch closed, the passageway lights flickered on, and Lin Xian leaned against the steel wall, finally exhaling deeply. Ugh! Ugh! The tide of corpses surged forth, and within moments, the entire train was surrounded, countless claws scraping against it, producing a grating sound. However, the zombies appeared oblivious to the fact that this steel behemoth weighed several hundred tons, with even its thinnest sections boasting a thickness of at least 40 millimeters. Ordinary bullets would merely leave a mark without causing any indentation, and the decaying claws of the zombies posed no threat. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the first carriage, lifting one side of the sunshade. The interior lights instantly illuminated countless grotesque, rotting faces howling in anguish. With a click, he promptly pulled the sunshade back down. Fortunately, he had completed the vehicle's armor installation as planned, and feeling uneasy, he double-checked everything before extinguishing the cabin lights. Meanwhile, he made his way to the cockpit and located a black remote control. At the other end of the tunnel, he had set up a large remote-controlled loudspeaker, intended as a decoy to lure the horde away from the vehicle in case of an attack. Beep! A colossal sound echoed from a distance, immediately drawing all the zombies into a mindless charge towards it. Before long, the scratching sounds outside the train gradually subsided. Lin Xian inside the train let out a sigh of relief, activating his phone's flashlight to examine the girl's injuries. To his astonishment, there were no visible wounds on her. The bloodstains on her appeared not to be her own. This girl was indeed peculiar. Lin Xian gazed at the sleeping little girl, feeling helpless. Her presence had completely disrupted his plans. Most critically, his instincts told him that she must possess some extraordinary ability. Otherwise, she could not have safely reached his doorstep in the darkness without a single injury. Having a girl like this with him undoubtedly posed a potential instability. After some contemplation, Lin Xian fetched several ropes and securely bound the girl's hands and feet while she remained asleep. He then carried her to the second carriage and found a blanket for her to lie on. Once everything was in order, Lin Xian returned to the first carriage to ponder his next course of action. At that moment, he furrowed his brows and reopened the map to search once more. If I start the train tomorrow and follow line 3 to find Teacher Chun, would it be closer? This idea was audacious. If feasible, it would significantly reduce the dangers along the route and allow him to test the train's functionality as well. Indeed, upon consulting the map, Lin Xian discovered that the residential complex where Chun Sichuan resided was less than 300 meters from the nearest subway entrance. Ha! He chuckled softly. Such a prime location. Teacher Chun, you certainly made a wise investment. The night passed without sleep, as Lin Xian experienced his first night aboard the Wuxian Hao. Though the fortress he had constructed provided him with considerable security, the events of the evening had left him feeling unsettled. This was his first encounter with the strange in the dark. Though it had merely been an odd insect, it was utterly repulsive and evidently far more intelligent than the zombies. Moreover, a mysterious girl lay in his carriage at that moment. How could he possibly find peace in sleep? At 2 a.m., dawn arrived an hour late. Lin Xian found himself in the tunnel, devoid of any light, yet his watch indicated that it must already be morning outside. He took his seat in the driver's position of the Wuxian Hao, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he felt himself connect with the essence of this colossal machine. The turbocharger began to roar, the crankshaft and connecting rods emitted a piercing metallic sound, and the Horizon's brake system activated with a snap. The orange-yellow headlights instantly illuminated the dark subway tunnel as bright as day. Lin Xian's expression hardened. It was time to set off, my friend. Clang! Clang! The decades-old steel behemoth was reawakened, dust and metal shavings cascading down as the Wuxian Hao, towing 3 armored carriages, gradually merged onto the subway main line, devouring the encroaching darkness as it roared forward. Chapter 5. Former colleagues. This is the sensation. Lin Xian exclaimed inwardly, feeling the roar of power emanating from the train. The shadows of the previous night were swiftly swept away, and at this moment, he felt as though he had merged with the entire train, experiencing an exhilarating rush akin to a forceful breakthrough. The rhythmic clanging of the train echoed outside the Daxuang station, where a few disheveled figures in tattered uniforms wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, these grotesque creatures seemed to sense the unusual sounds emanating from the tunnel, and the tracks beneath them began to tremble. The guttural sounds they produced emerged with the difficulty of decayed wood, as if they were being pulled by invisible strings, slowly turning their heads to fix their murky, lifeless eyes upon the dark tunnel's entrance. The blaring whistle erupted, a roar from the abyss, as the crimson mechanical beast surged forth from the tunnel, awakening like a battle god from ancient slumber, filled with boundless fury and dormant power. They shrieked like a pack of frenzied beasts rushing forward. However, their decaying minds could not comprehend that the thunderous sound did not herald their longed-for prey, but rather a steel monstrosity boasting a terrifying power of 500 horsepower. The unstoppable force of the train barreled through, instantly transforming the surroundings into a storm of blood and flesh, limbs scattering in every direction. Lin Xian's gaze trembled as the oppressive gloom that had lingered for days was finally released in this moment. Exhilarating, Lin Xian cried out in joy. At this moment, he experienced an unparalleled thrill akin to breaking through the night into dawn. This signified that his plan had successfully taken its first step. Clang, clang. With excitement surging within him, the heavy locomotive raced along the tracks, as Lin Xian surveyed the city, now resembling a desolate ruin, continuously seeking useful information. The zombies roaming the streets posed relatively little threat to ordinary people unless they triggered a massive horde. Of course, animal-like zombies, such as dogs or wolves, were often far more troublesome than their humanoid counterparts. Beep beep. Chun Sichuan's phone was unreachable. Unable to get through, Lin Xian stowed his phone and resolved to go directly to find her. He was not one to dither. Having formulated a plan, he would not hesitate unless Chun Sichuan was already dead, in which case he would not casually alter his intentions. The subway tracks were far more navigable than he had anticipated, perhaps due to their generally enclosed nature, and no one would be foolish enough to drive onto the railway. Thus he encountered no obstacles along the way. The nearest subway station to Yushuiyuan was called Taiyuxi, once a bustling hub filled with commuters. As the train entered the underground tunnel, Lin Xian slowed his speed. He would soon need to disembark to search for her, and creating too much noise would attract too many zombies, complicating his movements. He did not pull into the platform, instead stopping a short distance away. First, he approached the second carriage and was surprised to find the girl still sound asleep. Who could possibly sleep for so long? Hey, Lin Xian gently tapped her cheek, but there was no response. He decided to pinch her cheek. It was tender and elastic, albeit smeared with blood, yet her exquisite features could not be concealed, revealing her as a true beauty. He wondered which affluent family she belonged to. Never mind, let her sleep. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian sealed off the gates to the first and third carriages for safety. He then armed himself with a short knife, carefully observing his surroundings before exiting the train and running along the narrow path beside the tracks into the station. Yushuiyuan 3, Unit 901. Chun Sichuan had not slept a wink, the immense psychological pressure rendering her utterly haggard, her beautiful face devoid of color. At that moment, she curled herself into a corner of the sofa, her head buried tightly in her knees. Surrounding her were various books on the orbital railway, her gaze somewhat vacant, her dry lips moving as she muttered, Jiangyu Line, number HX05681, total length 256 kilometers. With first-class stations including Jiangning Station and second-class stations such as Yushan Station and Beiwang Station. Since yesterday, when she managed to make that last phone call, all her hopes rested upon the arrival of the speeding train. Yet, as time ticked away, despair slowly devoured her remaining sanity. Beiwang Station, maintenance section, she murmured, her voice trailing off as a flicker of trepidation crossed her eyes. Memories of a once-overlooked student surfaced in her mind. Ordinary background, warm smile, introverted personality, lacking in social skills and athleticism. Everything about him seemed so unremarkable. Then she recalled his mention of the railway train plan, intending to operate a heavy locomotive and flee along the orbital railway. Did that not sound too fantastical? Could he truly operate a train? If there were enough fuel or energy, would driving a car not be far more convenient? She spoke to herself, each question slicing through her heart like a sharp blade, severing her remaining hope. What if the tracks were broken? Would he fix them? Or would it fall upon her as a foreign language teacher? A barrage of questions she dared not contemplate flooded her mind, gradually consuming her, rendering her last flicker of hope absurdly laughable. Tears welled in her eyes, plopping down like raindrops. Yet Chun Sichuan refused to succumb to fate. She gritted her teeth, stifling her tears, repeating to herself, he promised he would come. At Beiwang Station, a single main line and 2 departure tracks. In the empty living room, her murmurs echoed once more. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door shattered the tranquility like pebbles striking a still lake, creating ripples that resonated deafeningly in the desolate room. Chun Sichuan looked up, surprise illuminating her eyes. Was it him? She hurriedly sprang barefoot from the sofa to the door, yet hesitated to peer through the peephole, her anxiety prompting her to call out, "Who is it?" Outside, a middle-aged voice responded, "Teacher Chun, it's me, Liang Wei. I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. I was worried, so I came to check on you." In that instant, Chun Sichuan's heart plunged into an icy abyss. Director Liang was a former colleague, a man of duplicitous character. During their time at the university, his eyes often wandered inappropriately over her form, and she had heard whispers of him having preyed on several female students, a true predator cloaked in a respectable guise. It was uncertain whether he had influential connections, but this man somehow ascended to the position of office director at the university. Chun Sichuan harbored a deep disdain for him and seldom interacted with him. Yet coincidentally, Liang Wei resided in the same apartment complex and unit as her. After the apocalypse, he frequently called her, initially adopting a serious tone, suggesting they band together for safety, claiming he had ample supplies to share. Gradually, however, his true nature emerged, especially after he learned of her insufficient provisions, and he eagerly urged her to move in with him. Hearing Liang Wei's voice now left Chun Sichuan feeling either devastated by dashed hopes or irritated, causing her to retch involuntarily as she coldly replied, "I'm fine." Bang, Bang, bang. The knocking outside intensified. Fine. Did you not tell me before that your food supplies were running low? Seeing Chen Xishuan hesitate to open the door, Liang Wei pressed his face against the peephole to peer inside. Chen Xishuan could not help but frown and step back as she saw him encroaching. Upon seeing the silhouette within, Liang Wei's eyes brightened instantly. He hurriedly called out, "Teacher Chen, are you hungry? I still have plenty of bread, biscuits, canned beef, and mineral water. If you want to eat, I can bring it down to you right now." The mention of bread, biscuits, canned beef, and mineral water fell upon Chen Xishuan's ears like an irresistible temptation, shattering her reason. She had been starving for 2 days. Yet, she was acutely aware that regardless of whether Liang Zhu's words bore truth, opening the door would transform her into a grotesque plaything of this vile character. However, which was more significant, shame or survival? Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, Liang Zhu's dwindling patience evaporated. His expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly slammed his palm against the door with a resounding thud. Bang! Chen Xishuan, you filthy bitch. Stop pretending to be noble. The world is nearly extinguished, and sticking with me could buy you a few more days of life. I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Open this door. As he spoke, the sound of banging transitioned to kicking, the commotion sending a pallor across Chen Xishuan's face. She turned and grabbed a fruit knife from the shoe cabinet, clutching it defensively to her chest, her eyes filled with turmoil. Chapter 6. Do not insult Beast, clearly overestimating his own strength. Liang Zhu found that a heavy security door was beyond the capabilities of a lecherous man in his 50s. Yet, at this moment, he calmed himself, ceasing his assault on the door, fearing that too much noise might attract some monstrous entity, thus leading him to his own demise. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he called out to the interior, "It's all right, Teacher Chen. I happen to have some unfinished canned meat. To show my sincerity, I'll place it at your door shortly. It won't be long before night falls. Either you open the door to eat, or let those monsters feast upon you. Who knows, once you're dead, I might even find your corpse while it's still warm." Before he could finish his threatening words, a dull chopping sound suddenly echoed from outside the door. Liang Wei, who had just been spewing profanities, fell silent. Thud! The sound of someone collapsing in the corridor reached Chen Xishuan's ears. Her eyes widened in shock and trembling. She approached the peephole. When she pressed her eye against it to witness the scene outside, her pupils dilated in astonishment. Outside, a somewhat familiar young man was pulling a knife from Liang Wei's head. Lin Xian. Liang Zhu had been cleaved open by a single blow. Seeing this spectacle, Chen Xishuan gasped in shock. Before she could process it, a voice resonated from outside. "Teacher Chen, if you are still alive, I suggest we do not waste any more time." Lin Xian's voice sent a shiver down her spine. He had come to rescue her. Chen Xishuan's expression brightened visibly. Witnessing Liang Wei's demise filled her with an unexpected courage, and without hesitation, she flung open the door. "Lin Shui," she instinctively called out, glancing at the bloodied short knife in Lin Xian's hand, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, unable to discern whether her feelings were of joy or fear. Her gaze swept over Liang Wei's body, which had been nearly cleaved to the brow, lying on the ground with wide open, angry eyes, blood and brain matter oozing forth, presenting a scene of utter horror. Unable to contain herself, Chen Xishuan clutched her abdomen and retched. However, after 2 days without food, her stomach was empty, and all that emerged was bile. Lin Xian observed the visibly haggard Chen Xishuan, noting how she starkly contrasted with the vibrant, commanding presence she had during class. Today, she wore a pair of jeans, a sports top, and a lightweight windbreaker, perhaps her idea of suitable attire for fleeing. That man was barely human. "Do not carry any psychological burden. Have you packed your belongings?" Lin Xian's gaze swept across the rows of high heels on the shoe cabinet before settling on Chen Xishuan's bare feet. "All right, I'm all set." Chen Xishuan suppressed the turmoil within and quickly adjusted her demeanor, determined not to appear as a liability before Lin Xian. She bent down to put on her shoes, deliberately shifting her gaze away from Liang Wei's corpse. Lin Xian wasted no time, stepping inside to rummage around. He retrieved a cardboard box and began tossing Chen Xishuan's kitchen appliances, such as the coffee maker and juicer, into it before handing it to her. "Hold this. What do we need these for?" Chen Xishuan took the box, both anxious and curious, unable to comprehend Lin Xian's intentions, yet recognizing him as her savior. She silenced her questions and obediently followed him while carrying the cardboard box. All of Chun Sichuan's belongings consisted of a small travel bag, containing little more than a few articles of clothing and, notably, a box of condoms. Although inexperienced, she, as an educated woman, maintained an open mindset and had adopted this protective measure since reaching adulthood. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, becoming pregnant would be akin to descending into hell. No matter what lay ahead, this represented her final shield of protection. Besides this, she possessed no food or water. Room 1203 above belonged to Liang Zhu. The door was locked, but Chen Sichuan was unaware of how Lin Xian managed to unlock it, merely placing his hand on the door and manipulating it until it swung open. Liang Wei had claimed to have ample food and water at home, and Lin Xian, preparing to flee, could not overlook such an opportunity for scavenging. However, upon opening the door, a foul stench greeted them. Following Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan peered inside and nearly succumbed to darkness, nausea surging within her. Not only her, but Lin Xian's complexion also turned pale, his brows knitting tightly. For within Liang Wei's abode lay not a morsel of food or a drop of water. The entire space was stained with blood. And in the kitchen lay half a slaughtered corpse, seemingly that of a middle-aged woman. It was easy to surmise that this unfortunate woman had likely been the original mistress of the house, Liang Zhu's wife. I apologized to beasts. To call a beast would be the utmost insult to beasts. Lin Xian's expression turned cold. Let us go. Stay close to me, and try not to make any noise. Recognizing that there was nothing of value to scavenge, he decisively turned to leave. All right. Chen Sichuan's face drained of color. Her mind rendered stunned. There are many dead outside. Do not call out. All right. At all times, watch your feet. Do not trip. All right. Witnessing such a horrific scene, Chen Sichuan resembled a dutiful student, attentively absorbing every word Lin Xian uttered. A woman's instinct told her that following Lin Xian was the right choice. With a swish, Lin Xian cleaved through the skulls of several zombies as he guided Chen Sichuan down the platform's path. Chen Sichuan's complexion turned ghostly pale as she struggled to suppress the turmoil in her stomach, trailing behind him. She had not anticipated that the outside world had transformed into such a dire state, resembling a hellish nightmare. The image of Liang Wei's home would undoubtedly haunt her dreams henceforth. In the dark tunnel, only the sound of their hurried breaths echoed. Soon, the dim light from the tracks illuminated the silhouette of a massive train, and Chen Sichuan gasped in astonishment. As Lin Xian approached, the heavy locomotive suddenly roared to life, its headlights blaring and engulfing Chen Sichuan in brilliant light. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. Okay. Lin Xian took the small appliances from her hands and grasped Chen Sichuan's hand, pulling her aboard. The two promptly entered the driver's cabin and shut the heavy iron door. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and as they were encased by steel walls, a profound sense of security washed over Chen Sichuan. Lin Shui, can you really drive a train? Am I supposed to push this thing? Lin Xian offered a faint smile as he closed the door, his demeanor relaxing somewhat. He placed his hand on the floor, activating the mechanical heart to extinguish the train's headlights, and then led her to car number 1. From the supplies, he retrieved a bag of bread and a bottle of water, tossing them to Chen Sichuan. You appear to have gone several days without food. Please indulge yourself. With tears welling in her eyes, Chen Sichuan eagerly accepted the offerings, her emotions on the brink of overwhelming her as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Biting her lower lip, she managed to choke out a trembling thank you. Truly famished, she wasted no time in tearing open the bread's packaging, devouring it voraciously while weeping. Lin Xian sat across from her, regaining his strength while observing Chen Sichuan. The sight of a familiar face brought him a sense of solace in this apocalyptic world where fear of death and loneliness consumed everyone, himself included. Humans are inherently social beings, and the absence of the internet only exacerbated the feeling of despair. Utilizing the infinite number and employing the wind cannon skill drained his energy significantly. It was difficult to describe, but wielding such power imposed a strain on his body. Chun, I think I shall continue to address you as Teacher Chun, Lin Xian remarked, his gaze flickering. Observing Chen Sichuan as she consumed the bread, he began to establish some ground rules. First, I must inform you that I am an ability wielder. This train can only be operated by me. Should I perish, you too shall meet your end. Hence, by boarding this train, you have entered into an alliance with me. You must unconditionally trust me and heed my instructions. Otherwise, your fate will undoubtedly be dire. Chen Sichuan swallowed a mouthful of bread, her eyes red as she looked at Lin Xian, nodding resolutely. I understand. From this day forth, I will follow your lead. Lin Xian nodded, stating, as for the nature of my abilities, you need not concern yourself. This train serves as our fortress, sturdy yet not invulnerable to those monsters outside. Moreover, there will undoubtedly be unscrupulous individuals coveting our supplies. In desperate times, the human heart can be more terrifying than demons. Thus, I will require your assistance in addressing challenges, scavenging for resources, and safeguarding our entrance. With the sustenance providing her with newfound strength, Chen Sichuan nodded. Additionally, Teacher Chen, Lin Xian rose slowly, his gaze earnest. You should prepare yourself. I will undoubtedly require your company at night. Chen Sichuan visibly trembled at his words, instinctively tightening her grip on the bread. Sitting on the floor, her disheveled hair obscured her flustered eyes. The audacity of Lin Xian, once her student, now speaking so candidly, sent a shock through her heart. Lowering her head, she offered a soft acknowledgement, continuing to eat the bread while her heart raced. After the prolonged darkness, the sound of the locomotive on the tracks reverberated through Jiang City for the first time. The rumble of this behemoth piqued the curiosity of some survivors who had been huddled in their homes, their astonished gazes fixed upon the massive train in motion. Chen Sichuan devoured the bread, followed by a generous sip from the water bottle, feeling as though she had returned from the precipice of death. As she sat quietly, absorbing the gradual movement of the train, a bittersweet sense of survival enveloped her. Regaining her composure, she scrutinized the steel carriage that granted her such a profound sense of security. The windows were sealed with thick steel plates, leaving only tiny grates through which the retreating outside world could be glimpsed. The previous passenger seating had been removed, repurposed into a living area with bedding and a tent, while the majority of the space was reserved for supplies. Despite the slight disarray, it exuded a comforting sense of safety and completeness. Looking back, Chen Sichuan noticed that car number 2 was entirely empty, save for some unknown supplies stored in waterproof bags. At that moment, her mouth fell agape in shock, for she spotted a girl bound hand and foot, lying in the corner of car number 2, her eyes closed, teetering on the brink of life and death. Chen Sichuan gasped, covering her mouth in alarm, unsure of the situation at hand. Could it be that Lin Xian had abducted this girl? Yet, she could not fathom the value of kidnapping a child in such dire circumstances. Lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to Lin Xian's approach. Teacher Chen, startled. She turned to see Lin Xian's calm face. Are you feeling better? Who is she? Chen Sichuan asked, her mind swirling with questions. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to Carnell. 2. I am uncertain of her identity. She suddenly appeared at my doorstep, pleading for help, and has remained unconscious. For her safety, I had no choice but to bind her. Hearing this, Chen Sichuan exhaled deeply, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. She had sought refuge on Lin Xian's train, and regardless of how fate unfolded, it was ultimately her choice. What was there to worry about? Are we preparing to leave the city? Not just yet, Lin Xian replied. I still need to gather essential supplies and test the locomotive's performance. The polar night lasts for 4 more days. We should have ample time. Gazing at Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan summoned her courage. What do you need me to do? Understanding the need to demonstrate her value in this partnership, she wished to prove herself as more than a mere burden. I need you to assist me, Lin Xian said, handing her a logbook from the cockpit. I will operate the train while you document our daily routes, mileage, stops, and the condition of the vehicle. We are currently unaware of the patterns and extent of the night tides, so it is critical to track the daily changes in sunrise times during our escape. This is of utmost importance. If we lose our way, we might never escape the polar night. Chen Sichuan nodded solemnly. Understood. I can manage that. Furthermore, Lin Xian continued, glancing around the carriage. For now, it is just the 2 of us, so I need your help in inventorying and managing our supplies, as well as keeping an eye on that girl. Turning to the sleeping girl, Chen Sichuan asked, do you not require my assistance in searching for supplies? Implicit in her words was the question of whether he truly trusted her alone on the train. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Did I not mention that it is just the 2 of us? If we both leave the train, who will guard it? He discerned the underlying concern in Chen Sichuan's inquiry, but refrained from addressing it directly. The train's fuel tank was empty, and no amount of experience would allow it to be driven. Moreover, Lin Xian had complete confidence that no one would be able to lock him out. He chose to remain deliberately vague, testing the waters of trust. In this world of chaos, even someone who once appeared kind-hearted, such as Teacher Chun, could not be fully trusted. Yet initially, he needed to extend a modicum of trust. I see, Chun Sichuan replied, unexpectedly moved by Lin Xian's faith in her. It instilled within her a sense of purpose, evoking a romantic notion of a partnership where he played the protector and she the nurturer. The fact that he was once her student only added an intriguing layer to their dynamic. The train, infinite number, rolled slowly along the urban light rail of Jiang City. Lin Xian following the map to navigate along Line 3, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Successful devouring, mechanical source point 1, proficiency in mechanical devouring skill 1. Additional reward. Your defense increases by 1. Current mechanical heart level. LV1 177500. Tip. Upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. When a mechanical heart reaches LV3, LV6, and LV9, mysterious awakenings can be obtained. Basic attributes. Strength. LV1 2250. Speed. LV0 2830. Defense. LV0 1630. Current basic skills. Mechanical devouring LV1 266300. Mechanical manufacturing LV 111230. Mechanical scanning, passive. Mechanical repair, passive. Mechanical operation, passive. Special skills. Wine cannon LV1 3100. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xian began to devour several small appliances he had brought from Chun Sichuan's home. As he was about to embark on his journey, he knew he must remain focused at all times, seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength. Successful devouring, mechanical source point 1, proficiency in mechanical devouring skill 1, successful devouring. Mechanical source point 2, proficiency in mechanical devouring skill 1, current mechanical heart level, LV1 180500. Mechanical devouring LV1 268300. It was still too slow. Watching the pink bear blender disintegrate into a cloud of ash, Lin Xian reflected that if he had sufficient time to devour cars, or even trains, he might gain dozens or hundreds of mechanical source points in one go. Moreover, having learned from the experience with the hairdryer, he eagerly anticipated whether he might acquire other special skills through devouring. This was truly remarkable. His mechanical heart system could not only operate machinery and drive trains, but could also manufacture machinery, akin to a creative mode. In a post-apocalyptic world where the entire industrial system had collapsed, this was nothing short of invincible. The most crucial aspect was that this skill could assist in enhancing his attributes and obtaining other skills. Compared to those with supernatural abilities, its adaptability seemed overwhelmingly superior. In Chapter 8, the Grand Procurement at the Furniture City, Lin Xian planned for the train to achieve a truly sustainable cycle, with energy being the most fundamental issue. This was largely resolved by his supernatural ability, though its only drawback was its demand for his physical strength and unwavering focus, making it challenging to engage in other complex tasks. Furthermore, to ensure survival, defense and food were essential. However, Lin Xian understood that these goals could not be achieved overnight. The current number 1 carriage and external armor had consumed months of his energy, and expecting immediate results was merely wishful thinking. Additionally, he was alone, and Chun Sichuan could hardly provide assistance in this regard. He realized he needed to recruit a few teammates. First, establishing a rotating team to handle mechanical maintenance of the entire train, operating it, and someone knowledgeable in agriculture, such as a botanist or hydroponics expert, to ensure a supply of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as water and oxygen purification. He also needed a chef, and a doctor was indispensable if any illness arose. They could not rely solely on specialists. Moreover, having skilled fighters, preferably with supernatural abilities, would be advantageous. Also, a sentry team was necessary. The more Lin Xian contemplated, the more absurd his thoughts became, prompting him to take a deep breath and concentrate on driving the train. Upon sighting a massive building in the distance, Lin Xian's expression grew serious. This was typically a place for selling various types of furniture, and with few people around, he presumed there would be limited supplies. However, he could procure some warm clothing and bedding. Lin Xian was not preoccupied with romantic thoughts, but rather with the significant drop in temperature affecting regions worldwide since the day of revelation. Although it was August and summer in Jiang City, Daytime temperatures had plummeted to 12 or 13 degrees, and nighttime temperatures were even lower. Moreover, this trend was continuing to decline daily. He speculated that the dark tide caused by the star abyss had obscured the sun and severely impacted the climate, potentially ushering in a cold and snowy period. Preparing warm items in advance would undoubtedly demonstrate foresight. Lin Xian parked the train on an outdoor track, where the rails were surrounded by a high barbed wire fence, with city roads flanking either side. Numerous abandoned vehicles littered the path, and with the area being sparsely populated, there were hardly any zombies, creating an unusually quiet atmosphere. The flat terrain, free from tunnels or elevated structures, facilitated the loading of goods onto the train, and the nearby fence provided a sense of security. "Teacher Chun, wait for me on the train while I check inside," Lin Xian said, shouldering his backpack and taking a short knife. "Also, do not open the door for anyone other than me." "Understood," Chun Sichuan replied, her expression tense. "Wouldn't it be better if I joined you in case we find a lot of items?" "Not for now," Lin Xian replied. "It appears this place has already been looted, and there might not be anything useful. I'll scout first, and if I find anything, you can come down and help carry it." He tossed a walkie-talkie to Chun Sichuan. "We'll use this to keep in touch. Mobile signals might not be reliable." "Okay," Chun Sichuan said, gripping the walkie-talkie. Lin Xian opened the cabin door. Leaping down from the train, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings before climbing over the barbed wire and crossing the road. The furniture city had a vast parking lot in front, now in disarray, with a few clearly broken-down cars scattered about. His supernatural ability to devour cars was an excellent option, as they were ubiquitous in the apocalypse. However, the time required was a concern. He estimated that with the enhancement of the mechanical devouring skill, he should be able to improve the efficiency of his devouring. Therefore, for the time being, he could only take some of the devourable machinery back to the train and operate it in a safe environment. At the entrance of the furniture city, the ground was stained with dark red blood, and many seemingly new product fragments lay scattered about, creating an air of desolation as the cold wind blew through. Lin Xian cautiously stepped inside, where the space opened up dramatically. He had previously visited this place, and each store was luxuriously decorated, with wide and quiet aisles, and now, in the post-apocalyptic world, it was even more deserted. There were hardly any corpses in sight. As Lin Xian passed by the furniture brand stores, aside from the lack of lighting, most appeared to be clean and well-maintained, showcasing various sofas and mattresses. The second floor housed some bathroom fixtures, and the entire building felt eerily empty. Being alone inside was somewhat unsettling. "This Sealy mattress looks good. It's medium firm, a latex mattress, and a large comforter." Such items seemed to be overlooked in the apocalypse, resulting in most of the stores remaining untouched. It was understandable. In life-and-death situations, people's first instincts would likely lead them to supermarkets and convenience stores, not furniture cities for pillows. As he browsed, Lin Xian suddenly recalled a troubling thought. These items were not small, and taking them away would not be an easy task. After a circuitous exploration, he arrived at the loading area through the fourth exit, and at that moment, he spotted several forklifts and a flatbed truck, causing his eyes to light up. However, as he approached, a decaying zombie suddenly burst forth from the nearby freight elevator passage, lunging at him. The overwhelming stench hit him like a wave, and Lin Xian instinctively stepped back. Once he regained his composure, he pointed his finger. Puff! The wind cannon shot out, immediately blasting a gaping hole through the zombie's head. With a thud, the zombie fell to the ground, twisted a few times, and then lay still. The zombie was still wearing a set of orange and yellow unloading workers' attire, likely a worker who had taken refuge in the building. Every time Lin Xian employed this technique, his proficiency would increase slightly. However, he soon realized that it consumed a considerable amount of his energy, necessitating cautious application. With this in mind, he drew his short knife from behind him. Confronting ordinary zombies posed little challenge for him as an ability user, provided he did not disturb a horde or any other creatures. The situation remained manageable. The door of the flatbed truck was ajar, and the fuel cap had also been opened, suggesting that someone had already arrived before him. He climbed into the driver's seat, grasping the steering wheel, and activated his mechanical heart, only to discover that the reserve battery was nearly depleted, rendering the engine inoperable. It was no wonder others had made no attempt to salvage it, opting instead to siphon the fuel and flee. Such a modest truck, with its simple configuration and limited horsepower, was seldom chosen by survivors. Yet, for Lin Xian, it presented a serendipitous opportunity. Thus, he disembarked and sought out a forklift. Activating his ability to start it directly, he then boldly drove the forklift through the back entrance of the furniture store. His intention was to make his residence in the number 1 compartment a bit more comfortable. In the apocalypse, having a pleasant living environment undoubtedly enhances one's mood. With such an ability at his disposal, Lin Xian had no desire to scurry about like a rat in the sewers, surviving in dark and filthy shelters. Chapter 9. Nighttime Devourer of Vehicles. Aoshu Jiaju City lay on the outskirts of Jiangsheng, where human activity was sparse. Coupled with the absence of other survivors seeking refuge in the furniture store, this provided Lin Xian with the perfect opportunity to indulge himself. He glanced at the time, 16:30, leaving him more than 2 hours until darkness fell. Without hesitation, he selected an expensive yet understated segmented leather sofa, which he transported to the truck using the forklift. Next, he found a foldable steel-frame bed. Although the door of the number 3 compartment was relatively large, accommodating a wooden bed was impractical, so Lin Xian decided to install the steel-frame bed within the compartment. Once he laid down a foldable mattress and a latex mattress, it would be quite comfortable. Of course, pillows and blankets were essential. As Lin Xian continued to move items, his excitement grew. He then spotted a 60-inch projection television hanging on the wall of a branded store, and his eyes lit up. An entertainment area would be splendid. Enjoying games and movies would be delightful. Without a second thought, Lin Xian disassembled what he could and swiftly filled the flatbed truck to the brim. Had it not been for the limited bathroom space in the number 1 compartment, he might have even considered relocating the entire bathroom setup, including the toilet and bathtub. With the truck now packed, Lin Xian felt a surge of energy as he activated his mechanical heart, causing the engine to roar back to life. He navigated the truck around the parking lot and drove it into the greenery beside the tracks, where he pressed the accelerator and crashed through the barrier fence. The truck stumbling onto the gravel slope of the tracks. On the train, Chun Sichuan had been waiting for over an hour. Upon seeing Lin Xian approach in a truck laden with sofas, mattresses, and even a television, she was taken aback. Was this considered supplies? In the apocalypse, was tea the priority to seek water or food, or perhaps weapons? Chun Sichuan was somewhat perplexed, but as she watched Lin Xian maneuver the truck to the rear of the number 3 compartment, she hurried over to assist. With a clatter, the lift gate of the number 3 compartment descended slowly. Lin Xian, armed with a short knife, hopped aboard, moving the motorcycle and crane aside before the two began transferring the sofa, bed frame, mattress, pillows, blankets, carpet, and television into the number 1 compartment. By the time they finished, the sun was setting, and both were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the alarm on Lin Xian's watch began to beep. His expression turned serious as he instructed Chun Sichuan to go eat something and tidy up while he prepared the truck. At that moment, a bold idea struck him. Since the truck was right before him, why not seize the opportunity to devour it? Even if danger arose, he could raise the protective tailgate of the compartment at a moment's notice. It sounded somewhat perilous. After all, the threats lurking in the darkness were not merely ordinary zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Xian did not want to squander this rare chance for an upgrade and resolved to take the risk. All right, Chun Sichuan replied obediently, mirroring the demeanor of a dutiful wife, promptly following Lin Xian's instructions. Once she had left the number 3 compartment, Lin Xian removed the specially crafted towing hook from the truck door and secured it to his waist. Seizing the twilight before nightfall, he descended from the train and placed his hand on the small truck, resolutely activating his ability, Mechanical Devour. Devour progress. 1. The familiar sensation of devouring a vehicle washed over Lin Xian once more. He felt his energy depleting at an accelerated rate, while the progress displayed on the screen appeared markedly slower compared to previous smaller appliances. One hand pressed against the truck, the other gripping the metal hook tightly. The reason he attached the steel cable to the hook was primarily to maintain control over the Infinity, as his ability could only manipulate machinery he physically touched. The effectiveness diminished with distance, especially in cases involving metal connections. Devour progress. 2. Devour progress. 3. Time passed gradually, and the surroundings remained eerily silent, with no light present. The onset of darkness made visibility increasingly difficult as the sun set. Lin Xian's expression grew grave. In a fleeting moment, he felt as if the earth itself were breathing. Was this the dark tide? At 1845, the sky abruptly darkened, the obscurity descending without warning, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Survivors seemed to have grown accustomed to this change over the past 2 months. They could only pray for the night to pass swiftly. It was only at dawn that some dared to emerge from their shelters to seek resources necessary for survival. Yet, everyone understood that after the prolonged night, food and water would eventually run out, but whether dawn would ever arrive remained uncertain. Hiding in shelters was akin to a slow death, while fleeing was a gamble. Concrete and steel doors offered no guarantee against the horrors that lurked in the night. How many chances for survival lay in the wilderness or within vehicles? Regardless of the choice made, absolute safety was elusive. Thus, ability users emerged as leaders among survivor groups, possessing extraordinary powers that inspired a sense of security beyond mere concrete and steel. Before the network collapsed entirely in the prolonged night, Lin Xian had witnessed numerous ability users with peculiar powers online. They quickly became popular figures, pursued by many as leaders in the apocalypse, and were also subjects of significant research and collaboration by authorities. When Lin Xian first posted the recruitment plan for the Infinity Train on the forum, he contemplated whether to reveal his abilities to attract a multitude of followers. However, he soon dismissed the notion, realizing he lacked the capacity to manage hundreds or thousands of survivors in such dire circumstances. While his powers were remarkable, he struggled with self-preservation. If he were to become a leader, the most he could offer was operating the train and repairing machinery. He feared becoming a mere human battery instead. His concerns proved well-founded. In just 2 months of the apocalypse, horrific incidents over resources had become commonplace, and violent confrontations had surged. Those with abilities exhibited incomprehensible strength, while Lin Xian's powers appeared somewhat unremarkable in the early stages. Devour progress. 63. An hour into the night, the devouring progress finally surpassed the halfway mark. Lin Xian maintained absolute focus, remaining vigilant against the enveloping darkness that surrounded him. He extinguished all the lights on the train, blending into the darkness. Even his breathing slowed as he extended his hand to rest on the small truck, quietly consuming, to conceal the faint, ethereal glow in his eyes. Lin Xian even closed them, vigilantly listening to his surroundings. On either side of the railway were barbed wire fences. Any disturbance should be audible, and if anything approached the tracks, it should also make a sound. Consumption progress 77. Almost there, success is imminent. Just then, a faint sound of gravel crunching suddenly broke the silence. Chapter 10. The white, eerie creature Lin Xian furrowed his brows and immediately held his breath. The sound drew nearer, growing somewhat muffled, sending a jolt of fear through him. It did not resemble a zombie, but rather the sound of a wooden cane tapping against the stones. He slowly opened his eyes, unsure if the light within could be detected. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found only the vague, black silhouette of the small truck. He turned to look back. Wu Xianhao sat quietly on the tracks, and even Chen Xishuan inside remained silent, perhaps asleep due to the encroaching night. Everything was eerily quiet. A sense of unease gripped Lin Xian. He was certain he had heard something, and his sharp intuition warned him that he was being watched by some presence. With this thought, his heart raced, urgently pushing mechanical consumption to hasten. Faster, even faster. At that moment, Lin Xian was devoid of the relaxed demeanor he had while moving furniture at the home goods store that afternoon. He remembered Grandpa leave from the night before, and a chill swept over him, wishing to return to the train quickly. Consumption progress 98. Almost there. Almost there. Though it took nearly an hour and a half, success would make it all worthwhile. Consumption successful. Mechanical source points 30. Mechanical consumption skill proficiency 10. Extra reward. Your strength and speed increase by 5. Defense increases by 2. Congratulations. Your speed attribute has been elevated to LV 1350. A flash of light danced before his eyes as Lin Xian gazed at the surging mechanical source points, finally exhaling in relief. With the increase in speed, his vision momentarily blurred before sharpening. Gradually, he noticed everything becoming clearer and brighter. With the completion of his consumption, the entire small truck suddenly disintegrated into ash, and various fragments clattered to the ground, causing a commotion. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly heard a deep, low hum from above. This sound was exceedingly strange, akin to the mournful whistle of a damaged ship echoing through a rusty pipe. It was neither human nor machine. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and abruptly looked up, only to behold a terrifying sight that nearly caused his soul to flee. A humanoid creature, towering at least 3 meters tall and cloaked in a grayish-white hue, had appeared beside him. Its elongated form had arms that nearly reached its knees, and its bizarre head bore a gaping, crimson maw, with 2 round, blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Lin Xian. The creature had stood beside him for an unknown duration, only noticing him after the small truck vanished. Realizing this, Lin Xian's scalp prickled with fear. The low, cavernous roar resounded again as the gray-white monster suddenly lifted its long arm, fingers like steel spears, reaching menacingly towards Lin Xian. His pupils contracted, and he inhaled sharply. If that claw caught him, he might as well be skewered. Fortunately, his speed attribute had just risen a level, and his body's agility surpassed his own awareness. Before the white claw could reach him, he instinctively stepped back. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the monster's claw struck the tracks, sparks flying as a deafening screech filled the air. Lin Xian's heart raced as he raised his hand and aimed a wind cannon at the creature's head. A dull thud echoed as the creature's elevated head seemed to take a hit, swaying backward for several steps. Lin Xian was taken aback. Its skin was so tough that the wind cannon barely penetrated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xian hesitated no longer. He dashed into the Wu Xianhao carriage, activating the mechanical heart while simultaneously raising the tailgate and setting the train in motion. As the lights flickered on, a startled Chen Xishuan called from the first carriage, "Lin, what's wrong? Hurry, go watch the road in the driver's cabin." "Okay." Chen Xishuan recognized the danger as Lin Xian slammed the door shut and sprinted into the driver's cabin without hesitation. The hydraulic tailgate door slowly closed, and for the first time, Lin Xian felt it was painfully slow. Indeed, just as the door reached halfway, a massive gray-white hand suddenly grasped the tailgate, its dark claws digging into the steel, leaving deep gouges. What immense strength! Lin Xian's eyes widened. Illuminated by the carriage's lights, he finally glimpsed the creature outside. Its bizarrely shaped head had only 2 blood-red eye sockets, resembling bottomless abysses, and its half-face was occupied by a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth that sent chills down his spine. This was certainly not a zombie. Lin Xian's first instinct was that this creature was not a product of dead flesh mutated by infection. It was entirely alien to this world. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian cast aside his fear, brandishing a short knife, and leaped towards the monstrous gray-white hand, delivering a decisive slash. The response was not the satisfying sensation of cutting flesh, but the unyielding hardness of steel. His full-strength strike reverberated painfully through his hand. Gazing at the chip in his knife, Lin Xian drew in a sharp breath. Damn, how tough! The white giant appeared to move slowly. One hand clutched the tailgate, and as the train's tremendous force dragged it down, it toppled onto the tracks, pulled along by Wu Xianhao. Infuriated, it raised its other hand, reaching for Lin Xian's entire carriage. The wheels of the third carriage screeched against the tracks, sparks flying as Lin Xian's heart raced at the sight of this creature. It was immensely powerful and impervious. If it flipped the train off the tracks, he would surely meet his end today. Acting swiftly, he raised his hand, gathering all his strength, and aimed for one of the creature's blood-red eyes, unleashing another wind cannon. This time, aided by the light, the wind cannon struck true, dark crimson blood gushing from the giant's left eye, staining its pale visage. The blood trickled into its mouth, and the creature let out a piercing wail. The shriek was high-pitched and jarring, sending chills down Lin Xian's spine, nearly rupturing his eardrums. With Lin Xian's attack, the creature's hand slipped from the tailgate, and finally, the third carriage's tailgate began to close, belching smoke. With a clatter, the train's speed gradually increased. Lin Xian quickly rose to look in the absence of light. The white giant vanished into the darkness in the blink of an eye. At last, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, staring at the 3 deep claw marks on the tailgate, bewildered. This was the first time in months he had encountered such a terrifying entity. If the eternal night was filled with such creatures, damn it, he murmured. At that moment, he truly grasped the terror of the night. Flee. The dark tides of Xingyuan must be escaped. Last night's grotesque, insect-controlled corpse and today's enormous white monstrosity leave one to ponder what other horrors might lurk in the night. Those survivors who wish to endure in the shadows are merely indulging in folly. The sole escape left for humanity is to flee the tide and abandon the polar night. Chapter 11. The Thoughts of Chun Sichuan Clang. Navigating the uncertain roads of the night is undoubtedly an irrational endeavor, and the cacophony attracted the wails of the undead outside. Lin Xian realized that this course of action was untenable, and he hurried to the cockpit. We might find a brief respite at the elevated light rail line on the third ring, Chun Sichuan suggested, sensing Lin Xian's concern. Indeed, stopping on the elevated bridge would provide a much safer haven, distancing them from the majority of the zombies on the ground. However, Lin Xian's foremost worry remained the previous encounter with that white giant. As the train halted atop the elevated track, Lin Xian promptly extinguished all interior lights, vigilantly monitoring the outside movements. What was that thing? Chun Sichuan inquired, her face pale. Lin Xian shook his head. Who knows? If that creature fixates on us, we may not escape unscathed. What should we do then? Wait for daylight to leave the city, Chun Sichuan proposed. Lin Xian had considered this. There was a cargo warehouse at Jiangshi Station, and they could investigate it tomorrow, which would likely facilitate their departure. Lin Xian harbored another motive, to see if he could locate an electric locomotive at Jiangshi Station. In this era, the industrial foundation is predominantly electrified. Yet electric locomotives lack their own engines, relying on current supplied by the overhead lines to power their traction motors. Consequently, if the railway's electrical network falters, these mechanical beasts become immobilized on the tracks, rendering them nearly worthless. Of course, they hold no value for the average person, but for Lin Xian, the scenario was quite different. He had envisioned using an electric locomotive as a standby generator. When he used his powers to propel the train, the electric locomotive could convert kinetic energy into electricity, thus creating a temporary infinite energy loop, even with a recovery efficiency of only 30 to 40%. This would allow the train to continue operating and provide power for other needs while he rested. Jiangshi Station, being a major hub, could potentially save him considerable effort. Have you eaten? Lin Xian asked, observing Chun Sichuan's haggard appearance. Although she had managed to consume some food today, she had endured 2 months of darkness in her home, her spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. The harrowing sight of Director Liang's tragic demise earlier that afternoon, coupled with the monstrous attack, left her feeling disoriented as she relaxed. I just organized the water and food, Chun Sichuan replied, her voice tinged with humility. If we limit ourselves to 1 meal a day, we can last about a month. She felt a pang of guilt, having included herself in the calculation of 1 meal a day with Lin Xian, who had never communicated any such allowance. Lin Xian's gaze shifted to car number 1, where Chun Sichuan had already prepared the bedding, sofa, and arranged the pillows and blankets neatly. Aside from the television, she could not assemble and the unassembled steel bed frame. Car number 1 had transformed from a ramshackle refuge into a cozy living space, evoking a desire in both of them, weary from months of apocalyptic dread, to lie down and enjoy a restful slumber. Lin Xian approached and retrieved a can of fruit from the storage shelf, offering it to Chun Sichuan. Eat this, then get some rest. Chun Sichuan exclaimed, her eyes widening with a mix of desire and surprise at the sight of the can. The sweet fruit instantly ignited her appetite, yet the mere suggestion of resting stirred her imagination. Thank you, she said obediently, taking a seat on the sofa, opening the can, and savoring a sip. The sweetness was exquisite, as if every cell in her body rejoiced with delight. In that moment, Chun Sichuan felt dizzy, her consciousness slightly blurred as she devoured the fruit, her thoughts echoing, so sweet, so delicious, I just want to sleep. In this environment, what did it matter if he was a student and she a teacher? He was simply a man, and she was merely a woman. Furthermore, he was an extraordinary individual who had saved her life. Her very existence was intertwined with his. What did it matter how he chose to treat her? This seductive thought echoed like a devil's whisper, sending shivers down her spine and causing her to instinctively close her legs. A sensation of liberation washing over her as she relinquished her moral constraints. Soon, she finished the entire can, then stood up, pausing midway to retrieve a small item from her backpack, clutching it tightly as she quietly sat on the edge of the bed. At this moment, Lin Xian was in car number 3, utilizing his powers to repair the damaged hydraulic tailgate. Upon returning to car no. 1 and noticing Chun Sichuan sitting with her head bowed, he furrowed his brow. Why are you sitting there? Hurry and sleep. We'll take turns watching over the night. You can get up later." Her surprise was evident as she lifted her head, her expression complicated as she hurriedly responded, "Oh, okay." Embarrassment and irritation flooded her, prompting her to rise and lay on the sofa, stashing the small item back in her bag. Lin Xian grabbed a bottle of water, recognizing Chun Sichuan's awkward demeanor. However, he was not so distracted as to lose focus. The earlier encounter with the white giant still weighed on his mind. In such moments of life and death, only a fool would let their thoughts stray to trivial matters. He moved to car number 2, where the mysterious girl remained fast asleep, and he found it curious. By all accounts, she had been asleep for far too long, nearly 20 hours since the previous night. Was she genuinely asleep or merely feigning it? With this thought, Lin Xian frowned, leaning closer to the girl and pinching her soft cheek. "Hey, if you keep pretending to sleep, I'll toss you out onto the street. Wake up. I'll take your pants off. Wow, pink ones." Yet, the girl continued to sleep peacefully, her serene expression and fluttering eyelashes leaving Lin Xian feeling somewhat defeated. Were it not for the mysterious power she possessed, he would have had no intention of rescuing her. If she were merely a burden, it might have been different, but who knew whether she would be a help or a threat once she awoke? As the night descended and temperatures plummeted, he sighed in resignation. Picking up the girl and carrying her to car number 1, where Chun Sichuan had already succumbed to deep fatigue. He laid the girl on the sofa and covered both with 2 brand new thick blankets. Well, I suppose having a train full of beautiful women isn't so bad. As he gazed at the 2 slumbering figures, one breathtakingly beautiful and gentle, and the other charming and petite, an inexplicable sense of achievement washed over Lin Xian. Chapter 12, The Advanced Deployment Plan, Current Mechanical Heart Level, LV1210500. Tip: upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching LV3, LV6, and LV9, mysterious awakenings are achieved. Base attributes: Strength, LV12750, Speed, LV1850, Defense, LV01830, Current Basic Skills, Mechanical Devour LV127830, Mechanical Manufacture LV112300, Mechanical Scan, Passive, Mechanical Repair, Passive, Mechanical Operation, Passive, Special Skill, Wine Cannon LV112100. Lin Xian was perplexed. After using the wind cannon twice against that white monster, why had his proficiency surged so dramatically? He had initially assumed that one use would yield a mere point of increase, yet suddenly, it had leapt forward significantly. Could it be that in moments of peril, one's mastery over skills could be greatly enhanced? After contemplating, Lin Xian found this hypothesis to be quite plausible. Simultaneously, the benefits acquired from devouring a small displacement truck were immense. 30 mechanical source points, 10 points of devouring proficiency, and even an increase of 12 points in attributes. It was indeed a profitable venture. If only I had a parking lot, I would work tirelessly without rest, Lin Xian mused with indignation. Yet, he was well aware that such thoughts were mere fantasies. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune, he couldn't fathom any other reason for surviving. That monster had certainly lingered beside him for a considerable time, as he had indeed detected some sort of noise beforehand. Perhaps it was due to his focused state that he had not attracted its attention, or else he would have been turned into skewers long ago. Indeed, this is why high risk often accompanies high reward. Each vehicle required at least an hour and a half of his undivided attention and substantial physical exertion. Currently, in Jiangshi, under the influence of the dark tide, daylight lasted less than 4 hours. There was hardly enough time and opportunity for him to devour slowly. Once night fell, who could predict what ghastly entities would emerge? What if I could tow a freight car and then slowly consume it at night? This thought briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. A mere empty freight car was nothing more than a skeletal frame, offering minimal returns unless it was a locomotive. However, consuming a several hundred-ton locomotive would take an eternity, and the question of whether his stamina would suffice remained uncertain. In the past few months, Lin Xian had conceived numerous plans, yet reality revealed that execution was far more complex than he had imagined. Suddenly, the sky brightened, and Jiangshi was greeted by a fleeting dawn. The city lay in solitude as Lin Xian gazed towards the northwest from a distance, where darkness still loomed, as if enveloped in some colossal tempest. He recognized that direction as Lucheng, the area towards Dingzhou, which was among the first to be shrouded in silence on the day of revelation. It was the epicenter of the Xing Yuan No. 3, Compared to the inhabitants of that place, Jiangshi, now resembling a desolate ruin, could even be considered fortunate, as it had afforded many citizens the time to flee. Even now, numerous survivors clung to life. Lin Xian recalled a past trip to Lucheng, where the rice noodles and barbecues were uniquely delightful, leaving him reluctant to depart. Yet, these cultural symbols of humanity had instantly turned to ashes in the apocalypse. As light filtered through the gaps in the armored window, it fell upon Chen Sichuan's face. She slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Xian welding the bed frame, was taken aback, quickly rising and apologizing with a face full of guilt. "I'm so sorry. Lin Xian, did I oversleep?" "Not at all," Lin Xian replied without turning, sensing that she appeared unwell. "Last night was rather unusual. The creature might return, so I didn't want to wake you." Even with the dawn breaking, Lin Xian felt a lingering apprehension. That white behemoth might very well breach his iron fortress. And even having Chen Sichuan keep watch would be of little help. It was imperative for him to continually enhance the defenses of the Wuxian, while also hastily augmenting his own strength. "Did you stay up all night?" Lin Xian asked as he completed the welding of the steel frame and handed a bottle of water to Chen Sichuan. "Today, we will be passing through the cargo loading area of Jiangshi, and the situation there might be a bit troublesome. You should mentally prepare yourself." "Understood." With guilt weighing on her heart, Chen Sichuan nodded. "I will stick with you today." "Not necessary. I have other tasks for you." Lin Xian led Chen Sichuan to the cockpit, where he had already started the Wuxian, setting it in motion. During the journey, he explained to her, "This main road merges with the Jiangyu line, so it shouldn't deviate. If the opportunity arises, I plan to tow an electric locomotive today. When the time comes, I will need to disembark to operate the track switch, and during the coupling of the carriages, I will require your assistance with the coupling instructions." Pointing to several operation buttons, Lin Xian patiently explained to Chen Sichuan, "This one is for releasing, this one for alignment coupling, this is the brake coupling, and this is for the passage test." These technical terms were not entirely foreign to Chen Sichuan, having grown up under her father's influence on railway knowledge. She understood the operation process for connecting train carriages. However, having heard about it was one thing, while actual execution was another entirely. She listened intently to Lin Xian's instructions, eager not to miss any detail. Connecting the carriages was also a complex task for Lin Xian, primarily because he could not simultaneously control both carriages with the mechanical heart. Moreover, to switch tracks, he would have to disembark and manually operate the track switch. However, once he stepped outside, the Wuxian would lose its power source. The only solution was for him to push it forward manually, while ensuring that the other electric locomotive's brake and coupling mechanism remained in a release state. In this scenario, he would have to run back and forth between the two. Additionally, if he found such an electric locomotive, it had to be positioned behind the gas turbine, specifically in front of the first carriage. The head of this giant whale, the 03E, was already armored, and the heavy gas turbine was more robust than the electric locomotive, which meant it could only be placed in the second position. Overall, this operation was quite intricate. Without Chen Sichuan's assistance, it would require Lin Xian an entire day to accomplish. With her help, he could save at least half a day. Clang, clang. The train gradually departed the city center, heading toward the Jiangshi station. Upon exiting the urban area, the view opened up, revealing several main routes leading out of the city. Yet, in an instant, both Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan's expressions changed. Countless vehicles were jammed on those main roads, completely blocking the way. Blood, severed limbs, burning vehicle frames, and scattered luggage all spoke of a hellish landscape along the escape route. With darkness having passed, not a single living soul could be seen, only zombies wandering the hills. Those who could escape had already fled, the rest were trapped. The route out of the city was utterly blocked. Unless one drove a tank or took some unknown path, the only way to escape the city was on foot. However, with the polar night approaching, there was scarcely more than 3 hours of daylight remaining. How far could one travel on foot? Moreover, even if they managed to exit the city, what would happen once night fell? The monsters lurking in the dark rendered even Lin Xian, a wielder of extraordinary abilities, powerless, let alone ordinary people. As they beheld the horrific scene on the main road, Chen Sichuan's eyes quivered, then turned towards the unobstructed railway ahead. At this moment, she felt immense gratitude for knowing Lin Xian, and she was profoundly thankful for boarding this train. The slowly moving train captured the attention of a few survivors who were hiding in their homes near the railway. Several furtive gazes were cast, and whispers began to circulate. A train? How can this be? Where did it come from? Stop! Stop! Someone in a building shouted. Take me with you. I have supplies. Keep it down, or you'll attract the zombies. Another voice cautioned. Quick, close the windows. Even someone threw stones at the train, shouting frantically, Stop, let me aboard. Will they come to loot? Chun Sichuan asked, nervously upon hearing the sound of stones striking. They are certainly not here to be courteous, Lin Xian replied. In this apocalyptic world, the struggle for resources had turned into a life-and-death battle, a commonplace occurrence. Survival rule number 3. Dead friends do not equate to a dead Taoist. Lin Xian noted how pleasant Chun Sichuan's voice was. Each time she spoke, his resolve to save her became clearer. Amidst the chaos of survival, having a woman like her by his side lightened his spirits, reminding him of the time in school when she, wearing black-rimmed glasses, earnestly explained vocabulary to him. As he listened to her voice, he looked up, and his pupils constricted in surprise. It was snowing. Outside the train, snowflakes danced down, landing on the window and melting into tiny droplets. Has winter arrived? Chun Sichuan murmured, her large eyes gazing out at the falling snow. According to the seasons, winter should still be months away. Yet, the weather in Jiang City had turned increasingly colder in recent days. Now, with the gentle snowfall, Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. His worries were not unfounded. Besides the darkness, zombies, and the bazaar, another disaster was beginning to manifest with the changing climate. Natural calamity. If extreme cold and snow descended, the troubles would not merely be about frigid temperatures. It meant that people would need more food to maintain their body heat, and the train would require more energy to operate. If extreme low temperatures emerged, a heating system would even need to be prepared on the train. Lin Xian cursed silently, realizing that he had initially planned to find a refrigerator for food preservation, but that no longer seemed necessary. Chapter 13. Encountering an ambush still within the main urban area. Lin Xian deliberately slowed the train's speed. The city was in chaos. He feared that obstacles on the tracks would arise and wanted to avoid causing too much noise that could incite panic. As the light rail line merged into the Jiangyu main line, the surroundings gradually opened up. Occasionally, wandering zombies were spotted on the tracks, and he simply crushed them beneath the train. Before long, the number of track switches increased, revealing a broad area filled with various cargo trains. Among them were several dedicated container trains, but without exception, all the container doors were wide open, and the supplies had long been looted by survivors, leaving behind scattered cardboard boxes and plastic bags. Besides that, the remaining trains were essentially mixed cargo, including flatbed trucks and tankers intermingled, yet they had not escaped devastation. Several carriages lay overturned on the tracks. The branch line connected to a distant loading platform and crane workshop, clearly the cargo handling center of Jiang City. Typically, such setups in urban areas are located before passenger stations. Lin Xian parked the Infinity at the entrance of the double-track railway, assessed the route, and then opened the door to approach the switch next to the branch line, placing his hand upon it to activate the motor. The switch was adjusted, and he returned to the train, steering the Infinity onto the loading branch line, stopping at a platform marked with the number 4. Grabbing the intercom, he instructed Chun Sichuan, even if it's me, do not open the door. I will handle it myself. Lin Xian donned his backpack, picked up a short knife, and reassured her. As long as you don't open the door, no one can harm you. Chun Sichuan nodded, now aware of Lin Xian's ability to operate the train. So she attentively absorbed his advice. Be careful, she replied with concern. The cockpit door of the train opened, and apart from the driver's cabin door and the rear door of car 3, all other living compartments had been welded shut and reinforced with steel plates. As long as they stayed inside and did not encounter the bizarre white giant from the previous night, neither ordinary people nor zombies posed any threat to their safety. As Lin Xian stepped off the train and closed the cabin door, a piercing cold wind rushed at him. He glanced up at the blazing sun and felt that this strange weather was truly vexing. With his enhanced speed attribute, Lin Xian moved with agility, holding the short knife as he swiftly crossed several tracks, glancing toward the front and rear of each train, searching for a suitable locomotive. His plan was to resolve the issue of the electric locomotive while there was still light. If unsuccessful, he would scavenge for supplies before heading a few kilometers to Jiang City's main station to search further. He scanned through the carriages until he reached the front of a container train, where he spotted a silver Huanqing 7F electric locomotive. His eyes lit up instantly. The Huanqing 7F, measuring 60 meters in length, featured a silver body accented with blue lines, its streamlined shape exuding a futuristic aura. Dubbed the Huanqing Hercules, it boasted a power output of 800 kilowatts, making it a standard Huanqing freight locomotive. This colossal machine required connection to the railway's electric grid to operate. And with the apocalypse upon them, this industrial giant had lost all value, merely collecting dust on the tracks without oil or water. Internally, it was spacious yet not particularly accommodating, and few would consider it worth their while. The Huanqing 7F was twice as long as the heavy gas turbine model, the Zhujing 03E, making it a true electric beast with intricate internal mechanisms, including advanced energy recovery and storage devices, making it an excellent temporary battery for the Infinity. "This is the one," Lin Xian said, reaching out to touch it, his mechanical heart beginning to scan the drive system. Discovering that the overall condition of the electric locomotive was excellent and still quite new, he had struck gold. Due to his unique ability, what other survivors deemed worthless was, in his eyes, a treasure. Just as Lin Xian prepared to activate the locomotive and disconnect it from the carriages, a series of intermittent sounds suddenly reached his ears from behind. He cautiously turned around. The sound emanated from a warehouse on the platform. Lin Xian crouched low, squeezing through the gap between a freight car's coupling, following the noise until he arrived at a door marked Warehouse 14. A series of rhythmic knocks echoed from within, sounding coherent and unlike the mindless actions of zombies. Lin Xian climbed onto the platform and stealthily approached the inner side, where the knocking grew louder, accompanied by faint cries for help. "Help! Is anyone there?" The voice was deep and muffled, as if obstructed by soundproofing materials. Arriving at the door of Warehouse 14, Lin Xian peered through the half-open door and discovered it was a cold chain warehouse, containing 2 large white freezing rooms. However, Jiang City had lost power long ago, and a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Lin Xian sniffed and nearly retched from the canned meat he had just eaten. As he stepped inside, he finally saw that within the isolation window of the first large freezing room were 2 women. One was frantically banging on the door, appearing to be in her 30s with a flushed face, while the other, an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, was slumped against the ground, clearly struggling for breath. As soon as Lin Xian entered, the younger woman spotted him and exclaimed, "Please, help me open the door. My mother is about to die." Upon hearing those words, Lin Xian's heart sank, and he instinctively leapt forward. In but a fleeting moment, a gunshot rang out behind him. Bang! An ambush! He swiftly discerned their scheme as a woman's frantic cries echoed from within the cold storage, an utterly jarring sound. Her aimless shouting could only attract the undead, clearly intended to draw his attention. Bang! 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 A bullet missed its mark, followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. Lin Xian did not falter for an instant. He reacted with remarkable speed, darting towards the entrance of another cold storage room and slamming the door shut behind him. The bullet struck the door, sending sparks flying. "Damn, that kid is fast. Don't let him escape. This fool has hidden himself in the cold storage, huh?" At that moment, 2 men hurriedly approached, each armed with weapons, one long, one short. The leader appeared to be in his early 40s, with a sullen expression and a large tattoo gracing his neck. He kicked the cold storage door, only to find it locked. The other, a somewhat frail man, peered through the window at the vigilant Lin Xian inside and attempted to lift the latch, only to find it utterly unyielding. What is wrong with this door? The doors of large cold storage units are specially designed to prevent low temperatures from causing condensation on the metal handles that would freeze and render them inoperable. Thus, the handle can only be opened from the outside, although a safety alarm button is installed on the inside. Strangely, however, after Lin Xian entered, the door could no longer be opened from the outside. Damn it! The lead man raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the viewing window, the sound echoing loudly within the warehouse, unaware that the window was nearly 200 millimeters thick, making the cold storage akin to a heavy fortress. "Damn!" the man exclaimed. Just then, the door to the first cold storage swung open, and the woman who had pretended to seek help, along with an elderly lady, emerged one after the other, approaching Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "This kid is quite clever." Chapter 14. Encirclement Humph. The elderly lady's demeanor shifted dramatically. Gone was her earlier appearance of feeble desperation. She cast a venomous glance at Lin Xian, who was stifled inside. Let him perish in there if he wishes. Indeed, it smells worse in there than out here. Let us see how long he can endure. Another young woman, perspiring profusely, fanned herself with her hand, complaining that the soundproofing of this wretched cold storage was too good, causing her voice to nearly go hoarse. The elderly lady shot her an irritated look, scolding, "What do you know? If you don't act the part, how can you catch a fish? Damn, your tricks still work." Inside the cold storage, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He realized that this family was not unfamiliar with such schemes. Fortunately, he remained sufficiently alert and quick to react. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the barrel of a gun. Now, he faced the four outside with a cold gaze, easily identifying the elderly lady as the mastermind, with the other two being her son and daughter-in-law. Isn't it obvious? Haven't you heard that the older ginger is the spicier? The elderly lady coldly scrutinized Lin Xian, noting that today's catch was quite swift, though he seemed somewhat dim-witted for cornering himself. "Hey, brother, come out and hand over the train keys. I guarantee you'll be spared." The middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Lin Xian inside the cold storage. Indeed, they had surmised his infinity number had arrived at the station, thus employing this baiting tactic to murder and seize the train. "Do you think I would believe you?" Lin Xian coldly retorted. "Fine, since you want to come out, I'll let you stay in there as long as you like." The man with the long gun scoffed, searching for a metal chain to secure the cold storage door handle from the outside. "Dad!" At that moment, an 11 or 12-year-old chubby boy dashed in, a proud expression on his face as he shouted to the middle-aged man, "I just checked. There's only one woman on the train, and she's quite pretty." The middle-aged man's name was Huang Zhaojian, and his brother, who held the long gun, was Huang Jie. How dare they drive a train? They must have some guts. Huang Jie couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's words before turning to the elderly lady. "What's the plan? What's the plan?" The elderly lady shot him a disdainful look. "You're so naive. There's bound to be plenty of loot on that train. If we could drive it, wouldn't it be more comfortable than hiding in this cold storage?" "Exactly." Gong Li's eyes lit up. "That way, we can leave this cursed place." Huang Zhaojian turned to his wife, speaking in a low tone. "What do you mean? Can you drive a train?" "I can't drive, but surely someone else can." "Didn't Ilu say there's a pretty woman on board? These young folks can drive. How hard can it be?" "I want to drive the train. I want to drive the train," the chubby boy exclaimed excitedly. "I also think driving a train can't be that difficult, bro. Don't kill that pretty woman. Leave her for me, haha." Huang Jie was equally spirited. "Shut up," just as their spirits soared. The elderly lady cast a glance at Lin Xian in the cold storage and motioned for the others to step aside, seemingly plotting something. "Don't dream, old woman." Just as the elderly lady prepared to move, Lin Xian suddenly spoke, having discerned her intentions. Before everyone's eyes, he slowly retrieved a walkie-talkie from behind him. "Teacher Chun, I've run into some trouble here. Please do not open the door." "Huh? Are you all right?" "Yim Mifine. I will definitely not open the door." On the other end, Chun Sichuan responded nervously. Damn, Huang Zhaojian hadn't expected Lin Xian to possess a walkie-talkie. Hearing him communicate openly, he became enraged, kicking the cold storage door with force. The elderly lady, realizing her scheme had been uncovered, gritted her teeth, yet soon approached Lin Xian with a cold smile. "A dog locked inside, what? Do you wish to endure this with us? It must be unbearable in there." The elderly lady was not mistaken. A foul stench permeated the cold storage, making Lin Xian dizzy. He had used his abilities to lock the mechanical lock of the cold storage door, ensuring temporary safety. But he could not escape. "Damn you!" Huang Zhaojian slapped the window, yelling ferociously, "Kid, can you run? I'll see how long you can last. If you wear out my patience, believe me, I'll drag that woman from the train and have my way with her right in front of you." The elderly lady added with a sinister smile, "If you're sensible, cooperate with us. You and that woman will drive the train, and we'll all escape together. I assure you'll keep your lives. What do you say?" In her eyes, Lin Xian, trapped, was merely a fish in a barrel. Although temporarily unable to reach him, she understood that the air circulation within the cold storage was poor and reeked unbearably. One could hardly endure for long, and with no other exit. Lin Xian was simply clinging to a futile resistance. This mother and son presented quite a contrast, almost amusing Lin Xian. Although he possessed the skill of the wind cannon, confronting two guns in a fight would undoubtedly be an imprudent choice. Lin Xian was not a battle-hardened soldier or a valiant ranger. He was merely a university student, lacking extensive combat experience. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have perished at the hands of those two brothers outside. Now, trapped in a cold storage with Chen Sichuan, unable to offer any help, his mind racing, he suddenly conceived a reckless idea. Ignoring the individuals outside, he retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and began to survey the environment within the cold storage. Outside, seeing Lin Xian's indifference, the elderly lady hurriedly signaled her two sons to investigate the situation at the train, fearing it might depart. With a click, Lin Xian switched on his flashlight, illuminating the vast cold storage filled with orderly shelves, yet the goods had long been plundered. Pools of thawed blood from various frozen meats stained the ground, the foul odor emanating chiefly from this source. As Lin Xian ventured deeper, his flashlight swept across to reveal a row of large freezer cabinets on the opposite side. His eyes lit up as he approached to inspect them one by one. Though the cabinets were devoid of contents, he realized they could serve as vessels for his consumption. Since he was temporarily trapped and the cold storage functioned as a natural fortress, Lin Xian felt assured in commencing the devouring of these large appliances. With this thought, he retrieved his intercom and spoke. "Teacher Chun, plans have changed. I am currently confined here. Remain in the vehicle tonight. Do not open the door, turn on the lights, or make any noise. Await my instructions." On the train, Chen Sichuan felt a surge of panic upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Peering through the armored window, she noticed two armed men crossing the tracks towards her, their expressions tense. "Lin Xian, someone is coming," she warned. "I am aware. Do not fear. As long as you do not open the door, they cannot harm you." Chen Sichuan bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Just then, loud knocks reverberated from the driver's cabin door. "Open the door, quickly. If you don't, I'll shoot. We have a man. If you don't want him dead, hurry and let us in." Tightly grasping the intercom, Chen Sichuan retreated to the first carriage, her heart racing as she faced this unprecedented situation. However, Lin Xian's words echoed in her mind. Regardless of what they said, she resolutely refused to open the door. Meanwhile, Huang Jie, armed with a long gun, climbed to the front windshield, peering inside and immediately spotting the flustered Chen Sichuan. His eyes widened with excitement, nearly drooling at the sight. "Bro, that woman is in there. She is absolutely stunning. Bro, let me have her as my wife." In the apocalypse, with society in ruins, he remained a bachelor, feeling immensely frustrated. The sight of such an exquisite woman ignited his primal instincts, compelling Huang Jie to rush inside. With a thud, he raised the gun stock and struck the windshield of the Infinity train with all his might. Yet, no matter how hard he hit, the windshield remained intact. "Keep it down." The thunderous gunfire echoed throughout the freight station, infuriating his elder brother Huang Zhaojian, who shouted, "You're going to attract those monsters. We'll all be dead. Bro, there's a girl." Huang Jie exclaimed, his impatience mounting as he gazed longingly at Chen Sichuan, his throat dry with anticipation. Huang Zhaojian climbed up beside him, his gaze falling inside, causing his pupils to dilate with complex thoughts. Yet, he quickly masked his emotions with a stern expression. "Don't worry, she can't escape. Once we get that man out and seize the train keys, we'll have everything, right?" Huang Jie nodded fervently, his eyes aflame as he gazed into the carriage. Chen Sichuan had hidden away, prompting him to spit in frustration. "Just wait, little beauty." As he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, grinning lewdly as he unzipped his trousers, urinating against the window, seemingly indulging in a wicked thrill before finally departing with his weapon. In the cold storage, Lin Xian listened to Chen Sichuan reporting the external situation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Do not concern yourself. Just rest in the first carriage. If you're hungry, eat something." Chen Sichuan's voice trembled as she asked, "You won't get hurt, will you?" "No." Lin Xian replied calmly. He stored the intercom away, and after completing the scanning of the freezer blueprints, he placed his hand upon the cabinet, hastening to commence mechanical devouring. Devouring Progress 1. As the progress bar appeared, Lin Xian realized that the challenge of this large freezer was nearly on par with that of the smaller truck he had previously consumed. Moreover, there was more than one such freezer in this cold storage. With ample time today, he decided to consume them all. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare for Lin Xian. Although escaping the dark tide of Jiang City was paramount, he found himself unable to move freely. Thus, he resolved to make the most of this chance to enhance his abilities. Meanwhile, outside the cold storage, Huang Zhaojian and his brother Huang Jie returned, where their mother Gong Li and son awaited. The elderly lady grumbled, "He is hiding. Let's not worry about him for now." "What is the situation on the train?" Huang Jia, brimming with excitement, replied, "Mom, we want to check, and there's definitely only one woman. I estimate there's plenty of supplies in those carriages. We're going to strike it rich." The elderly lady nodded. "You two find some tools. While it's still light, see if you can pry open the cold storage door. The sooner, the better. I fear the night will be long, and I might not survive it." "I think so too," Huang Zhaojian said, anxious to seize this fortuitous opportunity. The three discussed briefly and prepared to find some steel pipes and crowbars to pry the cold storage door open. As the minutes ticked by, it was now 5 p.m., with less than 2 hours until darkness fell. If they hadn't opened the door by nightfall, they would have to wait until the next day. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the cold storage, Lin Xian endured the stench while consuming the freezer. Devouring progress 80, devouring progress 95. After nearly an hour of effort, Lin Xian finally completed the consumption of the massive freezer, just as a series of prying and kicking sounds echoed from the cold storage door. Nevertheless, he felt no anxiety. When he first locked the door, he had scanned it. The thickness of this low-temperature cold storage door was 150 millimeters, with an outer layer of stainless steel and aluminum, and a dense core of insulating polyurethane and fiberglass. Given that Lin Xian had utilized his abilities to lock the door, it was nearly impossible to open it with bare hands or simple tools like steel pipes. Unless they had hydraulic pliers or cutting tools, they would not have been hammering away for over an hour. Thus, Lin Xian simply endured the vexing noise and continued to devour the freezer calmly. Meanwhile, the agitated Chun Sixuan paced back and forth within the carriage, but soon realized that her anxiety served no purpose. First, she checked on the status of the girl, then, while it was still light, began organizing the various supplies within the 3 carriages and tidying up. Devouring successful, mechanical source points 25, mechanical devouring skill proficiency 8. Additional reward. Your strength increases by 3, defense increases by 1. In the depths of the cold storage, Lin Xian's eyes brightened to the sight of the glowing screen. A bountiful harvest. He took a brief glance and noticed there were 4 large freezers in this place. If he were to consume them all, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Mechanical Devour LV1286300. The Mechanical Devour skill was also on the verge of leveling up. Upon successful upgrade, the efficiency of his consumption should see significant enhancement. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian felt a surge of confidence and wasted no time, directly approaching the second freezer to begin his consumption. Meanwhile, outside the cold storage, brothers Huang Zhaojian and Huang Jia were flushed with exhaustion, surrounded by a mess of steel pipes and crowbars, panting heavily. "Damn it, we can't get it open." The elderly lady stood nearby, glancing at the changing sky, her expression shifting between hope and despair. "Mom, we've been hiding in there at night, and those monsters outside can't get in. Zhao Jian and the others must be struggling to open this door too," Gong Li said anxiously. "Indeed, this wretched door is far too tough." Huang Jia cursed as he tossed the steel pipe onto the ground. Despite his foul language, he prayed every night for the door to remain sturdy, feeling somewhat mentally conflicted. "All right, enough of this. It's futile to keep trying, and the noise we're making is attracting footsteps heading this way," the elderly lady remarked. "It will soon be dark. We should hide. Besides, it's locked with chains outside, so we needn't fear anyone escaping. It seems without that man, the train won't be leaving. As long as they can't flee, we will outlast them." "Mom makes a good point. Let's proceed with that plan." The chubby boy looked somewhat disappointed. "Aren't we taking the train today?" "Not yet. We'll stay another night," came the reply. The family had been hiding in the cold storage where they had fished earlier, but the lock was broken, and they had secured the door with steel pipes to ensure a safe night. Beep beep. The alarm on Lin Xian's watch sounded, and he furrowed his brow, aware that nightfall was approaching. On the train, Chun Sixuan drew all the blackout curtains, anxiously awaiting a response from Lin Xian. Her gaze fell upon the sleeping girl, and she couldn't help but check her breathing. Confirming she was alive, she wore a look of astonishment. This girl had been asleep for a full 2 days. At 1845, darkness descended upon the freight station. The low growls of zombies and eerie footsteps echoed, amplifying in Chun Sixuan's ears as she lay on the sofa, clutching the walkie-talkie tightly, buried beneath a blanket. Meanwhile, the Huang family had also taken refuge in another cold storage, securing the door with steel pipes and crowbars, huddled together in a corner, discussing plans while eating. Time passed to 1932, and Lin Xian had completed the consumption of his second freezer. Consumption successful. Mechanical source points, 25. Mechanical devour skill proficiency, 8. Additional reward. Your strength increased by 2, speed increased by 1, defense increased by 1. At 2114, he finished consuming the third freezer. Consumption successful. Mechanical source points, 25. Mechanical devour skill proficiency, 8. Additional reward. Your strength increased by 1, although this one did not yield substantial attribute rewards. Lin Xian was more excited that his consumption skill had elevated to level 2. New book request. Chapter 16. Driving the Tiger and Consuming the Wolf. Current mechanical heart, level LV1 285500. Tip. Upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. When the mechanical heart reaches levels 3, 6, or 9, it will trigger a mysterious awakening. Base attributes. Strength, LV 13350. Speed, LV 1950. Defense, LV 02030. Current basic skills. Mechanical Devour LV 22500. Mechanical Manufacturing LV 1112300. Mechanical Scanning, passive. Mechanical Repair, passive. Mechanical Operation, passive. Special Skills. Wine Cannon LV 112100. Gazing at the luminous screen before him, Lin Xian felt the mechanical heart within him roar wildly for an instant, causing him to shiver with excitement. Without hesitation, he set his sights on the final freezer. Consumption progress 2. The progress bar on the luminous screen visibly quickened. Indeed, the efficiency boost was a tremendous boon, allowing him to save ample time during crucial moments and significantly reduce the risks associated with consumption. Ding! Lin Xian started timing with his watch and focused intently on the consumption process. Consumption progress 10, consumption progress 20, consumption progress 50, consumption progress 80, consumption progress 99. So swift. Lin Xian observed the time on his watch. The first 3 freezers had taken him an average of about 1 hour and 40 minutes, yet now he was nearing completion in less than an hour, having taken only 55 minutes. The efficiency had nearly doubled. Just as Lin Xian was reveling in his excitement, a sudden flash of golden light caught his attention. Consumption successful. Mechanical source points 25. Mechanical Devour skill proficiency 6. Additional reward. You have acquired the Ice Shield skill. An ice shield from the freezer? Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the acquisition of skills appeared to correlate with the machines or electrical devices he consumed. Observing the screen displaying Ice Shield LV 10100, Lin Xian hesitated, then, with a thought, waved his hand. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a small, semicircular azure ice shield sprang forth, enveloping him, its height just above Lin Xian's shoulder. Incredible! Lin Xian shone his flashlight on the ice shield he had conjured, momentarily dumbfounded. The ice shield was not thick, measuring roughly the thickness of his palm. Thud! He attempted to strike it with a short knife, producing a dull sound akin to chipping ice. It was reminiscent of old ice blocks that had been frozen in the refrigerator for years, possessing a hardness greater than he expected. Simultaneously, Lin Xian felt a substantial drain on his energy, realizing the skill required considerable stamina, likely insufficient to withstand bullets, and meant for emergency use only, making it somewhat impractical. Wait a moment. Lin Xian scrutinized the ice shield, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a brief silence, he stepped closer, extending his tongue to lick the ice. Tasteless and icy. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, an expression of unparalleled shock crossing his face. By heavens, it can condense into ice out of thin air. With this ability, wouldn't I never lack for drinking water again? Lin Xian felt a sudden expansion of thoughts. Clean water was an incredibly precious resource in this apocalyptic world. The prospect of conjuring a large chunk of it, despite the considerable energy required, seemed overwhelmingly advantageous. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he took his knife and hacked a piece off the ice shield, placing it in his mouth. Instantly, a wave of coolness spread throughout his mouth. Although the outside temperature was dropping, the cold storage felt stifling, and this piece of ice cleared his head significantly. At that moment, he glanced at the time and turned towards the door of the cold storage. The mechanical heart activated, and the lock mechanism opened again. However, the door only creaked open slightly, blocked by chains outside. Old fool! Lin Xian cursed inwardly, knowing that these people had taken precautions to prevent him from escaping. Yet, his intention in opening the door was not to flee. Click. He turned on the flashlight once more, determining the direction of another cold storage through the gap in the door before extinguishing it. Then, he slowly extended his finger through the crack, harnessing his keen night vision and gathering his strength. Whoosh! A gust of wind shot forth. The almost silent wind gun struck the stainless steel door of the cold storage across the way, producing a thunderous sound akin to a resounding bell. The immense noise reverberated throughout the entire warehouse, echoing through the darkness of night. In the cold storage, a family huddled together, startled by the commotion. "Who is it?" The startled individuals quickly reacted. The brothers promptly grabbed their handguns, yet the outside was engulfed in darkness, rendering them unable to discern anything. Could it be a monster? The chubby boy hid behind Gong Li, his face pale with fear. "Do not be afraid, Shi. Keep quiet," the elderly lady urged, panic etched on her face. "Zhao Jian, Ajia, you mustn't fire. It would bring trouble if anything were to be attracted." The brothers nodded, nervously swallowing their saliva in the night. For safety, the elderly woman turned off the electronic light used for dining, plunging the cold storage into complete darkness. A sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, concealed behind the door, wore a cold expression. "So you enjoy catching fish in a barrel, do you? Today, I shall teach you what a barrel and a turtle truly are." With a swift motion, he unleashed another silent wind gun, followed by a tremendous roar. The family, surnamed Huang, was once more startled, unable to remain seated. "There's something outside, something outside." Huang Jia trembled with his long gun in hand. "What on earth is it?" Following the two explosive sounds, the outside of Warehouse 14 soon erupted with a cacophony of zombie howls, initially distant but rapidly approaching, transforming from sporadic sounds into a chorus of the undead. Additionally, an eerie rustling sound seemed to tear through the air, causing the parked train cars outside to emit a screeching sound as they drew closer. Upon hearing this noise, Lin Xian immediately thought of the white giant, and his heart raced. Yet, he was already in a precarious situation. Through the faint light, he saw a multitude of dark shadows surging madly into the warehouse from outside. In an instant, the chilling howls filled the entire space. Lin Xian decisively fired the third wind gun, the most lethal one, intending to draw the horde of zombies away. Otherwise, he too would encounter trouble. The Huang family was evidently aware of the swarm of zombies surging in, huddled together in a corner of the cold storage. The brothers Huang Zhao Jian and Huang Jia staring in terror into the darkness with their guns raised. "Do not fear, the door is solid. Not even a crowbar could pry it open. Those monsters cannot enter," the elder brother reassured, swallowing hard. Bang! The third sound struck the door. It resonated like thunder, and the family felt as though they were trapped inside a barrel, shaken to their very souls. The chubby boy couldn't contain his fear, screaming until the elderly lady clamped her hand over his mouth. "Don't shout. What should we do? It's all right, they can't get in. Damn it. If only we had boarded that train during the day. What good is that now?" Ugh. Countless zombies were thoroughly incited by the noise, frantically clawing and battering against the door. The steel pipe and crowbar securing the door began to creak ominously. Everyone trembled in fear, and just then, a more terrifying sound emerged. It was a beast-like chewing noise, as if something were gnawing on the zombies and the steel door itself. The sound was powerful and heavy, resonating with a force that made the steel emit a crisp, cracking sound. Finally, the door began to wail as it slowly opened. Inside, the Huang family could no longer withstand the horrifying sounds, and the women and children began to cry out in despair. Mother, what do we do?" Wah! At this moment, the howls of the undead pierced into the cold storage, growing ever nearer. "What is coming in?" The brothers Huang Zhao Jian and Huang Jie turned pale, unable to hold back any longer, and fired into the darkness, attempting to make a final stand. The gunfire erupted, illuminating the cold storage in a flash. In that instant, everyone was horrified to see amidst the multitude of snarling zombies a gigantic red creature. It opened its massive pincers, emitting a shrill screech. This enormous red creature resembled a colossal centipede, with a girth comparable to that of an adult and a length of several meters, its body covered in crimson scales, with hundreds of legs scuttling in a frenzy. Just one glance sent chills down the spine of the family. The agonizing screams echoed throughout Warehouse 14. However, within mere breaths, The gunfire and cries abruptly ceased. The warehouse was once again filled with the howls of zombies and the sound of the creature chewing. On the other side, Lin Xian had quietly secured the door of his own cold storage. Through the small window, he glimpsed the enormous insect shadow. Holding his breath in trepidation, he had anticipated the appearance of the white giant, but was met with something even more horrifying. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "What the hell? Is this a parade of demons? Why are all manner of monsters appearing on this planet?" In comparison, Lin Xian suddenly found the zombies to appear almost benign, even pitiable. After all, these zombies were merely transformed from deceased humans. His heart raced. This plan of luring the beast could be perilously reckless. If he were not careful, that gigantic insect could easily spell trouble even on the infinity. Damn it, the armor needs upgrading. The weapons need upgrading. The power needs upgrading. Chapter 17. Connecting the electric locomotive. Beep, beep. Lin Xian silenced his watch's alert. After 2 sleepless nights, he felt somewhat disoriented. Listening to the strange sounds emanating from outside and the foul stench wafting through the cold storage, he finally endured until the next day at 1,600 hours. Daylight had arrived, but only 2 hours and 45 minutes remained until nightfall. Maintaining constant vigilance, Lin Xian peered through the small window, and, as the warehouse brightened, he finally discerned the scene outside. The door of cold storage number 1 had been ripped open, the heavy stainless steel door exhibiting a bizarre curvature, with blood splattered everywhere. The ground was littered with remnants of flesh, and several zombies wandered outside the cold storage, some gnawing at a half-eaten corpse. Spotting a familiar tattoo on the body, Lin Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared to belong to that middle-aged man. What a fitting end. Those who play tricks in the apocalypse deserve such a fate. With a cold glimmer in his eyes, Lin Xian quickly retrieved his walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation. "Chen Laosher, are you all right?" After a night of terror, Chen Sichuan, upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, finally relaxed and replied, I'm fine, and you?" "I'm also fine." Relieved to hear that Chen Sichuan was safe, Lin Xian continued to scan the area outside, ensuring that the terrifying insect was not present before saying, "I will return shortly. We will proceed according to yesterday's plan. There's an electric locomotive in Section 4. Please coordinate with me." "All right." Afterward, Lin Xian reopened the cold storage door and, through the gap, unleashed another wind gun to sever the iron chains. The zombies outside, upon hearing the sound, immediately shrieked and lunged towards him. Lin Xian swiftly drew his knife and unleashed several gusts of wind, effortlessly dispatching several zombies. Due to the commotion the previous night, a multitude of zombies had been attracted, and as Lin Xian stepped out of the warehouse, he realized there were at least dozens still wandering outside. After a moment's contemplation, he stealthily made his way to warehouse number 1, a spacious construction materials depot. Inside, he unleashed a few more gusts of wind to create noise, quickly drawing the attention of the dozens of zombies on the platform. As long as there were no strange creatures lurking in the darkness, dealing with the zombies was relatively manageable given Lin Xian's capabilities. Before long, he dashed off the platform to the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive he had seen yesterday. Activating the mechanical heart, he opened the automatic door of the cockpit. He then uncoupled the front of the train, detaching the container bridge, while the traction motor emitted a deep rumble as it slowly pulled the massive electric beast away from the platform. Meanwhile, Lin Xian also severed the connection between the first carriage and the Zhuhai 03E, and after completing the sequence of repositioning with Chen Sichuan's assistance, he successfully connected the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive to the second carriage. Thus, the Infinity now boasted 5 carriages, with the armored Zhuhai 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive at the front, serving as the cockpit, while the Huanqing 7F was positioned second, designated for energy recovery and power storage. Following that were the living carriages numbered 1, 2, and 3. The Huanqing 7F was notably longer than the Zhuhai 03E, giving it a somewhat sci-fi appearance. And both locomotives were designed with container bridges, allowing personnel to traverse from the front to the rear. However, as this addition was temporary, Lin Xian had not yet had the opportunity to upgrade the electric locomotive with armor. Nonetheless, there was no time to waste. Taking advantage of the daylight, Lin Xian initiated the new Infinity and set in motion along the Jiangyu line towards the east. Clang, clang. The train began to accelerate. Lin Xian increased the speed to around 80 meters per second, and concurrently, The energy consumption rate surged due to the added weight. The route to Beiwang Station lacked tunnels and was relatively flat, though caution was advised regarding falling rocks. Chun Sichuan was beside him, recording the speed while reminding Lin Xian of potential hazards. Lin Xian nodded affirmatively, stating that he would halt if necessary. How did that group from yesterday fare? They perished. Lin Xian shot a glance at Chun Sichuan, recalling that the family had laid traps for profit and had been thoroughly devoured by zombies the previous night. Chun Sichuan's expression shifted slightly. Although she was aware of Lin Xian's capabilities, hearing that an entire family had met their demise still unsettled her. In a brief moment, a harmonious and secure world had transformed into a hell of survival. For Chun Sichuan, who grew up in a privileged, academically inclined environment, such a sudden transition was difficult to grasp. The radio crackled with announcements from the Oasis convoy, calling out that anyone possessing supplies, weapons, or special abilities could join their ranks for a chance at survival, emphasizing the necessity of unity in these dire times. The route out of the city along the 312 Avenue had become completely paralyzed, necessitating a detour through Linya Road. In the East District, a massive horde of zombies had gathered, and everyone was advised against firing weapons to prevent drawing attention. The Jiangcheng Bunker welcomed all individuals with abilities and beautiful women, claiming to be rooted in a military nuclear facility with over 300 members organized to withstand the polar nights. The final day was upon them, and again it was reiterated that Lin Xian was at apartment 1304 in Mingwan Community, a secure stronghold stocked with supplies, only accepting beautiful women aged 16 to 30, with 2 spots still available. The Chongqing North City Patrol reported that Yinqing and Fengcheng had succumbed entirely to the polar night, with vast areas from Linshan Mountain stretching eastward encompassing Jiang City, Luolin City, and Hechi, where bizarre entities had erupted and the radiation levels were ominous. The radio relayed information that Yinqing and Fengcheng, not far from Jiang City, had fallen completely, with numerous survivors indicating that if one could escape roughly 200 to 300 kilometers eastward, they might regain an hour of daylight. This allowed for an approximate calculation of the dark tide's engulfing speed. Although 200 to 300 kilometers might not seem daunting in such a post-apocalyptic environment, with traffic immobilized and zombies rampant, entering the night meant facing an endless fear of death. Escaping that distance was no trivial matter. Chun Sichuan, holding the driving log, calculated that if the survivors' information was accurate, they could pass Yushan today and reach Beiwang Station by tomorrow around 16:30 for dawn. It would be challenging to cover that distance. Lin Xian, seated in the driver's seat, shook his head, stating that once darkness fell, they would have to stop. He had no confidence in navigating at night, considering the road conditions and visibility were significant concerns. He began to contemplate the necessity of equipping radar or drones to assess the road situation. Otherwise, driving blindly could lead to derailment or catastrophic accidents should they encounter a broken track or large obstacles. As the train departed from Jiang City Station, the surroundings gradually quieted, with only the faint sound of the tracks echoing. Lin Xian lifted his gaze to the massive cloud formation looming above Jiang City, a sight that instilled unease in many. It was widely believed that something far more terrifying than zombies or bizarre entities lurked within. Yet, no one dared to probe the true nature of such apocalyptic beings. For humanity, aside from retreating to their fortresses, there was only the frantic urge to escape. Once out of the city, the scenery transformed into rolling hills and farmlands, devoid of the ashen bloodshed and smoky chaos, creating a momentary illusion of having escaped the apocalypse. Lin Xian had anticipated a lack of human presence along the way. But to his surprise, several vehicles were spotted on a dirt road adjacent to the railway, mostly off-road vehicles, with a few muddy sedans packed to the brim, desperately flooring the accelerator. As a train passed by, one of the off-road vehicles lowered its window, and a middle-aged man leaned out, shouting in excitement, "Look, a train! Incredible!" Another decorated jeep opened its top, and a crew-cut youth brandished an automatic rifle, firing a volley into the air. "Hey, that train, do you have food or drink? Want to join our Oasis convoy?" The youth yelled towards the train, but Lin Xian in the driver's seat remained unfazed, fully focused on operating the locomotive. "Damn it." The crew-cut youth muttered in frustration upon receiving no response and slumped back into his seat. "Brother Yong, should we inform Brother Liu ahead?" asked a henchman in the passenger seat. Zhang Daong, nonchalant, replied, "What for? Are we all switching to the train?" The henchman, eyes widening, exclaimed, "Brother Yong, there's fuel." Upon hearing this, Zhang Daong suddenly realized, smacking his thigh in realization. Of course, a train that runs could hold thousands of liters of fuel. Even if it's not that much, a few hundred liters would suffice for our convoy for a day or two. He promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Wei go, wei go. A big train is heading along the Jiangyu line. I estimate it has plenty of fuel." "A train?" The voice on the walkie-talkie crackled, clearly intrigued. "Yes. It should pass Yushan in about 10 minutes. What do you think? I'll go intercept. You guys flank from behind." "All right." In the distance, a small convoy was racing ahead. Led by a modified raptor, Lu Wei, seated in the back with a fierce expression, had an elaborately made-up young woman nestled beside him. "Lao Sang, turn the fork up ahead. We need a big vehicle at Yushan Station." "Understood, boss." The entire convoy followed Lu Wei's lead with unwavering loyalty. In truth, Lu Wei was not a crime lord. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a small market vendor. However, following the cataclysm, he unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers, which elevated him above others. Seeking protection, his former friends and relatives came crawling back, but he, being astute, gathered a formidable group of armed men, waiting for others to bring him resources. In just a few days, he had recruited over 20 subordinates, living like a local tyrant. Even those high-class women who once looked down on him now offered themselves willingly. Lu Wei reveled in his newfound power, indulging in nightly revelries. At that moment, upon hearing reports from his underlings, he learned that a substantial vehicle in Jiang City not only failed to contribute resources, but had the audacity to flee under his very nose. This was a direct affront to him. He promptly prepared to act as a highwayman, as he had intended when leaving Jiang City. Meanwhile, Lin Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing the gunfire from Zhang Daong's rifle. Out of caution, he quickened his pace. Traveling on the smooth tracks was significantly faster than navigating the rugged terrain. The Luzhou convoy had recently received word over the radio that their leader was also an ability user. "I heard the gunshots," Chen Xishuan said anxiously. "I did too, but they're traveling by land while we are on the railway. As long as we keep our distance, we shouldn't cross paths." Despite this, Lin Xian felt a twinge of concern regarding other ability users. His train plan had many advantages, but its glaring flaw was its conspicuousness. A massive train would inevitably attract the attention of numerous survivors. "We need to find more allies. Otherwise, we will be overwhelmed if everyone targets us." Chen Xishuan looked at him in surprise and then lowered her gaze. "I saw your post earlier, and I think if others are unaware of your abilities, it will be difficult for them to believe in your plan." "I understand," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. "It's not about quantity but quality in allies. My powers aren't meant for just anyone. I will only take those of value aboard. Otherwise, I risk unnecessary trouble." He glanced at Chen Xishuan and smiled, adding, "And they must catch my eye." Chen Xishuan blushed inexplicably, mistaking Lin Xian's words for flirtation, which made her feel awkward. "That is not what I meant." Lin Xian cleared his throat, clarifying, "It's not about looks, but rather character and personality." His explanation only deepened her embarrassment, causing her to avoid his gaze and focus intently on the travel log. As the train thundered across the flat plains, Lin Xian's enhanced vision spotted a wrecked car lying across the tracks ahead at Yushan Station, positioned too deliberately to be accidental. It was clearly intended to halt the oncoming train. "It's a trap." Lin Xian's expression hardened as he shouted to Chen Xishuan, "Get to the back, quickly. Hold on tight." Realizing the imminent danger, she hurried to the rear car, where she spotted a sleeping girl and embraced her tightly. Behind the pillars at Yushan Station, Lu Wei and his men lay in wait, armed and ready. As the train approached, he peered out, seething with anger when he saw it showing no signs of slowing down. "Fire! Make that bastard stop!" His subordinates sprang into action, emerging from hiding and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the speeding train's cockpit. The sound of gunfire erupted. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, gripping the controls as he instinctively accelerated the train. "Damn it! The reason I chose to drive a train is to crush all these damn obstacles into dust." With a roar, Lin Xian surged forward, the train barreling into the flimsy car with a deafening crash. The vehicle shattered instantaneously, flames erupting as the train surged past. Barely feeling the impact, akin to running over a paper box, bullets rained upon the all-metal train body, only leaving minor dents. while one stray bullet ricocheted and struck one of Lu Wei's subordinates in the leg. "Ah!" He cried out in agony, clutching his wound. In an instant, the train sped away, leaving Lu Wei seething with rage and embarrassment. His eyes glowed with a green light as his shirt ripped open, revealing 4 eerie green tentacles that burst forth from his back, swiftly pursuing the train like a spider. These tentacles possessed immense strength, capable of lifting heavy objects, and Lu Wei had trained to enhance their speed and power, arrogantly dubbing himself the Four-Winged King. Just as Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan thought they had escaped the ambush, a strange sound emerged from the train's roof. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he reduced the train's speed, drawing his knife. He needed to slow down, lest he lacked the energy to confront any impending threats. Thump, thump, thump. Something was crawling atop the train, causing Chen Xishuan to curl up in fright. Lin Xian listened intently, stepping back as a middle-aged man with tentacles appeared at the window. "You got some guts, daring to crash through my blockade." Upon seeing the youthful Lin Xian in the cockpit, Lu Wei barked a reprimand, but his gaze quickly shifted to Chen Xishuan, who was huddled in the aisle, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Oh, there's a pretty girl too." Chen Xishuan paled at the sight of Lu Wei's outstretched tentacles, his appearance reminiscent of a monstrous creature from a film, with eerie green eyes and grotesque appendages. An ability user? Lin Xian felt a jolt of fear. He had never encountered another ability user before, and this was far from his expectations. He had not anticipated someone actually possessing tentacles. Was this a result of supernatural abilities or nuclear fallout? Without hesitation, Lu Wei slammed a tentacle against the window, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the windshield. Lin Xian was taken aback. The train's windshield was made of high-strength glass, capable of withstanding rifle fire. Yet this man had cracked it with a single blow. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Lu Wei was equally astonished. He knew the power of his tentacles well and realized that despite his attack, the glass had held up, suggesting the train's defensive capabilities were formidable. "Damn it!" Lin Xian's expression hardened as he suddenly hit the brakes, bringing the train to a rapid halt. As Lu Wei witnessed Lin Xian leave the driving seat, he was utterly unprepared for the train to come to an inexplicable halt. In an unexpected turn, he was thrown out due to inertia. "Close the door." Lin Xian maneuvered around Chen Xishuan, brandishing a short knife as he opened the driving door at the rear of the passage. Startled by the sudden stop, Chen Xishuan exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" "Eliminate him." With a decisive leap, Lin Xian exited and promptly shut the iron door behind him. He understood that someone like Lu Wei, an ability user, could easily catch up to the train and breach its defenses. Remaining inside would only lead to death. Rather than waiting for Lu Wei to shatter the windshield, it was better to confront him directly. If the windshield shattered, it would take him several hours to repair, and once night fell, his presence would be exposed, potentially leading to a more gruesome fate at the hands of that monstrous insect from the previous night. Lu Wei tumbled to the ground in a daze, enraged as he rose to see the young man from the cockpit descending with a steel knife in hand, prompting a fit of laughter. "What's this? Trying to be a hero, brother? Huh?" He scoffed, his tentacles expanding behind him, appearing formidable. He confronted Lin Xian with a menacing tone. "I'm sorry, but today I'll be taking your life, your vehicle, and I'll take good care of your woman as well." Lin Xian's gaze hardened, and without uttering a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a concentrated wind blast aimed directly at Lu Wei's face. With a resounding whoosh, the sharp wind shot forth. Lu Wei, caught off guard by Lin Xian's action, felt as if struck by a heavy hammer on his forehead, sending him flying backwards. "Damn, an ability user." Panic surged within Lu Wei as he realized that his opponent, too, possessed supernatural powers. Although he had recently awakened his abilities, he lacked combat experience. Caught off guard by Lin Xian's sudden assault, he broke into a cold sweat. However, his enhanced physical attributes and reflexes allowed him to swiftly react. Despite being knocked back, a tentacle shot forth like lightning, ensnaring Lin Xian's ankle. Beside the tracks lay a steep valley, and as Lu Wei attempted to stabilize himself with other tentacles, he inadvertently tore through the barbed wire fence surrounding the tracks, causing both himself and Lin Xian to tumble down the slope. Lin Xian had not anticipated the speed of Lu Wei's seemingly cumbersome tentacles. His close-range wind blast had merely knocked Lu Wei back, leaving only a shallow dent on his forehead, highlighting the terrifying resilience of ability users. Now ensnared, Lin Xian felt a tremendous constricting force around his ankle, causing him to hiss in pain. Had his strength and defensive attributes not been augmented, his ankle would surely have been shattered. As they spiraled downward, Lu Wei's tentacles severed several bushes, yet their descent did not cease. Lin Xian, relinquishing his short knife, cradled his head with both arms as he and Lu Wei rolled to the base of the slope by the riverbank. The pain was excruciating. When Lin Xian finally managed to open his eyes, he was met with a wave of agonizing sensations throughout his body. Quickly, his gaze scanned the surroundings, and he soon spotted Lu Wei, who was staggering to his feet, his tentacles still flailing. Lu Wei, with his massive form shielding the path, had blood streaming from numerous wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. Despite his enhanced defenses, Lu Wei's back was lacerated, and one of his leg joints was dislocated, causing him intense agony. Burning with rage, he glanced at Lin Xian, now aware that he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. The ability to knock him down with bare hands was beyond his comprehension. In this dire situation, he had to fight desperately and strike first. However, as he focused on Lin Xian, who lay on the ground, he noticed the young man had opened his eyes and was pointing a finger at him. Lucky me. Another attack. Lu Wei's heart raced as he instinctively extended 4 tentacles to shield his face. Yet, no assault came. Instead, he felt the deep wounds on his back tear further with this movement, blood gushing forth, nearly overwhelming him. Was this a feint? Lu Wei had no time to feel the pain. As he attempted to push away, he saw Lin Xian springing towards him like a hound, lunging for him with desperate force, aiming a punch at the opening created by his tentacles. With a thud, Lin Xian's full-force punch nearly shattered Lu Wei's nose, causing darkness to cloud his vision. Reacting instinctively, Lu Wei's tentacles flailed wildly, but struck nothing. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly youthful individual could deliver such a ferocious blow and employ a feint, leaving Lu Wei, a middle-aged man accustomed to street tactics, at a loss. Having suffered 2 unexpected strikes, fear gripped Lu Wei. His convoy had barely set out for a day, yet he felt the chilling breath of death encroaching upon him. Lin Xian's heart raced as he fixed his intense gaze on the fallen Lu Wei. The bloodshed and pain seemed to awaken a madness within him. I cannot die. I do not wish to perish. The instinct for survival surged within him, numbing his pain. Seizing the opportunity of Lu Wei's disarray, he swiftly turned and unleashed another wind blast aimed at Lu Wei's face. A gaping wound appeared on Lu Wei's visage, eliciting a pained shriek. He howled, as his 4 tentacles swept up pebbles from the riverbank and hurled them at Lin Xian with ferocity, the stones whistling through the air. Lin Xian, recognizing the threat, hastily dodged to the side. I'll crush you. Lu Wei, now cornered, was driven by desperation, hurling stones with reckless abandon. He had discerned that Lin Xian was agile, capable of launching projectiles, but seemingly lacking in close combat threats. Otherwise, he would not still be alive. Indeed, Lu Wei's simplistic reasoning proved somewhat accurate. Lin Xian had only his wind blast left, alongside a less effective ice shield, leaving him with no choice but to engage Lu Wei in close quarters. Lu Wei had grown cautious, making it increasingly difficult for Lin Xian to approach again. With 6 hands at his disposal, Lu Wei was confident that if Lin Xian dared to close the distance, he wouldn't know how to lose. Yet, he was also wary of Lin Xian's ranged abilities, leading both to a stalemate, each catching their breath, neither willing to strike first. Suddenly, Lin Xian's wristwatch beeped, breaking the tension. Both their eyes widened in realization. Darkness was approaching. Brother, it's getting dark. Shall we call it a day and head back? Lu Wei, bloodied and with a sinister glint in his eyes, appeared as a demon risen from the depths of despair. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Do you think that is possible? What kind of fool believes such nonsense in an apocalyptic scenario? Lu Wei's eyes twitched slightly as he recognized that the young man was not easily fooled. Very well, I shall see how many more times you can fire that trick. Lu Wei's gaze sharpened, scanning Lin Xian intently. As an ability user, he understood well the toll such powers took on the body. With Lin Xian's ranged attacks, he knew they must be exhausting. Otherwise, he would have been bombarded with a relentless barrage by now, rather than seeking opportunities to strike. Despite his seemingly bumbling demeanor, Lu Wei prided himself on his shrewdness, honed through years of small business dealings. Very well, Lin Xian remained unperturbed, entirely unaffected by his opponent. He raised his right index finger, aiming directly at Lu Wei's face. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei instinctively lifted his tentacles to block, but by doing so, he obscured his view of Lin Xian's next move, which was the source of his greatest distress. In a moment of clarity, he decided to use 2 of his tentacles to protect his face, while the other 2 grabbed pebbles from the ground to hurl towards Lin Xian. Observing Lu Wei's actions, Lin Xian's gaze turned fierce. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade one of the stones, then lowered his finger slowly, targeting Lu Wei's groin. With a sharp sound, a gust of air pierced through. Lu Wei's body convulsed violently as a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Lin Xian had always intended to shatter his head, leaving Lu Wei entirely unprepared for the unexpected attack on his lower regions. The impact shattered his groin, and Lu Wei gasped in agony, momentarily stunned, only to discover that Lin Xian had ghosted into his close proximity, a breath of death trailing behind him. Driven by an instinct to survive, he unleashed all 4 tentacles with force. "You shall perish," he roared. Yet this desperate strike collided with an ice wall, which shattered instantly, sending ice shards flying. In that fleeting moment, Lu Wei failed to spot Lin Xian's figure. When realization dawned, a finger appeared before him, aimed directly at his eye. In that instant, regret washed over him with a vengeance. With a sickening sound, Lu Wei's gaze trembled. Before he could finish his words, his left eye became a gaping wound, and he fell backward, rigid. He had never anticipated that, despite wielding the formidable powers of Dr. Octopus, he would meet his end at the hands of a mere youth. Coughing, Lin Xian expelled a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, but without pausing to catch his breath. He picked up a large pebble from the ground and advanced towards Lu Wei, smashing it down onto his face. With each strike, his tentacles would writhe strangely, until all movement ceased. Only then did he sit on the ground, gasping for air. As adrenaline faded, intense pain began to wash over him. Fortunately, the battle had left him without fractures, though some internal injuries and external wounds remained. At that moment, a flicker of ominous light danced in the sky, startling Lin Xian. Meanwhile, on the train, Chen Sichuan leaned against the far corridor, her expression tense as she gazed at the resounding thuds against the driver's cabin door. "Open the door, hurry," she urged. A young man wielding a handgun climbed onto the windshield, striking it mercilessly with the butt of his gun. Yet the glass remained unyielding, save for the cracks formed by Lu Wei's earlier assault. "Get out of my way." Another man armed with a submachine gun ascended, kicking the first man aside. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he unleashed a volley of bullets at the windshield. Sparks flew as stray rounds ricocheted. "Damn, is this bulletproof glass? Be careful." The bullets don't discriminate. "This door won't budge unless we use a cutting machine." "Where the hell am I supposed to find a cutting machine now?" "Forget it. Let us just leave. It's getting dark." The mention of impending darkness altered the expressions of the thugs. That man was taken down by Wei Ge, and the girl is just meat in a can. We'll bring some tools tomorrow to deal with her. I placed rocks on the tracks. The train won't be going anywhere. By the way, the Zhao family's vehicle was used by Lu Wei to block the road. There is no room left in the convoy. What should we do? Should we squeeze in? Squeeze? Let them go. They haven't contributed much anyway. And they bring their whole family along. Then let's not worry about them. As they left, Chen Sichuan watched the clock in the cabin tick away, her heart racing. Is he dead? All I do is night falls. With her mind taut, she gripped the door handle tightly, striving to maintain her composure. Minutes later, a sudden, frantic knocking echoed. Chen Sichuan assumed it was Lin Xian and prepared to respond, only to hear a woman's urgent voice from outside. "Is anyone there? Please, can you let my family in?" "Hey, miss." A well-mannered man with glasses climbed up to the window. Upon spotting Chen Sichuan, he implored, "Please open the door so we can take shelter. It's getting dark. Please." The woman outside seemed to be on the verge of tears, and the sound of a baby's cries pierced the air, sending chills down her spine. "We won't take anything. We just need a place to hide. Our vehicle was destroyed, and we have nowhere to go. Please, I beg you. If you're worried, can you at least let my child in? He is so small and needs nothing." The woman's desperate pleas, the man's entreaties, and the baby's wails bombarded Chen Sichuan's ears. She curled up in the corner, covering her ears, silent tears streaming down her face as she wrestled with her anguish. "Please stop shouting. Don't cry." The clock in the driver's cabin ticked slowly. Gradually, the cries faded, and the knocking ceased. Night descended, as darkness enveloped the space. Chen Sichuan hastily crawled into the driver's cabin, using Lin Xian's phone for light to check the train's distance traveled. She returned to her corner, trembling as she recorded her observations in a notebook. Day 1. Departed from Jiang City. Travel time 50 minutes. Distance 54 kilometers. Dawn at 1600 hours. Dusk at 1845. Her eyes quivered as she teetered on the brink of despair, deliberately forcing herself not to think of the outside world. She refused to contemplate Lin Xian, the family outside, the encroaching darkness, or the death that awaited her. At that moment, the cabin door swung open and the corridor lights illuminated, startling Chen Sichuan into a sitting position. The door opened to reveal Lin Xian, bloodied and wielding a dagger, who leapt inside. Overjoyed, she quickly stood to lock the door tightly, ensuring the corridor's light remained hidden in the darkness. "Are you all right, Lin?" she asked, astonished by his bloodied state. "I'm not dead," Lin Xian replied, taking a bottle of water from behind him and gulping down half before exhaling deeply. Seeing his bloodied appearance, Chen Sichuan immediately offered him a towel, but he grasped her wrist firmly. "What is it?" she asked, surprised. "Why didn't you open the door earlier?" he questioned coldly. Lin Xian had been climbing for a while, wounded and aware that Defei's group would depart before darkness fell. Thus, he had hidden on the hillside for a moment, searching for his dagger. Chen Sichuan raised her eyes to meet his serious gaze, biting her lip in hesitation before finally speaking. "If I had opened the door, would you have thrown me aside?" "Yes," Lin Xian replied, his tone as frigid as ice. Chen Sichuan's expression was somber. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, she leaned against the wall as if deflated, her eyes brimming with anguish as she closed them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Xian let out a gentle sigh, observing her sorrow, and spoke, "I understand your reluctance. We are all human, and witnessing the suffering of our kind without extending a helping hand can cause immense inner turmoil for anyone with a compassionate heart." Upon hearing his words, Chen Sichuan finally succumbed to her emotions, collapsing into Lin Xian's embrace. Her delicate shoulders trembled as her sobs escalated into heart-wrenching cries, reminiscent of a remorseful child. "I truly do not know what to do," she lamented. Lin Xian tenderly held her slender frame, speaking in a grave tone. "There is a saying in Buddhism, to save others, one must first save oneself. To save oneself, one must first calm one's heart. If the heavens do not save, one must save oneself. If you cannot protect yourself, you cannot protect anyone else. If you open that door, not only will those 3 perish, but you too will meet your demise, and I might perish alongside you." Chen Sichuan's tears flowed like rain, her eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. However, she heard the cries of a child, a mere infant seemingly only a few months old. Women are inherently endowed with maternal instincts, and in that moment, Chen Sichuan felt as though she had transformed into a demon. Lin Xian remained composed, gazing at her nearly shattered demeanor, and with a sigh, asked, "What if I told you that everything is a lie? What'd you think?" Chen Sichuan, buried in his embrace, was sobbing continuously. At his words, her cries halted momentarily as she slowly lifted her head, her misty gaze fixed on him. "What did you say?" Lin Xian's expression hardened slightly as he explained, "We are right by Yushan Station. Even without a train, the best option is to take refuge inside the station." Just as that group left, this family came knocking at the door, their intentions far too obvious. And I have never encountered a mother so heartless as to make her child cry out in despair. Upon hearing this, Chen Sichuan's pupils dilated, her tears shimmering in disbelief. "You mean they're deceiving us?" Lin Xian offered a resigned smile. "Teacher Chen, you must have heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, if I am not mistaken. This family is merely a ruse employed by that group to elicit sympathy. In these perilous times, exploiting the compassion of others is indeed an effective tactic." Moreover, Lin Xian had just experienced a similar situation the day before. Upon hearing his words, Chen Sichuan instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. She could hardly fathom the depths of human malice. Recalling Director Liang, a chill ran down her spine as she realized how naive she had been. At that moment, she truly understood the essence of human wickedness. Chen Sichuan felt drained, her eyes vacant. Lin Xian glanced at her and felt a sense of relief at her reaction. He understood the treachery that lurked in the hearts of people in this apocalypse. Had she been a naive idealist? Even if she simply pleaded for assistance to open the door, he would not hesitate to abandon her as well. What confidence could he have in a teammate like that to keep watch over the vehicle? However, after this incident, his perception of Chun Sichuan began to shift subtly. In a brief span of time, she transformed from a pampered campus belle into a person of remarkable courage, demonstrating that she was not only an exceptionally intelligent woman, but possessed a noble character. To be candid, Lin Xian felt a degree of admiration for her at that moment. Am I too foolish? She suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. Lin Xian shifted his position, a smile gracing his features as he replied, very foolish and quite naive. Hearing Lin Xian's assessment, Chun Sichuan's eyes reflected self-deprecation as she chuckled silently. Having just endured a brutal battle, Lin Xian, his body aching, glanced at the corner where supplies were stored and asked, "Aren't you hungry? Why don't you take something to eat?" Chun Sichuan widened her eyes and earnestly replied, "You didn't permit me to eat." Lin Xian looked at her with a strange expression, unable to tell whether it was amusement or astonishment. "Teacher Chun, you are truly adorable." "What do you mean?" she asked, bewildered. "What I mean is, Teacher Chun, right now, I want to sleep with you." "Huh?" Lin Xian's words took her by surprise. And before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace. She immediately panicked like a startled rabbit, exclaiming, "Wait. Lin Xian, you are injured. Must it be now?" She stammered, "Wait a moment, you are covered in blood." "Teacher, I have no experience," she protested. "Oh, wait, I have that in my bag." The night was as dark as ink, and snow fell like feathers. At that moment, the girl lying on the sofa nearby, though her eyes were closed, began to furrow her delicate brows slowly. New book request. Chapter 22, The Annihilated Convoy. Beep, beep. Inside the first carriage, Lin Xian lay on a comfortable mattress, savoring the warmth of a fragrant figure nestled against him. After 2 sleepless nights, he finally enjoyed a good rest. He glanced at the time, 1400 hours. Thankfully, the night had passed without incident. Outside, darkness still enveloped the world. Lin Xian had preset the time to observe the precise moment dawn would arrive. The night was lengthy, and it slept for far too long. Chun Sichuan, resting against him, had already awakened, silent and observant. Upon seeing Lin Xian turn, she quickly donned her clothes, blushing as she whispered, "It seems they have blocked the railway with stones." Lin Xian pulled her closer, gently pecking her fragrant lips, and said, "I am aware. I took care of it before boarding." Chun Sichuan shyly distanced herself from his embrace, picking up the travel log and stating, considering the distance from Yushan Station, "We traveled 54 kilometers yesterday. According to the information shared among survivors, dawn should arrive before 1700 hours today, having indulged the night before." Her voice now carried an air of avoidance as she spoke, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze. "Let us see," Lin Xian replied, glancing at his watch. "This distance might not reveal any noticeable changes." As the outside remained shrouded in darkness, they lowered their voices and took out some food and water to eat. Lin Xian leaned against the aisle, one hand pressed against the floor to gauge the situation outside, while also checking his injuries. As expected, his recovery was remarkably swift. The physique of an ability user had already surpassed that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after yesterday's life-and-death struggle with Lu Wei, Lin Xian's wind cannon skill had undergone a significant enhancement. Wind cannon LV 125,100. Ice shield LV 16,100 in yesterday's battle. Lin Xian truly felt as though he had fought for his life. It was the first time he realized how ruthless and resolute he could be, maintaining absolute composure in a critical moment. He admired himself for possessing such a mindset. Time ticked away. Lin Xian watched the seconds pass on his watch. 1500 hours, and still no sign of dawn. 1600 hours, and the night remained unyielding. The later it grew, the faster their escape needed to be. Yet at that moment, Lin Xian's greatest concern was that the time of dawn showed no signs of changing. That would be truly despairing. The temperature had dropped to around 0 degrees. Both Lin Xian and Chun Sichuan donned long-sleeve garments to ward off the chill. Fortunately, he had procured a large supply of blankets and mattresses from the furniture store beforehand. Otherwise, in such cold weather, they would have to endure sleeping on hardboards. As the clock struck 1648, a flicker of light appeared in the sky. The darkness suddenly receding, and the sun rose high. "Daylight has arrived," Chun Sichuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. According to their schedule, dawn was expected at 1700 hours. It had come a full 12 minutes early. Lin Xian opened the door to the passageway, and together with Chun Sixuan, they entered the driver's cabin. They gazed at the sunlight outside, their eyes filled with both surprise and concern. The joy lay in the fact that dawn had arrived 12 minutes earlier than anticipated, a small yet significant indication that they were escaping the polar night. Worrying is that this brief span of time can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean. Chen Sixuan was the first to respond, picking up the driving log and calculating. The dawn comes 12 minutes earlier. If we only consider yesterday's 54 kilometers, it means that if we wish to reach dawn at 1700 hours tomorrow, we must cover at least 270 kilometers. Almost, Lin Xian nodded, finding little discrepancy with the reports he heard over the radio. However, we should not be overly optimistic. We are not traveling in a straight line. And to traverse 270 kilometers, we must maintain a speed that will take at least 3 hours, unless we accelerate. Upon hearing this, Chen Sixuan's eyes dimmed once more. Indeed, we cannot go too fast. There is no telling if we might encounter roadblocks set by others. In just 2 days, we have faced numerous challenges, each time teetering on the brink of life and death. With this thought, Chen Sixuan began to feel increasingly anxious. The roar of the 10-cylinder heavy gas turbine engine began to reverberate, and Lin Xian took the driver's seat, turning to Chen Sixuan and saying, "Teacher Chen, hold on tight." Chen Sixuan opened her mouth. Hearing Lin Xian still address her as teacher sent a wave of confusion and unease through her. Had he developed some sort of quirk? Relishing that forbidden sense, Lin Xian was unaware of Chen Sixuan's inner turmoil as he maneuvered the train into reverse. Seeing the train retreat, Chen Sixuan was taken aback. "Are we going backwards?" "Yes," Lin Xian replied solemnly. "We are heading back to Yushan Station to take a look." Lu Wei had been killed by him, and as night approached, his team, now leaderless, would surely descend into chaos. Moreover, with Lu Wei, the ability user, gone, as long as Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan remained aboard the train, the remaining armed miscreants would be powerless against them. Having disposed of the opposing leader, Lin Xian felt that if he did not reap some rewards, his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, he felt a flicker of confidence. If they hurried, they could escape the polar night, a promising sign for Lin Xian, who had survived for months. Before long, the heavy locomotive slowly backed into Yushan Station, and the scene that unfolded before Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan caused their expressions to change drastically. The platform was a scene of devastation. The Oasis team had been completely overwhelmed. The parked SUVs and Jeeps were splattered with grotesque bloodstains, and the ground was nearly painted crimson. Several team members lay motionless, their bodies blackened, resembling mere shadows of their former selves, groaning as they stood there. Chen Sixuan spotted a man who had transformed into a zombie, the very one from yesterday who had pretended to be a father of 3, wearing glasses and exuding an air of gentility. Little did she expect, after just one night, everyone had perished. "Ah, Lin Xian, look!" Chen Sixuan exclaimed, pointing toward the waiting hall of Yushan Station. The small waiting area had nearly succumbed entirely, but what astonished them most were the several insect-like appendages scattered across the ground at the entrance. Chen Sixuan's expression soured. "Heavens, what kind of monster is this?" Lin Xian furrowed his brow, recalling the shadow of the insect from Warehouse 14, feeling a twinge of fear. He had driven over 50 kilometers yesterday. Could that creature have caught up? Regarding that monstrous insect and the colossal white creature, Lin Xian had no inkling. They seemed to materialize from the darkness, only to vanish at dawn. Were it not for the massive appendages now before them, who would believe that such terrifying creatures had inexplicably emerged in this world? Lin Xian halted the vehicle, leaning against the window to observe carefully for a moment before stating, "Do not be afraid. It is daytime, and that creature should not emerge." At that moment, he wanted to curse. He had just entertained the notion of nighttime action, only to be met with a harsh reminder of reality. If that creature was indeed following him, how could he proceed with any plans? "Do we still need to go down?" Chen Sixuan inquired. "Yes," Lin Xian gritted his teeth, realizing that since the Oasis team had fallen, he could seize the opportunity to scavenge their remaining supplies. "All right, I'll go too." Chen Sixuan clenched her fists, only to be stopped by Lin Xian's raised hand. "Wait, let me go down first. I'll deal with those zombies before we proceed." "MHM." Chen Sixuan nodded obediently. Lin Xian brandished a short knife, opened the cabin door, and leaped out. As soon as he landed, he swiftly dispatched several zombies on the platform with pinpoint accuracy. Though it consumed some energy, Lin Xian preferred to strike quietly, using the wind cannons, which were ideal for ambushes. As several zombies fell, Lin Xian suddenly detected an overwhelming stench of blood and grimaced. The entire platform was riddled with bullet holes, various severed limbs scattered about, indicating that last night had witnessed a brutal struggle. Having encountered the peculiarities of those monsters, Lin Xian surmised that conventional firearms would likely inflict minimal damage. The intensely gory scene shattered the psychological defenses of Chun Sixuan, the gentle university instructor. Stepping off the train, the overwhelming scent of blood hit her, prompting her to gag uncontrollably. Lin Xian intended to comfort her, but saw her raise her hand. "No, it's fine. I am alright." Though her face was pale, Lin Xian noted her earnest effort to adapt to the grim scene, and he felt a sense of clarity, choosing not to say anything further. "Be careful. There may still be survivors or other zombies." "MHM." Chun Sixuan nodded, and the two began to scour the SUVs parked on the platform, quickly discovering a substantial amount of water and various food supplies that had belonged to the Oasis team. So much food. Chun Sixuan deliberately avoided looking at the corpses on the ground, opening a car door to gather supplies. Lin Xian glanced around. Most of the provisions remained intact. He frowned, suspecting that the attack on the Oasis team was not due to human interference. Otherwise, the supplies would have been looted long ago. As he noticed the insect appendages on the ground, a sense of dread washed over him. Lin Xian opened the liftgate of car number 3 and called to Chun Sixuan. "Time is of the essence. Let us toss everything in here for now and sort it out later on the road." "Okay." Thus, the two began to assist one another in searching for usable supplies among the fallen team. However, Lin Xian was taken aback to see that Chun Sixuan, who had previously struggled with dry heaving and a furrowed brow, was now entirely consumed with the joy of gathering supplies, energetically transporting items back and forth to the train. She excitedly informed Lin Xian that she had found a large box of instant noodles, followed by shrieks of delight upon discovering several boxes of canned goods, and even stumbled upon a whole assortment of toiletries, which made her burst into jubilant laughter. Watching her adeptly maneuver around the corpses, Lin Xian marveled at her remarkable adaptability. "Look, Lin Xian, what is this?" At that moment, Chun Sixuan extracted a black suitcase from a large Hummer, opening it to reveal a purple plastic baton, some small cups with holes, peculiar lace lingerie, and even a USB drive, carefully preserved in a box. The box read, "Precious teacher materials." "Teacher materials?" Chun Sixuan pondered, realizing she was indeed a teacher. Curiosity flickered across her face as she assumed it was something significant. She pulled out the purple baton, her expression one of confusion. But upon seeing the strange garments, she suddenly realized. Letting out a small gasp, she immediately tossed it aside, casting an embarrassed glance at Lin Xian, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lin Xian found the situation amusing, thinking that such physiological needs were only human nature. But to carry such items during an apocalyptic escape was certainly an intriguing character trait. The Oasis convoy had scarcely departed from Jiangshi for 2 days when it encountered a catastrophic demise. The vast majority of the supplies on the convoy fell into Lin Xian's hands at a bargain. After toiling for over half an hour, Lin Xian estimated that even if the two of them indulged in 3 hearty meals a day, the provisions would suffice for 2 months. With such a calculation, it was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. It must be said that Lu Wei was indeed a remarkable talent, having witnessed roadblocks and vehicle stoppages. He was the first to dare intercept a train, relying on his abilities as an anomalous power wielder. His audacity was almost reckless. It was no injustice for him to perish. Instead, he presented a grand gift to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian, after a brief survey, only managed to find 3 long guns and 1 short gun at the scene, none of which were of particularly good quality, and not a single bullet remained. Such intense combat raised the question of what kind of monster they were dealing with. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, taking the few guns from the corpses. If he could not fabricate bullets, these firearms would merely serve as ornaments. Perhaps he could consume them instead. Although he entertained this thought, he felt it would be a waste to devour the guns he had painstakingly acquired. Never mind, he decided to take them along for now. After gathering enough useful items, he prepared to leave, raising the hydraulic tailboard. Just then, His mechanical heart enveloped the entire carriage and suddenly sensed some movement within. He furrowed his brows and turned to Chun Si-Huan, signaling her to be quiet. Noticing Lin Xian's unusual expression, Chun Si-Huan's countenance shifted, and her gaze turned towards the direction of the train. There were people on board. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he recalled that there was an unknown living person aboard. Lin Xian, it's that girl. Chun Si-Huan also came to the realization. Lin Xian stood there, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. The girl who had been unconscious for 3 days was actually playing a game of subterfuge with him. With a clang, the cockpit door of the infinite train opened, and Lin Xian and Chun Si-Huan entered, promptly closing the door behind them. Lin Xian then started the train and said to Chun Si-Huan, "Teacher Chun, be cautious. That girl possesses anomalous abilities. I shall confront her first." He did not wish to squander time on the journey, and given his suspicions about the girl's abilities, he wanted to ensure Chun Si-Huan's safety by not allowing her to accompany him. "All right, just be careful," Chun Si-Huan replied, filled with curiosity, having kept an eye on the unconscious girl throughout their journey, wondering why she had not awakened after 3 days. Time was of the essence. Lin Xian had to manage driving while dealing with the girl, so Chun Si-Huan had to take on the responsibility of observing the road conditions. Upon reaching the first carriage, Lin Xian found that the sofa was indeed empty, with several lengths of rope lying on the floor, having been broken free. He slowed his pace and proceeded to close the gates of each carriage, intending to create a blockade. As he approached the second carriage, a wooden stick suddenly flew towards him, accompanied by a crisp shout of "Hey!" It was evident that the girl had exerted considerable force, aiming to succeed in her ambush. However, Lin Xian's speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he had been on high alert. As soon as the stick appeared, he reached out and seized it in his grasp. Seeing her ambush fail, the girl was taken aback, letting out a startled cry, and quickly abandoned the stick, turning to dash towards the rear of the train, attempting to close the gate. What she did not realize was that Lin Xian had control over the entire train. He could close that door at will. With a swift motion, Lin Xian opened the gate that she had just closed, his expression icy as he approached, gripping a short knife tightly. "I told you. After all this time, you still haven't awakened. Do you not feel hunger or need to use the restroom? It seems you could have untied the ropes all along." The girl clutched a half-eaten piece of bread in her hand, intimidated by Lin Xian's imposing presence. And as she retreated, she cried out, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." As she backed away, she inadvertently reached the third carriage, realizing there was no escape behind her. With a quick glance, she seized a cardboard box and hurled it at Lin Xian, seizing the opportunity to slip past him and flee in the opposite direction. Lin Xian remained vigilant, aware that this girl likely possessed some formidable anomalous abilities, and he was secretly preparing his wind cannon while ready to deploy an ice shield for defense. To his surprise, the girl merely threw a cardboard box at him, which left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, with nowhere to retreat, the girl attempted to slip past him, and he swiftly raised his hand to grasp her wrist, pulling her back, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. She cried out in pain, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother, please don't kill me." Lin Xian furrowed his brows, having easily subdued her, which seemed contrary to what he had anticipated. He distinctly remembered that this girl had sent Oldly flying in the night, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, he detected a hint of cunning in her eyes as she pleaded for mercy, and his heart sank. This girl was putting on an act. Thus, he played along with her game, coldly declaring, "You dare to pilfer my belongings and attempt to ambush me? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" The girl, sensing that Lin Xian had no intention of killing her, feigned innocence. Her face flushed as she fervently exclaimed, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." The girl, pinned beneath him, thrashed wildly, her smooth legs kicking out in desperation. Lin Xian firmly held her down, unwilling to let her escape easily. "Now that you're awake, why continue to feign sleep? What is your true objective?" The girl, stubborn and obstinate, struggled fiercely. Lin Xian's gaze turned cold as he brandished the knife before her. "Do you think I would show mercy?" Upon seeing the gleam of the steel blade, the girl's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly pleaded, "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Let me go. I can hardly breathe." With her face slightly flushed from being restrained, Lin Xian furrowed his brows, wondering why this girl, who could previously send his door flying, was now utterly defenseless. Just as he pondered this, the girl suddenly burst into tears. "Wah, just don't kill me. I promise I can do anything for you." No sooner had she finished speaking than she unexpectedly turned her head and bit down on Lin Xian's ankle. A sharp pain shot through him, and Lin Xian frowned, realizing that this girl was indeed cunning, taking advantage of his moment of unpreparedness to attack. In pain, he swiftly struck the girl on the forehead with the flat of his knife. Thud! A crisp sound echoed, and the girl immediately cried out in pain before losing consciousness. Still pretending, Lin Xian's expression darkened, devoid of any inclination for mercy. He rummaged through the toolbox in the third carriage and retrieved a bundle of nylon ties, securely binding the girl's hands and feet. Finally feeling a sense of relief, leaning against the side of the carriage, he glanced at his ankle, where a noticeable bite mark was evident. Good grief, I want to turn into a zombie, will I? To his surprise, the girl, with her head lowered, muttered a curse under her breath. "You're the zombie. Your whole family is a bunch of zombies." Lin Xian's gaze turned icy. "Oh, no longer pretending to be unconscious? Speak. What is your name and what is your goal? Or perhaps you prefer to say nothing, in which case I can simply toss you off the train." He drew his short knife, his tone cold enough to instill doubt in her about his willingness to act. The train steadily moved forward, the intercom silent, indicating that Teacher Chun had not sent any messages, which meant the path ahead was clear. "My name is Tu," the girl replied, her tone shifting from the innocent, soft pitch she had previously employed to a more chilling tone. Well, clearly you were just acting all along. How did you find me? What is your purpose? And why the charade of sleeping? Do not make me repeatedly ask questions. You should be well aware of your predicament." Tu buried her head in the ground, suddenly exhaling a breath of frustration. Bound hand and foot, she struggled to sit up, her face etched with resentment as she glared at Lin Xian. Despite her tear-streaked cheeks and reddened eyes, there was no hint of grievance in her expression. Her ability to control her emotions was nothing short of astonishing. What else could it be? Wasn't it you waving a flag on the rooftop that day? Waving a flag? Lin Xian's brow furrowed. Are you trying to tell me you were on that helicopter? Otherwise, what? Tu shot him a blank look. Did you not see that the plane crashed? And? I had nowhere to go. And then? You were peeking in my underwear. What do you mean? Lin Xian frowned. Tu clenched her teeth and murmured, "Yes. I indeed woke up the next day, but I didn't know who you were or where I was. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw you." Lin Xian's expression changed. So I naturally assumed you were a pervert? Lin Xian blurted out. "So your purpose in pretending to be unconscious was to steal a glance? And ambush me?" "Not exactly. I just wanted to escape, but I never had the chance," the girl named Tu said, feigning innocence. Lin Xian's demeanor fluctuated. Then he bluntly replied, "Fine, you think I'm a perverted captor, right? Then you can leave." He glanced at the setting sun outside and bluntly stated, "Since you're so clever, I believe you will find a way to survive out there. Your family seems well off. So why not let your father come to rescue you?" Lin Xian's gaze was icy, laced with an air of provocation. "My father is dead," she replied flatly, devoid of any sorrow. A silence fell within the compartment. "That has nothing to do with me." Lin Xian stood up. "Wait, I initially wanted to escape, but now I realize I misunderstood you. Please don't kick me off the train," Tu quickly interjected. Lin Xian sneered. "You didn't realize you misunderstood me. You know you wouldn't survive once you disembark." The girl was undeniably clever, yet Lin Xian continued to regard her with calm indifference. "I'm sorry, but you hold no value to me." Upon hearing this, Tu felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "Wait, you could take me to Jin Hai. My father is the chairman of Ling Long Group, a secondary investor in the Dawn Project, entitled to the qualifications for the saturated rescue of the Dawn Project. When he died, this qualification automatically transferred to me. If you take me to Jin Hai, someone will come for me, and I can provide you with all the resources you desire or arrange for you a third-class citizen status in the Dawn Project, allowing you to reside in the underground city." In carriage number 3, the orange glow of the sunset filtered through the armored grating, retreating upon the two. After hearing her words, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown. He had indeed heard of the Dawn Project. During the initial phases of the apocalypse, various versions of this plan circulated online, said to be an official underground city initiative designed to escape doom. Others claimed it was a plan for the Starship of the Wandering to preserve the essence of human civilization. With various theories and conspiracy narratives, the truth remained obscured. "Excuse me." To Ai's surprise, her discourse did not elicit the expected reaction. On the contrary, Lin Xian remained as placid as still water, dismissing her outright. "I'm not interested. You don't believe me? Even if I did, I still wouldn't be interested, Lin Xian replied sternly, his gaze piercing as he regarded her. Not only am I uninterested, I find it exceedingly tedious. You might as well jump off, lest I be compelled to act. Regardless of the truth behind Ai's words, he harbored no interest whatsoever. He trusted his own abilities far more than a so-called third-class citizen status. As long as he could utilize his powers effectively, his chances of survival were substantial, certainly better than being buried underground. Moreover, such a place might strip him of his autonomy. Observing Lin Xian's indifferent demeanor, a flicker of panic crossed Ai's eyes, but she swiftly masked her emotions, casting a disdainful glance at him. Why would you not be interested in the Dawn Project? Do you intend to rely solely on this train? Forgive my candor, but your plan is exceedingly naive. Have you considered that the outside world is in ruins? The Xingxing Railway lacks regular maintenance from engineers. What will you do if a fifth of the 320,000 kilometers of track is over the ocean and breaks? What if the train is damaged? What if supplies run low? What if you encounter storms, tsunamis, or earthquakes? New book request. Chapter 25, Begging for Mercy. Just 100 kilometers out, you encounter two groups attempting to rob you. Can you expect such good fortune every time? And you only have two people. That sister of yours likely can't even handle a single zombie. What will you do when faced with a horde? Do you have heating equipment? A radar system? After stopping, will you need a sentry system for safety? A defense system? Transporting supplies is simple, but do you have the machinery for transport? Moreover, humans are fragile. With a global pandemic raging, what will you do if you become infected or ill? You will need doctors and antibiotics. Long-term deficits in vitamins require fruits and vegetables. Do you have a medical system? Do you possess industrial exoskeletons, maintenance systems, or drone reconnaissance systems? If you encounter glaciers, do you have an icebreaker shield? If you need to repair the tracks, you will need steel, small rail cars, and track lifting systems. Can you manage all of this? Do you believe your infinite train plan can travel even 1,000 kilometers before completely failing? Ai's voice grew increasingly heated, her large eyes widening as her chest heaved in agitation. Her neat little teeth gnawed at each other. Frustrated that Lin Xian seemed dismissive of the Dawn Project while fixated on the train. Pressured, her gaze turned serious as she looked at the sharp blade above their heads and urgently said, Lin Xian, are you listening? To her astonishment, he neither grew angry nor flustered. Instead, his eyes sparkled with interest. Wait, slow down. Sentry systems, defense systems, radar systems, transport machinery, medical systems, industrial exoskeletons, maintenance systems, drone reconnaissance systems. What else? Lin Xian was suddenly intrigued, feeling an influx of inspiration for his mechanical powers. Ai's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. She never anticipated that her detailed critique of Lin Xian's proud plan would douse it with cold water, yet he was not enraged. He seemed genuinely interested, as if he were contemplating her suggestions for planning. Too exasperated, exclaimed, Do you even understand what I'm saying? Of course, he replied earnestly. We need to prepare these systems for my train to run fast and far. Are you suggesting that, if necessary, we should install a railgun and a mech system on the train? You, nothing more. Very well, goodbye. Suddenly, Lin Xian's demeanor turned cold, his expression shifting abruptly to one of indifference. Hey. As Lin Xian stood up again, preparing to throw her off the train, Tu completely lost her previous composure, looking up at him with alarm. Brother, can't we negotiate? I can do whatever that sister did for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brow furrowed. What did you just say? Ai's gaze flickered, stammering, but you must wait a few months until I turn 16, or else it would be considered the molestation of a minor. Sorry, but you lack curves. I'm not interested, Lin Xian replied, his expression unchanged. You? As the Infinite sped along the Jianyu Railway, the sunset cast its glow upon the racing train, highlighting its aerodynamic mechanical beauty. Within Carriage 3, the atmosphere grew momentarily tense. With a clang, the sound of hydraulic plates echoed as Lin Xian, gritting his teeth in frustration, opened the hydraulic tailgate mid-journey. He then swiftly lifted the girl as if she were a mere chick, carrying her to the rear of the carriage. The wilderness should be somewhat safer than the city. You must rely on your own fortune. Lin Xian feigned a gesture as if to cast her aside. Wait. Tu, panicking and utterly defenseless against Lin Xian, turned pale with fear and cried out, Handsome guy, what conditions do you want? We can negotiate. Lin Xian released his grip gazing coldly at her. Do you believe you hold any value for my team? You have stolen food and attacked me. The fact that I have not killed you directly already shows a measure of humanity. Although he spoke thus, casting her from a vehicle at this moment would be tantamount to condemning the girl to death. Yet, this was of no concern to Lin Xian. But I do have value. Tu exclaimed, her eyes wide. Did I not mention my identity? If you keep me, I can exchange it for many resources. Lin Xian wore a chilling smile, appearing entirely disinterested. I have no interest in your proposal, but it's the truth. Not necessary. Farewell. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Inhaling deeply, having lost all patience, he activated his mechanical heart, prompting the infinity to decelerate instantly. Soon, the train came to a gentle halt, and Lin Xian, with a grim expression, forced Tu to retreat slowly to the door. You may leave. Upon realizing the train had indeed stopped, Tu was finally frightened. Her large eyes misted over. She glared at Lin Xian, struggling internally for a moment, before resolutely turning away. However, as she reached the edge of the carriage, she suddenly paused, looking back at Lin Xian with a bewildered expression and bit her lip, asking, Are you testing me? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ai's gaze turned icy. Are you testing my abilities? Lin Xian's pupils constricted, remaining silent. Seeing his lack of response, Ai's expression relaxed suddenly, her fear replaced by a glimmer of cunning. She regarded Lin Xian with interest, tears in her eyes, yet a smile on her lips. If you wanted to kill me, you would have acted from the start. In truth, you are testing me, aren't you? The young girl seemed to have an epiphany, her spirit invigorated. She boldly approached Lin Xian, lifting her chin proudly to meet his gaze, defiantly stating, You know I possess abilities, right? Do you have abilities? Lin Xian countered with a smile. Of course, Tu replied earnestly. You know I survived a helicopter crash and found your shelter unscathed in the dark. My abilities must be formidable, perhaps even capable of withstanding the monstrous creatures of the night. So while you may want to kill me, you are simultaneously curious and wary of me, deliberately try to push me off the train to test me. Am I right? Lin Xian scrutinized the seemingly 15 or 16-year-old girl before him. Although his expression remained unchanged, he was rapidly calculating in his mind. Indeed, she was correct. Had it been anyone else, he would have already dispatched them. The night she had sought his aid, Lin Xian had remained unmoved. The fact that this girl could traverse a night filled with monsters and reach a shelter was utterly astonishing, leaving a significant impact on him. Had she not suddenly displayed her formidable powers that damaged his door, he would not have risked bringing her aboard. Thus, when he saw she did not immediately retaliate with her powers, Lin Xian found it increasingly perplexing. Though he held little interest in a girl of her age or the so-called Dawn Plan, he was indeed intrigued by Ai's sudden display of abilities, albeit with a hint of wariness. Therefore, he refrained from striking immediately, choosing to test her intentions, questioning why she pretended not to understand her powers. With this thought, Lin Xian's tone darkened, the previous light-heartedness vanishing. Aren't you testing me as well? What do you mean? Ai's smile faltered. You first feigned innocence to gauge whether I truly harbored nefarious intentions towards you. Upon realizing it was ineffective, you presented a proposal for exchange, revealing that you were concerned I might harbor ulterior motives, hence wanting to test my limits. Lin Xian slowly drew out a short knife, his expression indifferent. Let me make it clear, my limits lie here. With that, his demeanor turned cold, and he suddenly lunged towards Tu, poised to end her life with a single blow. Upon witnessing Lin Xian's murderous intent, Tu turned pale, her pupils dilating with fear. With nowhere to retreat, as Lin Xian approached with a knife raised, she swiftly closed her eyes and raised her hands to shield her face, terrified. Stop! Stop! I was wrong. I confess. I confess everything. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Tu felt her breath halt momentarily. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, only to see the cold blade poised before her. Lin Xian's expression was grim. He had held nothing back, even gathering his wind gun in secret. Yet, at the moment of impending death, the girl had not countered with her powers, igniting his suspicion. Thus, he suppressed his murderous intent and halted his advance. Speak. After the plane's crash, I had no idea how I survived, so I fled toward your home. I am aware that I possess abilities, yet I do not know how to wield them. However, upon waking that day, I discovered. Lin Xian shot her a fierce glare, causing Tu to tremble and tearfully say, I heard you save that sister Chun and mention wanting to sleep with her. then spoke of the Infinity Train project, which sounded rather dubious. Thus, I thought you were the kind of scoundrel who would take advantage of the apocalypse to deceive women. Lin Xian regarded her calmly. So you were afraid that in seeking help, you might unwittingly fall into a den of wolves, hence pretended to be unconscious and seized the opportunity to attack me? Tu nodded, then shook her head, her gaze evasive as she faced the cold blade. I did not intend to attack you. It was out of necessity. But what would you think? I had just suffered a calamity and woke to find you plotting against me. Naturally, I was terrified. In this world of despair, one must always guard against others. Lin Xian understood this, and so did Tu. Upon awakening, she had hoped to communicate with Lin Xian, but unexpectedly found him scheming against her. Consequently, she perceived him as a complete pervert and, in a moment of desperation, continued to feign unconsciousness, seeking an opportunity to devise a plan. However, as fate would have it, just as Lin Xian and Shun Sichuan exited the train, she was caught by Lin Xian, who possessed the mechanical heart ability. Before she could finish half a piece of bread. Perfect, Lin Xian suddenly spoke. Since you do not know how to use your abilities, keeping you around would be of no use to me. Completing the logical loop, he stated, lowering the short knife to Ai's neck, causing her complexion to change drastically. With eyes closed, she pleaded, please don't be impulsive. Let us talk this through. Slowly, she opened one eye to glance at Lin Xian's fierce expression, immediately closing it again, hastily adding, don't kill me. If you keep me, my abilities could provide you with an extra layer of protection in times of danger. After all, my life is in your hands. I assent it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, and upon realizing the girl had spoken the truth, he felt a weight lift from his heart. In a life-and-death situation, if she truly understood how to wield her formidable abilities, how could she allow him to threaten her thus? Coming to this realization, Lin Xian exhaled a breath. That makes sense. With a soft hiss, the wheels turned, and the infinity began to move once more. As Tu saw Lin Xian lower the knife, the tension within her finally eased. She looked at him, saying, so, shall we make peace? Make peace? Lin Xian mused, finding her wording amusing, as if children were playing house. He regarded her thoughtfully. I need to consider. All right. Ai's expression shifted, suddenly relieved. You keep me, and I can truly help you. However, before Tu could fully rejoice, Lin Xian abruptly seized her, a strange smile on his face, and dragged her towards the first carriage. Caught off guard and visibly startled, Tu exclaimed, what are you doing? Guess. Lin Xian replied with an enigmatic expression. Tu, in a panic, continued, wait, I said we would make peace. I truly made a mistake. I never intended to harm you. You can't bully me. I beg to differ. Hold on. I'm still a minor. Irrelevant. No, I'm actually a boy. Look, I don't have breasts. I'm of no interest to you. Besides, you already have that sister, so please don't bully me. I have no preferences. By the way, don't you remember I have special abilities? If I accidentally unleash them and hurt you, what then? If that were to happen, you should thank me for helping you awaken your powers. Inside the first carriage, Lin Xian bound Ai's hands and feet with ropes and unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa, declaring, you just reminded me, since you unleash your powers when in danger, I can use you as a shield in critical moments. Moreover, given your history of escaping restraints to launch sneak attacks, it is prudent to bind you securely to prevent any malice. You're despicable. You're a jerk. Tu protested as she struggled. Lin Xian raised a pair of stinky socks, saying, if you keep babbling like that, don't blame me for stuffing this in your mouth. Fuming, Ai's face alternated between red and pale. Although Lin Xian had no genuine intent to bully her, the fact that he had bound her with the intention of using her as a shield was utterly vile. However, finding herself under his roof, she could not match his strength. Seeing him brandish the socks, she fell silent, glaring at him with fiery eyes, plotting when she might teach him a lesson. Keep glaring, and you'll sleep with the zombies tonight, Lin Xian coldly remarked upon noticing her defiance. Upon hearing zombie, Tu instinctively recoiled, silenced by his imposing presence. After a while, she finally murmured, why are you being so fierce? What if I need to use the restroom? Lin Xian suddenly smiled. That's for you to answer. You haven't told me how you managed to go 3 days without food or a bathroom. You weren't here the night before last. I waited until that sister fell asleep to eat and use the restroom. And last night, Tu shot him an annoyed look, her eyes darting. You were too tired. I waited until both of you were asleep before getting up. Lin Xian frowned. So if I hadn't noticed, you planned to continue sleeping indefinitely? Not really, Tu replied, fidgeting. I meant to confess today, but I got hungry, and you all were gone. As the sun set, casting the sky into darkness, the infinite train slowly came to a halt at a mountain gorge railway bridge. After departing from Yushan Station and only pausing briefly, Lin Xian had driven the train at full speed for nearly 2 hours. The entire train was sweltering, but the intensifying snowstorm soon lowered the temperature. It dropped to -3 degrees, and the carriage windows began to fog. Chen Xishuan pulled down the light-blocking shades in all the carriages and closed the cockpit door. Outside was a dim valley, and only the silhouette of the mountains was visible. Inside the first carriage, Chen Xishuan regarded Tu, who was tightly bound, with a strange expression. Have you been pretending to sleep all along? Indeed, Lin Xian replied, glancing at her. We were both careless. Last night, someone witnessed a live performance. I did not. Tu retorted, her cheeks flushed. I kept my eyes closed and saw nothing. Upon hearing this, Chen Xishuan's face flushed red. If it had just been her and Lin Xian, she might have considered it a means of survival in the apocalypse, but with a third party present who had seen it, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Tu. Why did you pretend to sleep? If we hadn't taken care of you these past 2 days, you would have perished. I merely misjudged this villain, Tu replied, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Xian. After pondering, she decided to make slight adjustments to this segment of the narrative and hoped everyone would point out any issues. Chapter 27. The Giant Centipede, is that so? Lin Xian smiled. Are you at ease now? Ai's gaze shifted, and she mumbled, Did I not say we would make peace? Suddenly, she turned to Chen Xishuan with a pleading tone. Teacher Chen, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Could you help me untie these ropes? I feel so uncomfortable. Is that so? I fail to see it. Chen Xishuan huffed. When I bound you 2 days ago, you seemed to sleep quite soundly. Though gentle in nature, Chen Xishuan was not without her temper, and Ai's actions startled her. How could she expect a warm response? Ai, too, was momentarily speechless, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Xian. Hey, you don't actually plan to keep me tied up like this, do you? What if a monster appears? Lin Xian remained unfazed, stating, This is a punishment for stealing food. If you want me to release you, it depends on your behavior. If your powers prove useless, I will have to ask you to leave the train. Frustrated, Tu shot him a guilty glance and shrank back into the sofa. All right, I admit my wrongdoing. If I had powers, I would definitely help you. Please don't kick me off the train. Fine, Lin Xian replied coldly, before ignoring her and heading to the cockpit, instructing Chen Xishuan to keep an eye on her. Lin Xian retrieved the gun he had found from the Oasis convoy, sighing as he examined it. One of the guns had a bent barrel, and he imagined that after exhausting their ammunition, those ruffians had likely used the guns as makeshift clubs. Yet they had still been completely wiped out. What manner of monster is this? Absorption progress. 5. With no bullets and a bent barrel. Lin Xian thought it wise to absorb the gun and see if any surprises awaited him. Absorption successful. Mechanical source points. 2. Mechanical absorption skill proficiency. 1. Absorption successful. Mechanical source point. 1. Mechanical absorption skill proficiency. 1. Is this all? It's a gun, for heaven's sake. Lin Xian lamented as he viewed the display before him. Don't treat a gun like a mere club. At that moment, Lin Xian's expression suddenly shifted as he became aware of something. Beneath the still floor of the carriage, a subtle vibration echoed through the iron tracks. Clack, 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 clack. Like countless chains sliding over the rails, the sound was continuous, yet heavy and powerful. What is wrong? Chen Xishuan asked as Lin Xian entered the carriage. Sure. Lin Xian motioned for silence. Something is approaching. He lowered his voice, indicating for both of them to remain still. He then turned off the lights in the carriage, plunging everyone into darkness. He slowly crouched down, placing his hand on the train's floor, merging with it through his mechanical heart to sense the outside situation. Chen Xishuan furrowed her brow. She turned to the window by the bed and cautiously lifted the light-blocking panel just a crack. Upon seeing what lay beyond, her pupils dilated, and she quickly covered her mouth in shock. Seeing Chen Xishuan's expression, Ai's face instantly grew serious as well. Lin Xian. In the darkness, Chen Xishuan gently tapped Lin Xian's shoulder. He rose and approached the window, peering outside through the gap. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. In the faint light of the night, he beheld a colossal shadow slowly climbing the bridge's iron framework, its countless claws clattering against the pillars and tracks. while two long antennae swayed back and forth. Is that the giant worm? Lin Xian's heart raced. How is it still following us? After traveling at least a couple of 100 kilometers from Jiangshi Cargo Center to Yushan Station during the day, how could this creature still be on our tail? Has it set its sights on us? As the colossal shadow loomed ever closer to the rear of carriage number 3, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, and he decisively activated the mechanical heart, unleashing the full might of the two locomotives, Zhujing 03E and Huanqing 7F, in a fierce roar. Run! At that moment, a singular thought coursed through his mind. This monstrous creature was akin to the white giant from that fateful night, its ordinary armor utterly incapable of withstanding the impending assault. Although the exterior of his Wuxianhao was clad in tank-grade rolled steel plates and high-hardness tungsten alloy, which was significantly more resilient than the freezer's door, he dared not gamble on its effectiveness. Faced with such a beast, it was far better to propel the train forward than to wait for it to crack open the carriage. The sheer force of tens of thousands of horsepower combined with the kinetic energy of hundreds of tons of beast was not to be underestimated. The immense traction caused both Chen Sichuan and Tu to stumble momentarily, and just then, the lights within the carriage flickered to life, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the train's engine. "Teacher Chen, to the cockpit," Lin Xian shouted, drawing forth his short knife. Chen Sichuan's heart raced, but after steadying herself, she resolutely made her way toward the cockpit. Suddenly, the Wuxian house sprang to life, inciting the wrath of the massive red centipede. A piercing shriek echoed through the canyon, and in an instant, the carriage was violently jolted. The tremendous force tipped carriage number 3 at an angle, shaking the entire train, while the iron wheels screamed and sparked against the tracks. "Not good," Lin Xian barked, brandishing his knife as he charged toward carriage number 3. Meanwhile, Tu, having her limbs still bound, shouted, "Hey, villain, let me go." Under Lin Xian's command, all the curtains in the carriages were raised in unison. He arrived just in time to witness a massive red shadow crawling up the side of carriage number 3. The centipede's speed was astonishing, its numerous legs resembling mechanical claws that effortlessly scaled the carriage, the weight causing the roof to emit hollow sounds. Lin Xian's heart raced. This creature was far quicker than he had anticipated, and there was no shaking it off. Fearing it would reach the front and overturn the train, he decisively lowered the tailgate of the rear carriage. Gazing at the writhing mass of insect legs outside, a chill ran down his spine. Just then, the hydraulic tailgate lowered a third of the way before abruptly jamming. Outside, part of the red centipede's body was rapidly advancing, cursing under his breath. Lin Xian aimed at the creature's belly and unleashed a wind gun. The shot struck true, producing a hard echo and severing one of the hundreds of legs, though it inflicted minimal damage. Instead, this action drew the centipede's attention, and it swiftly crawled atop the carriage. With the hydraulic tailgate stuck, the creature coiled its tail, revealing several needle-like appendages over a meter long, which it thrust violently at the steel tailgate. Boom! A tremendous force caused the steel tailgate to bulge inward. Lin Xian was taken aback, realizing the insect's strength was formidable. At this rate, the armor would soon be penetrated. The centipede's front half had already reached the top of carriage number 2. Seeing this, Tu hopped toward carriage number 2, where she managed to find a small tool knife in a waterproof bag's corner. She had secretly used this knife to free herself from her bindings. Lin Xian glanced at her, but there was no time to concern himself with her at the moment. Clang! Clang! A sharp grinding sound reverberated from the roof, producing a terrifying metallic tearing noise. Filled with rage and fearing the carriage might be breached, Lin Xian fired the wind gun at the soft underbelly of the centipede. Boom! 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 The frantic barrage finally bore fruit, shattering several sections of the soft shell and creating a gaping wound that sprayed dark green ichor. The centipede recoiled in pain, retracting its tail before launching it again at the already dented tailgate. Run! Lin Xian's pupils constricted, knowing the tailgate could not withstand much more. He turned to Tu and shouted urgently. Boom! The massive tail needle pierced through the tailgate and into the carriage. At that moment, Tu was crouched on the ground, desperately cutting the nylon ties binding her feet. Hearing Lin Xian's call, she looked up just in time to see countless fragments of steel flying towards her like bullets. She froze, her eyes widening in terror. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian appeared before her, accompanied by a swiftly forming ice wall. He hurled himself in front of her, waving his hand. PFF! PFF! The azure ice wall, just formed when several black metal shards embedded themselves deep within, causing the ice to shatter. Tu gasped as she was enveloped in Lin Xian's embrace, pulled aside. Ouch, she exclaimed, feeling the pressure of his body. The ropes binding her hands and feet finally gave way, and she glanced at Lin Xian, her expression a mix of astonishment and concern. Hey, villain, are you all right? Lin Xian struggled to his feet, his face grim as he looked at her. If you don't help, we're all going to die. I'll try. In her panic, she stood up, biting her lip, waving her hands frantically as she shouted, hey. However, nothing happened. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he prepared to scold her. Suddenly, Tu's expression changed, and she pointed toward carriage number 3, exclaiming, watch out. The centipede, having breached the tailgate, seemed to find its opening. After thrashing about inside, it retracted and turned its direction, thrusting 2 crimson tentacles through the hole in the tailgate. In that instant, both Lin Xian and Tu beheld the creature's massive maw, lined with jagged pincers. Clang, clang. The centipede wasted no time, tearing at the damaged tailgate. If it managed to breach the carriage, Lin Xian, Tu, and Chen Sichuan would undoubtedly meet their end. Without hesitation, Lin Xian sprang up and unleashed 2 wind guns aimed at the creature's mouthparts. Boom! Boom! The sound of flesh exploding reverberated as the centipede was struck, its mouth rupturing and dark green ichor gushing forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that sent chills down the spines of those inside the carriage. The centipede recoiled in pain, its lower half snagging on a row of iron mesh columns beside the tracks. The immense traction of the accelerating Wuxian how nearly yanked the creature from the carriage. However, the centipede's legs clung tightly to carriage number 3, causing the entire train to decelerate abruptly. Everyone stumbled, nearly losing their footing. Chen Sichuan, in the cockpit, nearly collided with the control panel due to the sudden deceleration. She turned to see a massive worm struggling desperately on carriage number 3. Instantly, she shouted to Lin Xian, hold on tight, we're turning ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian wrapped his arms around Tu's waist and grasped the handle of the carriage's brake door, simultaneously activating the mechanical heart to begin decelerating. If the speed remained too high, the train could easily derail, and in such circumstances, he had to reduce the speed. Clang, clang, clang. The lower half of the giant centipede became ensnared in an increasing number of barbed wire fences, its legs leaving countless scratch marks on the carriage, creating a cacophony of sparks and screeches, while the red centipede continued to emit its shrill cries. As the train veered into a bend, the immense centrifugal force caused the colossal insect to become ensnared in more iron columns. Ultimately, it could no longer withstand the train's relentless pull, emitting a wail as it slipped from the roof of carriage number 3, rolling down the slope beside the tracks. Clank, clank. Soon, tranquility enveloped the carriage once more. Having finally escaped the monstrous creature, Lin Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Are you all right? Chen Sichuan shouted. Yen me fine. Lin Xian replied, propping himself up on the ground. Just as he prepared to rise from 2's side, a thunderous roar erupted from the left side of the train. Beneath him, Tu shouted in alarm, watch out. It's coming again. Boom! A massive crimson shadow crashed into the side, producing a cacophony that caused the entire carriage to topple, one set of wheels detaching from the track, emitting a series of metallic wails. Lin Xian was caught off guard and was thrown, along with his weapon, by the force of the impact. Just when he thought carriage number 3 would derail and he would collide with it, an invisible force suddenly halted in midair. Lin Xian stared in astonishment, turning to see Tu sitting upright, extending a hand toward him, her small face etched with panic, her eyes shimmering with a faint white light. Then, this ethereal power pulled both him and carriage number 3 back with a jolt. Clank, clank. The wheels returned to the tracks. Lin Xian was astounded. This was Ai's extraordinary ability. She could lift an entire carriage. Before he could process this, the gigantic insect had once again ascended the side of the train, thrusting a claw through the armored grille with a vice-like grip. Damn it, it just 1T quit. Lin Xian. At that moment, Chen Sichuan shouted fiercely from the front, urging him to accelerate. Their SA 3-kilometer tunnel ahead at Buwan Station. Lin Xian's heart raced at her words, instantly grasping her intention. He activated the mechanical heart to increase speed, while simultaneously lowering the hydraulic tailgate. What a foolish girl. Who are you calling foolish? Tu retorted angrily. Lin Xian, with a serious demeanor, pulled down the coupling from the rear of the train, instructing, use your powers to restrain that beast. Tu's expression shifted as she regarded the giant insect, a rare seriousness crossing her features. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she set aside her irritation, responding earnestly, okay. Furrowing her brow, she began to recall the sensation from earlier, raising her hands to channel her abilities. With a whoosh, the invisible force manifested again, yanking the coupling from Lin Xian's grasp and swiftly wrapping around the insect's tail. With a sudden flick, the creature's tail caused the coupling mechanism to whine and smoke. Lin Xian, his eyes wide with urgency, shouted, don't let it escape. Lin Xian, be careful. Not long after, the orange-yellow headlights illuminated a dark tunnel, and Chen Xishuan, gripping the cockpit handrail, called out loudly behind her. The insect seemed to sense impending danger, letting out a shriek, but it was still clamped onto the side armor, its tail ensnared by the metallic coupling, unable to free itself. Accelerate! Lin Xian scooped up Tu and leaped into carriage number 2, while the mechanical heart roared to life, expending all its strength to propel the train forward. Boom! The gas turbine and electric locomotive roared in unison, accelerating the front carriages into the tunnel, while a tremendous crash echoed from the rear carriage. The massive red creature collided with the tunnel wall, immediately causing carriage number 3 to derail, while the adjacent carriage smashed into the wall, igniting flames and shattering glass. The giant insect let out a piercing wail, its myriad legs thrashing wildly in a frenzy to escape, but it was wholly ensnared by the train's inertia, simultaneously crushed by the weight of the carriage, its heavy exoskeleton scraping against the tunnel with a deafening noise. Meanwhile, Tu, pinned beneath Lin Xian, gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot, resolutely clutching the coupling with both hands to ensure the creature could not flee. The carriage reverberated with the thunderous vibrations and the creature's agonized cries. The 3-kilometer tunnel felt like both an instant and an eternity. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, replaced by the sound of metal scraping, as carriage number 3 was once again pulled back onto the tracks. Clank, clank. The carriage returned to a serene state. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and looked up, astonished to find the giant claw still embedded in the armored grille. His heart sank, and he quickly turned to inspect the scene, discovering the metallic coupling dragging the dismembered tail of the giant insect, leaving a gruesome trail on the tracks, the tail already in tatters and smeared with blood. Is it dead? Just then, Tu finally released her grip and abruptly raised her head, only to collide with Lin Xian's chin due to her haste. Thud! A sharp sound echoed in the carriage. Ouch! Tu cried out, instinctively cradling her head with her hands. Damn it! Lin Xian, also reeling from the impact, clutched his chin, grimacing in pain. They had no time to ascertain whether the giant insect was truly dead, both nursing their injuries and lamenting their misfortunes. It hurts like hell, you jerk. Tu glared at him. What are you, made of iron? Lin Xian retorted angrily. With no time for banter, he gritted his teeth and stood up, glancing outside at the motionless insect corpse, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. To confirm, he gradually reduced speed, cautiously wielding his weapon as he approached the rear of the carriage. Peering out, he saw that the insect's body, clinging to the side of the train, had been ground to a pulp, leaving only a layer of skin and a multitude of claws, with a severed portion still caught on the coupling. With a sudden realization, Lin Xian brought the Infinity to a smooth stop. It's really dead. Seeing Lin Xian halt the train, Tu excitedly stood up, rubbing her head, and rushed over. Upon seeing the scattered remains of the insect, her face turned green as she fought the urge to retch. What a disgusting giant bug. Lin Xian glanced back at Tu, his expression wary. Yet, to his surprise, blood began to trickle from her nostrils, which she ignored. Noticing his gaze, she casually wiped the blood away, tilting her face slightly, proudly proclaiming, See, I told you I was useful. You figured out how to use your abilities? I think so. When? Just now to save you. Tu blinked. You see, I've always been a good person. As she spoke, a fresh stream of blood flowed from her nose, her complexion paling unhealthily. She looked at Lin Xian, remarking, It's strange, after using it, my head hurts and I feel dizzy. Lin Xian, recognizing that she had exhausted her energy, grew serious. He glanced at the rear tailgate and quickly fetched a towel, tossing it to Tu to clean the blood from her face. Is everyone okay? After the train stopped, Chun Sichuan approached with a look of trepidation, recoiling at the sight of carriage number 3's devastation, and promptly gagging. The corpse emitted a foul, nauseating odor, making even the strongest-willed cringe. Lin Xian regarded Chun Sichuan, having to admit she was far more intelligent than he had imagined. In that perilous moment, it was she who devised the countermeasure. Thanks to you, we managed to survive, Lin Xian said earnestly. Chun Sichuan avoided his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was really me. How can you say that? If it weren't for your idea, I wouldn't have known how to deal with that monster. Hey, Tu interjected, hands on her hips and a disgruntled expression. Why is no one thanking me? As he spoke, a trickle of blood dripped from his nose. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, noticing Tu's pallor, and inquired, "How do you feel?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tu's eyes narrowed, and she swayed precariously before collapsing against Lin Xian's chest. Just before losing consciousness, she suddenly grasped his arm with a weak breath, saying, "Please, don't leave me behind." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. Observing the now unconscious Tu, the anxiety that had gripped his heart began to ease. It seemed this girl was aware of her precarious situation and was willing to assist him in his time of need. With this thought, he felt a measure of his wariness dissipate. He exchanged a glance with Chun Sichuan. "You keep an eye on her while I assess the situation. If there is no immediate danger, we will wait here until dawn." "All right," Chun Sichuan replied, glancing at the wreckage of car number 3 and the dark wilderness surrounding them, her expression anxious. Lin Xian retrieved a flashlight from the toolbox within the carriage and jumped down from the tailboard, his brow furrowing as he examined the shattered remains of the insect corpse. He hurried back to the carriage, dragged out the small crane, and tore the enormous pincers of the red insect from the armored grille, allowing the remaining insect carcass to tumble to the ground. He then moved to the back, unfastened the coupling on the severed insect tail, and retracted it onto the vehicle. This will require repairs, Lin Xian thought as he surveyed the aftermath within car number 3. His expression grave. Indeed, as the girl had suggested, this vehicle needed to be equipped with weapons and defensive systems. Mere speed was insufficient. Had it not been for Chun Sichuan's cleverness, Lin Xian would have found himself at a loss this evening. His wind cannon boasted a power comparable to firearms at close range, but its effectiveness diminished significantly at a distance. And both the white behemoth and the red insect were tough-skinned, resilient creatures. Conventional weapons would yield little advantage against them. Just as Lin Xian prepared to return to the train after clearing the debris, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, as if something was stirring below. In an instant, a rustling sound filled his ears. He shone the flashlight towards the sound and saw a surging black mist emanating from the colossal insect carcass beside the train. Strangely, instead of rising into the air, the mist was being drawn underground by some mysterious force. Lin Xian frowned and stepped closer, the rustling sound intensifying, resembling the cries of countless souls in anguish, sending chills down his spine. What on earth is this? Startled, he retreated a few steps, distancing himself from the black smoke, which transformed the cries into faint rustling sounds. Within mere moments, the black mist vanished, leaving only the insect carcass behind, exuding a foul odor. Did I mishear? Lin Xian thought, astonished. He had indeed heard human cries when he approached the black mist, a haunting sound reminiscent of victims devoured by the giant insect, an extraordinary phenomenon. Upon returning to the train, Lin Xian attempted to raise the tailboard. Despite several fractures in the car body, he was relieved to find the hydraulic system of the tailboard still operational. After activating the mechanical heart to raise the tailboard, he surveyed the disarray within car number 3, noting that numerous tools, including a welding machine, the small crane, and his motorcycle, were scattered about. These items were invaluable. If damaged, repairs would be quite troublesome. Lin Xian's mechanical repair and manufacturing abilities were interconnected, requiring appropriate materials and significant time. After the fierce battle, he was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness, and the commotion had not attracted a horde of zombies, allowing him a brief respite. Checking the time, he realized it was already 21:15. They had fought and fled from the giant insect for over 2 hours. "How is it?" Chun Sichuan asked as Lin Xian approached after closing the door. "For now, it's safe," he replied, grabbing a bottle of water from the storage rack and drinking a third of it in one go. His gaze swept over to see that the young girl had been helped to the sofa by Chun Sichuan and had fallen asleep. It was evident that while her newly awakened abilities were formidable, they had also drained her energy significantly. Lin Xian's expression grew complex. Although he had saved her and they had fought side by side, he found her cunning and, after her ability awakening, he felt uncertain about his capacity to confront her. With this thought, he began to feel troubled. "Are you injured?" Chen Xishuan asked, noticing the bloodstains on his hands and face. "Just superficial wounds," Lin Xian sighed. Glancing at Chen Xishuan, "You ran quite a distance tonight. Tomorrow, depending on the situation, I would like to rest at Beiwan Station." Chen Xishuan nodded in agreement. Beiwan Town isn't large, so the situation shouldn't be too complex. After Beiwan Station, the next major city is Yubei City, from where we will truly enter the Huanqing orbital line. As for the road conditions, she hesitated, initially intending to suggest that the road conditions on the Huanqing orbital line might be better, but she hesitated, recalling that they had been fortunate not to encounter broken tracks or debris thus far. Who could say whether the road ahead would be better or worse? In the dark of night, the infinite lay silently upon the tracks, resembling a colossal mechanical beast amidst the valley. Inside car number 3, Lin Xian's eyes glimmered with focus as he began to activate his mechanical repair skill, working to mend the tailboard and side armor, while Chen Xishuan diligently used a medical kit she had procured from the Oasis convoy to disinfect the wounds on Lin Xian's hands and face. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze fixed on the screen before him, his pupils wide with astonishment. He discovered that both his attributes and skill proficiency had seen a significant increase. Current mechanical heart level, LV1 310,500. Note, upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Achieving LV3, LV6, and LV9 unlocks mysterious awakenings. Basic attributes, strength, LV1 4,750, speed, LV1 1650, defense, LV0 2,830, current basic skills, mechanical devour, LV2 8,500, mechanical manufacture, LV1 112,300, mechanical scan, passive, mechanical repair, passive, mechanical operation, passive, special skills, wine cannon, LV1 66,100, ice shield, LV1 18,100. How can my attributes increase without devouring any machinery? After the battle, the wind cannon had surged from 25 to 66, and the ice shield skill had increased by 12 points this time. A stark contrast to the mere 5 points gained during his previous encounter with Lu Wei. If this increase could be attributed to battling strong foes, then the changes in his basic attributes baffled him. Previously, he had only gained attribute enhancements through mechanical devouring, but now his strength had risen by 14 points, speed by 7 points, and even defense by 8 points, an increase comparable to devouring 4 large refrigerators. What is happening? Lin Xian felt a mix of surprise and joy. He had never known attributes could increase in this manner. Then why haven't I seen any improvements after slaying so many zombies? He found himself engulfed in profound confusion. Could it be that defeating bizarre entities granted enhancements to his abilities? After much contemplation, this idea seemed the most plausible. Lin Xian recalled the black centipede on Old Li, the white humanoid monstrosity from the furniture store. He had not slain either of those, but he had finally dealt with the giant insect that had appeared thrice tonight. He sighed deeply. Regardless, any gain was preferable to none at all. Based on his current attributes, his strength and defense were on the verge of leveling up, which was genuinely good news. Each level increase in attributes represented a substantial enhancement to his strength. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Jiang City, the entire city had plunged into an eternal night. In the nocturnal streets of the city, corners were teeming with various zombies and eerie entities. The radio was devoid of any sound. High above, amidst the vast clouds, a colossal floating corpse suddenly trembled, dispersing the mist, akin to a mountain obscuring the stars. The zombies throughout the city erupted into a frenzy, and countless monsters lurking in the shadows began to howl. Black blood was uncontrollably drawn from their bodies, as a strange gravitational force gradually attracted them, as if the very heavens were reversing. The zombies collapsed en masse, succumbing to death, and the entire city was instantly enveloped in an aura of mortality. Subsequently, that landmass-like floating corpse slowly turned and began to move eastward. After a night of rest, the damage in carriage number 3 was largely repaired by Lin Xian, who had used metal armor to mend the broken areas, rendering it mostly functional. Exhausted, he opened his eyes once more at the call of Chen Xishuan. Lin Xian, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. The dawn has arrived. She took his hand and pointed his watch. Look. Lin Xian focused his gaze, feeling the sunlight streaming through the window. At that moment, he noticed the time on his watch was 16:26, an hour and a half earlier than anticipated. Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he was instantly alert. Inquiring of Chen Xishuan, how far did we run last night? At least 400 kilometers, she replied, if the odometer is accurate. We are now only about 50 kilometers from Beiwan town. He glanced at the nearby sofa and saw that Tu had already awoken, sitting there with a smile. Waving at him. Are you all right? Lin Xian asked. Absolutely, Tu replied, looking refreshed. A good sleep has done wonders. Lin Xian frowned, suddenly realizing, I seem to have forgotten to tie you up. Upon hearing this, Ai's expression darkened, and she nervously retorted, Hey, I saved you yesterday. Do you really intend to tie me up? Not tying you up is fine, Lin Xian said earnestly. Given your performance last night, I can overlook the issue of your pilfering. However, regarding my question now, if you do not speak the truth, I will still consider tossing you out. Tu furrowed her brow, gazing at him with apprehension, stammering, what question? Is it true that your father is the owner of Linglong Group, a secondary investor in the Dawn Project? Tu, looking puzzled, replied, Did you not say you were uninterested in this matter? Answer my question. Lin Xian interjected, showing no leniency. He recognized that this girl had a somewhat capricious personality, her words often lacking sincerity. Now that she had learned to harness her abilities, he could not afford to let her misplace her priorities. Seeing Lin Xian's stern demeanor, Chen Xishuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She pondered how she had never noticed the depth of his resolve and the intensity of his presence before. When he was strict, it felt as if she were the student and he the teacher. It is true. Tu glared at Lin Xian, thinking him rather intimidating. Were you going on the helicopter? I'm not entirely sure, just that it's in the direction of Daluo Mountain, Tu stated. Lin Xian sensed no deceit in her tone and continued. Do you know why the plane crashed? Upon hearing this, Ai's expression shifted and she shook her head. I don't recall much. The plane just suddenly lost control, as if something was in the sky. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, within that vast, cloud-like mass above Jiang City, there must be something terrifying lurking, instilling dread. The pressure it exerted was even more oppressive than the onset of night. All right, one final question, Lin Xian exhaled, scrutinizing Tu with a discerning gaze. You are quite young, yet seem very knowledgeable about technological equipment. Why is that? Upon hearing this, Tu tensed up, but to her relief, she brightened and confidently declared, You underestimate me. I am well-versed in all kinds of cutting-edge information systems. There is no corner of the internet I cannot access. Previously, I could even procure the specifications of the most advanced super-heavy integrated armor of the interstellar military. Have you heard of the multi-aperture array radar? The I-17 multi-blade plasma cannon? Still in the testing phase and classified? I know a plethora of such fascinating things. Your 2028 model of the Giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine vehicle has been retired for nearly a decade. It struggles with the tumultuous conditions and high salinity windstorms in transoceanic orbits. Of course, you've only driven it for less than 1,000 kilometers, so you're far from the oceanic orbital segment. Food, water, air, information, defense, medical supplies. Aside from the temporary absence of energy, everything else is still lacking. Am I mistaken? Chen Xishuan looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom how this girl could possess such vast knowledge. New book request. Chapter 31. The Motorcycle Girl. Lin Xian, intrigued by the impassioned girl before him, smiled faintly and remarked, It seems you have a better plan? Of course. Tu replied, brimming with confidence. Now that we are all in the same boat, even if I don't consider your nefarious intentions, I must think of my own safety. How do we reach Jinhai under the current circumstances? Speak up. She turned to him. Your ability allows you to manipulate machinery, right? Lin Xian nodded, indeed. Perfect. Tu snapped her fingers, asserting, I know of a military outpost nearby Beiwan City. There should be ample military supplies there. If luck is on our side, you might even acquire a radar system or a sentry system. At the very least, you could secure some weapons, which would be preferable to last night's skirmish with knives and bugs. Chen Xishuan, still incredulous, exclaimed, A military outpost? How do you know about such things? I know much more, Tu replied proudly, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian. So, shall we collaborate? Lin Xian regarded her with a faint smile, his expression cold. I must decline. 2's expression faltered, bewildered that Lin Xian, who had seemed so interested moments ago, now wore a frosty countenance. What do you mean? Lin Xian's gaze hardened as he slowly replied, I am not fond of being manipulated. If you believe that awakening your abilities grants you the right to oppose me, we might as well part ways here to avoid mutual suspicion along the journey. Hearing this, Tu felt a pang of guilt. Who wants to oppose you? Lin Xian replied with a serene smile, I can take you to Jinhai. It is merely a city along the interstellar route. However, I do not wish to make any deals with you or go out of my way for your sake. Our priority is survival, one day at a time. If I bring you along, it is solely because I could trust you on the road and that you contribute value to this team. No one here will cater to you. Resources are scarce, and everyone must cooperate. As for what benefits you might bring me in Jinhai, I am utterly indifferent. Do you comprehend? Some might consider Lin Xian's perspective short-sighted. Yet in a post-apocalyptic world, the present circumstances always outweigh future prospects. He must focus on daily survival, seeking ways to escape the perpetual night, while future benefits and promises were not worth his contemplation. Overthinking would only become a burden. I's attempt to negotiate from a position of entitlement to gain a privileged status on the train was fundamentally misguided. For other survivors, such expectations could incite fervent sacrifices. But Lin Xian was distinctly not that kind of person. To him, a person lacking sincerity, regardless of their capabilities, held no value. The most crucial aspect is that he must instill a sense of crisis in Tu. Otherwise, his concessions may lead her to believe that Lin Xian is wary of her extraordinary abilities. If that is the case, it would be better to clarify their stance as either adversaries or allies. Tu observed Lin Xian, who wore a smile that, for some inexplicable reason, failed to convey warmth. On the contrary, it felt as though, upon turning away, that smile would morph into a terrifying specter, ready to devour her whole. In response to Lin Xian's commanding words, I's gaze began to flicker. Their eyes met, and, after a moment of silence, she averted her gaze, curling up on the sofa with her knees drawn to her chin. Her earlier confidence replaced by the wide-eyed curiosity of a kitten as she uttered a soft "Oh." "Oh, what?" Lin Xian's gaze was piercing. "Then, I shall heed your request." Tu fiddled with her 2 fingers, her tone less sharp, albeit still somewhat defiant. "Just don't let me go hungry." Lin Xian rose and retrieved a can of fruit and a packet of snacks from the storage rack, tossing them to her with a cold voice. "I have no concern for your past identity, but once you board this train, it is best you harbor no ulterior motives. Every life is singular, and if you fail to assure me of your reliability, no matter your utility, I shall not hesitate to cast you aside." Upon hearing this, I's eyes darted, furtively studying him as if pondering something. She opened the can and took a bite, remaining silent for a moment before breaking the stillness. "My name is Wenqi. Is your name also a facade?" Tu blushed slightly before replying, "No, I have always been called Tu. Wenqi is my real name." Lin Xian nodded, recognizing the goodwill in her words, and softened his tone. "I can interpret this as a gesture of sincerity on your part. May I make a request?" Tu inquired. "Speak." "I would like to occupy car number 2. She preferred not to share a cabin with Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan, as despite her carefree demeanor, she was still a 16-year-old girl, somewhat sensitive to matters of intimacy. "Not a problem," Lin Xian agreed, "but car number 2 is rather bare. Some preparations will be necessary. I will manage that myself." Lin Xian's expression hardened slightly, his tone unfriendly. Tu quickly amended her words, speaking submissively. "What I meant is, I will seek your approval and, of course, require your assistance." Now that sounds more agreeable. Lin Xian thought I's current attitude was much improved. After a period of amicable negotiation, Lin Xian temporarily accepted the somewhat complex identity of this girl, recognizing her value following their encounter the previous night. "Hey," Tu called out, pouting as she stopped him. "Are you still considering that military outpost?" Lin Xian furrowed his brow. "No traps, I hope?" Tu shot him a glance, her tone surprisingly gentle. "If you doubt me, I can accompany you." Lin Xian's expression darkened. He sensed the sincerity in I's words, prompting him to reassess his infinite train plan, realizing there were still many deficiencies. With his extraordinary abilities, he could currently claim to be free from energy-related pressures. However, since their journey commenced, the troubles encountered had proven far deadlier than energy issues. Therefore, when Tu mentioned a military outpost in Beiwai City, Lin Xian felt a genuine intrigue. He urgently needed to upgrade the infinite train's armor and replenish its weaponry, and such a sizable mobile fortress required a more sophisticated reconnaissance system. Moreover, he himself needed to expedite the enhancement of his mechanical heart or acquire more useful skills. Lin Xian had envisioned that even a simple hairdryer could grant him a powerful wind cannon skill. Thus, military-grade weapons might yield even more delightful surprises upon consumption. Therefore, regardless of the perspective, he resolved not to recklessly plunge into the night, but to ensure he possessed adequate means of self-defense. Contemplating this, Lin Xian nodded. I indeed wish to upgrade the train's armor and weaponry. We can check out that military outpost you mentioned, and also replenish supplies in Beiwai Town. Excellent. Ai's eyes sparkled as she pointed towards car number 3. Shall we ride that? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at her. Can you ride? Oof. Who do you look down upon? Tu turned slightly, revealing a delicate tattoo of a black cat wearing sunglasses on her slim waist. Combined with her short shorts and long, smooth legs, she emanated an inexplicable punk girl vibe. Do you even know my illustrious former name? Spirit Girl? Ha! It is Huiwa Heike. Black motorcycle? Ha! Country bumpkin. Chapter 32. The fog station. The infinite train sped through a range of mountains, and before long, what should have been an expanse of visibility was cloaked in thick white fog. Inside the cockpit, Chun Sichuan monitored the status on the driving radar, her brow knitted in concern. After snowfall, such dense fog is unusual. It may be a blessing, Lin Xian remarked, his eyes fixed on the fog ahead. With such poor visibility, this train entering the city will surely attract the attention of many survivors. This fog has spared us considerable trouble. Chun Sichuan glanced nervously towards car number 3, where Tu was excitedly adjusting the motorcycle. Do you trust her? In contrast to the relationship between Lin Xian and Chun Sichuan, Tu was an unexpected guest, and both sensed an inscrutable facade surrounding her, leading Chun Sichuan to regard Ai's words with skepticism. Lin Xian's expression remained impassive as he replied. She is clever and understands that this train cannot operate without me. Therefore, unless she has a superior survival strategy, collaborating with us is her best option. Chun Sichuan nodded slightly, about to speak when Lin Xian suddenly pulled her waist and kissed her passionately. This unexpected act left Chun Sichuan blushing, her heart racing. What are you doing? She exclaimed, flustered. Teacher Chun. Lin Xian gazed at her with admiration. I was fortunate to have you last night. Chun Sichuan, caught in his embrace and hearing his words, felt a wave of joy wash over her heart. Though she appeared not to be assertive, she had always been a determined woman, unwilling to be regarded as merely ornamental. In this life and death moment, hearing Lin Xian's acknowledgement filled her with a sense of validation. Do not underestimate me. After all, I am still your teacher. Her words carried a playful tone, yet she soon realized the ambiguity in their current relationship, causing her expression to shift slightly. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, they say teachers are navigators of life. Now, you truly are the navigator of this train. As the train passed through a switch, it began to slowly enter a platform shrouded in mist, visibility reduced to mere meters. To avoid colliding with other trains stationed at the platform, Chun Sichuan quickly pulled the brake lever. Should I guard the train? Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, at present, there are no better means of self-defense. I feel more secure with you here. Although they would lose a companion for scavenging, all their belongings were on the infinite, and he could not afford to be unguarded. Moreover, Chun Sichuan was merely a vulnerable woman without extraordinary abilities or weapons, making her the best choice to keep watch over the train. Chun Sichuan nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will not open the door to anyone. Lin Xian looked at her. In case of an emergency, you can enter the electric locomotive's cockpit to operate the train. I taught you that before, right? At the same time, he produced a white remote control. This is the emergency brake for the electric locomotive. It can be used to start or decelerate using reserve energy in critical situations. Chun Sichuan was taken aback, finding it hard to believe that Lin Xian had entrusted her with driving. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, for she recognized this as a manifestation of Lin Xian's trust in her. Without a hint of pretentiousness, she accepted the responsibility, her gaze resolutely fixed upon him as she stated, All right, I understand. After giving her the necessary instructions, Lin Xian glanced at the time, 1650, and noted that there were still about 2 hours before darkness would fall. He hastened towards carriage number 3. At that moment, Tu had mounted the motorcycle donning the wind goggles that Lin Xian had prepared for her. Her long legs and slender waist accentuated her figure as she expertly engaged the clutch, exuding the essence of a captivating motorcycle maiden. "I've been waiting for you. This bike doesn't have much fuel," she remarked. Lin Xian secured the short knife at his back and activated his abilities to slowly lower the tailgate. Approaching the motorcycle, he observed Tu's lithe form and furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "In such thick fog, please do not ride too fast." "Why waste words?" Tu replied disdainfully, patting the rear seat, urging him to mount. Sighing in resignation, Lin Xian climbed onto the back, hesitating as he wondered where to place his hands. Tu promptly took his hand and placed it on her slim waist, retorting, "You were so fierce in getting me off the bike yesterday. Yet now you're shy about holding my waist? Hypocrite." The temperature outside had already plummeted below zero, while Tu was clad in shorts and a crop top, the only substantial layer being her baseball jacket. Lin Xian's hands rested on her delicate waist, feeling her soft skin, which, although possessing a pleasant elasticity, was chilling to the touch. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Aren't you afraid of the cold dressed like this? Do you have other clothes?" With a dismissive glance, she replied, "What about it?" With that, she started the engine, shifted gears, and released the brake, causing the motorcycle to roar to life. Concurrently, Chun Sixuan, who was responsible for guarding the vehicle, hurriedly retracted the hydraulic tailgate, lowered all the sunshades, and extinguished the interior lights, rendering the train akin to a phantom shrouded in mist. The motorcycle's white headlights pierced through the fog as they entered a road leading into the city. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the growl of the motorcycle engine resonating, rousing the distant wails of zombies. Abandoned cars lined the road, a thin layer of snow blanketing the litter. As Lin Xian braved the biting cold wind, his worries intensified. The passenger train car was equipped with a heating system, albeit one that was decades old and had never been activated by Lin Xian. Repairing or installing a heating device would be no small feat, and turning on the heating system would significantly increase power consumption. The previous night's battle had drained much of their energy reserves, and without the assistance of the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, Lin Xian would not have had the stamina to escape after battling the colossal insect for several hundred kilometers. Hence, the challenges posed by the extreme cold were far more severe than he had initially anticipated. Tu set up her phone in front of her, displaying a preset map. Although navigation systems were absent, she seemed to have memorized the route, deftly maneuvering through the fog with remarkable speed. Lin Xian, seated behind her, curiously inquired, "How does it feel like you've been here before?" "Please, my sense of direction is impeccable. There are only a few streets here. How complicated could the roads possibly be?" "Hold on tight," she exclaimed, twisting the throttle to accelerate. Yet, just as they had traveled a few hundred meters, Tu suddenly slammed the brakes. The sound of tires screeching echoed through the streets, and a cacophony of approaching zombies could be heard behind them. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. Tu frowned, gazing into the thick fog, and slowly replied, "There's something ahead." Chapter 33. Fog Spider. The street, enveloped in fog, appeared extraordinarily eerie, with sunlight almost completely obscured. Lin Xian and Tu came to a sudden halt on a deserted stretch of road. "Something feels off," Lin Xian remarked, sensing an unsettling aura. He swiftly drew his short knife, adopting a vigilant stance. The rustling sounds grew louder, transforming into a cacophony of wails reminiscent of a tidal wave. Upon hearing this sound, both of their expressions shifted dramatically. "Zombies?" Lin Xian exclaimed. "It doesn't seem like it," Tu replied. Just then, through the fog ahead, several zombies suddenly charged towards them. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian realized these zombies were markedly different from those they had encountered before. Their skin was gray and decayed, and they sprinted with alarming speed, some even moving like animals on all fours. This scene brought back memories of the night he had rescued Tu from the Jiang City shelter, encountering Grandpa Li. In the blink of an eye, a horde of these grotesque corpses surged forth, prompting Tu to pale, and she immediately shouted, "Hold on tight." With that, she released the brake and slammed the throttle, causing the motorcycle's rear wheel to spin rapidly, releasing a cloud of smoke. "Forward," Lin Xian commanded, raising his hand and unleashing a gust of wind that struck a bizarre male zombie mid-leap, causing its head to explode. The shrill cries filled the air as the motorcycle surged forward, narrowly evading the grasp of several grotesque corpses. Lin Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, wielded his knife in one hand while continuously unleashing blasts of wind with the other, desperately navigating through the relentless tide of zombies. A gust of wind severed a female zombie in half. At that moment, a black, monstrous insect erupted from the corpse's back. Lin Xian's expression darkened. These were not ordinary zombies. He was filled with dread, recalling that such bizarre entities typically only emerged at night. How could they be out in broad daylight? This is terrible. As two drove, she saw 10 or more grotesque corpses lunging at them. In a moment of panic, she gritted her teeth and waved her hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the approaching corpses flying, allowing the motorcycle to break through the encirclement. However, Lin Xian sensed something was amiss as the motorcycle wobbled slightly. He turned to see Tu's face visibly pale, her grip on the bike trembling. Instantly, he activated his mechanical heart to take control of the motorcycle. Just as Tu was puzzled about why the bike had suddenly become unresponsive, Lin Xian pulled her back onto the seat and took the front, accelerating once more. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "This fog is problematic. You shouldn't use your abilities recklessly." All survivors were aware that terrifying anomalies emerged at night. Lin Xian had believed that with both of them being ability users, they could handle the situation easily. However, the emergence of these bizarre corpses took him by surprise. These entities were significantly faster than regular zombies, and ordinary people would have no time to react without firearms. This realization sowed seeds of doubt in his mind. If these anomalies could appear in the fog, it was entirely possible that even more terrifying creatures, akin to the white behemoth or the crimson giant centipede, could also be lurking nearby. As Lin Xian contemplated abandoning their original objective, he announced, "We need to turn left." Tu, perhaps sensing her own weakness, unusually refrained from bickering and instead clung to him like a frightened kitten. Already feeling cold, the use of her abilities intensified her shivers, prompting her to snuggle closer to Lin Xian, desperately seeking warmth against her trembling body. "We probably can't go to the place you mentioned. We need to head back," Lin Xian declared decisively. Tu turned to see the horde of corpses surging behind them, her expression grim as she retorted, "How do we go back?" Lin Xian glanced at the rearview mirror and then at the map. To return to Beiwang Station, they could either retrace their path or take a longer route circumventing the city's outer roads. With the horde in pursuit, turning back was no longer an option. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, and Lin Xian felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as he peered into the thick fog ahead. He decisively pressed the brakes and swerved the front of the vehicle. In the next moment, something resembling a bamboo pole suddenly shot down from above, embedding itself into the ground beside them with a resounding clang, creating a small crater in the cement and sending debris flying everywhere. Lin Xian was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Had he not instinctively turned just moments prior, that object would have pierced him clean through. "What on earth is this?" Tu exclaimed. The rear wheel of the motorcycle spun wildly, emitting a shrill screech. Just a few meters ahead, that piercing sound echoed again. "Watch out!" Bang! Another sharp pillar fell from above, and Lin Xian narrowly avoided a head-on collision by twisting the handlebars. At this moment, he discerned that the pole, which resembled bamboo, was covered in dense black fuzz, appearing almost like some living creature. "Bad news, look up!" Tu shouted in terror, tapping Lin Xian on the shoulder. He immediately raised his gaze. Amidst the mist above them, a colossal spider-shaped shadow loomed, dwarfing the outlines of the surrounding buildings. Its 6 disproportionately long legs seemed to stretch for over 10 meters, and those 2 appendages that had just shot down from above clearly belonged to this monstrous creature. Lin Xian's pupils trembled. He cursed inwardly, realizing that whatever he feared had manifested. The sight of this bizarre, giant spider was enough to send his sanity plummeting. Without a second thought, he slammed the accelerator, plunging into the thick fog ahead. "This is infuriating. Why can't it just be bugs instead of spiders?" Tu huddled closer to Lin Xian, muttering in frustration. Lin Xian, his expression tense, remained entirely focused on the road ahead, shrouded in mist. Bang! 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 The monstrous spider had evidently set its sights on Lin Xian, its long legs darting rapidly, thrusting down from the fog. "To the left," Tu shouted. Lin Xian quickly adjusted his direction. "Above us." He slammed the brakes again. However, the spider's legs were far too long, and it moved swiftly between the buildings, far quicker than Lin Xian could manage. Bang! 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 A massive creature continued to climb the buildings above them, and in mere moments, Several of its long legs shot down, blocking Lin Xian's path like a predator toying with its prey. Damn it! Lin Xian saw the giant spider slowly descending from the fog and prepared to unleash a wind blast. Just then, the roar of an engine erupted, and a white spotlight pierced through the mist from another direction. In an instant, a massive, modified pickup truck surged forth. Bang! The tremendous impact knocked several of the spider's legs down, causing the creature to stumble and crash to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the modified pickup executed a deft drift, halting right in front of them. The tailgate dropped, and a girl, around 11 or 12 years old, urged them, "Hurry up and get in." Lin Xian immediately understood, and without hesitation, he revved the motorcycle and drove it into the truck's bed. The girl then patted the side of the truck, saying, "All set, bro." Without missing a beat, the modified pickup roared off. At that moment, the giant spider, seemingly humiliated, let out an angry screech, and its 6 long legs began to scramble after the truck. Chapter 34. Encirclement. Lin Xian dismounted from the motorcycle, gripping the tailgate as he began to retaliate against the massive spider. He unleashed several wind blasts, but due to the distance, they merely produced faint vibrations against the looming shadow in the fog. As the spider's legs lunged again, Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately dove in front of the girl, raising an ice shield. The legs pierced through the shield but were ultimately halted, the razor-sharp tips nearly brushing the girl's face. The girl widened her eyes, breathing rapidly in shock, and looked at Lin Xian. "You're an ability user. Shasha, use this." At that moment, the rear window of the cab opened, revealing a rugged man at the wheel. He handed a grenade launcher to the girl, named Shasha, who took it without hesitation, expertly loading it before aiming at the giant spider. Fire! Bang! The tremendous recoil made Shasha stumble, and she fell onto the ground due to the truck's inertia. Yet, she seemed unfazed, watching as the grenade arced toward the spider, exploding in a fiery blast. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Got it! I hit it! All right, while it's down, let's finish it." Tu stood up, clenching her teeth, ready to unleash her powers. But Lin Xian caught her arm. "No need," he said. At that moment, the giant spider shrieked in response to the grenade, quickly vanishing into the fog. Having lost its target, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Only Tu appeared anxious, scanning the area for the dark silhouette. Once she realized it was gone, she turned to the girl. "Hey, what's your name? You're pretty impressive." The girl, with short hair and dressed in a black puffer jacket, looked a bit dirty from prolonged escape. She assessed the two of them but remained silent, instead knocking on the rear window, as if discovering treasure. "Bro, this guy is also an ability user." The man driving cast a glance in the rearview mirror, remaining focused on the road, seemingly not one for conversation. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened slightly. The implication of the girl's words was that one of them was also an ability user. "Lu Hua, Lu Shasha. My brother's a bit of a blockhead, not much for talking." The girl leaned against the rear window, cradling the grenade launcher as she introduced herself. Lin Xian managed a faint smile, expressing gratitude. "I'm Lin Xian, and this is Tu. Did you two just arrive here?" Lu Shasha shook her head, her eyes turning towards the swirling fog. "We arrived 2 days ago, but like everyone else, we're stuck in this damned mist." "What? You mean we can't escape this fog?" Ai's brow furrowed immediately. "Is it because of that spider?" "Not just that," the girl scoffed. "There are all sorts of monsters in this fog. All communication devices are useless. And if someone dies, they quickly turn into some kind of monster. It's all very bizarre." Lin Xian inquired, "You mentioned others. Are there many people trapped here?" Lu Shasha gestured towards the direction they were heading. "At least a dozen vehicles and hundreds of people are stuck here, all gathered in that square. My brother and I were planning to make a break for it at dawn, but..." Lin Xian's expression darkened. The situation seemed far more severe than he had imagined. What kind of monsters could prevent so many from escaping? Who knows? Lu Shasha shrugged helplessly. Although her voice was youthful, her demeanor was surprisingly mature. The monsters in the fog seemed to have some sort of telepathy. If everyone stays still, nothing comes after us. But the moment someone tries to run, they all swarm out of the fog. How strange. Tu remarked, puzzled. Do they not attack at night? What difference does it make if it's night? Lu Shasha sighed. In 2 days, this place will be engulfed in polar night. At that point, we're all done for. Lin Xian regarded the brother and sister duo with a grave expression. If Lu Shasha was correct, the fog was nearly indistinguishable from night, while the monsters bizarrely refrained from attacking clustered survivors, as though toying with their prey, a chilling thought. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, only to find there was no signal. Unable to contact Chun Sichuan, he could only hope that Teacher Chun was holding steady. So what do we do now? Tu sat beside Lin Xian, tightening her coat, as she appeared somewhat fatigued from using her abilities earlier. I don't know, Lin Xian replied, glancing at Lu Sha. So, are you planning to return to that square? Lu Sha nodded, feeling trapped and out of options. She turned to Tu and inquired, are you cold? Tu's eyes widened as she nodded. Without a word, Lu Sha rummaged through a heap of luggage in the trunk and finally found a somewhat loose blue sweater, handing it to her. Here, it's the largest I have. Wow. Thank you. Tu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she accepted it without hesitation. She removed her baseball jacket and slipped the sweater on, layering it with her outerwear. But I don't have pants that long, Lu Sha remarked, casting a complex glance at Tu's long legs, her expression suggesting that she felt cold just looking at them. That's all right. Hee, Tu replied, smiling and feeling considerably warmer. Thanks a lot. No need to mention it. Having something is better than nothing, Lu Sha said, reflecting on how much warmer Tu felt in the thick sweater compared to the flimsy camisole she had worn before. The pickup truck navigated past numerous damaged vehicles, gradually entering a large T-shaped plaza. The thick fog had dissipated significantly, and from a distance, Lin Xian spotted several survivors' vehicles emerging into view. In this central square, reminiscent of a small town, dozens of specially modified vehicles were parked. These vehicles formed a rudimentary defense line in a circular arrangement, consisting of heavy trucks, various SUVs, and even armored and fuel tankers. However, as the pickup drove into the plaza, a group of about a dozen armed individuals suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered echoed, with dark muzzles aimed at the driver, Lu Hua, and Lin Xian in the vehicle. Who are you? Shouted a middle-aged man with a scarred face, his voice hoarse and his expression grim. Living people. Tu stood up, hands on her hips, responding loudly. Lin Xian followed suit, scanning the group. Although their clothing varied, they all wore identical tactical vests, suggesting they belonged to some armed faction. Eagle, a tall, cold-faced youth, emerged from the fog behind them. He appeared to be in his early 30s, clad in polished military boots and stylish tactical gear, wearing sunglasses on a foggy day, which seemed rather odd. He approached, removed his sunglasses, and coldly addressed the driver. So, it's you siblings again. His name was Qianyu, the leader of the largest convoy, the Black Flood team, comprised of his former security company members, totaling over 100 armed personnel with impressive equipment. He had no qualms about asserting himself as the leader among the stranded survivors. With a sharp sound, the pickup door swung open, and a man of towering stature, resembling an iron tower, stepped out. His height exceeded 2 meters, and Lin Xian felt as if the entire vehicle had been raised a few inches upon his descent. Lu Hua, appearing to be in his early 30s, had a square face and an uncommunicative demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged any approach, causing the armed men around him to visibly flinch. Hey, Lu Sha, not as tall, raised the grenade launcher and stood atop the truck's hood, bluntly stating, we are not part of your convoy. Who are you to dictate where we go? Newcomers. Chapter 35. The Survivor Campoff. Qianyu scoffed, drawing his handgun and aiming it at Laosh's head, his tone threatening. In other circumstances, I would take care if you all died, but right here, we're all trapped together. If trouble arises, the first to go will be you siblings. At that moment, Lu Hua unexpectedly reached out, grasping Qianyu's wrist. Instantly, all his men raised their weapons at Lu Hua, but he slowly lowered Qianyu's hand, preventing him from pulling the trigger. You, let go. Qianyu's eyes widened in fear, struggling to free himself, but discovering Lu Hua's astonishing strength. Brother, Lu Sha called out anxiously, clearly not wanting a conflict. Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Hua finally released Qianyu, maintaining a calm gaze. Qianyu, gritting his teeth and shaking his pained hand, cast a cold glance at the duo, ready to erupt, but suddenly noticed Lin Xian and Tu in the vehicle. And who are these two? Just unfortunate souls like us who stumbled in here, Lu Sha replied. Qianyu's expression shifted slightly as he surveyed Tu, letting out a cold snort before turning to leave. Eagle, keep a few people on this pair. On the way back, Qianyu coldly instructed his men. Boss, that Lu Hua may be an ability user, but he is not invulnerable. We could take him out any time, the scarred man remarked casually as he followed Qianyu. No need, Qianyu replied darkly. If we decide to charge, that guy could still be of use. Qianyu was no fool, The combat prowess of an ability user was not to be underestimated. Though he couldn't recruit Lu Hua to his side, he was eager to have more capable ability users around as cannon fodder while they were trapped in the fog, hoping for a better chance at survival. The modified pickup slowly entered the plaza, coming to rest in a corner. Many survivors from other convoys cast curious glances, focusing more on the new faces of Lin Xian and Tu rather than the Lu siblings. Besides Xian Yu's Black Flood team and the Lu siblings' vehicle, there were about 10 other survivor convoys trapped here. Most had fled from nearby cities, with some groups numbering over 20, while others were small, consisting of just a few people. However, unlike the heavily armed Black Flood team, the majority were only lightly equipped with minimal firearms. These groups gathered in different areas, with women and children primarily remaining in their vehicles while men stood guard. When they first arrived a couple of days ago, there had been more people, but after a collective attempt to rush out of the city, which resulted in dozens of deaths, they had retreated. Lu Sha jumped out of the vehicle, tossing 2 cans to Lin Xian, then said, "You have abilities and my brother does too. If we could work together, maybe we could try to break out." Lin Xian and Tu exchanged glances, looking at the towering figure of Lu Hua behind Lu Sha. The stark contrast in their sizes was amusing. Lu Sha appeared like a delicate fawn, while her brother Lu Hua resembled a formidable bear. "That's uncertain," Lin Xian replied seriously. "Like that spider today, it was already tough to handle. If there are more monsters, I doubt our chances of success." Surveying the plaza, there were at least 300 people. Xian Yu's Black Flood team boasted superior weaponry, and with the addition of other convoys, there were at least 70 to 80 firearms. If such firepower couldn't break through, losing dozens of people, it seemed overly optimistic to think that merely adding Lin Xian and Tu would change the outcome. Tu sat on the back of the truck, swinging her legs, and impatiently remarked, "What on earth is going on with this fog? Who knows? It hasn't shown any signs of clearing for days." Lu Sha said with a hint of despair. "So what now?" she asked, gesturing toward the center of the plaza where Qian Yu was discussing something with the leaders of several convoys. "I suppose we'll have to make a break for it. If we don't escape before nightfall, we may have no chance of survival," Lu Sha speculated. As time passed, Lin Xian checked his watch, noting it was now 6:05 p.m., leaving only 40 minutes until darkness fell. However, he reconsidered. The current situation didn't seem much different from what it would be after dark. Will those monsters attack after dark? He pondered aloud, turning to Lu Sha. "They will," she confirmed. Luo Shasha nodded, her voice too loud, potentially attracting the lurking creatures. Just then, the distant roar of several vehicles and the sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the survivors' camp. Instantly, everyone rose in unison, the men arming themselves, ready to confront the impending threat. "What is that sound? Over there. Be cautious. Is it another convoy?" The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Lin Xian and Luo Shasha exchanged wary glances, preparing to investigate. Grabbing the grenade launcher, Luo Shasha sprinted forward, her brother Luo Hua retrieving a rifle from the driver's seat, following closely behind. Lin Xian and Tu cautiously trailed after them. As they reached the northwestern street, thick fog rolled in, accompanied by the wails of the undead and the roar of gunfire, drawing nearer. In the square, dozens of people took up arms, some climbing onto vehicles while others sought cover behind roadside barriers. Soon, several military jeeps crushed a few grotesque corpses, bursting forth as their occupants fired at the creatures surging from the sides and rear. Qian Yu, spotting the military jeeps, felt a rush of hope. Whoever was inside wielded formidable firepower, providing a sense of security. He promptly ordered everyone to assist. In a heartbeat, the air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire, resembling a modern skirmish. Shielded by overwhelming firepower, the military jeeps swiftly broke through the tide of corpses, entering the square as the crowd retreated to their defensive line, where more gunners began to fend off the encroaching undead. At that moment, several grayish-white corpse dogs, controlled by sinister black insects, howled as they broke through the throng, pouncing on a few unfortunate souls, their jaws tearing into flesh. "Oh!" The unfortunate individuals cried out in terror. "Hold your ground," someone shouted. As the convoy's defenses began to wane, gunfire erupted, and the corpse dogs charged through, undeterred by bullets. "Eliminate these beasts first," Lin Xian decisively declared, knowing that survival necessitated unity with the other survivors. The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed as several zombies were dispatched, their heads shattered. Meanwhile, the Luo siblings joined the fray. Rather than using his rifle, Luo Hua charged forward, breaking a railing post with one hand and hurling it with tremendous force, piercing a white corpse dog and sending its body flying several meters away. "Wow, what immense strength!" Tu exclaimed. "He is an ability user," Lin Xian remarked solemnly. "What kind of ability? A strength king?" At that moment, the occupants of the military jeeps disembarked, joining the fight. Lin Xian had anticipated soldiers descending from the vehicles, but to his surprise, they were an assortment of civilians led by a middle-aged man with a bald head, seemingly in his 40s. Each bore military-grade Type 26 automatic rifles, clearly indicative of military equipment. "First, eliminate those dogs," Qian Yu shouted, witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, and he unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the attacking corpse dogs. "I'm in." Seeing the dogs invade the crowd, Tu gritted her teeth, suddenly extending her hand and, astonishingly, lifting an abandoned bus from the roadside, then swinging it with great might. With a resounding crash, the immense force crushed dozens of approaching creatures, including several dogs, leaving a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses on the street, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The commotion drew countless astonished gazes toward her. No one had anticipated that this newcomer possessed such formidable abilities. Her display alleviated the pressure on the armed defenders significantly, instilling newfound confidence in them, and the remaining armed individuals quickly reorganized their lines. After a barrage of gunfire, the once surging tide of zombies began to recede, and the sounds of gunfire gradually quieted. The sudden onslaught had cost the Heijiao convoy 3 lives, with the survivors' camp suffering over 10 casualties. The square now permeated with a grim atmosphere. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Luo Shasha gaped at Tu. "Wow, you're so powerful." Luo Hua, standing behind her, regarded the two with equally astonished eyes. Qian Yu and Eagle from the Heijiao convoy exchanged complex glances with Tu, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. In the center of the square, key figures from several convoys gathered as night approached, armed survivors patrolling their defensive perimeter. It turned out that the individuals who had emerged from the military jeeps were local survivors from Beiwai Town, led by a middle-aged man named Tang Hai, the former station master of Beiwai Station. According to him, following the apocalypse, he had led the stranded travelers and some townsfolk into a nearby military outpost's air raid shelter, where they had managed to hold out for some time. The thick fog that enveloped Beiwai Town had not been present from the onset of the apocalypse. It emerged after the first polar night. Initially, a group among them had intended to flee eastward, but the fog had led to numerous fatalities among those who ventured outside, leading everyone to realize they were trapped in this cursed place, where the sun rose as usual, yet felt like an eternal night. "Are you saying this fog has persisted for over 10 days? The stout leader of a small convoy asked. His group had originally comprised over 30 members, but half of them had perished in just 2 days. "Indeed," Tang Hai confirmed. "But why would you take the risk to find us?" Qian Yu inquired, scrutinizing Tang Hai with keen eyes. "What other purpose could there be but to rescue you?" A somewhat brash youth beside Tang Hai interjected loudly. "There's a small path south of the city. I've scouted it, and it's relatively clear. With large vehicles and armored trucks leading the way, we can certainly break through." His words silenced the gathering, and the other convoy leaders exchanged strange glances, some even scoffing. Qian Yu scoffed, his expression darkening as he looked at the youth. "Do you think we are fools? If there was a path, why didn't you escape yourselves? Why come all this way to rescue us?" His words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. In the face of the apocalypse, each person was primarily concerned with their survival, and suspicion ran high between convoys. Even a young girl like Luo Shasha would not buy such a claim. "Yumming, let me handle this." Tang Hai raised a hand to calm the crowd before explaining. "To be frank, everyone wishes to escape, so our objective aligns with yours. We seek to unite forces for more people, weapons, and vehicles will enhance our chances of survival." At this, the others began to grasp Tang Hai's intentions. It was entirely reasonable to band together in perilous times. Although rivalries might exist between the convoys over resources, it was evident to even the dullest minds that solidarity offered a greater chance of survival. Naturally, everyone secretly hoped for the downfall of others, believing their own survival chances would increase with the more expendable lives present. Such thoughts were nearly spoken aloud. Tang Hai scanned the group, stating earnestly, "We are familiar with the routes and possess ample equipment. Together, our chances will be significantly greater, especially with your ability users. The mention of ability users prompted a collective realization among the crowd, their eyes darting toward the square's corner, where the siblings and the two individuals stood out as potentially extraordinary. What is the background of that woman? She is incredibly powerful, someone remarked. Qianyu rose, glancing toward Lin Xian, almost forgetting about this matter. He then walked over to them. Several other team leaders hurried to catch up. Yu Ming, what kind of ability does that woman possess? It's quite formidable, isn't it? Tang Hai, along with his nephew Feng Yu Ming, followed closely behind. Uncle, it seems to be some sort of telekinesis, which is rather impressive. Feng Yu Ming frowned and remarked. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Tang Hai's eyes. With such an ability, our chances of escaping are quite significant. Feng Yu Ming shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Uncle, that also poses a substantial threat to us. Tang Hai's expression immediately darkened at those words. Meanwhile, Lin Xian noticed Qianyu and the others approaching from a distance, and had already guessed their intentions. That strike you delivered earlier must have consumed considerable energy, right? Tu promptly made a shushing gesture to Lin Xian, whispering, Keep it down, you fool. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he observed Tu's somewhat fatigued demeanor, realizing that she was starting to tire. Fortunately, she had not suffered a nosebleed today, which relieved him a little. Qianyu's group approached with great momentum. The little girl, Lu Sha, who was eating canned food, immediately jumped down from the passenger seat and stood in front of them, declaring, Hey, what do you want? Lu Hua quickly stood up beside Lu Sha. Qianyu scanned the group with a softened tone, saying, Don't be nervous. We are not here to cause trouble. Yes. Another team leader quickly chimed in. We hope you can join us and collaborate. With your impressive abilities, we surely have a chance to break out. At this moment, the glances from the team leaders towards Lin Xian and Tu grew fervent, as the abilities they had just demonstrated appeared to them like a beacon of hope for escape. Collaboration? Lin Xian stood up and calmly asked, What kind of collaboration are you proposing? At this point, Tang Hai and Feng Yu Ming also approached. Upon seeing them, Lin Xian's expression subtly shifted. It was evident that other survivors in the camp were all disheveled, their spirits and appearances drastically diminished from prolonged stress. In stark contrast, these two appeared quite radiant. If not for the recent battle, they might have seemed remarkably clean. This discrepancy piqued Lin Xian's suspicion. My surname is Tang, and I am Tang Hai, a local from Beiwan Town. I used to be the station master at Beiwan Station. Now, our group of survivors is hiding in the military bunker at the foot of that mountain. Tang Hai introduced himself, prompting Lin Xian to furrow his brow upon hearing the title of Station Master. Station Master of Beiwan? Lin Xian and Tu responded nonchalantly. Feng Yu Ming, the somewhat rogue figure next to Tang Hai, scrutinized the two, his eyes lighting up with evident excitement upon seeing Tu. Tang Hai recounted the plan discussed earlier. It was straightforward. After obtaining Lin Xian and Tu's consent, they would unite and act together. However, as it is getting late, isn't breaking out now even more perilous? Lin Xian glanced at Feng Yu Ming and then turned to Tang Hai, voicing his concern. Qianyu, standing nearby, dismissed it, stating, I believe whether it is day or night is irrelevant. The dangers within this mist are far more terrifying than the darkness of night. That is not what I meant. Lin Xian attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Tu stepping forward. You all are so foolish. If we break out during the day, we will at least have some time to breathe outside. If we go out at night, are we supposed to flee in darkness for 20 hours? Tu's statement caused Qianyu to furrow his brow as well. Indeed, her reasoning sounded quite sensible. Shall we set off early tomorrow morning? Someone proposed. I have a suggestion. Tang Hai into that. On our way here, we cleared quite a number of monster corpses. Why don't we take this opportunity to relocate to the air raid bunker? First, it would be relatively safer for us to rest there. Second, it is closer to the southern road out of the city. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that the suggestion was feasible. Lin Xian, upon hearing Tang Hai mention the air raid bunker, exchanged a glance with Tu, silently deliberating. Was that not the military outpost Tu had mentioned before? Tu gave him a knowing look, and they silently reached a consensus. I believe this plan is quite good. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Xian's consent, everyone instantly perked up. Qianyu silently glanced at Tang Hai, refraining from further comment, then turned to instruct Eagle. Gather everyone and prepare to depart. In an instant, the survivor camp buzzed with activity. The survivors from the convoy began to organize their belongings, swiftly gearing up and starting their engines. On a modified heavy-duty off-road vehicle, Eagle observed several military jeeps ahead and coldly remarked, "Boss, this Tang fellow surely has something off about him. I noticed that long ago." Qianyu scoffed, then picked up the walkie-talkie, addressing his team. "Everyone, ensure to conserve ammunition and switch off the safety." After speaking, he set the walkie-talkie down and cast a casual glance at Eagle. "According to my original plan, we were supposed to raid that military outpost. If anything goes awry, eliminate that Tang fellow immediately." Eagle's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he replied solemnly, "Rest assured, boss." Virum. The convoy set off, with Tang Hai's military jeeps leading, followed by a dozen heavily modified vehicles from Qianyu's Black Dragon team, and the remaining vehicles trailing behind. Liu Ye's pickup truck brought up the rear, with Lin Xian and Tu following closely. In the passenger seat, Sha opened a rear window and asked, "Are you cold?" "Not really," Lin Xian replied. "Lin, brother, be careful of their schemes against you." Though young, Liu Sha was quite perceptive. Lin Xian's gaze steadied for a moment. He had intended to say that everyone was the same, but upon looking at Liu Sha, he calmly revised his words. "Everyone wishes to escape. If chaos ensues, it will surely lead to disaster." Sha gripped the window, staring at Lin Xian, and said, "Then we must stick together. I just saved you." Lin Xian nodded and replied to Liu Sha, "All right, we shall form an alliance." Chapter 37. Outpost Beep Beep, Beep Beep, 1845, darkness descended. At Beiwan Station, the Infinity stood quietly amidst thick fog, and Chen Xixian inside the vehicle was exceedingly anxious. The silence transmitted through the walkie-talkie felt like a heavy stillness, devoid of any signal fluctuation, causing her heart to leap to her throat. She anxiously gazed outside. The thick fog seemed to have a life of its own, enveloping every inch of space and amplifying the darkness of the night infinitely. Cold air condensed on the car window, and from the depths of the fog, something unknown and terrifying seemed to lurk, sending chills down her spine and evoking ominous premonitions. With a swift motion, Chen Xixian pulled down the blackout curtain and retrieved a crowbar from the toolbox in car compartment 3 as a means of self-defense. She silently leaned against the sofa, keeping a vigilant watch on her surroundings. They were both endowed with abilities, and should any situation arise, they should be capable of handling it. This was not her first encounter with Lin Xian's delayed return. The only thing she could do now was to guard the train while avoiding attracting any attention from monsters. Just then, a deep and powerful engine roar suddenly erupted from afar, piercing through the fog's barrier and striking Chen Xixian's eardrums. The abruptness of the sound starkly contrasted with the surrounding silence, instantly heightening her alertness. She quickly rose and made her way to the cockpit, peering through the glass window to investigate. Only to her astonishment, she spotted a train engine with bright headlights slowly traversing a side track in the distance. Clank, clank. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xixian instinctively covered her mouth. On the other side, the progress of events unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. A convoy consisting of dozens of vehicles smoothly navigated away from the main road, encountering little trouble aside from a few scattered grotesque corpses along the way. In an effort to ensure safety, the convoy members tacitly refrained from firing their weapons to avoid alarming more monsters. Soon, they traversed a stretch of mountainous forest, where they came upon a sign reading Military Restricted Area, No Entry. Before long, a sizable military base came into view. Once a heavily guarded military outpost, it now lay desolate and forlorn at the foot of the mountain, shrouded in silence and abandonment. Within the high walls of the outpost, a group of survivors who had been hiding there opened the steel gates and moved aside barricades, allowing the convoy to enter one by one. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with countless headlights illuminating the now empty outpost. In the courtyard, a few disassembled Jeep frames lay sprawled, alongside a heavy TFE 600 double-barreled tank, its observation equipment stripped away. Most striking, however, was a damaged Iron Guardian 3 military assault suit. Is that really here? A young technician from the He Jiao convoy, sporting glasses, swiftly jumped out of his vehicle, his eyes lighting up at the sight. It's already broken. Tang Hai, the commander, instructed his subordinates to close the outpost gates and approach to say that the interstellar army had fully evacuated before the last polar night. leaving behind little more than a hunk of iron. We've already searched for anything usable. No one doubted his words, yet for many, this type of military armor was a first encounter, quickly drawing numerous survivors to gather and gawk. Wu Songlin, Eagle, see if there's anything useful. Take what you can. Qian Yu expressed evident confidence in his specialized team, promptly assigning them to search for usable items, even armor steel, for their convoy's reassembly. You wouldn't mind, would you? Qian Yu glanced at Tang Hai, his tone tentative. We are indifferent, Tang Hai replied with an awkward smile, appearing quite agreeable. He turned to look towards a mountain's foot, where a colossal structure loomed. It was a large air raid shelter, its entrance sealed tightly with heavy steel doors. Though weathered by time, it still exuded an aura of formidable strength and authority. There were 46 of us, and we spent nearly 3 months in that shelter. Now, only about 20 remain. The walls are high, and the doors thick. Everyone can rest there for the night. At dawn, we set off. Wow, Lin Xian, look! At this moment, Tu and Lin Xian descended from their vehicle and approached the crowd. Upon seeing the nearly 3-meter-high humanoid war armor, her eyes sparkled. So cool. If only it could be operated, but I still prefer the Guardian series. It's not as cumbersome. Lin Xian, too, gazed at the imposing figure. His eyes filled with fervor and a deep yearning. These military behemoths had always been his aspiration, but since the apocalypse, he had lamented his lack of opportunity to encounter such technology within the urban confines. He had previously formulated a clear plan to enhance his combat capabilities. He could further develop his mechanical hard abilities. For instance, self-armoring, combat prosthetics, and rapid weapon systems would prove far more reliable than engaging in close combat with a short blade. Beyond various industrial military armors, if he could assimilate tanks, railguns, closed defense artillery, and automated weapon systems into his own infinity, the thought alone thrilled him. By the way, where are your other teammates? Or are you just the two of you? Qian Yu suddenly queried, glancing at Lin Xian and Tu. We don't have many, Lin Xian replied casually. Not wishing to engage in further conversation, his attention drawn back to the damaged Iron Guardian 3 military assault suit. Quietly, he activated his mechanical hearts scanning system, only to find that many subsystems were missing and the core drive had been completely stripped, rendering it impossible to produce a complete blueprint. With a sigh, he prepared to give up. In truth, he shared the same intention as Qian Yu's subordinate, Wu Songlin, to dismantle armor plates, including the chassis of the heavy TFV 600 double-barreled tank. However, he lacked any tools, and with only 2 by his side, he could do little beyond assimilation. Not many? Qian Yu raised an eyebrow and bluntly suggested, why not join my convoy? Whether it's weapons or food, I have plenty to spare. What do you say? The moment the words escaped his lips, the gazes of those from other convoys, including Tang Hai, turned complex. In such circumstances, directly poaching members felt rather brazen. Yet, the audacity of the He Jiao convoy was justified. As a moderately sized armed group, their survival capabilities in this post-apocalyptic world were formidable, evident from their team composition. They boasted armored vehicles, trucks, fuel tankers, and even specialized technicians, attracting interest from many smaller convoys seeking to join. In this desolate world, who wouldn't want to find a sturdy tree to lean against? However, to Qian Yu's surprise, Lin Xian merely smiled faintly and declined. No thanks. The rejection shifted Qian Yu's expression as irritation flickered in his eyes. What about this lovely lady? He suddenly directed his gaze towards Tu, nonchalantly asking if she would consider joining his team. Tu shot Lin Xian a peculiar glance before responding to Qian Yu. What? Are you talking about me? Qian Yu observed the pair, a disingenuous smile on his face. So are you two a couple? No. Relatives? Not at all, Tu replied with a playful squint. Hearing this, Qian Yu's demeanor brightened, and he looked at Lin Xian with a peculiar gaze, exclaiming, if you're not related, then it's no problem. My convoy welcomes capable individuals. If this lovely lady is willing, I can arrange a motorhome just for you, with food and supplies aplenty and 24-hour protection. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Suddenly, a fierce gust erupted, shattering the sunglasses perched on Qian Yu's forehead, sending him staggering backward from the force. In the next instant, Eagle and several subordinates raised their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. Are you an idiot? Trying to poach my people in front of me? Do you think I'd hesitate to end you? Lin Xian's gaze turned icy, an overwhelming aura of intimidation emanating from him. No one witnessed how he had struck. You. Qianyu staggered back towards his subordinates, having felt a chilling brush of death in that fleeting moment. Realizing what had transpired, he became enraged, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Lin Xian. I'll kill you. Is that so? Then go ahead and pull the trigger. Lin Xian responded unflinchingly, his expression unchanged as he locked eyes with Qianyu. Let's see who dies first. Meanwhile, Tang Hai observed with a grim expression, while Feng Yumming behind him seemed quite entertained by the unfolding scene, seemingly unperturbed by the fragile alliance on the verge of conflict. Just then, two stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Xian's shoulder, her small face tilted towards the rows of gun barrels. What's the matter? Looking for a fight? Perfect. I'm also eyeing the good stuff from your convoy, she teased, looking at Lin Xian and making a slashing gesture across her throat. At her words, the expressions of those from other convoys shifted drastically, retreating instinctively, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. The terrifying scene of that hand extinguishing a vehicle still lingers in everyone's minds. At this moment, no one could fathom the odds of engaging in combat with such a woman. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's fury momentarily faltered. He raised his hand to halt those behind him, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger as he regarded the two individuals, feeling a surge of anxiety within him. To be frank, after being rebuffed by Lin Xian, he had indeed acted out of humiliation and provocation, which led him to address two. However, he did not anticipate that Lin Xian would respond with direct aggression. Moreover, judging by the tone of the other party, it seemed as though his 100-strong group was instead encircled by the two of them. In that instant, cold sweat poured down Qianyu's brow as he sensed an overwhelming threat. Yet having already issued his harsh words, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Conversely, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced at the small hand that Tu had wrapped around his shoulder, pondering the situation. Firstly, his acquaintance with Tu was rather brief. They could barely be considered comrades after just a few days of shared hardship, not even friends. Furthermore, Lin Xian had not provided Tu with any substantial benefits to persuade her to stay. On the contrary, his demeanor towards her had been far from warm. Thus, it would not have surprised him if Tu chose to leave or join another team. However, in the face of Qianyu's brazen antics, he felt compelled to respond. To his astonishment, Tu stood resolutely by his side, revealing her intelligence in this situation. At that moment, as tensions escalated, Lu Shasha emerged from the crowd, brandishing a grenade launcher, while the tall Lu Yi followed closely behind, armed with a machine gun. What are you planning to do, Qian? Lu Shasha asserted. Despite her youth and small stature, she stood defiantly before Lin Xian and Tu, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Qianyu scanned the sharp-eyed group before him, his expression fluctuating before finally gritting his teeth in concession. Brothers, please do not take offense. I merely appreciated the prowess of both of you and spoke with the intention of collaboration. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. Exactly at that moment, Tang Hai interjected, taking on the role of peacemaker. Everyone, please remain calm. Our lives are at stake. This fog traps us all here. Let us first contemplate our current predicament, and we can address our grievances later. Lin Xian suddenly turned his gaze towards Tang Hai. Is that so? You would do well to maintain that mindset. The atmosphere shifted, growing somewhat eerie. Tang Hai's eyes twitched slightly as he regarded Lin Xian, forcing a smile. Of course, I am aware that there is mutual distrust among us. That is acceptable. I do not trust you either. However, we all share the common goal of survival. He gestured towards the group behind him. We have been in this air raid shelter for several months now, with dozens of us present. Everyone desires to live, and bringing you in actually poses a significant risk for us. Surely, this demonstrates our sincerity in cooperation. Air raid shelter? Lin Xian's gaze swept towards the distant mountains. Can we stay in there tonight? Certainly. Everyone can enter the air raid shelter tonight. It is relatively much safer inside. Tang Hai promptly addressed the leaders of the various teams, seemingly to express his goodwill. At this moment, his nephew, Feng Yumming, spoke up. Uncle, with so many people, will there be enough space inside? We can squeeze in. Tang Hai sighed. There is still ample room. The proposal to open the air raid shelter for all was indeed capable of alleviating some individuals' concerns. However, despite his suggestion, none of the team leaders responded, each wearing peculiar expressions. No need. Our team will remain with our vehicle and keep watch throughout the night. Qianyu was the first to reply, and after the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, He merely cast a cold glance at Lin Xian and Tu before turning to leave. The other team leaders echoed his refusal. "We will pass as well. Let's just regroup tomorrow." Seeing that no one responded, Tang Hai chose to remain silent, but Feng Yumming bore an expression of disdain, muttering, "How can it be safer in a vehicle than in an air raid shelter? These fools." "Yumming," Tang Hai admonished, "let it be. Everyone looking after their own is fine." In truth, the reactions of these teams were entirely understandable. Setting aside whether they trusted Tang Hai, it was essential to note that these individuals had all fled together, essentially carrying all their belongings within their vehicles. For them, there was no place that felt safer than their own vehicle, where they could make a quick escape in the event of danger. Under such circumstances, who would willingly venture into an air raid shelter? Tang Hai then turned to Lin Xian. "I will have Yumming take you inside. You can find a spot to rest. Tomorrow, I will trouble you both further. We are all in this together, so there is no need for pleasantries." Lin Xian smiled politely, pleased with this arrangement. He had initially intended to explore the air raid shelter. Although there were several valuable items in the courtyard, he could not consume them in front of hundreds of people. Thus, he seized this opportunity to gauge Tang Hai's intentions. To his surprise, Tang Hai genuinely agreed. While he maintained a polite smile, suspicion brewed within him. Tang Hai's actions seemed devoid of fault, even appearing somewhat naive in this apocalyptic world. Yet, under the guise of collaboration for survival, Lin Xian found himself uncertain of this man's true motives. For now, he could only bide his time with Tu and observe developments. As Lin Xian prepared to enter the air raid shelter, he paused upon noticing Lu Shashan nearby. She quickly waved her hand, gesturing towards the pickup truck. "You all go ahead. My brother and I prefer to sleep in the vehicle. Be careful." Lu Yi added a few words of caution. Lin Xian nodded, making his way through the throng of teams towards the air raid shelter at the foot of the mountain, with Tu hurrying to follow. "Hey, villain, our motorcycle is still up there. What? Do you wish to drive it into the air raid shelter?" Lin Xian replied. As he walked, he felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. Turning around, he saw Feng Yumming approaching. "Hey, brother, everyone inside is with us. They are mostly ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Tu furrowed her brow, momentarily puzzled by the implication of his words, retorting, "What is wrong with ordinary people?" Lin Xian took a deep breath, responding calmly. "We merely seek a place to rest for the night. We will not disturb you." Feng Yumming scrutinized them for a moment, but said nothing further, leading the way ahead. As they ascended the slope, the first sight that greeted them was a freight station, with a cargo track winding through the foggy valley. Behind the platform stood a large air raid shelter. Above the side of the shelter, a set of 1130 close-in weapon systems loomed in the mist, revealing its imposing silhouette. Lin Xian's eyes widened. He had only seen such equipment on television before, and now he was witnessing the real deal. It was evident that this was no ordinary military outpost. Upon entering through the iron gate, they were greeted by a hollowed-out cavern, designed for parking various combat vehicles and supplies. The air raid shelter's hangar was currently empty. Lin Xian speculated that Tang Hai's jeeps might have been sourced from this very location. As they traversed the empty hangar, Feng Yumming led the way, and the trio descended the staircase. In the underground facilities, survivors from Tang Hai's group were scattered around the hall, eating together. Most of them were ordinary people from Beiwan County, men and women with families, sitting in various corners of the basement. From the words of Tang Hai, it became evident that they were not the only ones at the outset. However, as days passed, the number of deceased grew steadily. Many began to withdraw into silence, the weight of despair heavy upon their hearts. There lay a warehouse, dormitories, a command center, and an armory. Wherever you wish to stay, it is yours to choose. Feng Yumming indifferently introduced the two to their surroundings, ready to turn and depart. The armory? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. There's nothing left. Feng Yumming turned back, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. "If there were anything of value, we would have taken it long ago. Why would we leave it for you?" With that, he disdainfully turned away. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and, without a word, strode forward, accompanied by Tu, towards the depths of the corridor leading to the armory. I knew you would come here," Tu declared, a sense of pride in her gaze. "But alas, it has been thoroughly ransacked. What a pity." "Hey, that guy just mentioned that this place is filled with ordinary people. What does that mean?" Tu suddenly inquired. "Haven't you realized? We have become the greatest threat here," Lin Xian replied as they walked. "Haha, he fears we might take from them." This was quite understandable. Even a single enhanced individual could serve as the linchpin of a convoy, and with two of them operating independently, it was inevitable that they would be perceived as dangerous. This was no mere air raid shelter. While the exterior appeared as a military outpost, beneath it lay a fully constructed underground facility equipped with a command center, armory, storage rooms, and dormitories. It was indeed an excellent hideout. I must say, this place is a natural sanctuary for the apocalypse, as long as supplies are sufficient. It could sustain at least 50 people for over half a year. However, observing the condition of the survivors, Lin Xian noted that while military vehicles and firearms were plentiful, food supplies seemed to pose a significant issue, which explained their desire to escape before the polar night set in. As he opened the armory door, he was met with rows of empty shelves. Aside from gas masks and helmets, items of little utility, everything else had been thoroughly scavenged by the survivors aligned with Tong Hai. The armory was suffused with an overwhelming stench, causing Tu to step back, covering her nose. Let South find another place. The information warfare room was relatively spacious, with tables and chairs haphazardly piled together, remnants of makeshift bedding scattered about. This will do, Lin Xian declared, dragging out a chair. He glanced at Tu. You should rest for a moment. Tu cast a disdainful look at the grimy floor before noticing a command platform adorned with numerous screens and information devices. However, with the power completely cut off, these electronic gadgets were as valuable as a loaf of bread. Her eyes lit up with interest as she approached. Hey, could we load these onto a vehicle and convert them into an information center for my use? An information center? Lin Xian felt a flicker of intrigue. He had noticed that the base was equipped with a sentry warning system, but the entire setup was exceedingly complex and not something he could easily dismantle. You make it sound simple. How will we transport it? He replied, his lips curling in a slight pout. Aren't there freight railways outside? Surely it connects to the Bawan station, she countered. I know, Lin Xian sighed. What I mean is, we are trapped in this fog, unable to escape. We barely have time to flee, let alone move anything. That's true. Tu conceded, then stretched languidly, her gaze weary as it fell on Lin Xian. I can't go on. I need to rest. Lin Xian found a corner to lean against, leaving her be aware of her current fragility. Both Qian Yu and Tong Hai had their own agendas. In such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. And the polite demeanor shown towards him and Tu was solely due to their abilities as enhanced individuals. Once they escaped the fog, Lin Xian would pose the greatest threat to them all. Of course, some might see Lin Xian and Tu as pillars of support. But with the looming shadow of death approaching, and only 2 days remaining until the polar night, survival was far from guaranteed. Logically, such a facility should have backup power or generators. Lin Xian observed the survivors lighting candles on the ground in the main hall, indicating that the ventilation system was still intact, yet the power had been entirely lost. It stunk in that armory, he mused. Tu settled beside Lin Xian, resting her head on his shoulder, and soon drifted off to sleep. Lin Xian glanced at the girl beside him, his expression a mixture of emotions. Just yesterday, she had succumbed to unconsciousness after using her abilities against a great beast twice. Yet today, she appeared unflinching. She was astute. If others discovered that her abilities could not be sustained for long, they would not regard them with such caution, even though Lin Xian had demonstrated his powers. The pressure he exerted was evidently overshadowed by eyes. Reflecting on her deliberate act of feigning sleep for 3 days, Lin Xian began to speculate on her true identity. What kind of heiress could possess such resilience? As night fell, silence enveloped the military outpost and the air raid shelter alike. No one dared to make a sound. This night was destined to be sleepless, not only due to the fear of darkness, but also because everyone was preparing to break free from the fog, a venture laden with uncertainty. Lin Xian chose not to rest. Instead, he placed his hand upon the command platform, activating the mechanical heart to establish a connection. However, he soon realized that this command system was not merely a collection of servers and devices, but rather an integrated hub connecting the entire outpost systems. The enormity of the system surpassed his expectations, quickly draining his energy. Alarmed, he prepared to cease the mechanical heart's operation when he suddenly discovered something peculiar. Beneath this underground facility was a secret elevator, and at that moment, it was descending. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xian rose to survey the main hall, finding it eerily still. Where could this elevator have originated? Furthermore, the underground facility was devoid of power. Yet this elevator was operational. A backup energy source? He glanced at the slumbering two, recalling her mention of a backup generator in the armory. The realization dawned upon him, prompting a surge of caution. His first thought was of Tong Hai. Both he and Qian Yu had sensed something amiss with Tong Hai. While everyone accepted his intentions, they felt his timing was too fortuitous. Lo Shasha had arrived 2 days prior, and Qian Yu's group had come even earlier. Logically, Tong Hai would have known of their arrival, yet he only revealed himself today, risking an encounter with the undead horde. As a local, Tong Hai had led them to a sanctuary evidently safer than the square, alleviating some suspicions. Thus, despite mutual distrust among the groups trapped in the fog, they were bound together. With Tong Hai having opened the door to the underground shelter, Lin Xian felt compelled to suppress his doubts. Out of an abundance of caution, he resolved to investigate further. Gently laying two down on a discarded sleeping bag, he stepped out of the command room. The survivors outside regarded him with strange expressions. As he had been brought in by Feng Yuming, no one dared to question him, though a palpable silence hung in the air. Ignoring their gazes, Lin Xian re-entered the armory, and indeed, at the far end, he discovered a large diesel generator and energy storage system. However, when he utilized his extraordinary ability to investigate, he discovered that the power generator had long been damaged and was devoid of fuel, instantly causing a change in his expression. What was happening? How could there be no electricity? Could there be other sources of stored energy? This revelation stirred his suspicions. He searched the area, but ultimately returned to the entrance of the air raid shelter storage room. At this moment, the iron door was firmly locked. Lin Xian quietly activated his mechanical heart to unlock it and found dozens of survivors' vehicles parked quietly in the courtyard below the slope, many of which emitted faint glimmers of light from their crevices, indicating that numerous individuals were not inclined to rest, but rather prepared to remain vigilant throughout the night. After scanning the surroundings, Lin Xian found neither the elevator entrance nor any trace of Tang Hai and Feng Yuming, leaving him unsettled about the whereabouts of the uncle and nephew. Closing the iron door behind him, he returned to the operations room, inhaling deeply as he fully engaged his mechanical heart, attempting to connect the entire base through this operational hub. Before long, he felt as though a significant amount of his energy had been drained, his face appearing somewhat fatigued. Yet, after utilizing the operational center's hub to scan the mechanical structure and pathways of the entire base, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce glint flashing through them. After a moment, he exclaimed in frustration. Lin Xian's expression transformed dramatically, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. After a brief contemplation, he picked up two and entered the armory, locking the door behind them. The foul odor within the armory caused Tu, who had been peacefully asleep, to wrinkle her brow slightly. Lin Xian turned on a flashlight and moved her to the far corner beside the generator, where the smell was comparatively less intense due to the proximity to the ventilation duct. After placing Tu down, he switched off the flashlight and, feeling the faint rhythm of her breath in the darkness, began to scan the generator again. Indeed, in the shadows, Lin Xian's expression grew grave, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. How unpleasant. Tu murmured half asleep beside him. Little girl. Lin Xian pinched her small face, abruptly waking the exhausted Tu, who struggled to rise amidst the overwhelming stench. Hey! Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xian covered her mouth. Click! Lin Xian turned on the flashlight, his expression serious as he pointed to the wall beside them. What's wrong? Upon seeing Lin Xian's demeanor, Tu became attentive, suppressing her consciousness as she questioned, Is a monster coming? Lin Xian's expression darkened, suggesting that it might be more troublesome than that. Chapter 40. Air raid alarm in a dimly lit basement. The table was cluttered with various empty high-end canned goods, even a few nearly empty wine bottles. Tang Hai sat in a tactical recliner, his expression somewhat grave. Yu Ming, those two young individuals with extraordinary abilities today. I can't shake off a sense of unease. Feng Yuming casually replied while eating fruit from a can. That girl is a bit tricky, but I've observed that she's quite weak, merely putting on a facade. She shouldn't pose much of a threat now that she's in the cave and can't escape. Is De Huang prepared? Rest assured. Uncle, Feng Yuming smiled, with the equipment from these several convoys, we will soon leave this cursed place. Hearing this, Tang Hai's expression darkened. That Black Snake convoy isn't so simple either. We must be patient tonight. Feng Yuming nodded. Uncle, I'll see if I can keep a few women behind for some entertainment on the way. The brothers have been cooped up for too long. Danghai Juka. The prettiest one is the most dangerous. Would you dare to keep her? TCH. Feng Yuming scoffed. Ability users aren't divine beings, even if she is formidable. There are only two of them. I have my ways. By the way, Tang Hai's tone shifted. There may be other ability users. We need to be cautious. Like that big guy. He doesn't seem easy to deal with. I know. He must be a strength type, but with a machine gun, he won't last long. Feng Yuming scoffed again, seemingly unfazed. The uncle and nephew were engaged in a calculated discussion, evidently certain of everyone's fate, eagerly awaiting the spoils of war. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the lookout station, dozens of vehicles and hundreds of survivors remained on high alert, unaware that a man-made disaster was silently brewing. In the armory, Lin Xian conveyed his recent discovery to Tu. Another set of backup energy? What does that mean? Tu rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lin Xian replied solemnly. That power system is independent, designed to supply the base's defense system and a short-distance railway's power grid. Tu furrowed her brow. You mean Tang Hai's group intends to escape by train? There's a possibility. Based on the power supply method and load voltage, the distance should be limited. They can't run far, so they don't need to go far. Tu suddenly realized, her eyes widening. They only need to escape the mist or reach Beiwan Station. If they have this, why do they still? Suddenly, her expression froze as she bit her lip. Goodness, this is bad. We must hurry. She immediately prepared to rise, but was caught by Lin Xian, who gravely stated, Where are we supposed to go? If we leave now, the other convoys will certainly descend into chaos, which would only complicate matters further. But if we stay here, it's just waiting for death. Tu exclaimed in panic. Lin Xian fixed his piercing gaze upon her. Do you remember you said something very true at the start? Which sentence? Tu was puzzled. If we escape now, even if we get out of the mist, it will still be dark outside. Tu gasped. Oh, do you mean they might act before dawn? It will be sooner than that, so we still have time. What time? Lin Xian dragged over a filthy sleeping bag to sleep. Are you mad? Tu looked at Lin Xian in bewilderment, reaching out to touch his forehead, frowning. Has the smell in here made you delirious? It's that time. And you still want to sleep? We must sleep. Lin Xian looked at her earnestly. You need to rest first, with your energy. You can assist me with my plan later. After saying this, he pulled Tu close and shared with her a bold idea. Lin Xian was certain that Tang Hai would not act prematurely. Firstly, as Tu mentioned, he would wait until the night was half over. And secondly, to allow others to become weary and lax in the deep night. Regardless, he had to prepare for both outcomes. Only when Tu had sufficiently recovered could they have a greater chance of breaking through. Upon hearing Lin Xian's plan, Ai's expression changed slightly. What about Sha and the others? Shouldn't we? Lin Xian shook his head. We can't concern ourselves with them right now. Informing them won't help. And it could easily alert the enemy. Enough talk. Quickly sleep. Tu frowned, but ultimately heeded Lin Xian's words, enduring the foul odor in the room as she leaned back on the mat to rest. As for Lin Xian, he ceased speaking, placing his hand on the generator. Commencing the operation of mechanical devour. Devour progress 1. Lin Xian observed the slow progress on the light screen, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He had roughly deduced Tang Hai's true intentions, and a wave of cold sweat coursed through him, realizing that his initial caution had been woefully naive. This was Lin Xian's first time attempting to devour such an enormous power generator, along with its energy storage equipment. This 1900W diesel generator could essentially support a small community as a backup power source, making the difficulty of devouring it immense. Moreover, his stamina had already diminished significantly, leaving him uncertain if he could endure until the moment he completely devoured this colossal machine. Thus, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Fortunately, mechanical devour had already advanced to level 2, improving its efficiency considerably. Time ticked by, and before long, it was already 5 a.m. Due to several days of heightened tension, many of the elderly, women, and children among the survivors have succumbed to slumber, and even the men keeping watch exhibit signs of fatigue. Some individuals begin to wash their faces with fresh water, while those fortunate enough indulge in coffee, attempting to stave off overwhelming drowsiness. Under the cloak of night, a thick fog envelopes the high walls of the sentry post, rendering the surroundings eerily silent, save for the faint rustling of insects. Occasionally, the cries of children are swiftly muffled by their mothers, fearful of attracting unwanted trouble in the darkness. A tacit understanding prevails among the group as they quietly await the dawn. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren erupts, intensifying in volume, instantly jolting everyone into a cold sweat. What is that noise? An air raid siren? What is happening? Who is responsible? In the black Jiao convoy, Qianyu, who was briefly resting, is abruptly awakened. His eyes widen in alarm, and he curses furiously, "Damn it." He promptly seizes the walkie-talkie, commanding everyone to be on high alert. Where's that old beast? He hasn't been seen since last night. At that moment, Lao Ying, armed and perched atop another vehicle, scans for any signs of Tang Hai's group, but his search yields no results. The deafening siren soon attracts a horde of zombies, their howls echoing ominously, instilling dread. We've been tricked. Qianyu bellows in anger. No wonder that scoundrel deliberately invited everyone into the air raid shelter. It was a ploy to ensnare them. Should we seek refuge in the shelter now? No way. It's surely locked tight. He had anticipated Tang Hai's underhanded tactics, but never imagined the adversary would resort to such brutality, unleashing chaos within their sanctuary. Many in the convoy are now awakening to the situation, and soon the courtyard erupts into chaos, with a cacophony of curses directed at Tang Hai. Vehicles roar to life, and several smaller convoys disembark, racing towards the air raid shelter. Meanwhile, as the black Jiao convoy opens the sentry post gates, they are met with an unexpected sight. The area is strewn with barricades and marble blocks. Enraged, Qianyu shouts for the obstruction team to clear the way. With a low rumble, a modified heavy truck lowers its steel blade and accelerates towards the exit. A thunderous crash follows as the truck breaks free from the blockade. "Brother, are we leaving too?" On another pickup, Luo Shasha, startled awake, gazes at the chaotic crowd and calls out anxiously. Luo Yi, her companion, looks towards the air raid shelter, his expression wavering. "Should I go call them?" She urges. "Not yet." Luo Yi restrains her, glancing outside the vehicle, aware of their unique abilities. Shasha nods in agreement, breathlessly affirming, "All right, let us wait for them." Just then, as a group of survivors rushes to the iron gate of the shelter, a sudden flash of fire erupts, followed by a tremendous explosion. The fireball illuminates the entire courtyard, instantly engulfing the unfortunate survivors. "Oh no, what about Sister 2 and them?" Shouts of despair echo as the horde of zombies approaches. Gunfire erupts around them, and Shasha's face pales in panic as she anxiously awaits the return of Lin Xian and Tu. In a moment of clarity, Luo Yi decisively presses the accelerator. "Brother, we must leave now." He realizes that any further hesitation could cost them their lives, and without delay, the pickup roars out of the sentry post. As countless zombies, grotesque corpses, and monstrous creatures surge forth through the fog, a vehicle that failed to ignite is quickly overwhelmed by the tide of the undead. Another off-road vehicle collides with a concrete block, and the passengers are forced to disembark, armed, and flee toward the air raid shelter, firing back as they run. Yet, they barely make it a few steps before they are tackled to the ground by ravenous zombie dogs. "Help! Run, dear! I'll fight these beasts!" The air raid shelter has completely detonated, unleashing a swarm of zombies that floods in, triggering screams of horror from within. The echoes of their cries resonate through the valley, while a procession of headlights pierces through the mist as all the convoys desperately follow the black Jiao convoy in their frantic escape. Besieged by a multitude of monsters and zombies, a vehicle loses control, leading to a series of crashes, all swallowed by the relentless horde. Qianyu's armored vehicle trails behind the lead truck, his eyes bloodshot. "Vehicle 4, respond." He barks. "Damn it, Wu Songlin, have you found a route?" "The only way out is through the city. There is no choice but to backtrack." A voice crackles over the walkie-talkie. "Boss, something feels off," one of his subordinates suddenly remarks. "Speak up." Qianyu snaps, his frustration boiling over. "That old man has put us all in danger. What does he stand to gain?" Upon hearing this, Qianyu's grip on the walkie-talkie tightens, his brow furrowing. Initially, he had thought that Tang Hai intended to drive them into a trap, using the air raid siren to eliminate all survivors and then seize their supplies. But now, he realizes if everyone perishes outside, there would be no need for Tang Hai to lure them into his shelter. He could simply wait for them to die in the fog and then collect the spoils. This thought deepens Qianyu's frown as a more sinister idea emerges. "Damn it!" Qianyu trembles, his eyes wide with horror. "That bastard intends to use us as bait to divert the monsters while he makes his escape." The realization sends chills through the convoy. Gather all survivors together. Use them to draw the creatures in the mist, then seize the chance to flee. What a wicked scheme. The barricades and obstacles are merely a ruse, designed to force them into a retreat. Curse it! Qianyu grits his teeth in anger. He finally grasps the full implication of the situation. In a fit of rage, he declares, "Let us turn around and strike back. Even if it costs us our lives, I won't let that bastard have it easy." Though his words are fierce, Qianyu is astute. He understands that the farther they flee, the more they inadvertently aid Tang Hai, and with the night deepening and the fog thickening, their chances of survival diminish. If they turn back, they might catch Tang Hai off guard, and the greater the chaos, the more opportunities they have to break free. They cannot allow Tang Hai's scheme to succeed by leading the monsters away. With a commanding shout, all vehicles begin to turn around. Witnessing this, the other convoys are thrown into disarray. Some hastily follow suit, while others scatter into the streets, each for themselves. Meanwhile, as the tide of undead is redirected towards the town, the sentry post has become a scene of carnage. At this juncture, a cargo electric locomotive emerges from the fog, slowly rolling onto the platform, trailing several carriages laden with supplies. The doors swing open, and a dozen armed gunmen, already in ambush, disembark to systematically eliminate the remaining zombies within the sentry post. Simultaneously, a fleet of military jeeps arrives from another direction, their occupants seemingly well prepared, launching into action to clear the battlefield. At the forefront, Tang Hai and Feng Yumming emerge from a hidden underground facility via a small elevator. Observing the horrific scene before them, Tang Hai's expression shifts to one of concern, urgently directing his team, "Quickly, gather anything you can. Load up those vehicles. Hurry." The locomotive towed several flatbed cars, equipped with hinges specifically designed for transporting automobiles. In an instant, everyone became engrossed in their tasks as Tang Hai directed the loading of supplies onto the train. Having once served as the station master at Beiwai Station, he possessed considerable experience in this area, and soon the operation commenced in an orderly fashion. "What about those two?" Feng Yumming inquired of a few subordinates. "We couldn't find them," they replied, having swept through the air raid shelter. "Brother Feng, we have eliminated that useless group inside." To assuage the doubts of other teams, Tang Hai deliberately arranged for some of the elderly, women, and children from his team to remain in the shelter, thereby dispelling any suspicions. Meanwhile, he and Feng Yumming concealed themselves in another underground garage, with their subordinates splitting into two groups to lurk in the shadows, intending to exploit the ensuing chaos to their advantage. Upon hearing the report, Tang Hai turned to Feng Yumming. "Not found? Could they have left with the others?" Feng Yumming glanced at the open entrance of the shelter, his eyes glinting. "I'll go take a look." "All right." Just as they prepared for a grand escape, a thunderous roar of an engine pierced the air, causing Tang Hai's expression to shift dramatically. "Not good, Yumming. That group has returned." Tang Hai shouted, and the others quickly redirected their firearms. With a resounding boom, a colossal orange truck burst through the mist, its windshield and shovel laden with the severed limbs of various zombies as it charged back into the outpost. Gunfire erupted as Feng Yumming's men opened fire, and the Heijiao convoy, filled with rage, retaliated by storming in, gun barrels extending from the windows to unleash a barrage of bullets. "Not a single one left. Eliminate them all," Qianyu bellowed into the radio. "Yumming, be careful." Tang Hai sensed the dire situation and urged his men to fire. At that moment, the other rogue convoy also surged forward, with Lu Yi and Lu Shasha driving a pickup truck up the slope. "Brother, they have a train," Shasha shouted from the passenger seat, pointing ahead. Lu Yi pressed the accelerator, preparing to crash onto the railway tracks, but at that moment, a dozen gunmen from Tang Hai's side began firing, causing him to swerve violently into the courtyard. Zombies and mutated dogs lunged fiercely, and Shasha swiftly pulled a modified mechanism from beneath the seat, causing spikes to protrude from the side of the truck, swiftly clearing the zombies clinging to it. "Brother, drive carefully. I'll look for Sister 2 and the others." Instantly, the two factions began exchanging fire as countless zombies and mutated dogs emerged from the surrounding darkness, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The Heijiao convoy, with its sheer numbers, caught Tang Hai's side off guard, and the situation swiftly tilted in their favor, with Feng Yumming collapsing amidst the gunfire. "Daring to play tricks on me. I knew something was off." Qianyu stepped forward, placing his foot on Feng Yumming's chest. his gaze icy as he raised his gun and executed a ruthless shot to the head. As he looked up, he saw Tang Hai had already loaded many vehicles onto the train, instantly realizing the other's intentions. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Eagle, take him out. To obstruct Tang Hai, Qian Yu prepared to board the vehicle, calculating that if he could seize Tang Hai's train and break free, it might afford him a slim chance of survival, as material goods paled in comparison to life. Just as Qian Yu was about to board, a dull, piercing sound echoed behind him. He turned abruptly to find Eagle facing him, a black claw having pierced through his chest, blood frothing from his mouth as his eyes widened in terror, unable to utter a sound. Who did you say you were going to eliminate? A hoarse voice emerged from behind Eagle, as the black claw withdrew, revealing Feng Yumming, whose hand had transformed into a black insect-like claw. Half his face caved in and two sharp spikes protruding from his head, rendering him unrecognizable as human. You! Qian Yu's mind blanked momentarily at this sight. Had he not just shot this man in the head? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This individual was an ability user. Bang! 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 Acting on instinct, Qian Yu drew his handgun and emptied the chamber, yet Feng Yumming raised his armored claw to shield his face and chest. The bullets striking it with the force of steel, creating sparks but causing no harm. Quick, take him down. Panicked, Qian Yu called for his fellow gunmen to shoot at Feng Yumming. A flurry of gunfire erupted, yet none struck Feng Yumming. Qian Yu stood dumbfounded, feeling a chill in his chest. Turning around, he saw the portly leader of the convoy that had been following him, now aiming his dark gun at him with a sinister glare. Bang! A bullet struck Qian Yu's forehead, and darkness enveloped him as he fell, filled with regret. Simultaneously, dozens of his men engaged in a firefight with the zombies were suddenly ambushed by another wave of firepower. With their leader down, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. Feng Yumming regarded the portly leader with a twisted smile. As previously agreed, leave half, the rest is yours. Bang! 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 The portly leader dispatched a few zombies, his face pale and eyes frantic as he instructed his subordinates. Get in the vehicle. We're retreating. They had secretly formed an alliance. Should they eliminate the Heijiao convoy, the portly leader would claim half of their weapons and supplies. Faced with the overwhelming tide of zombies, he was uncertain of his survival chances that night. But witnessing Feng Yumming transform into a monster and eliminate Eagle, he felt he had no choice but to gamble. Chapter 42. Advanced Insect Transformation Under the Thick Fog at the T-34 outpost. The Heijiao convoy suffered heavy casualties, the cries of survivors mingling with the moans of zombies and monsters, transforming the area into a hellish nightmare. The chaotic conditions of the zombie tide, gunfights, and betrayal rendered the bewildered convoys akin to headless flies, swiftly annihilated by the hordes and bullets. The portly leader, unwilling to linger, eliminated the remaining forces of the Heijiao convoy and seized Qian Yu's large truck, his subordinates commandeering several supply vehicles, and together with their original convoy, revved their engines and charged through the sea of corpses. Feng Yumming, now resembling a half-monster, emanated an aura of unbridled fury. He stepped forward to retrieve Qian Yu's handgun and, without hesitation, dispatched two fleeing survivors with ease before striding towards the platform. Meanwhile, Tang Hai observed his men gaining the upper hand, but was suddenly struck by a sense of dread, pointing towards the courtyard and shouting, "Be careful! It's the fog spider!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the few remaining survivors realized the zombie horde before them had mysteriously thinned. Before they could react, a colossal spider materialized from the mist, its massive claw descending like a skyscraper. In an instant, two survivors were impaled through the chest. "Ah! Run!" A cacophony of piercing screams erupted. Tang Hai, pale with fear, scrambled onto the freight train's car and shouted to his men, Yumming, "Quickly, everyone on board. We're about to depart." Amidst the tide of zombies, a pickup truck suddenly burst forth, racing up the slope as if intending to flee along the railway tracks. "Eliminate them." Tang Hai's expression shifted in alarm as he bellowed. Just then, a shadow lunged forth, colliding with the pickup truck, causing it to lose control and flip over. As Sha Sha let out a piercing scream, in a split second, Lu Yi swiftly embraced his sister and flung open the car door, tumbling out, while their vehicle careened down the hillside. "What do you think you're running to?" Feng Yumming emerged again from the mist, a mocking sneer on his lips. As he raised his claw towards Lu Yi, unexpectedly, Lu Yi sprang to his feet, seizing Feng Yuming's claw and with a fierce grunt, hurled him away. The sound of gunfire erupted again, and Lu Yi immediately dove towards the ground where Sha Sha lay, but a stray bullet pierced his shoulder. "Brother!" Sha Sha cried out, her eyes brimming with tears as she scrambled to retrieve her weapon for a counterattack. Yet Lu Yi, unable to voice his agony, clasped Sha Sha tightly and braved the hail of bullets as they prepared to charge down the slope, where scarcely any survivors remained. Only a relentless tide of corpses surged forth. Feng Yuming's henchmen continued to retreat towards the platform, unleashing bullets as if they were free. Such great strength, yet still a mere low-tier foe, a haughty voice echoed as a black dart shot forth from the fog, catching Lu Yi unawares as he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. With a sickening thud, the dart pierced his arm, and despite the tremendous impact, Lu Yi managed not to utter a sound, retaliating with a powerful kick towards the black mist, producing a fierce gust of wind. Bang! It felt as if he had struck a wall, for Feng Yuming stepped out slowly, effortlessly grasping Lu Ye's full-force kick with that unaltered hand. With a disdainful smile, he taunted, "You, a simpleton with brawn but no brains, must not realize that slaying an ability wielder and peculiar entities grants one evolution. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity." With a swift motion, Feng Yuming withdrew the black dart, which now glimmered with a red light. "D!" Sha Sha shrieked in terror. "Brother, be careful." Boom! At that moment, Feng Yuming seemed to sense an ominous chill, tilting his head slightly, and in the next instant his left ear exploded, blood staining half his face, rendering him even more chillingly fearsome. Yet, as if unaffected, he let out a cold snort and vanished into the black mist once more. Suddenly, several wind bullets shot forth from behind the platform, taking down several of Tang Hai's unsuspecting gunmen. "Watch your back, Dan Hai Sao Tet," prompting all the gunmen to scramble into the train car for cover. The searchlight pierced through the fog, and Lu Sha Sha, seeing the advancing tide of corpses and the gigantic spider in the sky, quickly wiped away her tears and urged her brother Lu Yi, "Brother, we must flee." Behind a piece of bluestone at the back of the platform, Lin Xian, drenched in cold sweat and exhaustion, gasped for breath. The mechanical heart had been running frantically for nearly 9 hours, depleting his energy almost entirely. "I knew you two would be hiding somewhere." Feng Yuming's voice echoed eerily. "Thinking to reap the benefits. Do you really believe having abilities makes you exceptional?" Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a gust of cold wind sweep through the mist, and instinctively fired a wind bullet forward. Bang! It sounded as if he had struck metal, and Lin Xian's pupils dilated as he leapt from his position. Just then, Feng Yuming erupted from the mist, his claw crashing down onto the bluestone where Lin Xian had been hiding, shattering it to pieces. His assault did not relent, as he lunged towards Lin Xian's evading position. Interesting, a combination of physical prowess and ranged abilities. It is the first time I have encountered such an unusual capability. Lin Xian felt a surge of trepidation upon hearing Feng Yuming's words. This man had undoubtedly slain more than one ability wielder and had been hiding his true self. It seemed this uncle and nephew duo had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. A piercing sound shattered the air as a hairy spider leg plummeted from above, causing both Lin Xian and Feng Yuming to stagger back. Meanwhile, Tang Hai's gunmen began to retaliate, some shooting at the misty spider, while others aimed at Lin Xian. Surrounded and unable to react, Lin Xian performed a roll and leapt off the platform, diving beneath the train. Feng Yuming, noticing Lin Xian's frailty, grinned wickedly and pursued him, while the spikes on his head trembled, seemingly on guard for something. "Where's that little girl? If she doesn't show herself, you will have no chance." Feng Yuming had been wary of Tu's intervention, and Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. This man's ability level and combat experience far exceeded his expectations. As the tide of corpses approached and the misty spider loomed overhead, Feng Yuming understood that the situation was spiraling out of control. No longer testing the waters, he surged forward, his black claw extending towards Lin Xian beneath the train, ready to deliver a fatal blow. "Are you looking for me?" Just then, a light and agile voice rang out. Recognizing Tu's prowess, Feng Yuming instinctively halted his movement, reflexively darting sideways. However, the anticipated attack never came. Feng Yuming and Tang Hai turned towards the sound, only to see the searchlight of the 1130 close-in cannon on the air defense bunker suddenly illuminate, with a low hum of machinery indicating its awakening. The long-dormant defensive weapon had roused itself at this moment. Impossible. Tang Hai was rendered speechless by the sight, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "How can this thing still be activated?" Feng Yuming, too, was momentarily stunned, for he saw the light beam from the cannon's targeting system lock onto him. In an instant, an absurd thought surged within him. Is this device meant to target humans? Meanwhile, in the operations room of the underground air defense facility, Tu sat before the successfully repaired and self-checked close-in cannon operating system, rapidly marking several hot targets. She then gently tapped the microphone, clearing her throat as she addressed the broadcast. "A few filthy bastards, farewell." With that, she pressed the fire button. Boom! The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, illuminating half the platform with blinding light. This anti-aircraft weapon, capable of firing 10,000 rounds per minute, was now trained on the tide of corpses surging down the slope, the colossal misty spider, and Feng Yuming. Damn it! Feng Yuming watched in horror as the cannon aimed directly at him, his heart sinking as he attempted to raise his black claw to block the attack. Yet, in an instant, he was engulfed by a torrent of violent metal projectiles, transforming him into a cloud of blood mist, while the ground beneath him was obliterated, leaving a massive crater. The cacophony of rapid-fire cannon blasts resonated through the air, and the throng of corpses clambering up the hillside was swept away as if a windshield wiper had cleared rain from surface. The firepower swept across in a fan shape, reducing them to mere fragments. Hundreds upon thousands of zombies were instantly turned to bloody rain and dismembered limbs. Scattering through the sky, beneath the close-in cannon, a vast subsystem's maintenance shaft for power and ammunition lay adjacent to the armory's generator. Lin Xian had absorbed that large generator because he discovered that this system was only partially damaged. He merely needed to conduct some repairs. This system was connected to the backup power of the defense system, thereby activating this formidable apparatus at that moment, thanks to Lin Xian and Tu, hiding beneath the train. Lin Xian was taken aback by the scene. No wonder they say anti-aircraft guns are lethal. This is not something carbon-based life forms can withstand. Yet he pondered, why does the interstellar military possess such weapons while the world's defense systems seem to have vanished into thin air after the Day of Reckoning? Run. At this moment, Song Zai in the locomotive was utterly pale, horrified to discover that his nephew's remains had been completely obliterated. Without uttering a word, he immediately pushed down the throttle lever. The cannon was not aimed at the train, but Song Zai was aware that Lin Xian was hiding beneath it, contemplating that perhaps he could make his escape while also crushing Lin Xian. The moment the wheels began to move, Lin Xian concealed under the train, sensed the motion, and his heart leapt with alarm. He understood that Song Zai intended to use the reserve energy from the branch line's electric grid to evacuate his subordinates and supplies from Bawan Station before fleeing in a vehicle. He hastily gripped the underside of the train, preparing to activate his mechanical heart to take control of the locomotive. However, as soon as his ability activated, Lin Xian felt something was amiss. The train was far larger than he had anticipated, and given his current strength, he could not exert control in such a short time. This was disastrous. Observing the train moving slowly, Lin Xian instinctively prepared to escape from the iron wheels and seek an alternative plan. Yet in the next moment, a tremendous metallic collision resounded from the front of the newly started train, bringing all the carriages to an abrupt halt. What on earth was happening? Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xian quickly darted out from under the train, and at that moment, the close-range cannon also fell silent. Although the cannon could fire 10,000 rounds per minute, the ammunition chain could only sustain such firepower for 15 seconds. Nevertheless, that seemed sufficient, as Lin Xian emerged from beneath the train. The entire sentry post and hillside had devolved into a veritable hell of blood and flesh, with thick smoke rising, obscuring even the grass beneath. At that moment, he finally beheld the true form of the gigantic spider, a green arachnid the size of a truck, adorned with black stripes. Yet, it was now difficult to discern it as a complete spider. When he turned back, puzzled by why Song Zai had suddenly halted the train, he speculated whether the power system had been inadvertently damaged. His gaze swept forward, and to his astonishment, a far larger crimson steel beast emerged from the fog, obstructing Song Zai's path. Infinite number. The unexpected collision caused Song Zai to stumble and fall to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Shocked, he scrambled to his feet, wondering if he had inadvertently stumbled into some ghostly realm. How could the train have seemingly crashed into a mountain? Yet, as he rose and glanced at the headlights, he beheld a scarlet behemoth, the Jihong 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, dragging a long line of carriages, appearing eerily before him. Song Zai's complexion turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost, and his subordinates, the gunners, were equally stricken with panic. Where did this train come from? What the hell? This is insane. In a corner of the hillside, Lu Yi emerged, a fierce expression on his face, clutching a grenade launcher. He aimed it at the window of the carriage filled with gunners and fired. Boom! The sudden explosion caught them off guard, inflicting heavy casualties among the gunners. A few survivors leapt from the smoke-filled train, only to be greeted by a girl smiling at them from the front. "Hello, where are you all headed?" Then, with her eyes gleaming, the girl waved her hand. A surge of invisible force propelled the remaining few away, instantly killing them. Song Zai flung open the cockpit door and jumped down from the tracks in a panic. By now, most of the horde had dissipated, armed only with a pistol. He prepared to escape along the railway in the dark. Observing this, Lin Xian quickly climbed onto the platform to pursue him. However, as Song Zai ventured not far, a graceful shadow appeared ahead, startling him into exclaiming, "Who is it?" Just as he raised his gun to shoot, the shadow met him with a crowbar. Bang! Blood sprayed, and Song Zai collapsed, his vision fading to darkness. The shadow slowly stepped forward, illuminated by the train's lights, revealing a beautiful face. Lin Xian's expression sharpened. It was indeed Teacher Chun. At this moment, Chun Sichuan gripped the crowbar tightly, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian on the platform. A mixture of nervousness and fear evident on her face, her chest heaving with exertion. It was clear this was her first time inflicting harm. "Impressive, Teacher Chun," Lin Xian marveled, perplexed by how Chun Sichuan had inexplicably appeared here. "Lin Xian," she exclaimed, overwhelmed by the horrific scene around them, blood and body parts littering the tracks. The platform, and the hillside, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and decay. With a swift motion, Lin Xian raised his hand and eliminated 2 zombies that had slipped past Chun Sichuan, causing her to gasp in alarm. Lin Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Yi in the distance. Moments later, he called out, "Where is Sha Sha?" Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Lu Yi seemed to snap out of his daze, looking around until he found a mound of dirt. He dug a bit and unearthed Lu Sha Sha, her face smeared with dirt. "Brother," she panted, glancing at Lu Yi. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, having been shot in the back and stabbed in the arm, but seemingly unfazed. Lin Xian, seeing that the siblings were unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the distant sounds of zombies continued to echo from the fog, prompting him to urgently call out, "Quick, get in my vehicle and hide." Lu Yi looked up at the massive train, realizing the situation, and nodded earnestly, swiftly lifting Lu Sha Sha and running towards it. "Hurry, get on." Having dealt with the remaining gunners, Lin Xian cast a glance at the ground strewn with dismembered bodies, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. What formidable beings! Lin Xian was astonished. A 16-year-old girl faced with such carnage exhibited neither fear nor disgust, but instead seemed to convey a sense of exhilaration. Under Chun Sichuan's urging, everyone hurried aboard the infinite number to rest temporarily. The time was only just past 7 o'clock, with at least 7 or 8 hours until dawn. Chapter 44, The Lu Siblings. "Sister Chun, how did you manage to bring the train here?" Upon boarding, 2 asked with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Ever since she and Lin Xian had stepped into this fog-laden area, they had noticed that all wireless signals seemed to be thoroughly blocked, severing their connection to the outside world, including with Chun Sichuan. Chun Sichuan, bustling with urgency, handed a medical kit to Lu Sha Sha, her tone tinged with eagerness. "Here, treat your wounds first." "Thank you, sister," Lu Sha Sha replied, glancing at Lin Xian and realizing that Chun Sichuan was with Lin Xian. "So it was you who drove the train." Chun Sichuan turned to Lin Xian, her expression apologetic as she explained, "Last night, I noticed this train departing from the 3rd branch line at Bawan Station, and it struck me as unusual because that line was not documented in any maps or resources. I suspected it was a special route for military use, and I presumed that your destination was likely there as well. Since I had been unable to contact you, I decided to act. When I departed, Lin Xian had informed me that electric locomotives have reserve energy available for use. seeing that train in the fog carrying a dozen armed men. I had a hunch that you might encounter trouble. Thus, I made the decisive choice to divert the infinite number from Bawan Station onto the military branch line that Song Zai's train had cleared, inadvertently blocking his retreat. Ugh! A small wave of zombies had begun to appear at the sentry post and platform, but the area was now eerily quiet. Hundreds of innocent survivors had perished, leaving these monsters to roam aimlessly. Without the fog spider, the infinite number was momentarily devoid of significant danger. Hearing Chun Sichuan's words, Tu couldn't help but exclaim, "How clever! Sister Chun, you've been a tremendous help." Chun Sichuan glanced at Lin Xian, who smiled back, "Indeed, well done." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chun Sichuan felt her previously anxious heart finally settle. She had been worried that Lin Xian would blame her for starting the train, but now she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Wow, that Tang fellow is truly ruthless. He actually intends to use all of us survivors as live bait to lure the monsters away, allowing him to escape. With her arms crossed and a look of indignation, she thought to herself, "Fortunately, this young lady is clever enough to see through his scheme." Did you really see through it? Lin Xian looked at her in silence. All right, you're clever too. After some pleasantries, Lin Xian turned his gaze towards Lu Yi, who, despite appearing somewhat weak, seemed unharmed, especially considering he was an ability user. His recovery rate was considerably faster than that of ordinary people. "What are your plans next?" Lu Yi looked out the window, trying to spot their pickup truck, but he couldn't see even a shadow of it. Sha carefully helped her brother bandage his shoulder, and, upon hearing this, turned to Lin Xian with a pleading tone. "Lingage, can your train take us for a while? Once my brother's injuries are healed, we will find another vehicle." "I see no necessity for that," Lin Xian replied earnestly. "You two can directly join me in my vehicle. It will be better for us all to face difficulties together. Our chances of survival will be greater." Shasha's eyes lit up at this. "Really? Hey!" At this moment, the nearby two was displeased, glaring at Lin Xian. "You're such a bad person. You readily agreed to let others on the vehicle, yet you were so harsh with me, wanting to kick me off. What does that mean?" Lin Xian scoffed. That was self-inflicted. The issue of her sneaking snacks in the vehicle was bound to come back to haunt her. Tu, feeling exasperated, heard Lin Xian say, "Sha and her brother saved us. I'm allowing them onto the vehicle. Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course not." Tu rolled her eyes at him, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and arms folded. "But you're the boss, so I suppose I have to listen to you." Standing beside them, Chun Sichuan felt a surge of joy at the prospect of two additional members joining their train. After all, strength lies in numbers, and having only Lin Xian venture out for supplies while she guarded the vehicle felt far too precarious. "Thank you," Lu Yi suddenly spoke, his gaze filled with profound gratitude as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He also wished to recruit some allies. The Lu siblings were decent individuals, having saved him in two, and Lu Yi was a powerful ability user, which made Lin Xian feel reassured about bringing him along. "What shall we do now?" Chun Sichuan inquired. Lin Xian looked out the window and exhaled deeply. "All the supplies scavenged by Tang Hai are on that vehicle. We are fortunate to have a ready-made haul. We can simply tow it away." "Oh," Tu suddenly realized, clapping her hands, "we could strike it rich. And there are many items left by the convoy below, not to mention the information equipment in the command room. And what about the closed defense cannon?" Lin Xian felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. "You're overreaching. The closed defense cannon's accompanying ammunition and power supply system weighs at least several dozen tons. Do you have a crane to move it? Moreover, that ammo storage would be depleted in mere seconds during combat. Do you expect to find 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds on the road?" In truth, Lin Xian too wished to absorb that closed defense cannon. Yet he was utterly drained at the moment. Once he recovers, it might take even longer than the generator. Fortunately, he had already acquired a complete 1130 holographic blueprint during the resolution of the generator and closed defense cannon subsystems. With this blueprint, as long as he has materials, he can craft one directly on the train. It seems so, too mused, but the optical tracking and phased array radar on top can be dismantled. Combined with the train's driving radar, we could create a small radar observation system, right? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, looking at her peculiarly, thinking to himself, that sounds plausible. Good idea. He concurred. Hearing this, Lu Yi, disregarding his injuries, stood up resolutely. "I will help as well." Sha brushed off the dust from her face, assuming a mature demeanor. "By the way, my brother and I still need to look for the vehicle. There are plenty of things on it. All right, everyone be careful. Lin Xian nodded. He glanced outside before addressing Chun Sichuan. Teacher Chun, come with me to connect the train cars. Once we return to Beiwang Station, we will adjust the compartments. Simultaneously, he handed several firearms confiscated from Tang Hai's men to Lu Yi and Sha Sha. We are not in a hurry tonight. Let us gather more supplies and set off before dawn. It was not greed that drove Lin Xian. In order to absorb that large generator while also connecting and repairing the closed defense cannon system, he had nearly exhausted his energy. After his encounter with Feng Yuming, he could hardly muster the strength to raise an ice shield. If he didn't allow himself some rest, he might soon lack the strength to stand. Furthermore, the area had already been cleared, so it was unlikely any significant monsters would emerge. Thus, it was best to thoroughly scavenge this military base. What delighted Lin Xian the most was that Tang Hai had brought several flatbed trailers, loading up the scavenged jeeps, off-road vehicles, and even Xian Yu's armored vehicle, along with a plethora of firearms and ammunition. He estimated at least dozens of weapons were now at their disposal, significantly enhancing their firepower. Chapter 45. A bountiful harvest on the train. Lin Xian opened the previous heart of machinery panel, examining the data he had obtained after absorbing the generator. Absorption successful. Mechanical source points, 200, mechanical absorption skill proficiency, 100, additional reward. Strength, 15 points, speed, 10 points, defense, 10 points. Congratulations. The heart of machinery has successfully leveled up to level 2 and acquired the passive skill. Decomposition space. Decomposition space, passive. Upon completing mechanical absorption, you will gain 20 materials of that mechanical device stored in decomposition space, capacity, 100 tons. When using the mechanical blueprint for manufacturing, materials from the decomposition space can be utilized directly. Congratulations, strength attribute upgraded to level 2, 200 kilograms burst. Congratulations. Defense attribute upgraded to level 1, resilient skin. All attributes of strength, speed, and defense activated. Detail parameters unlocked. Congratulations. Wind cannon skill upgraded to level 2, 6, current heart of machinery level 2, 101,000. Notice, upgrading the heart of machinery grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching levels 3, 6, and 9, a mysterious awakening will occur. Strength level 217, 200 kilograms burst. Speed level 162, maximum 10 ms. Defense level 121, resilient skin. Mechanical awakening. Not awaken mechanical absorption. 208. 500. Increased absorption efficiency mechanical manufacturing. 112. 300. Increased construction efficiency mechanical passive. Scanning, repair, decomposition, special skills. Wine cannon, normal. Level 2. 6. Ice shield, normal. Level 1. 22. Successfully absorbing a complete 1900W generator marked Lin Xian's first encounter with such a large piece of machinery since acquiring the heart of machinery. Though it took 7 to 8 hours, the rewards were exceptionally fruitful. As Lin Xian gazed at the luminous screen before him, he noted not only the upgrades in strength and defense, but also that his heart of machinery had finally reached level 2. Most importantly, after the defense attribute upgrade, the three-dimensional attributes now had clear indicators, and the upgrade of the heart of machinery also provided skill level markings. This was indeed very intuitive. It turned out that both wind cannon and ice shield were ordinary skills, indicating that there were higher level skills available. If he had the opportunity to absorb that closed defense cannon or the Iron Guardian 3 military assault vehicle, perhaps there would be delightful surprises in store. With a strength burst of 200 kilograms, he mused, I am now more formidable than professional boxers. The skill of decomposition space, albeit passive, is deemed by Lin Xian to be exceedingly practical. Previously, scanning blueprints for mechanical manufacturing was a cumbersome task, particularly in terms of material collection. Now, not only can he directly decompose materials through devouring, but he has also acquired a storage space akin to a material repository, which is nothing short of miraculous. The sole drawback is that this space can only accept materials obtained through mechanical devouring, rather than allowing for direct storage, which is somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, he might have been able to transport that closed defense cannon. Setting aside other matters, if this continues, his future endeavors in devouring larger entities will undoubtedly become much more convenient. Nevertheless, he feels a sense of contentment, and at this moment, Lin Xian eagerly anticipates what awakening skills he might gain upon reaching level 3, or if through devouring. he might acquire even more formidable abilities. Relying solely on a wind cannon to confront those monsters feels rather meager. With the addition of 2 companions, the Wuxian house suddenly felt less desolate. After consuming a bit of food and drinking some water to slightly replenish his energy, Lin Xian disembarked to lend a hand. At this moment, Lu Yi was assisting too in transporting computers and servers out of the air raid shelter, preparing to transform the second carriage into an information center while also establishing a private sleeping space. She had even brought out the bunk beds from the shelter. Meanwhile, Chun Sixuan and Sha Sha donned gas masks from the armory and scoured the courtyard for scattered weapons and supplies. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian initially felt some trepidation, for it was nighttime and numerous zombies lurked nearby, with swarms of black insects appearing particularly terrifying. However, Chun Sixuan and Sha Sha, armed with guns, diligently searched the area, extracting supply boxes smeared with blood and viscous substances without so much as a furrowed brow. It must be said that extreme environments can profoundly temper the human psyche. Lin Xian was contemplating how to transport the Iron Guardian 3 military assault armor, along with the heavy TFE 600 twin-barreled tank, for further study when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the distant railway behind him. His brow furrowed in concern as he swiftly approached the source of the noise. Not far ahead, he unexpectedly spotted a limping shadow hastily fleeing into the depths. "Danhai?" Lin Xian's expression turned cold. This scoundrel was still alive. He had been careless, too astonished by the sudden appearance of his mentor, Chun, to remember this old rogue. Raising a finger, he prepared to execute this scum who had caused the deaths of hundreds of survivors. But at that moment, several zombies slowly emerged from the shadows. Just as Lin Xian thought this individual would be startled, Tang Hai merely sidestepped and walked directly through the gaps between the zombies. Tang Hai's bizarre reaction piqued Lin Xian's interest. Why could the zombies not see him? The sluggish zombies took a few halting steps before seemingly catching a whiff of blood and turning to pounce on Tang Hai. "No, you beasts are not supposed to see me." Tang Hai suddenly etkalim in panic. Hearing this, Lin Xian, still pointing his finger, was taken aback. Could Tang Hai truly believe that the zombies could not perceive him? Had his mind deteriorated? Yet in that fleeting moment, he had indeed witnessed Tang Hai calmly passing among the zombies, exhibiting no signs of fear aside from a mere sidelong movement. Clearly not acting out of a sense of luck. What was happening? Lin Xian's expression darkened. At that moment, the zombies grew ferocious, surrounding Tang Hai and bringing him down, beginning to gnaw at him. "Ah, no." Tang Hai's desperate cries of struggle soon faded into silence. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. To avoid triggering a chain reaction, he released several wind blasts to eliminate the zombies. Furthermore, to ensure absolute safety, he approached Tang Hai's lifeless body, intending to eradicate any lingering threats. Just then, something even more bizarre occurred. The still warm corpse of Tang Hai began to tremble violently, and the blood of the nearby dead zombies rapidly flowed towards him, turning his entire body a deep crimson. Gradually, the accumulating blood coalesced into a blood cocoon. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. His subconscious warned him that this was not a good omen. Could Tang Hai's earlier unnoticed actions among the zombies actually be a manifestation of some special ability? This thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind, startling him, prompting him to act decisively. He unleashed several wind bullets aimed at the blood cocoon. Regardless of what it was, a dead Tang Hai was the only good Tang Hai. The upgraded wind cannon unleashed its might, producing a thunderous sound as it pierced several holes in the blood cocoon, scattering grayish-white flesh and blood. Indeed, something was amiss. Lin Xian's expression shifted as he prepared to fire another wind bullet. But in the next instant, the blood cocoon seemed to sense danger, thrashing violently before exploding with a loud bang. A small, frail figure, grayish-white in hue, darted out and vanished into the mist in an instant. Damn it! Realizing something was wrong, Lin Xian chased a few steps but found nothing alive in the dense fog. Remembering that his mentor, who lacked abilities, and Sha Sha were still not far away in the courtyard, he quickly retreated. The night and fog enveloped the surroundings, making it easy for zombies to appear from the shadows. To exercise caution, Lin Xian decided to have everyone board the vehicle ahead of time. The Wuxian house soon rolled back to the platform at Beiwang Station. Without wasting a moment, Lin Xian immediately collaborated with Chun Sixuan to prepare the carriages. Lu Yi, being adept with tools, quickly completed the train's redeployment with the trio's teamwork. The Jujing 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive remained at the front. The first and second carriages were unchanged, while Tanghai's two carriages filled with supplies were placed behind the second carriage, becoming the new third and fourth carriages. The original third carriage, which housed tools and had a tailboard, was transformed into the fifth carriage. Additionally, there were 4 flatbed trailers at the back, carrying 2 military jeeps, a heavy-duty off-roader, and Qian Yu's armored vehicle. Lastly, the original short-distance freight electric locomotive was pulled to the end. This vehicle had no carriages to couple with and was cumbersome. So Lin Xian planned to devour it after escaping the mist, hoping for a significant gain. To facilitate the care of the tool carriage, Lin Xian stationed Lu Yi at the fifth carriage, while Lu Shasha accompanied Tu to reside in the second carriage, where they had a top and bottom bunk arrangement. In the dim night, the Wuxian house silently departed from Beiwang Station, continuing eastward. Along the way, Tu inquired of Lin Xian why they were in such a hurry, suggesting that many places had yet to be explored. Supplies are infinite. Excessive greed could lead to dire consequences. Lin Xian replied calmly. It seems Tang Hai is still alive, and I fear there may be further complications. Not dead. Tu furrowed her brow, expressing disbelief. No, Lin Xian sighed, recounting the situation he had observed earlier. I suspect that Tang Hai possesses some kind of ability, and that earlier incident might have been a manifestation of it. He then turned to Lu Shasha and Lu Yi, asking, how much do you two siblings know about abilities? Hearing this, Lu Yi appeared taken aback and earnestly shook his head. I'm not very clear. It seemed he had little understanding of his own abilities, only knowing that one day he suddenly felt significantly stronger. By the way, brother, did you forget? At this moment, Shasha revealed a crucial piece of information when Feng Yuming transformed into a bug and attacked you. He mentioned that you were still of low rank and that you didn't even know that killing strange entities and ability users could lead to the evolution of abilities. Lu Yi scratched his head, seemingly recalling this detail. Is that true? Beside him, Teacher Chen exclaimed in surprise. Can abilities really be upgraded? It should be possible. Lin Xian sighed. If there are levels, then that Feng Yuming is certainly not at the lowest tier. His strength is formidable, and he shows no fear even knowing we are 3 ability users, which indicates he possesses considerable confidence. After speaking, he noticed that the usually talkative Tu was silent at that moment. He raised his gaze and saw Tu squinting with a peculiar smile directed at him. Speak your mind. He knew this young lady was privy to much information, and her smile made him feel uneasy, prompting him to speak up. If I told you I know how abilities can be upgraded and that they are divided into various categories, would you be interested? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their astonished eyes towards Tu. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. What? Does your statement imply there are conditions? Tu raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xian's ear to whisper something. Upon hearing it, Lin Xian couldn't help but pinch his trigeminal nerve in frustration, exclaiming, Fine, I agree to your terms. Hee, a promise is a promise, Tu replied with satisfaction. First, she raised a finger after the first extreme night. There have been over 10,000 cases of humans exhibiting abnormalities worldwide. This is merely a minuscule portion of the post-disaster statistics. In response to extreme calamities following the day of revelation, the federal government hastily established a special bureau called the Angel Project to study extraordinary individuals. Aside from research, I suspect they aim to harness this power to uncover the secrets of the star abyss and discover ways to save the world. How do you know all of this? Chen Xishuan looked at Tu in astonishment. Tu pouted, proudly declaring, hacking into the federal government's intranet is not a difficult feat besides. It's the end of the world. Who would care about me? Continue, Lin Xian scrutinized Tu. This girl managed to board a rescue helicopter after the extreme night. Regardless of whether she is the daughter of the Linglong group, her identity is undoubtedly significant. However, since she possessed useful information, Lin Xian refrained from probing into trivial details. Ahem, Tu cleared her throat. The Angel Project gathered some of the remaining top scientists after the day of revelation. Through research, they discovered that all survivors who did not mutate into zombies after the extreme night exhibited a remarkably similar energy that repelled external forces. They named this energy Dangling Ji. Even the weakest survivors, including women and children, had a value of at least 1. In contrast, when observing zombies or other dark entities, this value fell below 0, becoming negative. Initially, this discovery was thought to be a form of selection mechanism, but due to the inability to find any patterns, it was considered the life energy of survivors. Then, an interesting finding emerged. All ability users or robust adults had significantly high values in this measure, especially ability users. The Angel Project has classified 34 categories of similar abilities after the first extreme night, assessing these abilities in terms of functionality and destructiveness, and positively correlating this value with Dongling Ji, confirming its accuracy. Dongling Ji represents life force, or the survival capacity to resist the encroachment of darkness. The stronger a person is, the higher this value. This is the first point. 2 continued. The second key point is that abilities possess evolutionary potential. Some documents indicate that a small portion of individuals already exceeded the 3rd or even 4th level upon their discovery. 3rd level, 4th level? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Did you forget to mention something? Tu shrugged. Oh, I just skimmed through it. Essentially, a group of lab researchers evaluated the weight of Dongling Ji, body strength, energy output, destructiveness, and the lethal threat to organisms, resulting in a grading system. For what I gathered, all ordinary people or ability users fall within a Dongling Ji of 1100 or below, categorized as source species level. For instance, the 3rd level diamond level has already completely surpassed human limits. Unless heavy weaponry is employed, they're difficult to kill, with a Dongling Ji defined between 500 and 1000. The 4th level Berserk level is regarded as a significant threat to an area, requiring substantial military forces, heavy vehicles, and various armored weaponry to suppress, with a Dongling Ji defined between 1000 and 3000 combat units. As for levels above destruction level, there is no detailed information because they currently lack data in that regard. Thus, they merely estimate it based on earlier levels with exponential growth. Lu Shasha widened her eyes, unable to refrain from asking, then, too, how exactly do abilities evolve? Well, it might differ from everyone's expectations, Tu replied, her expression complex. From the classified documents I reviewed, it indeed indicates that after reaching evolution level 2, ability users can enhance their Dongling Ji through combat, defeating dark entities or other ability users. However, it is based on preliminary reports, so the content is limited. What about after the 2nd level? Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. And the 1st level? Hey, Tu said with keen interest, you've touched upon a crucial point. The most peculiar finding is that this research bureau discovered that different natures of abilities are quite unstable while in source species level. It seems that these ability users require some sort of ritual, event, or change in mindset or emotions to evolve. The Angel Project even believes that true transformation or complete evolution can only commence from the 2nd level. Hence they call it evolution level or breakthrough level. A ritual? Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison, as it sounded almost reminiscent of religious mythology. Precisely, Tu continued. For instance, someone like Feng Yuming, I believe, belongs to the Angel Project category of either type 16 morphological mimicry or type 21 aberrant proliferation. Regardless of which, as long as they can kill dark entities or ability users and absorb flesh and blood through their mutated limbs or bodies, they have a chance to complete their evolution. However, Tu suddenly turned to Lu Yi, saying, from your description, you should be a type 3 body enhancement ability. Among all ability users, this is a relatively common category. Yet, curiously, this type of ability requires certain specific conditions to evolve to the 2nd level. The Angel Project has produced numerous uncertain evaluation reports indicating that methods similar to Feng Yuming's are completely ineffective, referred to as different evolutionary pathways. Is that true? Lu Shasha exclaimed, sounding alarmed. Who knows? Tu shrugged. This statement, whether from biology or physics, well, this world no longer acknowledges those disciplines. Let us just regard it as theology. Additionally, this research bureau believes that the evolution of abilities possesses duality. That is, ability users share weaknesses akin to those infected by zombies. Without specific conditions, they may succumb to the erosion of this power, gradually leading to erroneous evolution or transforming into zombies. In other words, when an individual's Dongling Ji falls below 1, they refer to this situation as corruption. Corruption? Then what about Tang Hai? Lin Xian inquired. What I saw earlier, have you encountered it in the data? Tu nodded seriously. Not only have I seen it, but I can also confirm he belongs to type 32. This model of ability is known as uncertain infection type, which is quite intriguing. Tu frowned, stating, The data shows that this ability is exceedingly difficult to detect at the source species stage because there are no noticeable physical or mental changes. The only characteristic is that they are hard for zombies to perceive. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he recalled that scene. Indeed, he nodded slightly, but this type of supernatural ability is precisely the one most prone to evolution. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and questioned whether simply being bitten to death by a zombie could lead to an upgrade. Yes, but also no. Tu tilted her head slightly, her gaze becoming somewhat solemn as she stated that based on a statistical analysis of the cases collected, evolution is neither guaranteed nor does it yield a specific outcome. It is also possible to evolve incorrectly. Chapter 47. Life Endures. It is no wonder that Tang Hai was so arrogant amidst the fog and darkness for so long. It turns out those monsters could not harm him at all. Lin Xian suddenly understood. His previous doubts were not unfounded. It seemed that Tang Hai had been injured at the time, emitting a scent of blood that attracted the zombies, inadvertently leading to his evolution. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of regret, wishing he had decisively dealt with that old beast earlier, leaving no hidden dangers behind. Nevertheless, he also felt grateful that he had chosen to repair that closed defense cannon for his protection, a decision that proved to be exceedingly wise. At that time, Tu had already fallen into deep slumber, and he alone could not manage both the fog spider and Feng Yumming, let alone contend with the overwhelming tide of corpses. Fortunately, neither Tang Hai nor Feng Yumming could handle the intricate closed defense cannon system either, nor had they dismantled any crucial equipment. Otherwise, tonight would have truly been a dead end for both Lin Xian and Tu. Returning to the main topic, Lin Xian gazed at Tu and inquired whether she understood how her supernatural ability evolved. Unexpectedly, Tu merely smiled faintly and shook her head, admitting that while she suspected she belonged to the realm of mental or telekinetic abilities, rarities in the available data, she was uncertain about how to upgrade or complete that ritual. As for you, Tu turned her peculiar gaze towards Lin Xian, honestly stating that she had no idea which category he belonged to. She noted that his ability to manipulate machinery indicated a functional type of supernatural power, although the assessment of such abilities' value might not be particularly high. They were regarded as possessing immense strategic value under the Angel Project. She speculated that he resembled the inorganic control type, number 27, but questioned how he could also wield elemental abilities. At this point, Tu's brow furrowed deeper as she pondered whether Lin Xian possessed more than one supernatural ability. Guess. Lin Xian replied expressionlessly, feeling a strange premonition stir within him. Perhaps his power was not even a true supernatural ability. What kind of ability would have a progress bar? Additionally, Tu continued, it is said that an exceedingly rare number of supernatural beings have completely lost their powers, including those of the diamond level. Completely lost? What does that mean? Lin Xian asked, perplexed. How would I know? The data does not specify. Tu replied with a dismissive pout. All I know is that this occurs without any external interference, where the supernatural being suddenly loses their abilities. The Research Bureau's assessment suggests it may correlate with one's mindset and mental state, but the true cause remains elusive. Tu's information granted Lin Xian a nearly revolutionary understanding of the current world. However, under the collapse of the Apocalyptic Order, even in just a few months, supernatural beings had become a vast collective, significantly influencing the trajectory of human survival. After a long night of turmoil, everyone felt fatigued. To ensure caution, Lin Xian ordered the train to maintain a low speed of around 50 meters, with Chen Xishuan stationed in the cockpit while he rested there. It seems Tu harbors many secrets, Chen Xishuan remarked, observing the resting Lin Xian. Everyone has their secrets, as long as they are beneficial to us. We need not delve too deeply, she replied. What did she just say to you? Chen Xishuan's gaze flickered. She knew it was inappropriate to ask Lin Xian, yet her curiosity was insatiable. Lin Xian chuckled lightly with his eyes closed. What else could it be? She asked me to promise not to engage in any intimate relations with her unless she is willing. Upon hearing this, Chen Xishuan's expression became complex as she murmured an acknowledgement. She herself was uncertain whether her relationship with Lin Xian could be classified as one of willingness. She simply felt grateful to have been rescued by him, and at this moment, he was clearly her only pillar of support. Furthermore, he was quite agreeable, seemingly aligning with her preferred personality type. Thus, she found herself not resisting the occurrence of such events as much as she anticipated. Could this be the legendary suspension bridge effect? Oh dear, where did my thoughts wander? She lamented. Yesterday, dawn broke at 1626, and we advanced approximately 50 kilometers towards Beiwang Station. If we are to estimate to arrive by tomorrow at 1600 hours, we need to cover at least 370 kilometers. Chen Sichuan continued calculating from the travelogue, but the route of JY 3365 will detour through Chuguan and Yuqi if we consider the positions of No. 3 Xingyuan and Lucheng in Dingzhou relative to our linear direction from Jiang City. Teacher Chen, Lin Xian interrupted her calculations, gently closing his eyes. Do you think it is possible that number 3 Xingyuan is not the source of the dark tide? Upon hearing this, Chen Sichuan fell silent for a moment. I don't know, she replied. From a geometric perspective, if each Xingyuan is generating a dark tide, it would mean that these Xingyuans on Blue Star are expanding at the same speed, suggesting their radii increase linearly over time. If the influence of a Xingyuan has a fixed range, there might still be some angles for human survival. However, if the first polar night is not the endpoint and the range of the second tide continues to expand, then it is merely a matter of time before the polar night engulfs the entire Blue Star. After the polar night, with networks and communications paralyzed, as ordinary people, we cannot fathom what transpires in the world. We can only gather clues from information broadcasted over the radio. If it weren't for two, we would have been oblivious to the federal government's classification of supernatural beings and the establishment of a corresponding standard. Lin Xian nodded, his expression somewhat anxious. If this were the case, it would mean that everyone had nowhere to flee. Humanity could only grope about, seeking ways to survive in darkness. Chen Sichuan, observing Lin Xian's worried demeanor, suddenly said, Lin, do you still remember the motto of Jiang University? Lin Xian turned to her, and they both instinctively declared, the pursuit of progress has been an unceasing endeavor since the dawn of humanity. After a long while, they exchanged smiles. As the wheels began to turn, everyone was fleeing the darkness in pursuit of dawn. Even if they ultimately succumbed to eternal darkness, as long as the last ember of survival remained, they would not abandon their struggle. Lin Xian's heart steadied. If his abilities grew stronger, he could endure even in an environment shrouded in prolonged night, further solidifying his resolve to construct an ultimate fortress. As the mist ahead gradually thinned, the visibility under the headlights widened. Lin Xian rose to gaze at the distant contours of the mountains and fields, his expression relaxing as he slowly brought the train to a halt within a tunnel. Why have we stopped? Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian, puzzled. In response, Lin Xian turned and swept her into a princess carry, his youthful laughter ringing out, Teacher Chen. There's one more thing that has persisted since the dawn of humanity. Caught off guard by his embrace, Chen Sichuan's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze from Lin Xian, her originally pristine neck and ears now resembling the beauty of a peach in March. Weren't you tired? Lin Xian carried her to the bed in the first carriage, his spirits suddenly invigorated. The compartment doors had all been closed, and, at this moment, the first carriage had transformed into Lin Xian's private living space. Chen Sichuan's complexion was flushed, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, that. Is it inconvenient? No, not at all. Chen Sichuan's skin was as smooth as jade, and as Lin Xian's lips brushed against her, even in the apocalypse, he could still detect that alluring fragrance of femininity, subtle yet captivating. At this moment, Chen Sichuan felt a tingling sensation along her back as Lin Xian's breath brushed against her skin, imparting a coolness that seeped into her pores, evoking an irresistible sense of shame. She covered her small face with the blanket and softly requested, "Could you please fetch my bag? It contains that." "All right, be gentle," she added. The heavy train came to a quiet halt beneath the dark night, with the thick armored exterior enveloped in the ominous shadows of a tunnel, while inside, the warm glow of lights illuminated a plush, inviting couch that exuded a sense of security. The two intertwined, shattering the taboo between their souls, one body tall and slender, the other delicate and graceful. Their entwined silhouettes swayed like a chariot in motion, akin to a colossal ship navigating tumultuous waves. The night was as dark as ink. In the second carriage, Lu Sha, nestled in the upper bunk, was soundly asleep, while the head buried in a pillow below was flushed with color, feeling the peculiar rhythm of noises from the adjacent compartment. She gritted her teeth and could not help but mutter low curses, mentally sketching circles to curse a certain villain. She resolved to install soundproof panels in the second carriage tomorrow and to weld an extra layer of steel. Chapter 48. Counting the spoils. Clang, clang. A standard railway stretched across the mountain ranges, extending thousands of miles to the east. Since departing from Jiang City, the Infinite had made its first journey from night into dawn. At 5:47 a.m., earlier than anticipated, dawn broke. Chen Sichuan had been on watch all night without rest and, taking advantage of the daylight, set about counting the supplies they had gathered the previous night alongside Lu Shasha and Lu Yi. Lin Xian, in the cockpit, drank a large bottle of water, feeling rejuvenated. Unfortunately, the night's journey had only resulted in the collision with a few wandering zombies, without causing any significant disruptions to the train's operation. Thankfully, the mechanical heart had been upgraded. Otherwise, managing so many carriages would have been exhausting. The electric locomotive's energy storage efficiency had diminished due to the increased load, and with Lin Xian's physical abilities, he could only run for 3 to 4 hours before needing to pause for rest. The issue of energy could not be overlooked. According to his plan, in addition to the electric locomotive recovering energy through its abilities, a backup system for generating energy, such as a generator or oil tank, was necessary to ensure the train could continue running even when his strength waned. According to the law of energy conservation, increasing the load would also heighten consumption unless a small nuclear power device and the upgrade of his abilities were introduced into this energy cycle, theoretically allowing for infinite travel. Brother Lin, Lu Shasha called out excitedly from a distance in the carriage. Come quickly. The train had stopped, and Lin Xian was about to step outside for some fresh air when he heard her call and approached. The tailgate of carriage number 5 had been opened, revealing a plethora of supplies scattered across the grassy slope beside the tracks, many still stained with blood from their hurried search the previous night. Look, Lin Xian, so much, Chen Sichuan exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. She grabbed a few towels and walked to a nearby stream to wash them while tallying the supplies. Jumping off the train, she took Chen Sichuan's tally sheet, her eyes lighting up. 3 Colts, 2 Glock 17s, 12 automatic rifles of various models, and even an A-33 sniper rifle. Look at all this ammunition. And this, Shasha exclaimed, pulling out their M36 grenade launcher from the spoils, declaring, this one packs quite a punch. Lin Xian exhaled in relief, glancing at the bounty with a faint smile. Now we want Tini to use knives on the big bugs. By the way, there's something you absolutely won't believe. With a mischievous grin, she climbed onto the carriage carrying the armored vehicle, opened the driver's door, and retrieved a remote control, flipping the switch. Suddenly, the top of the armored vehicle opened to reveal a drone compartment, and 2 small reconnaissance drones slowly ascended into the air. With this, we can patrol the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius without leaving the train. This Black Flood team is quite impressive, Lin Xian remarked in astonishment. Unable to contain his admiration, these supplies must be worth a fortune. It's a pity his heavy truck and fuel tank were taken away, Lu Shasha lamented. Beyond that, they had collected over 400 cans of various food items from the 2 supply carriages, 41 boxes of water, even 6 boxes of cola and 3 boxes of red wine, along with a half container of perishable food and over 1,000 liters of gasoline. Chen Sichuan sighed in disbelief. This is simply outrageous. The items we found in other survivors' vehicles don't even amount to a tenth of what's in these 2 carriages. Of course, Lin Xian replied, his expression serious. That old fellow Tang Hai has hoarded a bomb shelter, likely plundering countless survivors. His wealth is all right here. It's certainly not meager. Little did he expect that after all his scheming, he would unwittingly provide Lin Xian with such a windfall. With this abundance of supplies, enough to sustain 20 people for over 3 months, and with only 5 individuals on Lin Xian's side, it could be said they were exceedingly wealthy, at least alleviating their immediate pressures for food and water. Also, Chen Sichuan said, pointing with a peculiar expression toward the rear of the train. Aside from the 4 cars, Lin Xian had not noticed the last flatbed car until she mentioned it. There, a 3-meter-tall Iron Guard 3 military assault armored vehicle and a heavy TFE 600 double-barrel tank had been loaded onto the last 2 flatbed trailers. Lin Xian's expression shifted in surprise. When did you manage to get this on board? With a crane? This was evidently improbable, as the small crane was electric and could only be operated by Lin Xian. Furthermore, how could such a small crane lift dozens of tons of tanks and armored vehicles? Humph, a smug chuckle interrupted as she jumped down from the train. arms crossed, and chin lifted. Of course, I managed to get it on board. It was quite heavy and required considerable effort. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. He had been concerned about whether they could repair it, but it turned out she had already used her abilities to load it onto the train. It seemed that allowing this girl to rest early last night had indeed been a wise decision, as it proved invaluable at this crucial moment. You displayed great insight today. I shall reward you with canned meat. Who would covet your canned meat? She replied, puffing with pride. Just make sure to set up that radar system and those computers for me today. And, oh, also the heating. Last night was freezing cold. Lin Xian glanced at Chen Sichuan. Enjoying the warmth of his cozy nook last night, he had not noticed the chill outside. Chen Sichuan's face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, stammering, yes, it's below zero even during the day. As if in response, a gust of bleak, cold wind swept through, making them shiver involuntarily. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the impending snowstorm posed a severe test for the survivors. Lu Yi and Chen Sichuan rummaged through the collected luggage for suitable clothing, while Lin Xian and Lu Yi, perhaps due to the enhancement of their physical abilities, did not feel the cold as acutely. By the way, where's the Lu? Due to Lu Ye's stature, everyone had unanimously agreed to refer to him as the Lu Xiangu. Just then, Lu Yi rose from the pile of supplies in the distance. Working on repairing Lin Xian's motorcycle. Didn't I tell you? He is more skilled with mechanical repairs, she remarked with interest to the Lu. The Lu scratched his head sheepishly. Holding a wrench, I know a little about it. Really? Hearing that the Lu had some mechanical knowledge, Lin Xian nodded, smiling. Since we are all friends here, I'll speak candidly. After speaking, he turned and pulled out a heavy steel plate from carriage number 5, tossing it onto the ground. With a swift motion of his hand, a mysterious light flashed, and the steel plate levitated, rapidly transforming in mid-air into a perfectly shaped shield before landing again. The others watched in astonishment. Chen Sichuan covered her mouth in surprise. This was the first time Lin Xian showcased his mechanical heart abilities in front of everyone. Apart from driving the train, the siblings of the Lu family exchanged looks of astonishment, with Lu Shasha exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Lin, what kind of supernatural ability do you possess?" Ai's eyes widened, her cheeks puffed, clearly taken aback. Initially, she believed Lin Xian's powers were limited to operating the train, but she later discovered he could create ice blocks and even shoot without a weapon. Now, witnessing him fold a steel plate out of thin air, she felt a striking similarity to her own abilities. Despite having perused the inner documents of the Angel Project, she found herself utterly perplexed. At this moment, everyone turned to Lin Xian in unison. Taking a deep breath, he decided to clarify his powers, acknowledging that he possessed multiple abilities. Indeed, my powers are not singular. Apart from initiating the train, I can repair and fabricate machinery. This is precisely why I am confident in launching this infinite train project. Lin Xian realized he could no longer covertly consume and create machines. Being teammates warranted some honesty. If provided with materials and blueprints, I can directly manufacture weapons, equipment, armor, anything related to machinery, I can handle. The Lu siblings exchanged astonished glances, and Lu Shasha gasped, "Wow, Brother Lin, you're amazing. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person." Lin Xian, intrigued, turned his gaze to two. What I mentioned about manufacturing includes the radar systems, sentinel systems, weapon systems, defense systems, drones, rail cars, medical systems, and powered armor, among others. Do you still consider my infinite train project a mere fantasy? Tu appeared momentarily dazed. Her mouth slightly agape, but she soon met Lin Xian's smiling gaze with determination, retorting, "So what? Can you design and control all these systems by yourself?" "Not entirely," Lin Xian replied with a narrowed smile. "That's why I need a genius like you to join. Without your information center, wouldn't these plans be mere shells?" Hearing this, a flicker of delight passed through Ai's eyes, and she mischievously glanced at Lin Xian, her smile revealing her pleasure. "Oh, this sounds so pleasant today. All right, if you can handle the heating system, I might consider it." With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan and the others. "Initially, I merely aimed to create a mobile fortress for survival amidst this dreadful night and apocalyptic world. However, since this train commenced its journey, we have faced countless horrors and dangers daily. We all share the same plight, struggling for a breath, a sip of water. The extreme night has claimed many lives, and those who remain are on the brink of madness. Therefore, I have come to realize that in this dark winter of the apocalypse, This train requires many companions to endure longer and travel further. The circumstellar orbit stretches 320,000 kilometers. We may not complete it, nor can we escape the extreme night. Countless troubles may lie ahead, but as long as there's a chance to survive another day, I refuse to give up. As long as I have a shred of strength, I won't let this train come to a halt. I hope that everyone aboard this train considers each other family, facing the trials of life and death together. His words flowed casually, as if in idle conversation. Yet, the expressions of the others subtly shifted. Tu set aside her mischief, gazing fixedly at Lin Xian, lost in thought. Lu Shasha bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a newfound hope. Lu Yi glanced at his sister and then at Lin Xian, nodding in silent agreement, his resolve visibly strengthened. Chun Sichuan's eyes glistened. Initially, she relied on Lin Xian for self-preservation, but hearing him articulate his plans and thoughts stirred something within her. For a fleeting moment, she felt that perhaps from now on, they would endure a life of escape and disaster. Yet someday, the sun would rise again as it always does. All right, let us establish a simple division of labor, Lin Xian said, exhaling with relief. As the team grew, he felt a greater sense of security. I can keep watch at night. Don't underestimate me. Lu Shasha was the first to raise her hand, her face brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Xian chuckled. With your proficiency in handling grenades, you hardly resemble a child. Lu Shasha beamed with pride. I support this. Chen Sichuan smiled brightly, raising her hand as well. Since the extreme night began, she and T felt this uplifted in a long time. Xiangu, feel free to make arrangements, Lu Yi added. Me too, Tu chimed in, her expression unusually earnest as she looked at him. Very well, Lin Xian nodded. After inventorying their spoils, he began to assign roles. He and Chun Sichuan would take turns operating the train, while Lu Yi would be responsible for monitoring, as he had some knowledge of mechanical repairs. Given the train's increasing size, relying solely on Lin Xian's powers for repairs was impractical, particularly for minor issues. As for Tu, Lin Xian intended to collaborate with her on the subsequent design of the entire train. Once the radar and sentinel systems were operational, an additional layer of safety would be established. This major acquisition instilled Lin Xian with immense confidence in the Infinite Train project, not only due to his expectations of future capabilities, but also because of the addition of the formidable Lu siblings as allies. Lu Yi's character was honest and straightforward, willing to work hard without complaint. His enhanced abilities, combined with his robust physique, provided a strong sense of security. With him on night watch, Lin Xian felt much more at ease. Moreover, he possessed considerable knowledge of weaponry and mechanical skills, making him an excellent ally in terms of both force and expertise. Although Lu Shasha was still young, she displayed maturity and a strong sense of loyalty. Lin Xian assigned her to assist Chen Sichuan and Tu. With her own small space on the train and the protection of the train fortress, she had shed her previous anxiety and cheerfully helped arrange the train setup. Following their route, they would soon exit the mountainous region and enter Yubei, a first-tier city relatively distant from the Star Abyss disaster zone, which had only recently been affected by the extreme night. Both Lin Xian and Chun Sichuan anticipated the conditions there would be exceedingly complex. However, the train had to traverse the main hub there to access the true circumstellar orbit. Before that, the Infinite still required considerable preparation, as the systems were not yet operational, leaving the situation quite precarious. The gas turbine engine was equipped with a steam heating system, and the passenger cabin also had a warm air system. In theory, either could suffice. The quickest method would be to connect the circuits and utilize the cabin's warm air system directly. However, the differences in carriage models between carriages 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, coupled with the significant age gap, prompted Lin Xian to consider designing a system with 2 that would connect to carriage number 1, creating an electrically driven water vapor circulation and filtration system. This would not only provide thermal energy, but also utilize a distillation system to circulate clean water resources, ensuring that fresh drinking water was always available on board, even allowing for the luxury of a shower. Meanwhile, the optoelectronic observation and small phased array radar systems were planned to be installed at the front of the train for emergency warnings, whereas the overall monitoring and sentinel systems would be considerably more complicated. They required extensive infrared dynamic monitoring and consideration of external armor, among other factors. The weaponry and defense systems present a considerable conundrum. To transport a close-in weapon system by train, one must not only consider power supply and maintenance, but also achieve a munition supply level akin to that of a small arms factory. However, this remains within the realm of Lin Xian's current imagination, as one cannot achieve everything at once. Various systems, such as medical support, green plant cultivation, and oxygen circulation, cannot be established overnight. Consequently, Lin Xian's immediate task is to assist Tu in transferring the information system from the air raid shelter's command center to the second carriage, while also installing the electro-optical targeting system, a compact phased array radar, and heating. A significant potential issue looms: how to conduct repairs if the railway sustains damage. This has long been a source of great concern for Lin Xian. No matter how robust the train's maintenance capabilities, it becomes a mere joke without tracks to traverse. Thus, Lin Xian faces numerous tasks ahead, yet the obstacles on the journey are overwhelming. In the second carriage, a rudimentary information center equipped with multiple screens has been established for Tu, once connected to the electro-optical targeting and radar systems. The train will be capable of detecting threats within a 3-kilometer radius ahead. However, a reaction module must be designed to enable the system to discern which situations constitute emergencies while in transit, thereby issuing warnings and facilitating timely stops. In this regard, Lin Xian admits his ignorance and must defer to Tu. Strange occurrences unfold, despite being distanced from the ionizing effects of the Xingyuan region and being in daylight. Long-wave signals remain completely unobtainable. Tu, after fiddling with Lin Xian's radio for some time, sighs in resignation and concedes defeat. As for network connectivity, that seems even less promising. Tu, with headphones on and fingers deftly maneuvering over the system, remarks in a calm tone that he knows the federal government has a few operational communication satellites in orbit, but they are gradually becoming inoperative, either damaged or subjected to interference. Lin Xian silently laments this state of affairs, recalling how he had once managed to receive a call from Teacher Chun in Jiang City, only to find that the communication functionality had since deteriorated. The long-wave radio he once held great hopes for is also rendered useless, which is the source of his greatest frustration. The radio, while traversing the mountainous terrain, can only receive short-wave frequencies from within a radius of a couple hundred kilometers. Given their current location within the mountains, apart from nearby villages, there is little chance of receiving any signals from other survivors. Thus, Lin Xian and his companions spent the most tranquil yet busy day since their departure from Jiang City. The train, utilizing the stored energy from the electric locomotive, traveled from dawn until dusk. Feeling fatigued, Lin Xian decided to halt for a rest in a relatively flat area. As night fell, all the blackout curtains within the train were drawn, yet from the outside, a faintly illuminated massive train could still be seen quietly resting on the tracks. With the third and fourth carriages heavily armored. Unlike the previous carriages, the armor here is constructed from ordinary steel, supplemented by some leftover high-strength steel, making do for the time being. After delegating tasks, Chun Sixuan, embodying the warmth of a nurturing figure, distributed the allocated food and water among the group. Upon reaching the fifth carriage, she noticed that Lin Xian was not inside. Instead, he was on the last flatbed carriage, tinkering with what resembled a mechanized armor. Chapter 50. Soaring into the skies. Scanning complete, blueprint acquisition failed, core drive source absent, blueprint information cannot be generated. Indeed, Lin Xian switched on his flashlight, gazing at the enormous humanoid machine before him, his expression marred by regret. Alas, it would have to be consumed. However, the materials recovered should prove valuable. Unable to repair it or scan for blueprints, the best course of action was to allow this machinery to nourish the growth of Lin Xian's mechanical heart. He turned off the flashlight, surveyed the surrounding dark expanse to ensure safety, then sat down to commence the absorption of this colossal entity. Absorption Progress 1. Absorption Progress 3. Lin Xian observed the progress, estimating that this endeavor would take several hours to complete. The long night crept by, and, at last, it was accomplished. Absorption successful, mechanical source point 100, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 40, additional rewards, strength 2, speed 1, defense 1. At that moment, a flash of purple light sparked before his eyes. Congratulations, you have received an additional skill reward. Blink. Blink. Rare utilized the wind to execute a swift thrust forward. Upgrading this skill significantly enhances speed and thrust distance. Lin Xian was elated. A rare skill. The name suggested it could augment his mobility considerably. He pondered on its potential power. Meanwhile, he opened the decomposition space, marveling at the metallic materials within. Decomposition. You have obtained Type 1 tungsten titanium alloy 5, high manganese steel 10. Forged inner armor steel 3, titanium alloy 3. Type 1 tungsten titanium alloy is not commonly found in civilian sectors. Lin Xian was astounded. Such military-grade materials could only be sourced from advanced armored systems, not from standard weaponry. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the darkness. "Who is it?" "It's me." Tu emerged from behind the train with a cheerful smile. Lin Xian, preoccupied with consuming the tank, looked up and asked, "Is there something you need?" Tu's expression turned slightly awkward as she replied, "I came to find you to say thank you." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and replied with a faint smile, "And? Thank you for letting me stay in the second carriage, and for saving me earlier," Tu said softly. "It was nothing." Lin Xian approached the heavy TFE 600 double-barreled tank, placing his hand upon it as he continued the mechanical absorption process and remarked, whether it was that giant insect or the incident at the military outpost, "We would surely have perished without your assistance." Lin Xian had not anticipated Tu would come to express such sentiments, and he felt a wave of relief as he acknowledged his earlier contradictions. On one hand, Tu's abilities had been invaluable in their recent escapes. On the other, he remained wary of her formidable powers. Unaware of Lin Xian's internal conflict, Tu's face brightened at his words. She suddenly extended her hand, saying, "Here, this is for you." Lin Xian observed as she offered a small silver object, and upon taking it, he discovered it to be a miniature external hard drive. "What is this?" "It contains the initial data for the Angel project, of which I have copy. Additionally, I found a blueprint for the G03 electric knife among the older records. I noticed you often wield a broken blade. Perhaps you'd like to try crafting this? However, the materials required might be a bit tricky, as they need a high-frequency current transformer." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, although his mechanical abilities compelled him to use a blade out of necessity. The name struck a chord. G03 electric knife. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item. He had seen it before on military forums. Developed by Kahua Heavy Industries for the Interstellar Army's Iron Guard Brigade as a standard melee weapon. Its limited availability had drawn criticism due to energy consumption and practicality issues, leading to the project's eventual downfall. Yet, it must be said, such a weapon was undeniably impressive. With slight modifications utilizing its electric knife principle, it could potentially serve him well. Seeing Lin Xian's eager expression, Tu couldn't help but tilt her head and ask, "So, shall we reconcile?" Lin Xian found humor in her suggestion. He weighed the hard drive in his hand. Looking at Tu, "Are you referring to the incident with the stolen bread? Or the ambush?" With a playful smile, Tu remarked that she no longer found Lin Xian's plan uninteresting. Rather, she considered it quite ingenious. "Oh." Lin Xian furrowed his brow and said meaningfully, "Are you not the heir of a secondary investor in the Shuguang plan? How is it that you now endorse my proposal?" Taking a deep breath, Tu responded, "I know you might think I'm deceiving you again, but the Shuguang plan is indeed real, as is my identity. My father and I traveled by helicopter to the Daluo mountain area, which seems to be the underground City 9 of the Shuguang plan. However, after the first polar night, the federal government collapsed, and the Shuguang plan must have been affected as well. If it were me, I wouldn't want to be buried underground, waiting for those monsters to knock on the door every day." Her sincerity was palpable. "Truly," Tu insisted, raising 3 fingers in a vow. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Do you know why I designed this train plan despite the numerous concerns you have? Is it not because of your mechanical abilities?" Tu ventured tentatively. "That is merely a subjective factor, not an objective one," Lin Xian replied, tapping his fingers on the tank with a serious expression. "You may think I'm indulging in fanciful thoughts, but I heard an analysis from the Apocalypse Federation regarding the night tide on a late-night radio. My belief is that none of us can ultimately escape the encroaching darkness. After the collapse of the federal government, a new Apocalypse Federation was formed, uniting the remaining national forces of Blue Star into an official organization. At that time, many survivors could still receive rescue and defense messages through longwave radio. But after the polar night, perhaps due to proximity to the third star abyss, they ceased to receive such transmissions. Escape is impossible? Then why pursue this train project?" Tu questioned, perplexed. "The Jiang City advance team can escape the night tide by heading eastward, bringing dawn ahead of time. This is a valid reference," Lin Xian stated coldly. The issue lies in the fact that if the source of the polar night is not just ordinary darkness, and the night tide is not as simple as people imagine, merely heading east will not suffice. Let me illustrate. If we depart from Jiang City, advancing over 300 kilometers can bring the next day's dawn an hour earlier. So, what about the east, which is 3,000 kilometers away? Should we not run at all? Based on initial observations of the polar night, if it is due to the star abyss, then those in the northeast direction, 15,600 kilometers away from us in Mo City, should head west or east. Upon hearing this, eyes brightened. Oh, I see. So you aim to travel along the starry orbital path because it nearly avoids all star abysses, or at least the edges of them. Precisely, Lin Xian affirmed. Now, let me ask you, assuming the third star abyss expands at a rate of 300 kilometers per day toward the Dingzhou direction, how long would it take to cover the entire blue star? Tu furrowed her brow. Let me calculate. No need to calculate. It's 1,066 days. So long? Lin Xian's expression grew grave. Have you forgotten that there are 13 star abysses on Blue Star? Ai's brow creased at this realization. Lin Xian continued. The starry orbital path is fixed. Ultimately, it cannot escape the influence of the star abysses. Thus, this is my first phase of planning. My mechanical abilities are not only meant to speed along the starry orbital path, but I also aspire for this train to transcend the limits of its track, or, one day, for it to soar into the sky. Upon hearing this, Ai's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank as she contemplated Lin Xian's audacious proposal. She could hardly fathom the sight of an armored heavy train ascending into the clouds. Seeing her silence, Lin Xian added, "The specific circumstances may remain unclear to me, and the causes of the polar night are shrouded in mystery. During our escape, we will inevitably enter the polar night zone. Therefore, if we do not wish to sit idly by and await our doom, we must either flee towards dawn or conquer the night." Chapter 51. Mutual Assistance Bonfire Jiang City was already shrouded in the polar night, having lost long-wave signals over 20 days ago. To gather the latest world news and escape the mysterious onslaught of the polar night, he had to devise every possible method to flee eastward. Although his mechanical heart held immense potential, its functionality initially outweighed its combat capability. Take that giant bug, for instance. Had Lin Xian been driving a car, he might have perished in some remote wilderness by now. "Hey, I think you're more formidable than I imagined," Tu suddenly remarked. Lin Xian smiled wryly. "You should rest. You will need to stand guard in the latter half of the night." "All right," Tu chuckled, taking a couple of steps before turning back to ask, "By the way, can you operate other machinery besides the train?" "I should be able to." "What do you mean?" "Like mechas." "I'm referring to intact models like the Weisher 2 and Weisher 3 series light assault types, or the destruction heavy military siege types. If we could get our hands on such heavyweights, wouldn't you be less apprehensive about battling those giant bugs?" Lin Xian's gaze flickered with interest. "I would love that. Given the opportunity, who would dream of piloting a Gundam?" He thought, even if not heavy equipment, he would settle for some advanced combat machinery. But he had scarcely seen such things, let alone the blueprints. Suddenly, a motorcycle's roar shattered the silence of the desolate wilderness, causing both Lin Xian and Tu to look up in alarm. In the distance, a bright beam of light danced erratically, the sound growing louder. Not long after, Teacher Chun and the other two hurried over from the distant carriage. "A motorcycle? What could that mean?" Tu asked, taking cover behind the armored vehicle. Lin Xian's expression hardened as he observed that only one vehicle approached without immediately halting its consuming motion. Now that he had the building and Tu with him, he felt less anxious. At that moment, the motorcycle's headlights flickered twice, paused for a moment, then flickered twice again. 2 short flashes followed by a long one. Was the other party signaling? Lin Xian furrowed his brow and said, "It seems they are indicating friendliness. But we must not let our guard down." He gestured to Teacher Chun and the others in Carriage 5, signaling them not to show themselves. "Hey, don't shoot." The rider began shouting from several hundred meters away. Moments later, the motorcycle, kicking up dust, drove across the open field and entered the range of the train's lights. With a screech, the motorcycle executed a perfect stop at the base of the track slope, where 2 figures emerged, one male and one female. The man dismounted, removed his helmet, revealing a ruggedly handsome face in his 30s, while the woman, clad in leather, bore 2 handguns strapped to her legs and wore a somewhat icy demeanor. Lin Xian observed the pair warily. "Who are you?" The man raised both hands with a smile. "Please don't be alarmed. we mean no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yun, the captain of the Chasing Wind team, and this is my deputy, Ren Huiyin. I noticed you after you entered the Zhongshan from Beiwang. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over Lin Xian and Tu, then towards the distant building at the entrance of Carriage 5. His eyes widening in surprise. It seems I was correct. There is indeed more than one ability user among you. Lin Xian and the others exchanged furtive glances, their expressions shifting as they contemplated who this person was and how he could discern their abilities so easily. What brings you here? Tu scrutinized the two, her voice steady. We have important matters, Jiang Yun replied, pointing toward the track ahead. 30 kilometers further lies Siuguan City, where several teams are stationed, all gathered from Channel 7. I have called for mutual assistance bonfire. I wonder if you would be interested. Mutual assistance bonfire? What does that imply? Jiang Yun smiled and explained. It means that nearby survivors gather together to exchange goods, information, and so forth. In this world, who hasn't encountered a bit of trouble? Oh, so you can still gather around a bonfire? Aren't you afraid of encountering monsters? Tu exclaimed in astonishment. I'm sorry, I'm not interested, Lin Xian replied directly. Don't be so tense, my friend, Jiang Yun said, observing Lin Xian with a composed expression. You seem to have faced quite a bit of trouble on your journey. Haven't you? The train tracks are still clear for now, as the Federal Phoenix Society is engaged in various military maneuvers. If you possess electrical or biological abilities, this could be a worthwhile option. At this moment, Jiang Yun retrieved a small object from his pocket and placed it in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a dark red glass bead. This item is referred to as the Weird Blood Essence by the Phoenix Society, but we Wanderers commonly call it Red Bean. If I'm not mistaken, your radio is likely not receiving any signals. Otherwise, you should be able to pick up the 7th frequency band and the long wave band of the Phoenix Society. By using this, wrapping it with copper wire and connecting it to your radio antenna, you can receive ionized signal waves due to its ability to resonate with dark, strange energies. However, do exercise caution. Jiang Yun weighed the red bead in his fingers, his expression complex. Using this means you can pick up more than just human sounds. So you can receive long-wave signals. Tu exclaimed, her face filled with wonder. Where did this red bead come from? At that moment, the cold-faced woman on the motorcycle finally spoke. Anything that is a strange entity in the night, kill it. There are many. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded, a glint of seriousness in his eyes. It seems you truly are unaware. The Phoenix Society has crucial information transmitted on the LW01 long-wave band, while we Wanderers primarily utilize the AM07 and AM09 bands, which are relatively more benign. However, one must remain discerning. In this apocalypse, there are many with ill intentions. He donned his helmet again, glancing at Lin Xian. Don't be so tense, my friend. It's merely an invitation. Whether you come or not is entirely voluntary. If you have the need, you may wish to learn about the local area, food, water, weapons, supplies, equipment, ability evolution, and dark items. Anything you can think of might be available for trade. Additionally, we generally conduct spirit value tests at our mutual bonfire gatherings. Encounters with strange entities or events are somewhat less frequent there, though they may still attract zombies. Should you choose to come, be cautious not to bring trouble with you. With that, the man said no more and revved his motorcycle, riding away. Wow, so survivors can gather like this. It seems some individuals have acquired devices to detect spirit values, Tu remarked, looking at Lin Xian with surprise. Are you interested? Certainly, Lin Xian replied, his expression steady. Jiang Yun was right. He had indeed felt a surge of tension. Ever since leaving Jiang City, troubles had followed them relentlessly, prompting him to decline Jiang Yun's invitation without a second thought. However, now that he had heard Jiang Yun's words, he felt that attending this mutual bonfire was indeed necessary. What a pity! We didn't properly search for such red beads earlier, especially after encountering that large insect and that enormous spider, he lamented. Lin Xian looked at her. Your dossier didn't include this? She pouted, didn't I tell you? That was from the early initial report. The situation is changing daily, and there are many things we know that the official channels may not. Lin Xian nodded. We need to find a way to acquire one of those red beads. And I am particularly interested in the information regarding spirit value detection and ability evolution. Currently, food and water are not my primary concerns. The lack of information and blindly pushing forward is the real problem. Teacher Chun, Lin Xian called out to Chun Si Xuan. Let's start the electric locomotive and head to Chu Guan Station. All right, Chen Sichuan nodded and immediately took action. Yay! Tu exclaimed excitedly and rushed to her information center. The Delu siblings also readied their weapons. Virum! The infinity trembled and began to move slowly through the night. Lin Xian took a deep breath, concentrating on devouring the heavy TFE 600 double-barreled tank. The night wind was desolate, and he couldn't help but shiver. It was indeed getting colder. Devour quickly. Devouring progress 50. Devouring progress 80. Devouring successful. Mechanical source points 60. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency 30. Bonus rewards. Strength 4. Speed 1. Defense 1. There was no anticipated flash of golden light. The damage tank did not yield any new skills. Currently, Lin Xian had acquired 3 skills. The first 2 from intact mechanical devices. Had it not been for the new skill obtained from that broken mech, he would have thought only intact equipment could provide skills. Current mechanical heart level LV2, 170-1000. Tip: upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. At levels LV3, LV6, and LV9, a mysterious awakening may occur. Strength level 223, explosive force of 200 kilograms, speed level 164, maximum 10 ms, defense level 123, sturdy bone and tough skin, mechanical awakening. Not awakened mechanical devouring. 278 500, increases devouring efficiency mechanical manufacturing. 112 300. Increases construction efficiency mechanical passive, scanning, repairing, and decomposing special skills. Wine cannon, normal, level 26, ice shield, normal, level 122, return flash, rare, level 10, with a crash. The massive tank was reduced to dust in his hands, and Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had the opportunity to slowly devour these behemoths. He glanced at the freight electric locomotive being towed behind. Having teammates was reassuring, allowing him to undertake significant endeavors with peace of mind. He estimated that devouring this large machine would likely take even longer than the generator had. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This would take at least 10 hours or more. First, he would check out the mutual bonfire, then tackle this. The train continued its slow journey as Lin Xian walked from the 5th carriage towards the cockpit. Lin Xian, that person mentioned electrical or some kind of co-state ability, which seemed to indicate they were not particularly surprised by us operating a train. Chen Sichuan remarked astutely, having observed details from the other person's demeanor. That individual is certainly also an ability user. Lin Xian replied seriously, we may not have been the first train they have seen. They mentioned that the official and interstellar military are still engaged in large-scale maneuvers, which suggests that some major cities may still maintain basic operations. Resistance and research have not ceased. Perhaps it is merely due to our proximity to the number 3 Xingyuan that information has been obstructed. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Xian's analysis, Chen Sichuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. For some reason, learning that there were refugees helping one another and that the officials were still making efforts lightened her previously oppressive feelings. Lin Xian sighed deeply. What concerns me is whether the main routes are still operational. Major railways are crucial for large-scale logistical military transport. Unless specifically targeted for destruction, they should be a priority for protection. Lin Xian had also contemplated the rail issues. As long as it was not a significant break, he could carry rail steel and utilize mechanical abilities for welding or allow two to lay tracks with their powers. As long as he further developed his mechanical abilities, purely rail-related problems should not pose significant challenges. As the night deepened, the surroundings fell into silence. The Infinity gradually entered a small station with multiple intersecting tracks. The 5 people on the train heightened their vigilance. Just as they came to a stop, they spotted a young man's head peeking out from behind a pillar on the platform, waving at them. "Are you here to participate in the bonfire trade?" The young man regarded them with a vigilant expression. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly as he opened the cockpit door. "Are you waiting for us?" The youth nodded. "I am from the Chasing Wind team. Yingu instructed me to guard this place and said that if a train arrives with people, I should inquire whether you wish to attend the bonfire. If you do, I can take you there." "We intend to go," Lin Xian replied with a nod. After saying this, he closed the cockpit door. "Are we all going?" Chen Sichuan inquired. Lin Xian made his way to the rear compartment to load some supplies. "Tu and Lu, accompany me. Teacher Chun, you and Shasha will stay with the vehicle. If anything arises, communicate via the walkie-talkie." "All right, "Do be cautious," replied Chen Xishuan. The group made their way to the trailer, where Lin Xian loaded several supplies and weapons into the jeep, unfastened the latch, and allowed Delu to drive them onto the platform. Delu and Tu possessed formidable abilities, and since it was their first time attending such a gathering of survivors, Lin Xian felt a touch of unease. Therefore, he decided to keep them close for added assurance, while Sha and Chen Xishuan remained with the vehicle. With the weapons on hand, safety was somewhat guaranteed. The young man observed the heavily armed convoy with astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. As they descended from the platform in a jeep, he hurriedly pushed out a small mountain motorcycle. "Follow me, but remain as quiet as possible. There are numerous zombies in the city. We are stationed at an abandoned factory in the outskirts, roughly 10 kilometers away." Lin Xian nodded and instructed the young man. "Lead the way." The motorcycle's headlights flickered to life as it led the way, with Delu driving the jeep closely behind Lin Xian and Tu. "I suspect that this gathering has more than just one or two ability users. If anything happens, act according to my signals." Delu silently nodded in acknowledgement. Tu smiled cheerfully. The fact that these teams can gather indicates they possess those red beads that enhance the radios. They are not ordinary individuals. We ought to acquire some of those beads ourselves. Perhaps besides enhancing radios, they can connect to satellites. Lin Xian sighed deeply. That item seems to resonate with some form of energy from the dark tide, indicating that the dark tide indeed poses significant interference with our information. However, extracting such items from those monsters surely holds great value. Indeed, Tu nodded. "Let's observe first. If necessary, we can eliminate those creatures again." The vehicles wound their way along a narrow path, avoiding the city and speeding through a forest. Soon, an abandoned factory came into view, shrouded in shadows. Surrounding the factory were numerous convoy teams, totaling over 100 vehicles. The dim lights within flickered, casting silhouettes of individuals who were each maintaining their own territory. Some vehicles had guards armed with rifles. The distant city of Chu Guanxing was enveloped in darkness, utterly devoid of life. Lin Xian scanned the remnants of license plates from the survivor vehicles, noting that most hailed from various locations. As their vehicle approached, it attracted the attention of several individuals, who cast curious glances in their direction. Strangely, the convoys kept their distance from the abandoned factory, while weak flames flickered within, presumably the bonfire that Jiang Yun had mentioned. "Let us stop here," the young man said as he parked the motorcycle and pointed to a nearby empty area. Most teams do not approach. Typically, only the leaders engage in discussions inside. Weapons are generally not permitted, but it's best to leave someone to guard the vehicle. "Ah, quite the protocol," Tu remarked with surprise. "It feels akin to a gang transaction." The young man chuckled awkwardly. "Everyone here comes from different places and are not familiar with one another. To sit down amicably, it's best not to bring weapons. Otherwise, it would be akin to those doomsday marauders." Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. "Delu, you stay with the vehicle. Tu, and I will go." Dalu nodded. With that, Lin Xian and Tu disembarked from the vehicle and followed the young man inside. In truth, whether or not ability users carried weapons mattered little. The young man spoke confidently, merely indicating a gesture of goodwill. He pointed towards distant vehicles. "You see, many are painted in red or orange or bear corresponding flags. This was once a method used by maritime forces to navigate through pirate territories, signifying protection or the capability of armed retaliation. Now, many teams regard this as a neutral symbol, indicating they are not marauders, thus avoiding misunderstandings." Thanks to the townsfolk, Lin Xian observed that indeed most vehicles bore some color, though it was unclear whether it was paint or blood. The essence of human civilization is such that when order collapses, a new order can arise spontaneously. In the darkness, these fragile orders flickered like faint flames, drawing the wandering remnants of humanity closer. In an unknown environment, one must prepare to both plunder and be plundered. The previous Oasis team, for instance, had been quick to ambush travelers as soon as they left the city, branding their entire convoy as marauders and contributing to the destruction of such order. "With so many of you gathered, do you not fear those monsters?" Lin Xian cautiously inquired. "Oh, you mean the linger detection device? That contraption is quite troublesome. It requires the power of red beans and is a consumable item. Previously, the Federal Phoenix Society announced a method for constructing a simplified harmonic detection device, which mentioned utilizing such devices for regional scanning to enhance survivor survival rates. Some mechanically inclined individuals among the survivors have managed to create a few, and our chasing wind team possesses one, albeit at a considerable cost. Upon hearing this, Tu suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Xian and nudged him with her elbow. Lin Xian felt a surge of intrigue and returned Tu's glance, fully understanding her implication. Mechanical manufacturing? Isn't that your forte? You needn't even use your hands. With the right materials and blueprints, I could elevate precision to industrial standards. Can this item be traded? The young man replied, eyes wide with excitement. Absolutely. Currently, such detection devices are in high demand, yet scarce, unless one ventures to large cities or survivor hubs. Finding someone skilled enough to craft these devices in the wilderness is nearly impossible. Moreover, not only are supplies lacking, but with the bitter cold, energy sources, heating equipment, water purification devices, radios, and medicines are all valuable commodities. Drinking rainwater at night can be fatal. The temperatures continue to plummet, and if this persists, we might freeze to death before the zombies can bite us. The young man continued as he trekked through the snow. Soon, he led Lin Xian and Tu to the factory's entrance. Here we are. Yungu is inside. Feel free to chat while I keep watch. He gestured towards the factory. Inside, the former workshop had become a ruin, with a pile of wood ignited, casting a substantial bonfire that illuminated several figures in motion. As Lin Xian and Tu approached, the group gathered around the fire turned to face them. They were a mix of young and old, some standing, others seated on the ground or atop rubble, with a few holding bottles of alcohol. Among them, Jiang Yun spotted Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Over here, what shall I call you? Lin Xian, and this is Tu. Ah, your team? The inquiry seemed to pertain to the name of their team. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian replied, the Infinite Team. Infinite Fleet. Yet they're driving trains. Oh, Jiang Yun and Lin Xian made a gesture of invitation, encouraging everyone to feel at ease, for there were no strict rules. If anyone had requests, they were welcome to voice them. Should others wish to trade, they too could present their own offerings. Naturally, competition was expected. The items belonged to each individual, and the choice was theirs. However, it was not easy for everyone to gather, and, apart from getting to know one another, it was best to share recent experiences or intelligence, fostering vigilance and wisdom, so that if they encounter one another in the future, they might recognize each other. For instance, if you were to travel the Jiangyu line into Yubei City, some would head in that direction, while others would venture towards Fengcheng and Xingqing. Though all were heading east, the routes differed. Lin Xian nodded. I heard you were driving trains? As soon as Jiang Yun finished speaking, a woman in her 30s with short hair approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his gaze towards her. Shu Qin of the Dajiao Chaidui. Noticing Lin Xian's attention, the woman introduced herself. We mean no harm. Our route winds south from Daluo Mountain to here, and we will also proceed to Yubei. I merely wanted to inform you that we observed federal trains transporting heavy equipment in the vicinity of Daluo Mountain a few days ago. It seems there may be anomalous areas or significant anomalies, and since you're traveling the Jiangyu line, you might pass through that section. Just a heads up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. I understand, thank you. Shu Qin's words alleviated much of his apprehension regarding this gathering, and he felt a newfound appreciation for the woman. All right, let us continue, Jiang Yun said earnestly, looking at Lin Xian. Everyone has already discussed some matters. Since we have a new friend, I will reiterate the crucial news. This information may be vital for our survival and is one of the reasons we take risks to gather. Aside from the information from the Dajiao Chaidui, there are two other significant updates. One concerns the area from Ping A Lake to Tsongshan, Beiwang, and Daluo Mountain, where a strange 1542 radio frequency has been detected. 3 fleets have received signals at night, accompanied by reports of missing persons. We suspect this may be related to the anomalous area previously mentioned. Missing persons? Lin Xian inquired. Are you referring to the radio you modified with red beads? At this point, Tu asked curiously. Jiang Yun nodded. Yes, I recommend you equip one as well. Otherwise, it could be troublesome not to receive warnings from surrounding fleets or the authorities. If you're interested in acquiring this red bean, many fleets here have them. You can see what you can offer in exchange later. Now, the second piece of information, Jiang Yun sighed, turning his gaze to Lin Xian. In the know, 3 Xinyuan extreme night area, there are reports of corpse herders. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere seemed to chill. Though the leaders of the 12 fleets were already aware, hearing it from Jiang Yun's mouth brought a subtle change to their expressions. Corpse herders? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. feeling an unsettling chill at the sound of the name. Indeed. But what are they exactly? Tu asked, her brow furrowed. Jiang Yin shook his head. No one knows. All the information comes from the dark frequencies of the radio, emanating from nearby areas. He gestured towards a middle-aged man across from him. Our chasing wind fleet and their black sword cavalry just escaped from the extreme night and can confirm that within that radio. We heard the hellish cries described by the Phoenix Society. It is said that this is a sign of the corpse herder's presence. Crying? Lin Xian was startled. Reflecting back, he remembered the terrifying wails he had heard when they dispatched that red centipede near the black mist. It had been quite alarming at the time, and only now, upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, did he recall. The corpse herder was said to be a malevolent entity birthed from the Xinyuan. It had not manifested during the first extreme night, but as the second extreme night commenced, numerous reports began to surface from areas close to the Xinyuan. A heavily armed Iron Guard unit once attempted to enter the Xinyuan for reconnaissance with a plethora of drones, armor, and kinetic weapons, only to suffer total annihilation. All that remained were the hellish cries transmitted through the dark frequency radio. Some survivors claimed it to be a humanoid creature, though its credibility remains uncertain. This narrative has been circulated and is now referred to as the corpse herder by the Phoenix Society. How terrifying! Did even the mechas prove useless? Tu exclaimed in shock. Little sister, if they were effective, would we still need to flee? A bearded man replied with a wry smile. Right now, it's not just us. Even the Federal Phoenix Society remains in the dark about what lurks in the extreme night. Countless reports of sightings and attacks are relayed through the radio. For instance, have you ever seen a jellyfish? What is so unusual about jellyfish? Tu frowned. I mean a jellyfish the size of a mountain. The bearded man replied gravely, gesturing upwards. His voice low. And it's in the sky. Indeed, there have been sightings in the skies above Ping A Lake. Shu Qin stated, her expression darkening. How terrifying. Lin Xian's face paled at the mention of a jellyfish of such magnitude. Is that what you refer to as a significant anomaly? Yes, Jiang Yin confirmed, his expression grim. In the dark, various terrifying and bizarre entities abound. We won't even mention the insect monsters. The most troublesome are the indescribable beings. Indescribable? Many gazes turned towards Lin Xian. Their expressions a mix of complexity and unease. Jiang Yin replied solemnly, for instance, ghosts. The moment these words were uttered, a sudden chill swept through the air, and the flickering flames of the bonfire seemed to respond, their flames rapidly diminishing, casting the entire space into shadow. The atmosphere turned icy. Chapter 54, a modicum of mechanical understanding crackle. Within the vast, abandoned factory, the space felt rather empty, with a dozen individuals gathered around a pile of dry firewood. The atmosphere growing somewhat frigid. The shrinking flames continued to consume the parched wood, emitting crackling sounds until they swelled once more, radiating warmth throughout the surroundings. Someone exhaled a breath of cold air. Tu grasped Lin Xian's sleeve, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear and unease. What do you mean by ghosts? How do they differ from zombies or anomalies? Lin Xian inquired. I don't know. The reason for this description is primarily that these events are often accompanied by supernatural phenomena. Much like the 1542 radio we just mentioned. Lin Xian's brow furrowed deeply. Supernatural phenomena sounded unsettling. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Jiang Yun broke the silence. In these past few months, those still alive have encountered numerous strange occurrences. This information may be useful, or may just be a wild goose chase. At present, survival remains our utmost priority. Let us not waste time. If anyone has something to trade or wishes to present an offering, let us introduce ourselves in turn. We shall conclude our transactions and resume our journey. Agreed. A man in a shirt and bulletproof vest raised his head, his expression somewhat shadowy. That infinite fleet. You need red beans, right? As he spoke, he carefully retrieved one from his waist pouch and held it in his palm, his demeanor somewhat numb. I am willing to trade for anything. Energy, food, weapons. We are in dire need. Lin Xian nodded. How much can this be exchanged for? 100 liters of gasoline, or supplies for 10 people for 7 days. As for weapons, it depends on quality and demand, Jiang Yun replied, spreading his hands. For other items, it is generally based on demand. Trading more for less is quite common. However, this red bean has been standardized by the Federal Phoenix Society and various nomadic organizations. So its value is anchored, and it may even increase. Is it really that valuable? Tu asked. Isn't this thing just used as an antenna? Does it have other uses? You have no idea? At this moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, exclaiming that this item exhibited a remarkable enhancement effect on supernatural abilities. The Feng Wang Hui speculated that it could be a material that promotes the evolution of such abilities and a key object for studying the power of the Polar Knight. Undoubtedly, it held considerable value. Furthermore, this item could only be found on those troublesome monsters. Surely, you are aware of how problematic those creatures can be. A middle-aged man, his face smeared with blood and hair disheveled, spoke in a hoarse voice. Others nodded in trepidation, acknowledging that a moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of a small convoy, and that even 100 liters of gasoline seemed a paltry price to pay. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he immediately grasped the significance represented by the red bead. The large red worm and the mist spider were indeed formidable adversaries. Dealing with them required heavy firepower and often resulted in severe losses. If, as they claimed, this item could assist in the evolution of supernatural abilities, then a mere 100 liters of gasoline was indeed trivial. Lin Xian stated, "All right, let us proceed with this. Energy, food, weapons, whatever you desire. You may come to my vehicle to exchange shortly." "Good." The bespectacled man nodded, putting the bead back into his possession, his expression blank. He appeared to have just endured a harrowing battle, leaving him looking rather unwell and unwilling to haggle with Lin Xian. "Let us stick to the usual format." Jiang Yun stepped forward to preside. "First, let us discuss special requests. Basic supplies can be used for exchanges afterward." The crowd nodded in agreement. Energy, food, and weapons were universally sought after, with everyone lacking in some regard. Aside from the most critical shortages, they prioritized voicing their immediate needs. "Then let us proceed in order," Jiang Yun said, directing his gaze toward a middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothing. "Brother Su, you may begin." "All right." The man, named Su Jin, seated on the outskirts amidst rubble, wasted no time. "My convoy currently requires a water purifier, preferably reverse osmosis. Activated carbon would suffice. But the filter membrane must be relatively new. Who has one?" Upon his utterance, he scanned the crowd, and only a woman named Shu Qin raised her hand. "We have a reverse osmosis system." Su Jin's eyes brightened instantly, but the woman shrugged, admitting it has a problem now and is currently unusable. Something must be broken. "Is there anyone here who can repair it?" At this, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. A broken device held no value. Carrying it on the road was merely a waste of space. Shu Qin's convoy possessed a replacement, and the only reason she had not discarded the damaged one was that water purification systems were too precious. She had always hoped to find someone knowledgeable about repairs, even willing to trade some supplies for the restoration, whether for personal use or to exchange for more valuable resources. "I understand a bit." Lin Xian, who had remained silent in the corner, suddenly spoke up. "Really? You can repair it?" someone asked, surprised. "I have some knowledge of mechanics," Lin Xian replied. He was unaware that his words had ignited a spark, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Many astonished gazes were now directed towards him. "Can you fix our vehicle? We have a heating device that is malfunctioning. What about an infrared detector? Can you handle a drone?" Lin Xian had not anticipated that his single statement would elicit such a flurry of inquiries, leaving him somewhat astonished. "My teammate and I both have some mechanical knowledge. If it's a minor issue, we should be able to resolve it, though some tools may be necessary." He did not elaborate further, nor did he disclose that he utilized his supernatural abilities for repairs. Lin Xian's mechanical powers allowed him to address minor component issues. Once he scanned the entire system, he could use suitable materials from his spatial decomposition to fix the problem. However, if core components were missing, lacking both materials and blueprints, repair would be impossible. "Really?" Jiang Yun, not far off, regarded him with keen interest. "I'm glad I invited you. Technical talents are exceedingly rare in this post-apocalyptic survival." At this moment, Lin Xian's companion, too, caught wind of his banter, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, feeling more at ease than before. Lin Xian glanced at the young girl and cleared his throat deliberately. "I only have a rudimentary understanding. I cannot guarantee a successful repair. Allow me to take a look first," he humbly stated, not wishing to present himself merely as a tool. "If I can repair it, then I will propose a price." "That is acceptable," Jiang Yun nodded. "In that case, let everyone discuss their equipment-related issues privately with you later, which will save us time. Now, let us move on to other requests." "All right, then I'll share mine." Lin Xian's gaze swept across the gathering as he spoke with a firm tone. I understand that some of my acquaintances here may possess supernatural abilities, so I wish to inquire about information related to the evolution of these powers. He then turned to Jiang Yun. I am particularly interested in your linger value detection device. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. I'm afraid I can only provide one. Lin Xian shook his head. That is not my intent. I did not receive the information released by the Feng Wang Hui, so I merely wish to understand the principles behind its creation, where you could allow me to study it. Jiang Yun's expression shifted in surprise. Are you implying that you wish to create one yourself? Chapter 55. Evolution Information. Lin Xian maintained an indifferent demeanor as he replied. That is not necessarily the case. It depends on what I observe. Jiang Yun scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. That is manageable. In fact, there are standardized versions of this device at various rescue points established by the federal Feng Wang Hui. However, due to the polar night, all rescue points are in constant motion, or those permanent underground cities also face challenges in transporting supplies and personnel when enveloped by the polar night. As for the information regarding the evolution of supernatural abilities, Jiang Yun forced a smile, his gaze sweeping the crowd. I can only tell you that the evolution methods and pathways for all abilities differ. You must specify which supernatural ability you are referring to. If it is one of the types published by the Feng Wang Hui, I can provide direct information. However, if it is not, I cannot guarantee that anyone here possesses knowledge of it. Even if someone does know, how can this secret be traded? Tu interjected at this point. Jiang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, but it is not certain. After all, there are too many types of supernatural abilities now. And even for common abilities like limb mimicry or grotesque proliferation, their evolution pathways are not merely as simple as consuming blood. Some individuals succeed while others fail. This may relate to the growth progress of their abilities or the types of blood consumed, and many factors are uncertain. Thus, even if someone selflessly shares their method of evolution, it may not necessarily be accurate, as it varies from person to person. Moreover, Jiang Yun added significantly, even if someone tells you, how can you discern whether it is true or false? His words caused Lin Xian's expression to shift slightly. It appeared that the complexities surrounding supernatural abilities far exceeded his expectations. Each person's evolution pathway was unique, even with the same ability. Some might fortuitously succeed, while others could not articulate how they achieved their success. Unless an organization was capable of conducting extensive data collection, testing, and experimentation, relying on hearsay could lead to uncertainties surrounding the truth, let alone achieving success. Reflecting on this, he could not help but sigh. His own mechanical heart upgrade was quite clear. The only concern was that his combat power was somewhat lacking. Therefore, his goal was to achieve self-armoring. And if the opportunity arose, transforming himself into a steel man was within the realm of possibility. After all, the Longwa interstellar military possessed technologies for full-body exoskeletons. Yet he currently had no chance to access such advancements, only learning about them through past media and II's accounts. It goes without saying that the AI systems have reached an impressive stage. If one could develop a combat aircraft girl, that would be quite ambitious. I have a team member who seems to possess a physical enhancement ability, exhibiting remarkable strength. If anyone has information regarding this, I would be willing to barter. Lin Xian intends to test the abilities of the skyscraper. As for the authenticity, he can only rely on his instincts. If it could assist the skyscraper or two in evolving their powers, it would undoubtedly enhance the survival rate of this small team significantly. Regarding two, Lin Xian refrains from disclosing the telekinetic abilities to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Although everyone present appears amicable, one must always keep a card close to their chest. Physical enhancement abilities? I have seen and heard of such powers, spoke a woman named Shu Qin, though Lin Xian was uncertain of her credibility or its usefulness. He had heard that such abilities might require the absorption of immense blood energy and could evolve only when on the brink of death. After she spoke, she shrugged, indicating her casualness, asserting that it was merely a comment, not a proposition for exchange, and its utility was for him to discern. Such matters pertain to life and death, and she could not be certain, seemingly uninterested in a trade. Lin Xian and Tu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. On the brink of death? This information warranted consideration. A man in his 50s among the crowd spoke with a serious expression, stating that whether from the Phoenix Society or the rumors among wanderers, nearly all abilities hinge on three elements: a certain item, a change in body and psyche, and specific conditions. Indeed, Jiang Yun concurred. From what I know, No ability evolves without difficulty. Lin Xian nodded, casting a grateful glance at the group. He recalled that night in Tanghai, although it seemed simple in retrospect. If one had to be bitten by a zombie to evolve, and the initial powers were not distinctly evident, who would willingly let themselves bleed to be devoured by the undead? All right, let us proceed, Jiang Yun suggested as Lin Xian pondered. He encouraged others to continue taking turns to speak, while Lin Xian and Tu conversed quietly in the corner. Red Bean, the Ling Ji value detector, should be manageable. It seems that the evolution of abilities is not as straightforward as it appears. Tu smirked. You need not worry. As long as we maintain information exchange, secrets will inevitably surface among survivors. Did I not mention that the Angel Project has been conducting research in this regard? Just give me one more chance to hack in. Lin Xian observed her mischievous expression and chuckled. And how would you hack in? Through broadcasting? Tu's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Dawn Project was once an asset of the federal government. It must contain devices for connecting to orbital satellites, and there could be a wealth of information. Besides, isn't the number 9 underground city conveniently located near the Luo Mountain? Should we not consider a premeditated approach? Premeditated? The term sounded peculiar. Yet Tu's words ignited a spark of interest in Lin Xian. With Tu holding the status of a secondary investor in the Dawn Project, and given that they would traverse the northern slopes of the Luo Mountain before entering Yubei City, it seemed an opportune moment despite some distance. An officially established underground city must possess advanced electronic equipment and communication devices. Are you interested? Tu asked, her eagerness palpable. As a secondary investor, my status is worth more than that of a first-class citizen. Lin Xian took a deep breath. However, there's a concern. What concern? Did you not hear what they said earlier? There may be bizarre regions and strange entities around a Luo mountain, and we face the imminent threat of the extreme night tide, along with terrifying corpse herders. Do we have the time for this? Upon hearing this, Tu's smile faltered, and her expression shifted to one of fear as she shrank her neck. Well, I am curious. Since the day of revelation, there has been no official communication regarding the Dawn Project. It seems the people here are unaware of such a significant underground city project. Do you not find that strange? Tu pouted. It's quite simple. Due to limited resources and tight schedules, the project never considered the lives of ordinary people from its inception. All selected for the underground city were through targeted invitations, and they had to pay a certain price. Such a project could hardly be publicly announced. Lin Xian chuckled resignedly. I see. The so-called Dawn Project is essentially a sanctuary for the privileged. No wonder all construction is conducted in secrecy. When the extreme night began, information about the Dawn Project primarily came from leaked documents. The world has ended, and they have even excavated the number 9 underground city, yet their confidentiality remains impeccable. Quite impressive indeed. Thus, after the extreme night, the federal government collapsed. However, since my father took me along, it signifies that the number 9 underground city must be operational. Lin Xian nodded gravely. Given this, the number 9 underground city can no longer be deemed official. It is merely a former government project, inaccessible to civilians. Only you may enter. The rest of us likely cannot. Who cares? Perhaps everyone inside has already perished. Even if some remain, our objective is not to become underground citizens. Tu grinned mischievously, placing her hands on her hips. Those inside do not regard civilians as human beings, so why should we be courteous? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Are you suggesting that we are merely going to a colossal underground city to take advantage? Why not if we can? Tu replied, her excitement evident. There must be all sorts of cutting-edge technology and equipment inside, including heavy mesh for defense. To maintain such a vast underground city, nuclear power sources are essential, and there may even be star propulsion systems. You wish to launch your train into the clouds, do you not? This is a splendid opportunity. Lin Xian observed her eager demeanor, momentarily taken aback. He had to admit that her words indeed resonated with him. For his mechanical heart, this was an excellent opportunity for upgrading the train before entering the planetary orbit. Well, let us discuss the details upon our return. For now, we should focus on resolving matters here. Lin Xian exhaled deeply. Yay, Tu exclaimed. Before the campfire, the leaders of several convoys were discussing their required supplies and issues. In the spirit of trade, they offered what others needed, with 2 convoys even reaching a temporary consensus to merge and flee together. Chapter 56. Repair: 3 Starfire 26 semi-automatic tactical rifles with 120 rounds could be exchanged for 5 days' worth of rations for a 10-person convoy or 80 liters of gasoline. Yet, these weapons could only be traded for 2 boxes of antibiotics. Moreover, water filtration devices, heating equipment, and communication devices have become increasingly valuable as the apocalypse continues. Consequently, Hongdo, known as the peculiar blood essence by the Phoenix Society, has emerged as a new form of hard currency for trade. As the extreme night encroaches and research deepens, its value is being increasingly recognized. Capable of establishing communication amidst the nocturnal tides, peering into the dark world, enhancing abilities, and assessing the danger level of a region, its significance is undeniable. At this moment, Lin Xian felt a keen desire for the Ling Ji value detector. If such a device could be installed on the train, it would allow them to gauge the risk of a region during their stops, greatly enhancing the safety of their rest periods. Additionally, it would afford him more time to delve into the exploration of his mechanical heart. Before long, most of the convoys had reached mutual agreements regarding various trades, and without lingering, they commenced the exchanges. At that moment, a middle-aged man named Su Jin approached with an anxious demeanor, accompanied by a woman named Shu Qin. If it is convenient, can we take a look at her water purification device? The woman, with her short hair and petite stature, exuded an air of competence. She responded to Lin Xian. If you can repair it, I can offer compensation. Let's take a look. Lin Xian instructed to have the building bring over the items we just discussed and exchange them with that bespectacled gentleman for his red beans. Understood. Tu promptly arranged the transaction. As they exited the dilapidated factory, the snowfall intensified, and the crunch of snow beneath their feet filled the air. Many survivors from the convoys had donned thick winter clothing, yet some remained inadequately dressed. Shivering in the snowy night, Lin Xian surveyed the survivors, noting that most vehicles were caked in mud, with dried bloodstains appearing dark red against the night. All supplies, including water and children's belongings, were secured at the convoy's center, while those on guard exhibited a mix of vigilance and blank expressions. Shu Qin's convoy was modest, comprising only 8 vehicles, one of which was a pickup truck fitted with a water tank and a rudimentary rainwater collector fashioned from metal sheets atop. The rainwater from the heavens was not safe to drink directly, nor could it be boiled. It required filtration, or else the heater would quickly deteriorate and consume excessive electricity. Shu Qin tapped the metal tank, her expression grave. Excessive consumption of rainwater can lead to severe bacterial infections, resulting in fever and diarrhea, alongside terrifying hallucinations that greatly torment the mind. Su Jin sighed. We have been searching for water for 2 days. We initially used a homemade filter to distill it, but that consumed too much fuel. Lin Xian quietly marveled at the situation. His infinite vehicle was stocked with bottled purified water obtained during previous scavenging, and he had not considered these sanitation issues due to his lack of reception from the Phoenix Society's broadcasts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he became more vigilant. The primary advantage of his infinite vehicle lay in its carrying capacity and protective capabilities, allowing it to store substantial supplies. However, bottled water would eventually be depleted, and his train only contained boiling water and a steam generator, devoid of any purification equipment. Previously, he had assumed the ice shield would suffice for his water needs, not contemplating its sanitation. Thankfully, he had only taken a sip from it, as the plentiful bottled water had not necessitated the use of ice for drinking. He pondered whether the water from the ice shield was generated from thin air or condensed from surrounding moisture. Falling ill could lead to significant complications. During the hasty scavenging at the outpost, he had secured only minimal medical supplies, such as bandages and iodine. Even now, disinfectants like iodine were in high demand, and the need for heating further drained resources. His mechanical heart sensed considerable physical strain, given the daily exertions. Upon returning, he intended to consume the remaining trailers and the unused locomotive, keeping only Qian Yu's armored vehicle and his motorcycle as backups, all in an effort to lighten his load and expedite the enhancement of his mechanical heart. I'll take a look, Lin Xian declared, retrieving a flashlight and climbing atop the pickup truck, feigning an inspection of the water purification device. In reality, his mechanical scan had been discreetly activated, rapidly analyzing the device's blueprints and diagnosing the issues. Scan successful. Obtained blueprint for Blue Sky 93 reverse osmosis purifier. Soon, A holographic blueprint of a compact water purifier materialized before Lin Xian's screen. Is it really this simple? However, it requires PVC filter membrane materials. Lin Xian frowned slightly. His previous scavenging had primarily yielded metallic components, and since activating his decomposition ability, he had not consumed any civilian machinery or appliances. It seemed necessary to find a suitable location for thorough scavenging. Although mechanical energy sources might not yield much, they could provide essential materials. How is it, Captain Lin? Can it be repaired? Su Jin appeared even more anxious than Shu Qin. His demeanor suggested he hadn't had water for a day or two. Earlier, he had exchanged some weapons and supplies for a considerable amount of water to alleviate the pressing need. It might be an electrical issue. Could you find me a screwdriver and pliers? He spoke with conviction, prompting Su Jin and Shu Qin to look at each other with renewed hope. For Shu Qin, if it could be fixed, she could trade it for valuable supplies. For Su Jin, it was a genuine relief. All right, coming right up. Shu Qin quickly directed her team to fetch a toolbox for Lin Xian. Captain Lin, what will you need to repair this? Just 20 cans will suffice. Lin Xian had observed that Shu Qin's convoy was not well stocked, as the expressions of the dozen or so individuals reflected their scarcity. She had initially shown kindness by sharing knowledge of her abilities, and Lin Xian felt a sense of goodwill towards this female leader. Thus, he refrained from making excessive demands. If the purification device were repaired, she could exchange it for at least 2 red beans worth of supplies, while 20 cans would barely amount to a fraction of that. Reflecting his consideration. Really? Shu Qin exclaimed, her face lighting up. I'll fetch them for you right away. Lin Xian's request for canned goods had an ulterior motive. During the campfire transaction, he had not included supplies and water in his demands, and, as he commanded a train, it easily gave the impression that his infinite convoy was not in need of food or water. Aware of this perception, he deliberately requested cans as compensation, maintaining a degree of caution. Su Jin, standing nearby, was equally eager. From Lin Xian's expression, it seemed the malfunction was not overly complex, providing him with reassurance. Without hesitation, Lin Xian began to disassemble the cover with the screwdriver, feigning deep contemplation. In truth, he had already resolved the issue while operating his mechanical heart. Although the problem was minor, repairing it would still be challenging for an ordinary person. Thanks to Lin Xian's extraordinary abilities, he merely needed to utilize some materials from his decomposition space to mend the circuit board and water pump motor, simultaneously addressing any blockages. It should begin now, Lin Xian announced after a brief period of work, tightening the screws and wiping the sweat from his brow. Try turning it on. All right. Shu Qin eagerly tapped the truck door, urging the driver to start the engine and activate the purifier. The purifier whirred to life, and a stream of filtered clear water began to flow. Chapter 57, Jiangyun. Is it really fixed? Su Jin quickly grabbed a prepared cup to collect the precious clear water, bringing it to his nose for inspection. His eyes widened in delight. It's clean and clear. With no strange odor, it's truly usable. Certainly, Shu Qin chimed in, brimming with excitement. We have always used this purifier. If you boil it afterward, it will be absolutely safe. Excellent. Su Jin nodded, promptly using his walkie-talkie to summon his team for the trade. Thank you, Shu Qin said gratefully, presenting Lin Xian with a large box of canned goods. You have helped me immensely. Lin Xian accepted the box, replying, it was merely a small effort. I heard you intend to head to Yubei City? Indeed, Shu Qin nodded. Yubeicheng is a port city on the Huanqing orbit. It is said that the Dazhushan tunnel is congested, and many people here are preparing to cross from that side, heading towards Xingcheng. Xingcheng? Lin Xian fell into a brief silence. As expected, most people's choice is to flee towards the major cities of Longhua, regardless of whether those cities have fallen or not. At least in such cities, the resources and supplies are incomparable to those of smaller towns. At this moment, several others in need of equipment repairs approached. Upon seeing Lin Xian successfully fix Shu Qin's water purifier, they also sought assistance. However, Lin Xian did not completely resolve their issues. He merely repaired an infrared detection device for a large vehicle convoy and scanned the blueprint. This device was intended for integration into the train's night watch system, and he also exchanged it for a box of antibiotics. Shu Qin and Su Jin's earlier remarks had reminded him that medication is a crucial asset during their escape. As for the repairs needed for the other 2 convoys and the drones, Lin Xian expressed his inability to assist. The repair involved a broken steering rod and an engine malfunction, and it was impractical for him to weld the steering rod in plain sight with just a screwdriver. Furthermore, the drone was of ordinary quality, inferior to Qian Yu's armored vehicle. Lin Xian deliberately downplayed his skills, shaking his head in refusal after some inspection. Understanding machinery is beneficial, but one ought not to know too much. Having just repaired the water purifier, if he were to also fix the steering rod in the drone, he would inevitably have to tackle the solid propulsion engine the next day. It is wise to leave some room for maneuver. In this camp of survivors, Lin Xian only needed to demonstrate a degree of goodwill. As the group began to prepare to return to their camps and travel at night, Lin Xian and Tu also readied themselves to depart. At that moment, Jiang Yun approached Lin Xian with a smile, while one of his subordinates rushed in from outside, holding two peculiar devices. Yin Gu, show them, Jiang Yun casually instructed. The subordinate stepped forward and handed one of the devices to Lin Xian. One was a modified radio, while the other resembled a clock. This is the Dang Ling Ji detection device, along with the blueprint. Upon receiving it, Lin Xian discovered it was a handcrafted, semi-spherical device made of copper, palm-sized, with fine iron wire wrapped around it, and a filter at the bottom that required connection to a mobile power source. The craftsmanship was impressive, indicating significant difficulty. Since we have the blueprint, let me take a photo, Tu said, stepping forward with her phone to capture an image of the detection device's blueprint. Lin Xian did not object. In fact, he only held it for a moment to study it. Activating his mechanical heart ability, he completed a scan almost instantaneously. However, he maintained the pretense of diligence. Unknown signal detection device blueprint acquired, ID N01. Upon inspection, he found the difficulty manageable, with the main challenge being the filter. However, if given the opportunity to consume some household appliances to gather materials, he could easily fabricate it. Another issue was that the detection device required those red beads. Jiang Yun informed him that the device had a consumption rate, meaning the energy contained within those red beads was finite and could not be used indefinitely. They were consumables. Seeing Tu take out her phone, Jiang Yun's expression shifted as he connected the dots regarding Lin Xian and the others being able to operate a massive train. Yet, he chose to remain silent and instead said, when the urban industrial system was intact, such devices were of little value. But now, as all survivors face uncertainty, even clean water is not guaranteed. Creating something like this is quite rare. Lin Xian nodded, returning the detection device to Jiang Yun. Thank you. I will research it when I return. Jiang Yun nodded, wishing him luck. Lin Xian then directly inquired, Captain Jiang, you initiated tonight's mutual assistance bonfire. I noticed you did not express any particularly urgent needs. Jiang Yun appeared to read Lin Xian's curiosity and replied with a smile. Are you wondering why I personally came to invite you? Lin Xian was taken aback, remaining silent. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. Jiang Yun stood before Lin Xian, suddenly reaching out to grasp the air. The cold wind swirled, coalescing into a massive gust in his hand. And then he clapped his hands, causing the powerful airflow to vanish. Wow, Tu gasped, you can catch the wind? This ability has its advantages. I can move swiftly and reach many places, Jiang Yun replied, glancing at Tu and then at Lin Xian with a somewhat serious expression. He seemed to be candid, saying, I fully understand your feelings. Carrying a convoy of lives through peril, maintaining vigilance and wariness towards everything is a good thing. Surviving in this apocalypse is no easy task. You asked what my purpose in initiating the bonfire was. It's quite simple. From a rational standpoint, I have a great fondness for trains. If my ability were not wind-related, I would genuinely want to build a mobile fortress like you. Thus, regardless of your abilities, I admire anyone who has the courage and means to break through the darkness. From an emotional perspective, in this uncertain apocalypse, where everyone is on edge, having one more friend is certainly better than having one more enemy, Jiang Yun stated earnestly. Lin Xian was astonished. Is it really just to meet more survivors? Precisely. Living between life and death each day, useful information and assistance can often save you from peril, Jiang Yun asserted. Perhaps this is what distinguishes us humans from those otherworldly creatures. He called over his subordinate, ruffling the boy's hair. Those who have followed me have not always had such good fortune to survive. Along the way, we have received considerable help. Yes, everyone helps each other to get through tough times. The subordinate, appearing no older than 17 or 18, exclaimed enthusiastically. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, felt a shift in his perspective. Thank you. If I come across another bonfire you initiate in the future, I will definitely participate. Jiang Yun smiled, spreading his arms. See, I have achieved my purpose. With that, he glanced around, turned, and departed. Good luck. Having acquired the blueprint for the dangling detection device and a peculiar blood crystal, along with a wealth of useful information, Lin Xian and his group considered this journey a fruitful one. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yun's subordinate on the mountain bike suddenly approached his car window. Hey, Yingu asked me to remind you, when using the dark radio, don't tune to 1542. Lin Xian's expression hardened at this warning. Is that the peculiar radio you mentioned? Exactly. Be careful. After delivering this message, the young man rode off. 1542? 2, sitting in the back seat, looked puzzled. A radio can attract monsters? Listening to advice is wise. Lin Xian signaled the driver to start the car, saying, there's no need for curiosity about such things. I'm not curious. I'm afraid of ghosts. Tu shivered. Now that he said that, I don't even dare use the radio. Let us head back, Lin Xian contemplated. They needed to continue their journey, and he aimed to devour what was necessary under the cover of night, while also figuring out how to gather materials to construct the dangling detection device. Moreover, with only one peculiar blood crystal in his possession, his primary objective remained to connect the radio, lest he miss out on valuable information. As the engines of hundreds of vehicles roared to life around the dilapidated factory, they began to disperse into the distance, some veering off at various intersections, while others, wary of danger, formed convoys and swiftly plunged into the darkness. The sound reverberated through the suburban woodland, rousing a number of the undead, and a cacophony of howls began to echo in the night. Jiang Yun's vehicle was a modified off-road truck with a motorcycle affixed to the rear compartment. In the driver's seat, Jiang Yun observed the distant taillights of Lin Xian's departing jeep and remarked, "It seems they like us," aimed to enter the Huanqing Passage from Yubei, traversing the aerial corridor above Wanyuan Gorge. At that moment, Run Huiyin, clad in leather, seated in the passenger seat, interjected, "The ascent passage has long since lost power. The survivors' vehicles cannot ascend without traction, not to mention such a heavy rail train." Jiang Yun chuckled lightly. The Ping'e Lake has unusual entities roaming, and the Daju Mountain Tunnel is blocked. To cross Wanyuan Gorge, one must detour over 1,000 kilometers around the Daju Mountains. With the polar night encroaching and the corpse herders blocking our retreat, I estimate that many will attempt to traverse the Huanqing No. 1 aerial corridor from Yubei City. Furthermore, I have faith that conductor Lin will certainly find a way to ascend. Are you so certain? Pei Huiyin inquired. Jiang Yun donned his sunglasses. A confident smile playing on his lips, 5 individuals operating 3 locomotives charging through the night. Truly formidable figures. Indeed, I have great expectations for this person. With that, he pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as he sped away with panache. Chapter 58. Preparation. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and his companions drove back to the platform, reloading the jeep before returning to the carriage. They promptly activated the train, its engine rumbling deeply as the wheels began to turn, departing from Chuguan Station. "I thought you would linger longer," Chun Sichuan remarked as she observed Lin Xian's swift departure. "We cannot afford to pause," Lin Xian exhaled, gazing out at the dense darkness, as he needed to swiftly consume the several vehicles they had acquired, along with the large train. He glanced at the firearms strewn about and, with curiosity, turned to Qin Sichuan. "Are you learning to shoot from Sha? Qin Sichuan hesitated for a moment before nervously nodding. "Often, I find myself unable to assist. Seeing someone as young as Sha handle a gun, I thought I might learn as well." Lin Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of acquiring self-defense skills in this apocalyptic world. Having obtained a wealth of weapons, Chun Sichuan did not wish to become a burden. Thus she began learning firearms knowledge from Sha. Although Sha was also somewhat inexperienced, she was exceptionally clever and mature for her age. Initially, she learned from Delu but soon became increasingly adept on her own, although she preferred wielding a grenade launcher over pistols or rifles. Her stock of VOG 25 40mm grenades was dwindling. Lin Xian had scanned the schematics but lacked the materials for ammunition, particularly the high-energy explosive ammonium nitrate, making it impossible to replenish her supplies anytime soon. "Hurry up and get that radio working," Tu urged impatiently. Lin Xian nodded, retrieving his radio and opening his mechanical manufacturing panel. Following Jiang Yun's instructions, he constructed a simple framework device. In no time, Lin Xian completed the blueprint, covering it with a layer of hard plastic material. With a flash of white light, copper and black plastic materials emerge from the disassembly space, swiftly forming an external framework for the radio. He then procured the dark red, enigmatic blood essence. The group looked on with astonishment at the red orb. Is this the substance left behind after the nocturnal creature's demise? Sha asked, her face a mask of trepidation. Two picked it up, feeling its chilling surface, sensing some energy flowing within. Be cautious, Lin Xian advised. Since this does not belong to humanity, we must exercise heightened vigilance. The Phoenix Society is currently publicizing its properties and benefits, but who knows if there are any side effects. 2. Upon hearing this, stuck out her tongue, hastily returning the essence to Lin Xian's palm. You're right. Just focus on getting the radio operational. Lin Xian accepted it back, inserting the strange blood essence into a designated slot he had designed in advance, then activated the radio under the watchful eyes of his companions. At that moment, an unusual wave of energy flickered past, sending chills down their spines. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Federal Radio YB Region Report. Strong spiritual wave fluctuations detected in the vicinity of the northern foothills of Daluo Mountain. Survivor convoys heading towards Yubei and Fengcheng along G1523. X556 routes are advised to detour. This message is provided by the Federal Phoenix Society Rescue Organization. Wow, it really works, Two exclaimed. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. City Alert Report. The launching number 1 port in Yubei City has ceased operations, and numerous survivor convoys are congested. All survivor convoys are advised against gathering within the city. There are substantial hordes of corpses and strange entities present, posing great danger. A detour is recommended. Chun Sixuan, taken aback, covered her mouth and said, Lin Xian. It appears that the railway line from Jiangyu, JY 3365, indeed passes through the northern foothills of Daluo Mountain and has several tunnels. I'm aware, Lin Xian nodded. By the way, Brother Lin, if the ascent passage at Huanqing number 1 port has already ceased operations, even if our train descends below the horizon's traction brake, we cannot use magnetic traction to ascend the aerial track, correct? Sha expressed her concerns. The Huanqing track is a planetary-scale human engineering project established by the federal government on Blue Star. It is not merely a railway track, but a superstructure encompassing sea, land, and aerial systems, with segments like the aerial corridor featuring multiple tracks and vehicles utilizing ascent elevators for rapid transit across Wanyuan Gorge and the Daju Mountains. Do not worry, Lin Xian said with a determined gaze, glancing at Chen Sixuan. I have already contemplated this matter, so there is no need to fret about our ascent. Rather, the risks posed by the northern foothills of Daluo Mountain may present more complications for us. Sha, curious, looked at Chen Sixuan, noticing her tense expression. Yet she nodded in understanding. Chen Sixuan comprehended well what Lin Xian meant by preparation, as she knew that the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive was initially designed for the Huanqing track. With the mechanical heart activated, the power turbine at the front of the giant Whale 03E slowly began to spin and perform self-checks. This design, once deemed mad, was primarily intended for early high-speed corridors or complex maritime conditions, and as the electromagnetic traction systems matured, this gas turbine gradually fell out of favor. Hearing the beastly roar emanating from below, Sha and Lu exchanged glances, seemingly astonished by Lin Xian's plans. Listen to this. At that moment, Two urgently silenced the group, tuning into the AM-07 frequency primarily used by the Wanderers Alliance. A man's hurried voice crackled through the radio. This is the Iron Fortress convoy. A warning to those in Chuguan, Yuqi, Ping'e Lake, and the eastern direction of Songshan. We have discovered traces of the Black Crow 4-man team in Hengshi village. All survivors here have been massacred by them. Nearby convoys must exercise caution. To reconfirm, there are 4 modified off-road vehicles with green and black graffiti, equipped with spiked wheels. These individuals are all thugs, 3 of whom possess supernatural abilities. Please exercise extreme caution. My goodness, for individuals, for vehicles, and 3 superhumans. Sha exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he turned to Two. We are heading to the underground city number 9 you mentioned. It seems we are in for quite a hassle. You're mistaken. Two, seemingly predicting Lin Xian's reaction, busily scrolled through a map on her phone before presenting it to Lin Xian. Look, this is a detour from Yuchi, bypassing Daju Mountain to the south. But the map ends here without clear markings. Between Yuchi Station and Yubei, there is a large freight terminal, and there's also a branch line heading eastward and southward. Can you guess why? Lin Xian furrowed his brows, casting a questioning gaze toward Teacher Chun. This situation is rather common, Chun Sichuan remarked. If there are no markings, it is likely to be a military stronghold like Beiwai or the internal railways of certain enterprises or mines. However, Daluo Mountain seems to lack mineral resources. Could it be? No need to guess. 2 interjected. The number 9 underground city must be located near Daluo Mountain. Perhaps the former federal government excavated the entire underground of Daluo Mountain, and such a colossal project would certainly require railways for transportation. Therefore, if it is a new line that has not been marked or has been intentionally concealed by the federal government, it is quite plausible. Moreover, she glanced at Lin Xian and continued, if we take the southern line of Daluo Mountain, we can conveniently bypass the area reported by the federal radio station. As for whether that place is the number 9 underground city, with such a large volume of work, a brief investigation would reveal the truth. Lin Xian's eyes brightened as he immediately grasped Tu's intention. Even if that line were a dead end, he could easily retreat, as this segment is merely a couple of 100 kilometers at most. If Tu's speculation holds true, they might not only explore the 9 underground city, but also avoid the peculiar area reported by the federal radio station. This is an excellent plan. Lin Xian understood that entering the ring star orbit would lead to various track zones, including high-altitude corridors, deserts, primitive jungles, uninhabited areas, deep oceans, and starry voids. Simple steel tracks would not solve all problems. Thus, considering an upgrade in the train's power and drive mode became imperative. To achieve this, a mechanical heart is fundamental. But mechanical scanning and manufacturing are crucial. Without access to advanced technological systems for blueprint scanning, he would be limited to crafting firearms and small appliances by hand, which would be of little use. As Tu mentioned, those power source systems, high-energy weapons, self-armor, and propulsion systems, though Lin Xian had never seen them, he was eager to scan a complete blueprint immediately. Therefore, he must find a way to investigate the federal government's 9 underground city. I concur, Chen Sichuan added. However, the track conditions in unknown segments may be quite complex. So, I suggest that segments should ideally be traversed during the day. Lin Xian nodded, then slowly brought the entire train to a halt, parking the Infinity in an open field. It was settled then. Tonight, we will rest first, following the previous arrangement. Teacher Chun, you will keep watch for the first half of the night. If we are to divert from Yuchi, and it's an unknown segment, it's best to observe the road conditions during the day. Lin Xian planned to absorb the last freight electric locomotive first, which might take considerable time and effort. The Ring Star 7F electric locomotive does not have ample reserve power, and rather than proceeding blindly into the darkness, it would be wiser to consume the cumbersome machines behind, regain strength, and set out on the unknown southern line of Daluo Mountain at dawn. With everything arranged, the group began to collaborate, resting where needed. Chun Sichuan and Sha organized the return supplies, then proceeded to extinguish the lights in the carriage. Lin Xian directly opened the tailgate of the 5th carriage and approached the last freight electric locomotive, preparing to absorb the massive machine weighing over 100 tons. Chapter 59 Midnight. Following Lin Xian's plan, Tu had drafted a preliminary design for the water-oxygen circulation system. Considering the issues of rainwater and health, Lin Xian intended to clear out the 3rd carriage to connect it to the locomotive's water tank, adding a purification system and setting up some protective planting cabinets. Clean water, clean air, and the cultivation of green plants and vegetables were all part of the plans Lin Xian had devised earlier. After Su Jin informed him about the problematic rainwater during the night, he felt an even greater urgency to construct such a carriage. With the arrival of ice and snow, black rain bacteria, the global fauna and flora would face extinction. In the 2nd carriage, the computer at the information center still emitted a faint glow. After connecting to the driving radar, optical observation system, and radar system, it could now activate alarms for certain areas ahead. The dark night was filled with a chilling wind. As the warm air system in the train had not yet been fully repaired, a sense of cold pervaded the carriage. Tu and Sha had already retired, while Chen Sichuan stood guard in the cockpit, and Daluo remained on standby at the tail of the 5th carriage. Sha. A faint call roused Lu Sha from her bed. Hearing the sound, she instinctively opened her eyes and groggily searched for its source. The entire train had been darkened, and she extended her finger to lift a small part of the blackout curtain, allowing a faint glimmer of starlight to trickle in, dimly illuminating the contours of the items within the carriage. Was it an illusion? Lu Shasha seemed to hear a man calling her. She looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of Lin Xian. The area was empty. As she prepared to withdraw her finger from the curtain, a dark figure suddenly appeared outside the window. The upper body of the figure was shrouded in darkness, rendering its face indistinguishable. Lu Shasha's fingers trembled as she sensed that the shadow was watching her intently. Lin Gage? She asked cautiously. Her other hand clutched the blanket tightly, feeling a sense of unease. If it were Lin Xian, why would he call her from outside? The surroundings were silent, and only her voice felt jarringly loud. Unable to resist, she reached down to tap the edge of the bed, hoping to alert two below. Can you open the door for me? The shadow whispered. It's so cold outside. Creak, creak. The shadow's voice was followed by the sound of nails scratching slowly against the steel plate outside. Soon, the noise faded and the shadow vanished. Lu Shasha's heart raced. Sensing something was amiss, she leaned forward to investigate, but in the next moment, a pale, ghastly face with a bloodied mouth suddenly slammed against the window. Bang! The loud noise accompanied by a massive tremor in the train startled Lu Shasha. Ah! Shasha screamed, waking two below. The girl furrowed her brow and jumped up, exclaiming, "What happened? There's something outside." Lu Shasha gasped, trying to steady her racing heart. Although she had endured numerous terrifying experiences in recent days, this scene still shocked her. Swish! The blackout curtains of the second carriage were simultaneously drawn open by two, and the lights inside illuminated. The two girls looked outside the window, only to find the world beyond cloaked in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any shadow. What's wrong with you? At that moment, Chen Xishuan rushed over from the cockpit. There's something outside. I saw it. Lu Shasha exclaimed, still shaken. Daluo, standing guard, approached with his gun drawn, and the group began to search the surroundings, but found nothing. Where's Lin Xian? Tu inquired. He's still outside, Chen Xishuan said, her expression turning worrisome. She then picked up the intercom to inquire about Lin Xian's status. But at that moment, Tu suddenly furrowed her brow. Do you hear that? It sounds like something. Something? The group looked around, falling silent to listen intently. The night was tranquil, with only the cold wind howling and rustling the treetops. However, the rustling sound quickly grew louder. As if a boiling tide was approaching, a cacophony that rose from the distance. The noise seemed to come from the left, yet it also echoed from the right, as if a tremor from the earth was reverberating from all directions. Shasha pressed her small face against the glass window, the train's lights swallowed by the dense blackness outside, only revealing a distance of a few meters. She watched, listened, and her expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, she saw countless dark human silhouettes surging like a tide across the distant field. Her pupils constricted as she shouted, "Oh no, it's a tide of corpses!" Crash! Crash! As the voice faded, a cacophony of screams and frantic shouts surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions. The densely packed shadows obscured the sky, rendering the horizon invisible. Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan trembled at the sight, urgently grasping the walkie-talkie to call out for Lin Xian outside. Quick, start the car. Tu instinctively shouted as well. Before Chen Xishuan could react, the engine of the Infinite roared to life, and she instantly realized it was Lin Xian who was activating it. Her heart steadied as she swiftly dashed towards the cockpit. Let us go to the back. That creature is still outside. Tu recalled something and hurriedly called out to the Lu, the two of them racing towards the direction of carriage number 5. In the blink of an eye, countless zombies lunged at the train parked in the darkness, their howls, collisions, and relentless pounding reverberating against the steel plates of the carriage, creating a thunderous uproar that echoed within like a muffled drum, as if it were being battered by a landslide. The hydraulic rear ramp opened, and Tu and Lu stood ready with their guns at the ready. Are you out there, bad guy? Tu shouted. The sound of gunfire rang out as numerous shots shattered the skulls of the zombies, their bodies crashing against the carriage with a deafening noise. Do not let these beasts inside, Lin Xian shouted from outside, swiftly leaping across the roofs of several cars while simultaneously propelling the train forward. To consume that freight electric locomotive, Lin Xian nearly exhausted half of his strength, his body drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, as Chen Xishuan activated the electric locomotive, Lin Xian suddenly felt a surge of energy and exhaled in relief, sprinting forward with all his might. Countless zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, a sight even more terrifying than at the mist outpost. Lin Xian felt a chill of fear as he wondered how such a massive horde had been stirred up so suddenly. Gritting his teeth, he opened the rear ramp halfway. As the ramp descended, throngs of zombies shrieked as they attempted to climb inside, while Tu and Delu, already waiting within, opened fire in response. Lin Xian decisively raised his hand, unleashing 2 blasts that sent several zombies flying. With his enhanced speed attribute, he leapt through the gap in the rear ramp. As the ramp gate began to close, Delu dropped his gun, shouted, and grabbed a crowbar, smashing the heads of 2 zombies that were wedged in the opening before kicking them away, finally securing the ramp shut. Delu, you and Shasha hold this position. Girl, come with me to the front. Lin Xian wasted no time, landing and immediately racing forward. Once inside the carriage, he activated the mechanical heart to power the gas turbine locomotive, both engines roaring to life. At the front, the cabin was almost entirely obscured by a throng of zombies. Under normal circumstances, the zombies would have been powerless against the heavy train. However, those frenzied creatures now blocked the train's acceleration like an unstoppable wave. The sound of bones being crushed beneath the train's wheels echoed sharply, sending shivers down one's spine. Continue accelerating, Lin Xian shouted. Chun Sichuan gritted her teeth, pushing the throttle with all her strength. Girl, clear the way ahead. She nodded, biting her silver teeth, and rushed to the cockpit, pushing forward. With an invisible shockwave, she propelled hundreds of zombies away from the front of the train, only for the tide of the undead to surge back like a swarm of ants. The speed is increasing, Chun Sichuan exclaimed. Lin Xian took his place at the controls, his gaze steely as he gritted his teeth, crushed them. The engines of the Zhujing 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the launching 7F electric locomotive roared simultaneously, unleashing a fury of horsepower as they barreled through the horde of zombies. The massive locomotive roared like an enraged beast amid the endless darkness, its iron wheels tilting slightly under the impact of the undead, crashing down with each collision, sparks flying as the cold industrial machine savagely harvested the relentless wave of zombies. At 6 a.m., with at least 10 hours until dawn, everyone was on high alert, horrified by the seemingly endless zombie army surging towards them. This is too unusual. How can there be so many? Chen Sichuan gasped. Tu furrowed his brow. It's as if these creatures have gone mad. Even as they accelerated, zombies continued to collide with the train's front, blood almost obscuring the windshield. Lin Xian quickly activated the sprayers to clear the blood, while Tu dashed towards carriage number 2. As the radar failed to detect the road ahead due to the sheer number of zombies assaulting the front, relying solely on the light from the roof to navigate. On the roof, as they accelerated, zombies continued to fall off, their screams filling the air. The crimson train barreled through the horde like a raging beast, smashing through the throngs of corpses. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Suddenly, another zombie collided with the front, causing Lin Xian's expression to change. He saw a tattered, emaciated creature lying before him, its face human yet haunting, with deep-set eyes and a grotesque smile that seemed to fixate on him. Chen Sichuan screamed in terror. Lin Xian instinctively stepped in front of her, his expression hardening as he realized the creature's face seemed eerily familiar. Tang Hai! He gasped, his face paling. The transformed Tang Hai fixed his sunken eyes on Lin Xian, grinning grotesquely as he rasped. Run fast, The decayed voice sounded like a broken instrument. What on earth is that? Chen Sichuan asked nervously. Definitely not human, Lin Xian replied gravely, uncertain of what Tang Hai had become, but certain that his sudden appearance was no mere coincidence. Look out, there's a broken bridge ahead. Ai's voice suddenly rang out, the newly activated electro-optical targeting system blaring an alarm. Lin Xian turned to see that Tang Hai had vanished from the front, the headlights illuminating a railway bridge spanning a valley, with a massive gap of at least 7 or 8 meters in the center, the tracks completely severed. Damn it! Lin Xian's heart raced. That old bastard. He realized instantly that this was certainly Tang Hai's underhanded scheme. This creature had stealthily followed them all the way, and he had no idea what abilities it had acquired after evolving, capable of destroying bridges and inciting hordes of zombies. Quick stop! Chen Sichuan shouted in panic. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian instinctively slammed the brakes, but the Infinite had just surged out of the horde, and he realized that at this speed, it was unlikely he could stop in time. Tang Hai's earlier appearance had made him miss the optimal moment to halt, and even if he did stop, they would soon be engulfed by the endless tide of zombies. Lin Xian's heart raced. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly surged forward, her eyes glowing with energy, signaling her powers in full force. "Don't stop! We charge through!" Lin Xian watched in shock, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" She gazed at Lin Xian, her small face trembling, her expression unusually earnest. "Did you not say this vehicle could soar into the sky? If we join forces, we can surely make it." The moment those words escaped her lips, a frenzied thought exploded in Lin Xian's mind like gunpowder. He realized there was no retreat, and with a fierce clenching of his teeth, he shouted, "Teacher Chun, hold on tight." He then placed both hands firmly on the steering wheel, his body bristling with anticipation as the mechanical heart began to whir into high gear. Facing a gaping void of several meters where the bridge had collapsed, this machine, pulling hundreds of tons of industrial weight, roared and accelerated once more. At this moment, her face turned pale, her eyes glimmering with an eerie light, blood vessels creeping into view as she bit down on her silver teeth, fixating her gaze on the dark ravine that threatened to engulf them all. Boom! 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 20 meters. Boom! Boom! 10 meters. Boom! Boom! 5 meters. In an instant, she felt the blood vessels burst in her eyes, let out a sharp cry, and raised her hands. Clank, clank. The wheels of the first section, the 200-ton heavy Jingwei 03E gas turbine locomotive, slowly lifted off the tracks, followed by the second section, the nearly 340-ton Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, which was also pulled upward. The entire train appeared to be lifted by an invisible force, tracing a breathtaking arc through the air. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chun Sichuan's eyes widened in terror. Lin Xian's expression hardened, and her eyes were stained crimson with blood. Thud, thud. The space became eerily quiet. It seemed everyone could only hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Bang! In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the entire train shuddered. Squeal! The sound of wheels grinding against the tracks and the rails tearing apart echoed for miles. In the fifth car, Lu Xia and Lu Yi felt as if an earthquake had struck, a tremendous force surging toward them. Crash! With the first two engine sections successfully landing, the immense inertia propelled the lighter rear carriages across the gaping void. The third car began to derail and tilt, sending shattered stones and wooden sleepers flying. But it was quickly pulled back, the steel connections emitting a piercing hum. A foot chain on a flatbed carriage snapped under the immense centrifugal force, sending a jeep flying off into the valley below with a resounding crash. Clank, 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 clank. Soon, the train returned safely to the tracks, speeding forward once more. Everyone was drenched in sweat. Lin Xian, Chun Sichuan shouted in panic, and Lin Xian turned to see her, only to find her eyes and nostrils streaming with blood, her breath faltering as she collapsed like a fragile feather. He rushed to support her, realizing her breath was shallow and intermittent, his expression turning grave. "Quick, the medical kit!" "Lin Xian, look at her eyes!" Chun Sichuan exclaimed in horror. Lin Xian opened her eyelids and was struck by the sight of her pupils being gradually consumed by a dark ink, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant. But as he looked in her eyes, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if a powerful force were voraciously draining his energy. In that moment, a scream that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell echoed in his mind, causing his ears to ring and his vision to blur. Lin Xian stumbled backward and collapsed with a crash. Chapter 61. A Great Enemy Buzz. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Clank, clank. When he opened his eyes again, the first sound that reached his ears was Teacher Chen's anxious shout. "Lin Xian! Lin Xian!" As he opened his eyes, his vision began to clear. Feeling the train racing along the tracks, Lin Xian jolted awake from the ground. Chun Sichuan, witnessing Lin Xian suddenly faint, turned pale with fright. "What happened to you?" Lin Xian rubbed his temples and turned to her. "How long was I unconscious?" Chun Sichuan replied with a strange expression, "Just a moment. You suddenly collapsed." Lin Xian quickly checked on her and found that her eyes had already been consumed halfway by the dark ink, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Bang! Just as one crisis seemed to subside, a violent crash resonated from the roof of a distant carriage. Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically as he turned to Chun Sichuan. You keep an eye on her. Without waiting for a reply, he dashed toward the rear carriage. Buzz. He focused his mind and pulled up the blueprint for the G03 electric knife that she had given him, then waved his hand as a pile of tungsten titanium alloy material rapidly assembled in midair. In the blink of an eye, a sleek black long knife was forged, a temporary shape due to the lack of several key materials. Simultaneously, he grabbed a fully loaded automatic rifle and hurried toward the back. The knife's handle still radiated warmth from the forging, sending a shock through Lin Xian's heart. With 2S life hanging in the balance and the threat of Tang Hai and the encroaching tide of corpses still looming, he knew he had to first address the immediate danger. He raised his voice towards Lu and Sha in the rear carriage. Lu, Sha, grab your weapons. That old fiend is still lingering. We must eliminate him. Be careful, Brother Lin. Just then, Lu Sha in the fifth carriage shouted in terror, pointing out the window. Crash! No sooner had she spoken than a massive gray-white claw slammed against the side of the carriage, shattering the glass and sending Sha flying. Lu reacted quickly, catching his sister with one hand. Lin Xian was thrown out, crashing into a side storage cabinet. As he got back on his feet, he realized a white humanoid giant had appeared at the rear of the carriage, and his pupils dilated in shock. He gritted his teeth. It was the very white monster he had seen in Jiang City. How to track them down here? Impossible. They had already traveled over 1,000 kilometers. How could such a creature pursue them so far? Lu, be careful. There's another one. He warned Lu. Tang Hai is here too. The corpse tied the broken tracks. The white giant. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming dread. Was this all mere coincidence or a premeditated scheme? If it was not coincidental, then the implications were terrifying. This old beast had to be eliminated immediately. With no way to evade, he could only confront it head-on. Lin Xian, without hesitation, opened the rear tailgate. Lu set Sha down and seized a machine gun, bracing for action. As the tailgate lowered, the white giant, perched atop the train frame, suddenly hung its head upside down, its deep, terrifying eyes locking onto the carriage. Its dark red maw slowly opened. The white giant emitted a high-pitched scream akin to a woman's, causing pain to resonate in their eardrums. In that split second, Lin Xian and Lu unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Ha-ta-ta-tat, ha-ta-ta-tat. The thunderous onslaught of bullets rained down, striking the white giant's face as if they were hitting steel, sparks flying, but no visible damage inflicted. Instead, a few bullets that struck its mouth drew blood. The white giant appeared enraged, extending its long, sinister arm to claw into the carriage. Crash! All tools were tossed into disarray. Lu bellowed, using all his strength to grab a steel beam and thrust it downward toward the giant's claw. The immense force deformed the steel. With a resounding thud, it was as if the steel column had pierced concrete, and astonishingly, the white giant's hand was impaled by Lu's steel beam, penetrating the carriage floor with incredible force. Watching this unfold, Lin Xian felt a twinge in his molars, realizing Lu's strength was extraordinary. What would happen if he evolved further? However, at this moment, Lin Xian could clearly sense their chances had improved, free from the earlier feeling of helplessness against the red giant worm. Just as he was preparing to take action, a sudden sound of frantic climbing reached his ears. Lin Xian swiftly turned around, and to his astonishment, he saw Tang Hai unexpectedly emerge from an unknown location, rapidly scaling the side of the carriage and leaping onto the roof, then darting towards the front compartment. This is bad. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. At that moment, the white behemoth's massive hand was pierced, attempting to retract its grip on the steel. Cover me, Lin Xian shouted, seizing the opportunity, and immediately sprinted towards the rear of the train. Dalo realized Lin Xian intended to ascend to the roof and promptly reacted, raising his gun to unleash a barrage at the giant's descending head. Lin Xian, agile as ever, leapt over the behemoth's outstretched arm and landed in the rear open carriage. Before he could turn around, a fierce wind howled past him. Without hesitation, he conjured an ice shield and then leapt towards the back of the jeep. With a resounding crash, the white behemoth's arm shattered both the ice shield and the front of the jeep, causing the vehicle to dangle precariously at the edge of the carriage, soon to be smashed by an electric tower by the roadside. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed inwardly as he stood on the empty flatbed, lamenting the loss of the two jeeps he had painstakingly acquired, leaving him no chance to consume their power. Dalo, hold it off. I'm going after Tang Hai. Lin Xian shouted against the wind, noticing the white behemoth hanging over the fifth carriage while Tang Hai had already dashed towards the front. Understood. Without further ado, Da Lo charged out with his gun, rolling to evade the behemoth's ominous claw. With a swift change of magazine, Da Lo unleashed a frenzied onslaught aimed at the giant's gaping maw, allowing Lin Xian to take a step forward and activate his new skill, Yisheng. This was the newly acquired ability from consuming the Iron Guard 3 military assault armor. Unexpectedly, his first use of it occurred in such a critical moment. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared as a grayish-white afterimage, wielding the tungsten titanium alloy G03 electric knife, channeling his energy for a swift strike. A sound akin to an explosive crack echoed as the white behemoth's massive claw swiped at Lin Xian, only to grasp at a mere afterimage. In the next moment, a vertical gash opened in its palm, flesh and blood bursting forth. Lin Xian had already maneuvered behind the giant. Hidden in the breath, he struck with precision. Utilizing this technique for the first time, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming shock. Despite the considerable energy expenditure, the destructive power far exceeded his expectations. He recalled that back in Jiangshi, a mere knife strike had failed to pierce the beast's finger, yet now, equipped with a new skill, a new weapon, and a significant boost in strength, he could finally breach its defenses, filling Lin Xian with newfound confidence. Da Lo, observing Lin Xian's bullet-like movement, was equally astonished. Before he could react, the behemoth began to shriek in rage, tearing apart the steel inside the carriage to free its hands, pivoting to pursue the assailant, Lin Xian. Its immense form pressed down on the carriage, producing a dull thud, while the wheels of the fifth carriage violently collided with the tracks, flames erupting. Yay! At that moment, the previously empty carriage saw Sha seize her chance to dash out, tossing a steel pipe to Da Lo. The two worked in perfect harmony. Da Lo caught the pipe, channeling all his strength, veins bulging, and aimed it at the turning white behemoth. With a whoosh, a violent rush of wind followed. The behemoth, sensing danger, exhibited an unexpected level of intelligence, realizing that both Lin Xian and Da Lo were capable of inflicting harm. As Da Lo prepared to attack, it abruptly halted its pursuit of Lin Xian, spinning around, its long, withered claws gripping the searing steel pipe, sending sparks flying. Chapter 62, Battle on the Roof. Meanwhile, Lin Xian dashed across the train's roof against the howling wind towards the front compartment, knowing that Tang Hai was the former station master of Beiwan and was well-versed in train operations. He surmised that the destruction of the tracks was likely a deliberate act by him. As he sprinted atop the carriages, just as he was about to leap from the third to the second carriage, a white shadow flashed at the connection point. His hair stood on end, and without a moment's thought, he conjured an ice shield before him. A piercing sound rang out as a slender claw sliced through, narrowly missing Lin Xian's chest and scattering debris. Close call. D. Tang Hai shrieked, his voice a grotesque half-human, half-monster growl. That seemingly frail arm swung with tremendous force, effortlessly slicing through the ice shield and lunging towards Lin Xian's throat. Old fool, you won't escape me. Lin Xian roared in fury, recalling how this creature had attempted to entomb everyone in the train, while his comrade, too, remained unaccounted for. His heart ablaze with anger. He dodged the lethal claw and swiftly slashed with his knife, aiming for Tang Hai's neck. Clang! To his astonishment, Tang Hai's evolved skin was even tougher than that of the white behemoth. The tungsten titanium alloy G03 electric knife clanged against it, sending sparks flying and forcing Tang Hai back. Undeterred, he grinned menacingly, his clawed hands lunging at Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, I should thank you. You've made me this strong. Without engaging in further banter, Lin Xian retreated and grabbed his automatic rifle, unleashing a hail of bullets at the creature. Tang Hai's opening line went unspoken as several rounds struck him, the immense force sending him rolling, blood erupting from several vulnerable spots. Cursed creature. He moved with lightning speed, evading the bullets and swiftly crawling to the side of the carriage, vanishing into the shadows like a specter in the night. Lin Xian's mind raced with uncertainty. How could this being possess such formidable defenses? Was it truly an evolution? Damn it, neither human nor ghost. This must be the spawn of a failed evolution. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside Lin Xian, and Tang Hai lunged forth, extending a hand with fingers that grotesquely elongated like whips. Lin Xian's heart raced as he quickly raised his knife to defend himself, hearing a resonant clang as the powerful blow knocked him back, leaving his hands numb. Missing its target, Tang Hai retreated into the darkness once more. What kind of monster can stretch its fingers? Standing atop the train, Lin Xian felt the chilling wind as the Infinite sped along the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, remaining vigilant with his gun. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself while cursing inwardly. Regardless of whether it was a misstep in evolution, as Tu had mentioned, this entity had barely broken through to an evolved state and was already so formidable. What would it be like at levels 3 or 4? Would it soar through the skies? Just moments ago, Tang Hai appeared almost half human, half corpse, with a grayish-white hardened skin and remnants of degenerated hair. Resembling Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, a truly bizarre sight. A rush of air cut through the silence again, but this time Lin Xian was prepared. He swiftly dodged to the side and aimed his gun at the source of the sound, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, to his surprise, Tang Hai, cunning as ever, merely tested him with his elongated fingers before disappearing into the shadows once again. As anticipated, the automatic rifle, which could only fire 30 rounds, quickly exhausted its ammunition. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, and at that moment, a sound akin to a breaking wind suddenly emanated from the shadows behind him. Out of bullets, are we? Simultaneously, a chilling voice accompanied the sound. Ding! Lin Xian reacted with remarkable speed, swinging his blade backward and immediately severing Tang Hai's finger, producing a crisp sound. The tremendous force jolted Lin Xian, nearly causing him to lose his footing. At that moment, Tang Hai swaggered out of the shadows, his voice dripping with malice as he said, "Hee, impressive, isn't it? You should be grateful that I had not evolved that night. It allowed you to survive another day. Now, it is time for you to thank me." "Thank you, mother," Lin Xian retorted. Not wasting a moment, he lunged forward with his sword, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Tang Hai seemed to sense the hidden threat in the air, tilting his head to evade one of the wind blades. However, he was struck twice in the chest, the impact causing him to stagger backward. "Bastard!" Tang Hai cursed in a voice that was neither masculine nor feminine, suddenly recalling Lin Xian's ability to kill from a distance without a gun. His fingers curled into claws, digging into the car roof as he gathered his strength. Then he burst forth with astonishing speed, creating 2 deep imprints in the steel roof. "Ice shield." Seeing the ferocity of the attack, Lin Xian swiftly conjured an ice shield. "Useless trash," Tang Hai shouted, transforming into an oval-shaped white projectile that pierced through Lin Xian's ice shield without granting him a moment to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian, who was behind the ice shield, vanished in a flurry of ice shards, only to reappear in a flash. Then, a thunderous rush of wind intersected with Tang Hai, creating a deafening sonic boom. "What?" Tang Hai exclaimed, rolling away, his limbs clawing at the train roof, leaving countless metallic scratches. He was now visibly alarmed, sensing that half of his face, along with an ear, had been obliterated. "Ah!" Tang Hai incredulously touched his mangled cheek, blood gushing forth, his eyes reddening as he descended into madness. "I will kill you. I must kill you." Lin Xian, clearly uninterested in a turn-based exchange or idle chatter, provided no respite for Tang Hai. Following a swift counterattack, he unleashed several wind blades before even landing. Bang! 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 With nowhere to evade, Tang Hai was struck, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, and he was flung off the train roof, crashing into a pile of rubble below. Enraged, Tang Hai had completely lost his sanity. He appeared disheveled, seemingly impervious to pain, and charged toward the moving train like a wild beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, a massive white creature leaped from the roof of the 5th carriage onto a flatbed truck, its enormous form crushing the wooden ties beneath, nearly derailing the following carriages. The building atop the flatbed recoiled a few steps, seizing a broken chain from the train and swinging it fiercely. The heavy iron chain struck the white creature's head with a resounding crack, leaving a gruesome gash on its tough hide. Ugh! The white creature let out a fearsome roar, furious. Leveraging its size and long arms, it prepared to swat the building off the train. But before it could unleash its fury, a powerful explosion erupted from its back. Boom! It was Liu Shasha, wielding an M36 grenade launcher, her small stature belying her audacity as she expertly targeted such a colossal beast, revealing her experience in dire situations. Seizing the opportunity, The building tossed the iron chain to ensnare the creature's neck, intending to use the train's immense momentum to sever its head. However, the white creature was remarkably swift. Before the building could act, it grasped the chain and, with a vigorous shake, flung the building and its occupant away. Just as it seemed they would tumble off the train, the building gritted his teeth, gripping the chain tightly and using the momentum to swing around, landing atop the fifth carriage. "Brother, be careful," Lu Shasha cried out anxiously upon hearing a thud above. Soon, she heard footsteps, realizing her brother had not been thrown off, and quickly reloaded, preparing to fire again. The white creature, having ripped off the chain from its neck, charged towards the fifth carriage, undeterred by Lu Shasha's reloading sounds. Bang! This time at close range, the impact of the grenade launcher sent Lu Shasha flying, the explosive detonating at the creature's foot, trapping its lower half between the flatbed and the train, while its upper body clambered atop the roof, raising its long claws to strike at the building. Bang! With another deafening crash, the air conditioning system on the fifth carriage's roof shattered and caved in. Chapter 63. Combination Skill? Lin Xian observed the white creature rampaging atop the fifth carriage, the battle intensifying, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Simultaneously, in the distance, the horde of corpses continued to surge with a tsunami-like force. If the infinite train were to halt at this moment, it would not take long for them to be engulfed once more by the tide of the undead. Just as he was assessing the white creature, another white shadow swiftly swept past the side of the train. Lin Xian's expression hardened as he instinctively swung his knife to the side. Clang! The blade struck something solid in midair, but simultaneously, a chilling breeze sliced past his ribs. Lin Xian's heart sank as he looked down to find an elongated finger piercing through his shirt, tearing into the flesh beneath. The excruciating pain of flesh being torn apart surged through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He stepped back, utilizing his speed attribute to retreat rapidly. So fast. He had to admit that Tang Hai, after evolving, had become almost inhuman, not only boasting high defensive skin, but also an astonishing speed. Such tender flesh. Such tender flesh. At one end of the train roof, Tang Hai, with blood-red eyes, seemed to have entered a frenzied state, speaking clearly as he licked the finger that had previously injured Lin Xian. 3 abilities aboard one train. The voices in my head tell me that if I consume you, I will become stronger. Puff, puff, puff. Another hidden wind blade shot toward him, but this time, Tang Hai pressed one hand against the train roof, bending down and shielding his face with the other hand, directly absorbing Lin Xian's attack. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the immense impact merely caused him to tremble slightly, having no notable effect. Witnessing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. I have completely seen through your little tricks. Be a good boy and let me consume you. There are 3 lovely ladies on board, each one more tender than the last. Their flesh will surely be delectable. By the way, Tang Hai's blood-red, triangular eyes locked onto Lin Xian as he said, "Did you know that after my evolution, I gained a powerful ability? It's the ability to reproduce." He leered at Lin Xian. "What do you think? Do those 3 beautiful ladies on your train have what it takes to endure my appetites?" Bang! A swift shadow lunged forward, a glint of cold light flashing as Lin Xian's electric knife lunged toward Tang Hai's throat. Tang Hai reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to catch Lin Xian's electric knife with one hand. However, unbeknownst to him, although the tungsten titanium alloy knife was not in its complete form, its material strength far exceeded that of an ordinary steel blade. The sharp edge swiftly sliced through Tang Hai's finger, narrowly grazing his neck as it passed. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he observed his opponent catch the blade with empty hands. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist. In a flash, the knife's edge glinted, and in an instant, it severed 4 of Tang Hai's fingers. Tang Hai's complexion changed drastically, his entire body chilled, and with a cry of agony, he clutched his hand and retreated frantically. Lin Xian would not let such an opportunity slip away. His feet moved decisively as he charged forward, ready to employ the technique Hui Shan once more. This time, he was determined to sever Tang Hai's head completely. Unexpectedly, as Tang Hai retreated swiftly, a sinister smile flickered in his eyes. The fingers that had just been severed rapidly regenerated, sprouting dark, fleshy tissue, and then lunged directly at the advancing Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils contracted in shock, cold sweat trickling down his spine. How could this man possibly regenerate severed fingers? Instinctively, he raised his hand to conjure an ice shield. Tanghai Tuka Gon Li, fighting Lin Sense defensivement utili febao. However, to his astonishment, his full-force claw strike halted abruptly upon striking the ice shield, as if it had collided with iron. Clang! Behind Lin Xian's ice shield, an unexpectedly heavy steel plate materialized. Mechanical Krizischen. Bang! The four fingers pierced the icy surface and collided forcefully with the steel plate, the immense impact propelling Lin Xian outwards. He barely managed to evade the retaliatory strike, but was slammed against the steel plate, sending him hurtling towards the edge of the train car. Crash! Crash! The howling cold wind whipped past him as the train sped along. Lin Xian's reflexes kicked in, and he grasped a gap in the armor plating to halt his fall. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash echoed from afar. Lin Xian turned to see a massive white creature hurling a building into the air, which plummeted towards the ground outside the train. The building, Lin Xian shouted. In an instant, Tang Hai noticed Lin Xian's distraction, a sinister smile creeping across his face. His countenance morphed into a terrifying visage, and with a surge of intense bloodlust, he exploded forward, extending his clawed fingers, bellowing, "How dare you concern yourself with others?" A sense of danger enveloped Lin Xian, who, still precariously perched at the edge of the train car, decisively raised his hand, summoning a beam of white light from his palm. The mechanical heart frantically crafted a length of iron chain that shot out quickly. The building, sensing the chain, reacted with a powerful tug. Using the momentum, the building soared towards the train's roof, just as a white shadow lunged forward. Unleashing a deafening roar and striking with a fist, Tang Hai was momentarily stunned, suddenly sensing a massive shadow descending upon him, followed by a fist aimed at him. He shrieked, "What the hell, a combo attack?" Boom! The punch, infused with tremendous force, collapsed half of Tang Hai's shattered face, launching him like a cannonball towards the approaching white creature. The creature, sensing an object hurtling towards it, roared in fury, opening its gaping maw and extending its neck to bite. Accompanied by a horrifying scream, a crunch echoed as blood splattered and bone shattered, sending chills down the spine. Tang Hai had no chance to struggle, and in an instant, he was devoured by the monstrous white creature. Lin Xian and the building were struck with shock at the sight, utterly astonished that Tang Hai had been fed to the monster by that single punch. Crunch, crunch! The white creature ravenously chewed, rapidly reducing Tang Hai to mere pulp, a fierce glint igniting in its blood-red, hollow eyes. "Grab me." The building returned to the train's roof, disregarding its injuries, and immediately pulled Lin Xian back. Lin Xian sprang up, only to find the monstrous white creature crouched atop the train, its gaze menacing, blood oozing from its mouth, a potent aura of bloodlust radiating. It seemed that by consuming Tang Hai, the evolved ability user, it was undergoing some transformation. This is bad. Lin Xian sensed impending doom, and at that moment, a small head cautiously emerged from the rear of carriage number 5. Lin Xian glanced over to see Lu Shasha. Hearing the battle above, she gritted her teeth, hoisting a grenade launcher, ready to assist. Seeing her, Lin Xian calculated swiftly and shouted, "Shasha, the remote control, quickly." His voice sliced through the night like an arrow. Lu Shasha, initially bewildered, quickly comprehended, her eyes wide in realization, and nodded before retreating. She dashed towards the front of the train, unaware of what a remote control was, but knowing someone who did. Thud, thud. The white creature crawled atop the train, each movement distorting and fracturing the metal plates as if it intended to tear the entire roof asunder. Simultaneously, its form grew larger, sharp bone spurs protruding from its body, creating an eerie and terrifying silhouette against the night. It fixed its gaze on Lin Xian and the building. Its gaping maw suddenly unleashed a roar, and it lunged at them. "Be careful, Xianga." The building, sensing the threat, crouched low, bracing for action. Suddenly, several chains sprang forth from nowhere, swiftly entangling the white creature's long arms. One end of the chains gripped tightly in Lin Xian's hand as he rapidly forged a sturdy steel anchor. Lin Xian! At that moment, a shout rang out from the train's interior, and Chen Xishuan knew the moment had arrived. He yelled back to the building, "Dalu, catch." Upon hearing Lin Xian's call, the building turned, witnessing Lin Xian's left hand heaving the steel anchor toward the pile of rubble beside the tracks, while his right hand gestured towards him, emitting a glow. Multiple materials flew forth, condensing, shaping, forging, and assembling into a formidable weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The metalwork transformed, akin to a mechanical titan, into a massive sword capable of slicing steel. Use this to cut. At that moment, Lin Xian, crafting the anchor with his left hand and the weapon with his right, resembled a deity of machinery. Chapter 64. Direct Assault. Use this to cut. Lin Xian's command resonated with fierce battle intent. Unlike the G03 electric knife gifted to him by Tu, this colossal sword was a personal design, lacking intricate mechanical features but crafted for sheer sharpness. It was perfectly suited for the building, as Lin Xian had utilized heavy tungsten titanium alloy. Given Lin Xian's current level of mechanical fabrication, as long as the structure was not overly complex, his manufacturing speed was astonishing. The building's eyes widened, instinctively raising his hands to receive it, a surge of heated energy erupting as he felt the sword's sharpness. Battle fervor ignited in his eyes as he roared, brandishing the sword towards the white creature. Simultaneously, Lin Xian gripped the G03 electric knife, forged from tungsten titanium alloy, fully focused and waiting for the opportune moment. A terrifying shriek erupted as the white creature sensed something amiss, noticing its feet ensnared by the iron chains. It howled in fury, its claws raised as it lunged towards Lin Xian and the building. Now, Lin Xian shouted, charging forth with his sword, transforming into a stream of white energy. Yisheng! The building roared, channeling all his might, launching himself forward, his muscles bulging and veins protruding as he swung the sword, its blade glowing red, whistling through the air. In the blink of an eye, within the train car, Chun Sichuan clutched Tu and Sha tightly, pressing the emergency stop button on the white remote control. The massive, high-speed Huanqing 7F electric locomotive screeched to a halt, the iron wheels grinding against the tracks, creating intense friction that nearly ignited the rails. Amidst this tremendous inertia, the white creature lost its footing and was sent flying forward. Meanwhile, the fallen iron anchor became ensnared in a heap of rubble by the roadside, the iron chain tautening instantaneously, yanking the long arm of the white giant forward with a fierce pull. This was the moment they had awaited. Before the train came to a sudden halt, Lin Xian and Lu had already leaped into action. In that fleeting instant, the twin swords were unleashed. A resounding clash echoed as two distinct sounds reverberated almost simultaneously. With a hum, the swords of Lin Xian and Lu sang with a delightful resonance. Subsequently, a massive head soared into the night sky. Silence enveloped the darkness. Upon the train's roof, only the howling wind and the faint ringing of the cooling iron tracks remained. The body of the white giant plummeted beneath the tracks, while the severed head fell from above, landing with a thud atop the train, still bearing the remnants of Tang Hai's severed arm, which then rolled off with a thump. At this moment, Lin Xian and Lu's hearts raced, adrenaline surging wildly. They had not anticipated that their inaugural collaboration would yield such a breathtaking slaughter. On the train's roof, Lin Xian collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while the Lu bent over, propping himself up with his great sword, nearly losing half his life in this life-and-death struggle. Gradually, as the effects of adrenaline began to wane, the pain in his chest and overwhelming fatigue started to dominate his consciousness. Prior to this, he had spent nearly 10 hours consuming that short-haul freight electric locomotive, followed by a fierce battle. Had it not been for the stored power of the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive propelling the train forward, he would have had no strength left to utilize flashback, let alone execute an emergency stop. The broken tracks, Tang Hai, the tide of corpses, the white giant, the iron anchor, forging swords, and breaking. All these elements had worked seamlessly together, something Lin Xian had not anticipated. At that moment, Lin Xian's mind was a blank slate. The battle had suddenly made him realize that his mechanical abilities were ill-suited for close combat. He should focus on mechanical creation, crafting high-energy weapons and battle mechs, arming himself, his teammates, and the train. This was the true path. Relying a handful of skills to fight for survival daily was indeed squandering his potential in mechanical development. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xian, and his expression darkened as he sprang to his feet. "Dalu," he called out, Look for that white giant's corpse by the roadside. See if it has any of those red orbs. The overexertion of his powers had left Tu in a precarious state, and without a moment to catch his breath, he hurried toward the train compartment. How are you all? Inside the carriage, chaos reigned. The aftermath of the derailment and the battle with the giant had left several compartments in disarray. Lin Xian paid no heed to the disorder as he swiftly made his way toward carriage number 1. We're all right, but Tu. Shasha's small face was filled with panic. Lin Xian looked up to see Chen Sichuan desperately attempting to wipe the blood from Tu's face. Her expression urgent as she turned to Lin Xian. She is bleeding continuously, and her heartbeat is growing weaker. What should we do? Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he approached to assess the situation. Tu's face was already pale, smeared with blood, looking utterly wretched. She must have overexerted her powers. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, realizing he was at a loss. Shasha, has your brother ever experienced anything like this? Shasha shook her head, rummaging through her medical kit. I have some medicine. Look. Inside the kit were green capsules of unknown origin, lacking even a name, causing Lin Xian's brow to furrow in dismay. The antibiotics he had traded for at the mutual bonfire were utterly useless in this situation. Wait, Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan, sensing Tu's life slipping away, spoke with a stutter. What about that ability, the red orb you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. You mean the strange blood essence? Yes. Chen Sichuan's lips were parched as panic filled her voice. Do you think it would help? Lin Xian immediately grasped Chen Sichuan's thoughts, resonating with her urgency. If there was anything on this train that could assist with their abilities, it would indeed be that. Dalu. Lin Xian sprang up, swiftly lifting the blackout screen, only to find Dalu wielding his great sword and flashlight, searching the corpse of the white giant. Shasha, realizing the urgency, quickly rushed outside. I'll help look. There's no time. Chen Sichuan exclaimed, extending her hand to Tu's nose, only to find she had completely stopped breathing. Lin Xian acted decisively, rushing to the radio to retrieve the strange blood essence. Yet, he found himself at a loss. How was this to be used? A crystal-like orb, was it to be swallowed? No time for hesitation. Lin Xian steeled himself. He pinched Tu's mouth open, attempting to administer the strange blood essence. As soon as it touched her lips, an extraordinary event unfolded. A surge of crimson mist erupted forth, swiftly coursing down Tu's throat and nostrils. Watching this unfold, Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan were taken aback, their eyes riveted on the unconscious Tu as the air fell silent. In the next moment, a distinct sound of inhalation pierced the stillness. Tu suddenly gasped for air, the darkness in her eyes receding slightly. Lin Xian, it's working, Chen Sichuan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with a mix of alarm and excitement. Observing this, Lin Xian quickly checked, finding that Tu had regained a faint pulse, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his trembling arm, feeling the thunderous rhythm of his heart. Absorption successful. Mechanical source point 300. Mechanical absorption skill proficiency 150. Additional rewards. Strength 20 points, speed 5 points, defense 20 points. Having successfully absorbed a freight electric locomotive, Lin Xian experienced the most significant boost in his abilities to date. Although it was merely a short-haul freight engine, it weighed in at over 100 tons. This absorption had indeed come at a great cost. The locomotive had gained such a substantial increase in strength and defense. It truly was a resilient and powerful entity. The defeat of Tang Hai and the white giant had remarkably enhanced his attributes, and mechanical creation had leveled up. Congratulations! Mechanical creation has been upgraded to level 2. This advancement greatly improved his speed in utilizing materials for mechanical fabrication. While firearms would be slightly more complex, the primary issue remained the lack of gunpowder-related materials, rendering him unable to produce bullets for the time being, which posed a significant challenge. Unless he could manufacture electromagnetic weapons, he currently lacked the blueprints. However, following this battle, he felt compelled to prepare more simple yet effective mechanical components for emergencies, such as hooks, shields, and stakes, items that were easy to craft and might prove invaluable in critical moments. Lin Xian activated the interface of the mechanical heart, astonished. Current mechanical heart level, LV2 420-1000. Note, upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching LV3, LV6, LV9, mysterious awakenings will be bestowed. Strength level, 273. Burst, 200 kilograms. Speed level, 189. Maximum, 10 ms. Defense level, 171. Sturdy and resilient. Mechanical awakening. Not awakened mechanical absorption. 2. 478 500. Enhances absorption efficiency mechanical creation. 2. 3500. Enhances construction efficiency mechanical passive. Scanning. Repairing, decomposing, special skills. Wine cannon common. Level 2. 78. Ice shield common. Level 1. 69. Flashback. Rare. Level 1. 30. Remarkably, his defense had increased significantly. Lin Xian felt a sudden shock within his heart, realizing that his mechanical heart had become unexpectedly humanized. Both Tang Hai and the White Giant were creatures with extremely tough skin, yet after slaying them, he had gained a significant boost in defense, surpassing even his speed and progression. At that moment, Teacher Chen's voice, tinged with concern, reached him, expressing worry over her continued unconsciousness. What should we do? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian rose, knowing that the large creature must still have more of those red orbs. He would search for them to try again. If she remained unresponsive, they would halt at Yuqi and postpone their advance to the Luo Mountain. Stop, he affirmed with a determined nod, his gaze piercing. Although Yuqi City was modest in size, he was aware of the numerous shops there. With many sections of the train damaged, if two did not awaken, he would lead to Lu and the others to gather supplies for repairs and restoration, while also using the radio to see if there were any other convoys nearby. Since the red orbs proved useful, they would trade resources for them. If one was insufficient, they would acquire two. If two were inadequate, then four. After upgrading his mechanical manufacturing, Lin Xian's mindset subtly shifted. He needed to implement modifications to the train. His original plan was to explore the underground city number 9, but with two in a coma, it would be wiser to first scout Yuqi City. If he could produce some ammunition, he could enhance the manufacturing of heat weapons. Currently, his three-dimensional attributes were on the verge of improvement, and his mechanical devouring was close to leveling up to level 3. Most crucially, he had taken a significant step towards the first awakening of his mechanical heart. Chapter 65. Calming the storm as they rushed forward. The sounds of the undead tide faded into silence. In the darkness, beams of flashlights flickered along the railway, with Xia anxious expression as she searched everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Lu frantically hacked away at the giant's flesh, seeking those red orbs. Suddenly, a cry of excitement rang out from Xia. I found it. Both paused their actions and hurried toward her. There stood Xia at the edge of a drainage ditch, the head of the white giant having rolled there, its visage horrifying, with red blood mingling with a black plasma, making Xia hesitant to approach. As Lin Xian approached, the young girl pointed the flashlight at the severed neck of the creature. Look, dark smoke was seeping from the neck, burrowing into the ground, while a thumb-sized red orb appeared on the surface. Strangely, this orb was significantly larger than the one Lin Xian had previously retrieved. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xian's brow furrowed in recognition. It felt eerily familiar. He immediately called out to Xia, "Don't move, let me handle this." As he cautiously approached, the dark mist began to emit a rustling noise, which escalated into a deafening wail as he drew nearer. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as the shrieks threatened to rupture his eardrums. Just as the sound reached a peak, he seized the red orb, and in that instant, the cacophony ceased abruptly. So that's how it is. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. It appeared that the sound from before, when he had slain the red worm, originated from this very source. At that time, he had been unaware of such an entity. Reflecting on it now, there must have been a peculiar blood orb present then as well. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. This object evidently varied in size. Without further contemplation, he took the larger orb back to the vehicle and placed it near Tooth's mouth and nose. This time, before the red crystal even made contact, it shattered violently, releasing a dense, crimson mist that flooded into Tooth's nostrils and eyes. Wow! Xia exclaimed, astonished. Within moments, color returned to Tooth's face, and her breathing steadied. Lin Xian opened Tooth's eyes and observed as the dark ink within them rapidly dissipated. Although uncertain of what had transpired, it seemed to have had a positive effect, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How could there be such a horde of undead in that creature? Chen Xishuan furrowed her brow. Did we not shake it off back in Jiangshi? It's difficult to ascertain at the moment, Lin Xian replied, glancing at the air conditioning unit, realizing they needed additional protection on top. He and Lu had just inspected the battle situation, although carriage number 5 was in disarray and the roof bore some dents. The armor on both sides of the Infinite remained intact. The tsunami-like horde had not managed to breach this armored vehicle. Lin Xian pondered that if they equipped the exterior of the train with a reaction device, reinforced the roof and wings, and added a sharp ice-breaking shield to the front, then even the most ferocious undead tide would not hinder their escape. Teacher Chun, what time will dawn break tomorrow? Lin Xian inquired. I estimate it will be around 1440 to 1510. All right. Lin Xian noted that there was still ample time while two remained in slumber. Let us head to Yuqi Station to dock, re-equip the train, upgrade its defenses, and then search for supplies in Yuqi City. The supplies are not the primary concern, Lin Xian remarked, pulling out a map. Yuqi City is relatively small, but our main objectives are here, the Electric City and the city's power transformer station. The transformer station? What do we need to go there for? Sha asked, intrigued. To procure some transformers and capacitors. If we find suitable ones, I would like to bring back an additional vehicle, Lin Xian explained. We managed to obtain over 1,000 liters of gasoline from the outpost. We could take 2 barrels on the vehicle. If we find a suitable truck, we can split into 2 teams and return with both the vehicle and cargo loaded onto flatbed trailers, thus saving time. After completing the upgrades and repairs, he envisioned a comprehensive collection effort. As long as they could gather more electrical and mechanical items, he intended to bring back as much as possible. This would serve dual purposes, collecting materials and allowing him to more efficiently devour smaller, scattered items without consuming hours. If they encountered any issues along the way, they could halt at any time to upgrade. After experiencing the benefits of a locomotive, Lin Xian felt emboldened. If they encountered more along the way, as long as the weight limit permitted, they would haul it along, devouring and upgrading swiftly as they traveled beside the tracks. The transformers and capacitors were not only vital for the high-energy capacitors and arc devices of the G03 electric knife, but also inspired him to devise an external electric defense system for the train. Teacher Chun, let's hit the road. Chun Sichuan nodded in agreement. She instructed Sha, please tend to their injuries. Leave it to me. Sha quickly grabbed Lin Xian's medical kit and approached to tend to his chest wound. Brother Lin, does it hurt? It's bearable, Lin Xian replied, suppressing his pain with a composed demeanor. Oh, she said, pouring iodine onto Lin Xian's chest wound. Hiss, with a clatter. The Infinite let out a deep metallic groan as the iron wheels began to roll again. As night lingered, Lin Xian opened the tailgate of carriage number 5. Though it was nighttime, the outside world was blanketed in thick white snow. The extreme cold and the expansive white landscape heightened the sense of desolation after an apocalypse. Observing the flatbed trailers behind, 2 military jeeps had sustained damage, leaving only 1 off-road vehicle and the previously acquired armored vehicle from the Heijiao convoy. Never mind. It seems the flatbed trailers would be of little use as they are merely piles of scrap metal. It would be better to utilize them to carry more items, serving as an open-air transport platform, allowing me to devour while on the move. With this thought, Lin Xian glanced at the flatbed trailers, suddenly finding them much more appealing. After upgrading to level 2 and acquiring the disassembly space, the potential for mechanical manufacturing has significantly expanded. However, he currently feels 2 shortcomings. Firstly, he can only store materials obtained through devouring, such as various types of steel and plastic. The variety is abundant yet complex, lacking a specific target. For instance, he has scanned the blueprint for the 1130 close defense cannon, which requires a considerable amount of weapon-grade steel, while not impossible to gather. The critical issue lies with the ammunition. Although he has an ample supply of copper, tungsten, and steel, the essential materials for bullets, such as black powder or TNT, as well as high-energy explosives like hexanitrohexoertsite and all-nitrogen and ionic salts, are conspicuously absent. It is indeed awkward to possess a gun without bullets. The second problem pertains to the lack of blueprints for powerful mechanical equipment. Besides himself, he wishes to arm the Infinite and his teammates. Constructing a great sword for the building is a last resort. Given the building's stature, at the very least, it would be fitting for him to wield a Vulcan Gatling gun. With the addition of teammates, Lin Xian begins to shift his focus from solitary endeavors. As night falls and the surroundings quiet down, Lin Xian feels a slight sense of relief. He leans against the edge of the tailgate of car No. 5 with the building, while Sasha tends to 2, and Teacher Chun checks road conditions in the cockpit. Xiangu, The building hands the great sword back to Lin Xian, seemingly intending to return it. Lin Xian chuckles. Do you think this eyes was made for whom? The building is taken aback, his expression shifting, and he eagerly reclaims it, saying, "Thank you, Xiange." He finds the great sword quite handy. Its sturdy material could serve as a shield in critical moments, making it excellent for daily self-defense. Chapter 66. Station Maintenance Building. Has there been any change in your abilities? The building scratches his head, looking rather honest as he replies. I feel like my strength has increased a bit, and my spirit is higher. Lin Xian's expression turns inquisitive. When did this happen? Was it on the roof of the car? No, it was when I was chopping up that monster's corpse, searching for beads. I felt I absorbed a foul, bloody aura. Lin Xian's brow furrows at the mention of blood aura. Previously, both Tu and Jiang Yun had mentioned that those mutant proliferators could directly absorb the flesh and blood of other abilities users or strange entities to gain enhancements. The white monster and the red worm released a peculiar black mist upon their demise, forming an enigmatic blood essence. It seems that both he and the building, as such ability users, can gain a certain enhancement by absorbing this black mist. He even recalls how the white giant underwent rapid changes after devouring Tang Hai. If Lin Xian's conjecture is correct, Tang Hai has likely reached the evolutionary level of an ability user. Strangeness feeds on humans to become stronger, while humans can also grow stronger by consuming the strange. Lin Xian's gaze intensifies. It sounds rather absurd, yet seems fair. The most troubling issue remains the path to evolution. He speculates that Tang Hai, as a source-level ability user, displayed little combat prowess initially, but after evolving, he evidently became significantly stronger. However, judging by his ghastly appearance, Lin Xian suspects it might resemble what Tu described as the appearance of an evolutionary failure. Building. Were you and your sister fleeing for the first time after the polar night began? His mind in disarray, Lin Xian takes a deep breath and decides to chat idly with the building. The building shakes his head, saying, after the polar night arrived, our parents died, and we started to run away. A pickup truck became their home. The building is an ability user, and his younger sister, Sasha, though young, possesses a mature temperament and remarkable courage. The two siblings have developed a tacit cooperation, managing to escape from several cities of the living dead. About an hour later, the Infinite slowly pulled into Yuchi Station, a small stop with a modest waiting hall. On the platform, a freight train is parked on the side track. Lin Xian glanced back at the building. Let us disembark and scout ahead. You and Sasha stay on the train. Lin Xian had already constructed a Lingji value detector based on Jiang Yun's scan blueprint, but lacking the strange blood essence. He had to rely on manual checks and radar to assess danger. The cockpit door opened, and Lin Xian and the building stepped off the train, guns in hand. They split up, each wielding a flashlight, and began searching along the obstructing freight train, discovering it to be merely a mining car, lacking a locomotive. The dilapidated car was empty, devoid of anything useful. This arrival was fortuitous. Lin Xian eyed the 20-some car train. His worries about insufficient materials for upgrading the roof armor alleviated. Here lay ample resources. Building, Lin Xian pointed at several wandering zombies around the platform. Let's clear them out. All right, the building nodded. It was nighttime, and to minimize trouble, he opted not to use a gun, instead leaping onto the platform wielding the great sword. Within minutes, the entire Yuchi platform fell silent. The noise would surely increase. Lin Xian ascended to car number 5, dragging down the welding machine and hoist to complete repairs, and began crafting the high manganese steel precast armor for the roof according to its dimensions. Unlike the high-hardened tungsten steel forged grille armor used on the sides, the roof would be fully sealed except for the preset exhaust ventilation ducts. Hence, high manganese steel was chosen for its excellent toughness and impact absorption capacity, maintaining integrity and performance even under extreme conditions of high-impact loads and severe wear. The armored roof design was not a random blueprint. It borrowed from the unique streamlined protective plate structure of the heavy TFE 600 dual-barrel tank. This protective plate features dual-layer cushioning, connecting with the side protective plates, allowing it to transfer kinetic energy downward to the vehicle body, thereby dissipating it on the tracks. This effectively prevents the roof from being dented under heavy pressure, which would damage the air conditioning system. The only distinction is that Lin Xian enlarged this protective plate design, crafting a large-scale top structure of 3 by 6 meters according to the dimensions of the Infinite, with each piece weighing at least 2 tons. Fortunately, he did not use rolled tungsten steel. Otherwise, it would be even heavier. Given the current materials available in Lin Xian's disassembly space, it was far from sufficient to cover all 7 carriages of the Infinite. Each passenger compartment requires at least 4 sides. The electric locomotive needs 10 sides, and the gas locomotive requires 6 sides. Thus, 36 massive armored roofs must be fabricated. Now that Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing level has increased. Although the speed of creating these structurally simple armor plates is rapid, it still consumes considerable energy, requiring at least 10 minutes for each piece. Additionally, due to material shortages, he must pause production to absorb materials from the nearby freight carriages. As the armored roof is exceedingly heavy, Lin Xian and the building forge directly atop the car, with Lin Xian covering the roof while the building assists with welding and assembly. Meanwhile, Lin Xian employs his mechanical repair abilities to restore the damaged air conditioning systems on car number 5 and car number 2, then begins producing the armored roof piece by piece. Chen Xishuan and Sasha utilize the water tank spray system to pull out hoses, commencing the cleansing of the Infinite's sides and front, which are splattered with flesh and blood, emerging from the tide of thousands of corpses. The front and sides of the train are almost entirely coated in gore. Turning on the flashlight reveals a horrifying, hellish aura. The 2 women, donning gas masks, begin spraying from opposite sides. The water in the tank is unpurified rain and snow, not connected to the internal circulation system. As it is used for the locomotive engine's cooling, the water remains unfrozen. Lin Xian intended to prepare the armor before venturing into Yuqi City with a few companions to scavenge. He required a substantial amount of basic materials such as plastic, glass, and fiber to facilitate the manufacture of water purifiers. Additionally, both the 5th and 2nd carriages were lacking numerous daily necessities. On the tracks, Sha, donning a gas mask and wielding a spray hose, was rinsing the wheels while murmuring to Lin Xian that there were quite a few bones and stones lodged within. We should clear them out first. Lin Xian, glistening with sweat, was expending considerable energy to fabricate the armored vehicle. He remarked that they should first complete the vehicle's roof, and after dawn, they would return from the city, at which point he would install the wheel wing shields on the side of the vehicle. At that moment, Teacher Chun interjected, suggesting that in cases of derailment, they could utilize the horizon brake system, and if the wheel wing shields were added, it would be best to maintain a certain distance from the ground. I understand, Lin Xian nodded. The wheel wing shields were relatively light, primarily designed to protect the wheels, while the horizon brake system was used to adhere to the tracks during high-speed sprints. Only the front of the train was equipped with this system. The 15th carriage was too antiquated to possess it, thus still presenting a risk of derailment. In fact, derailment was a minor concern for the team at this moment. The primary dilemma was track disconnection. If circumstances were not urgent, Lin Xian could fabricate track repairs, but he feared a repeat of the previous night's full-speed dash. Chapter 67. Lunch Clang. Clang. Under the brilliant lights of a Yushan platform in the dead of night, a heavy train was undergoing armor maintenance. After welding each carriage's armored roof, Lin Xian would take a moment to rest. There were still over 3 days until the time of the polar night, and having passed through Yuqi and the Deluo mountain, they had essentially entered the realm of Yubei. After several days of relentless travel, the team had managed to establish a temporary safe distance. At 15:05, the sky began to brighten. Inside the Yuqi station, the Infinite had its roof armor partially covered by Lin Xian and Lu, and he had also taken the time to install the wheel wing armor on the 2 front carriages, which was relatively straightforward and did not require a large amount of steel. At this moment, the majority of the heavy locomotive was cloaked in black armor, exuding a robust aura of steel. Lin Xian and Lu had toiled throughout the night, nearly exhausted, yet they had not fully completed their task. How is she? In the first carriage, Lin Xian and Lu entered one after the other. Sha was cradling a radio while watching too. Chen Xishuan was on the iron dining table crafted by Lin Xian, using a portable stove to prepare a pot of soup and a can of braised meat. The aroma wafting through the carriage was enticing. In addition to that, the table was adorned with food obtained from the Tanghai outpost, along with cola and canned fruit. Lin Xian, dripping with sweat, seized a can, popped it open, and gulped down half, relishing the invigorating sweetness of the cold cola, feeling instantly refreshed. Outside, a few zombies had gathered. Sha opened the blackout curtain, glancing at the zombies attracted by the sounds of vehicle assembly and welding. and with a content smile remarked that these zombies seemed hardly frightening without the larger monstrosities. Creak, creak. Numerous scraping sounds began to emanate from outside the carriage. Rest assured, once the materials are abundant, I will armor the entire infinite train with tungsten titanium alloy, rendering those beasts helpless to do anything but stare, Lin Xian stated calmly. Gazing out the window, the heavily fortified bastion was gradually taking shape, and once he acquired more powerful mechanical blueprints, the train could be further enhanced. Chen Xixuan, slightly anxious, glanced outside, and upon realizing the zombies posed no threat to the train, she relaxed and continued her culinary endeavors. After the tumultuous battle the previous night, Lin Xian and Lu had worked tirelessly, so she took advantage of this rare opportunity to prepare some hot meals to replenish everyone's strength. In the first carriage, the air conditioning system activated, and soon the interior warmed up, although the heating system consumed considerable electricity and could easily lead to moisture loss. It was essential to utilize it as they faced harsh cold. Tu was still in a deep slumber. Wow, it smells wonderful. Sha gazed longingly at the stove in front of Chen Xixian, murmuring that it had been ages since she had enjoyed such food. Is this your first time fleeing after the polar night? Lin Xian asked, taking a sip of cola. Sha shook her head, her eyes tinged with melancholy. Even earlier than that, it was just me and my brother left, and we have been running ever since. That's quite impressive, Chen Xixian remarked. You had the courage to venture out at such a young age, unlike me, who hid indoors for nearly 2 months. Lin Xian chuckled, saying that her family must have had ample food to sustain her for that long. You're teasing me again. It was because many people brought me food at first, she said, casting a glance at Lin Xian before continuing to stir the pot with a spoon. This seemed a topic best left unspoken. Those who had been overly generous at the onset of the apocalypse, and those who faced life and death later, were of the same ilk, dismissing her plight. Lin Ye, I believe your abilities are unparalleled, Sha exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration, making grand gestures as she declared that you can conjure such a vast steel fortress out of thin air. Simply my deity. Such sweet words, Lin Xian smiled. Are you hoping for a bit more meat? Sha grinned mischievously but then pouted, frowning as she lamented that Tu was asleep today and wouldn't he get to enjoy her favorite canned fruit. Lin Xian, I feel she is in a deeper slumber this time. Speaking of Tu, Chen Xixian also frowned slightly, walking over with a soup pot. After all, they were comrades who had shared hardships, and she was concerned about Tu's condition. Lin Xian nodded. We need more of that peculiar blood essence. Perhaps it can aid her recovery. Additionally, the dark radio and the spirit detection device also require this substance. Speaking of which, it has become quite a valuable commodity. Later, let us head into Yuqi City. We will split into 2 groups. Teacher Chun and I will go to the city's power substation, and Lu, you and your sister will head to the electronics market. Dalu nodded. Sha's eyes widened as she asked Lin Go what specific items they should prioritize. Just tell me, and I will fill the vehicle to the brim. Anything will do, Lin Xian replied earnestly. Bring back all electrical appliances and mechanical-related items that you can carry, preferably intact. Aside from food, we need daily necessities. There aren't too many blankets on the train, and everyone has few garments. Anything that can provide warmth, including utensils and cookware, is acceptable. In ordinary towns, he did not expect to find weapon components or a significant amount of food supplies, as these items had likely been scavenged numerous times by various survivors. However, concerning Lin Xian's abilities, he could consume useless home appliances, and they could even equip a kitchen on the train, with a washing machine being quite useful. This was a condition unimaginable for ordinary convoys. All right, I understand. So shall we remain here for today? Chen Xixuan inquired. Lin Xian pondered briefly and replied that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would wait until he completed the installation of all the armor and ice shields before departing. He also needed to assess Tu's condition. In truth, Lin Xian wished to wait for nightfall. Without the peculiar blood essence, the dark radio could not be utilized, and the Infinite had entered a state of isolated silence, which posed significant danger as they prepared to enter Deluo Mountain and Yubei City. Moreover, Tu might require the power of the peculiar blood essence for her recovery. Thus, he contemplated whether he and Lu should proactively seek out anomalies during the night. The large amount of peculiar blood essence obtained from that white giant indicated that it either absorbed Tang Hai's abilities or was not an ordinary anomaly itself. Otherwise, A large and peculiar blood essence would not have dropped. The smaller one traded at the mutual bonfire should be somewhat easier to handle than that white giant. Thus, he believed that if fortune favored him, he might find some entities in the darkness that he and the building could contend with, consequently acquiring some eerie blood essence. The mere thought of actively seeking out such entities sent a chill down his spine. What kind of brave survivor would dare entertain such an idea? By dawn tomorrow at the latest, Lin Xian stated, if dawn breaks at 16:05, we have 3 hours to traverse the southern route of the Luo Mountain. If that fails, we can head directly to Yubei or retreat to take the northern route. Chen Sichuan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Lin Xian's plan. Given that Tu was currently in a state of unconsciousness, it was indeed beneficial for everyone to rest for another day at Yuqi having emerged from Jiang City. They were almost entirely exhausted, and their escape from Bay 1 had involved barely a day's rest, with the train requiring numerous repairs. Now, with Lin Xian having re-armored the vehicle, its safety index would rise significantly. Chapter 68. The Great Search at 1600 hours. The sun hung low, and the sky was clear. Yuqi Station lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, with a heavily armored train stationed within, surrounded by a dozen zombies. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, perhaps due to the overpopulation of Blue Star, the wandering zombies had seemingly transformed into an indispensable aspect of the landscape. These zombies clawed at the armored plates of the train, producing a creaking sound, yet even as their fingers were torn to shreds, they could not make a dent. It was unclear whether the commotion within the carriage or the tantalizing scent of meat wafting from inside provoked their sporadic howls, as if stirring echoes from their former lives as humans. Inside the first carriage, an unusual afternoon tranquility prevailed. Braise porc, canned fruits, seaweed soup. And cola appeared exceedingly lavish in this desolate world. It's over. We've been enjoying such a feast while Tu is unconscious. She will surely be upset when she wakes up, said Sha as she sipped her soup, glancing toward Tu. That won't happen, Lin Xian replied meaningfully when she awakens. I plan to treat her to a grand meal. Really? She worked so hard. She definitely deserves a reward. Sha nodded vigorously. Yes, we soared through the skies yesterday. Tu is simply incredible. As Lin Xian turned around, he noticed that Chen Sichuan was already geared up, donned in a thick coat, and shouldering an automatic rifle, her expression betraying a hint of excitement. Teacher Chen, you seem quite eager, he remarked. A little, Chen Sichuan replied earnestly. You've always had me guard the vehicle. Now I can join you all and contribute. Lin Xian had initially intended for Chen Sichuan to stay with the vehicle, but considering the daylight search and the limited time, he required additional hands. Since he had removed all locks from the cockpit door, rendering it accessible only from within, it was relatively safe to bring her along. With a weapon in hand, she was certainly not defenseless and could indeed prove quite helpful. All right, just be cautious and refrain from firing your weapon indiscriminately. Our primary goal is to gather supplies, and if we encounter danger, let me handle it first, Lin Xian instructed. Chen Sichuan affirmed her understanding. After finishing their first warm meal during their escape, the four prepared to make haste into the city. He instructed Delu and Sha to take the larger off-road vehicle, as it had ample space for supplies, while he and Chen Sichuan opted for motorcycles. The plan remained unchanged. He intended to search for a truck in the city to load both the vehicle and supplies onto a flatbed trailer, ensuring nothing would be wasted. As the sun began to set, Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan, Delu, and Sha, armed and ready, descended from the trailer in the off-road vehicle. One group took the off-road vehicle while the other rode motorcycles, exiting the platform and merging onto the road toward Yuqi City. The off-road vehicle and motorcycles roared down the road, engines revving as they sped forward. Yuqi City, nestled at the foot of the mountains, basked under the sunlight. Yet it was eerily silent, littered with various abandoned vehicles, corpses, and scattered belongings buried beneath the thick snow. Inside the vehicle, Sha exhaled a cloud of white breath against the window, her small face reflecting concern as she observed, the snow is getting heavier. Sha, try to find some warm supplies along the way. Blankets, bedding, clothes, anything you come across, Lin Xian advised as his motorcycle zipped past. With more people, the need for warm supplies increased. The items he had scavenged from the furniture store in Jiang City had made the first carriage quite livable. Now that two individuals resided in the second carriage, and Delu was keeping watch in the fifth, these supplies were essential. Okay, Sha nodded, rolling down the window. Suddenly, Delu slammed the brakes. Ahead, several cars were haphazardly blocking the road. Wait. Lin Xian, riding with Chun Sichuan, maneuvered around the off-road vehicle to halt. The street enveloped in silence, broken only by distant wails from shadowy alleys. He spotted a dump truck parked at the roadside, its door ajar, revealing the decayed and rigid corpse of the driver, suspended by a seatbelt. With a swift slice of his knife, he severed the seatbelt, allowing the corpse to tumble to the ground. Climbing into the vehicle, he activated the mechanical heart, detecting no issues with the condition of the truck, and his eyes gleamed with delight. Delu, help me lift the motorcycle aboard. He pulled Chun Sichuan onto the passenger seat while addressing Delu. Are we going to use this truck to carry supplies? Chun Sichuan asked in astonishment. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. This sizable dump truck can hold a considerable amount, and it can also serve as a clearing vehicle, pushing aside obstacles. With a thud, Delu hoisted the motorcycle into the truck's empty cargo bed, then closed the door, revving the engine. You all get in. I'll lead the way with this. All right. Seeing Lin Xian's determination, Sha and Delu exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted as both vehicles roared to life. Lin Xian drove the dump truck directly into the obstructing vehicles, the massive power roaring to life, quickly attracting the attention of zombies from nearby streets. The dump truck barreled forward, crashing through surrounding cars as it made its way deeper into the city. Amidst the evening light, the streets of Yuqi City resounded with the rumble of the dump truck, its commotion drawing more zombies toward them. Both vehicles, the dump truck and the off-road vehicle, swiftly navigated into what appeared to be a once bustling shopping district, now in tatters, with scant zombies wandering about in the shops and alleys. This is it, Lin Xian declared as the road cleared. He spoke into the walkie-talkie to Delu and Sha, and soon both vehicles split into separate routes. Sha and her group headed towards the mall and electronics store, while Lin Xian and Chun Sichuan made their way to the outskirts toward the transformer station. Chun Sichuan, gripping her gun tightly and holding onto the overhead handle in the passenger seat, looked tense. Lin Xian reassured her, "It's daytime. We should be safe from those monsters." "I'm just a bit nervous," she confessed, taking a deep breath. "It's all right, just relax," Lin Xian replied. As the dump truck sped on, a growing number of zombies began to follow closely behind, and soon a transformer station came into view. This is it. He suddenly slammed the steering wheel, veering off the shoulder and hurtling towards the wall of the substation. The roar of the vehicle echoed as it crashed through the barrier, shattering the wall and plunging into the substation. In an instant, bricks and debris were sent flying, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Lin Xian promptly exited the vehicle and approached the breached wall, raising his hands as countless steel materials soared forth, swiftly forming a rudimentary steel barrier. The upgraded machinery operated at an astonishing speed, and within mere moments, a wall forged from rebar was erected. As Chun Sichuan stepped out of the car, she was astonished to see that the large opening created by the vehicle had already been fortified with a steel fence by Lin Xian. The makeshift steel wall still radiated warmth, yet hordes of zombies surged forward, their decaying claws clawing at the barrier in a frenzied manner. Lin Xian's mechanical abilities appeared to have matured further, leaving Chun Sichuan bewildered. Could it truly be done this way? Lin Xian calmly surveyed the encroaching zombies, turning away with the realization that engaging in battle would prove futile and merely waste time. Chapter 69. Hunting traps. The capacitors within the substation primarily function to balance three-phase voltage, averting losses and equipment damage caused by voltage imbalances. This technology held immense value for Lin Xian. The subsequent demand for power from Infinite would necessitate capacitors to enhance the power factor of the circuit, reducing reactive power losses and thereby improving the efficiency of the power grid. Whether for the installation of high-power weaponry or changing drive modes, these components were essential. Furthermore, he could absorb materials such as metallized polypropylene, liquid dielectrics, and aluminum foil, fundamental materials required for the high-energy capacitors outlined in the G03 electric knife blueprint. How do we dismantle these? Chun Sichuan followed Lin Xian into the substation, gazing at the orderly rows of massive metallic equipment, feeling somewhat bewildered. It's quite simple. Teacher Chun, please keep watch for me. Lin Xian turned to open the back of the dump truck, climbing aboard to activate the mechanical heart. Countless materials began to drift out as a small cantilever crane rapidly took shape. All right, Chun Sichuan responded, raising her weapon and taking a deep breath as she disengaged the safety. Though the substation was currently silent, she remained wary of the potential for a zombie to emerge from some hidden corner. She mentally fortified herself, recognizing her responsibility to protect Lin Xian as his teammate. Armed with a firearm, she believed ordinary zombies would pose little threat. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Xian successfully constructed a temporary vehicle-mounted crane. He then descended from the vehicle, crafting mechanical tools with both hands, and commenced the removal of the screws securing the capacitor assembly. Lin Xian, your hands. Chen Sichuan noticed the redness on the back of his hands, surmising that he had sustained frostbite while assembling armor overnight in the snowstorm. "Em fine," he replied, tossing one end of the steel cable to her. "Help me secure this." After over an hour of effort, the two finally hoisted a set of 110V parallel capacitors onto the vehicle. Although their methods were rudimentary and the pair were novices, Lin Xian's mechanical abilities ensured a relatively smooth process. The dump truck roared back to life, aggressively breaking through the wall and crushing the heads of the howling zombies as it retraced its path. Earlier, I observed that the Yuchi walking street has an open terrain with multiple connecting streets. After loading the materials, I'll head over to the building to prepare some traps and see if we can capture anything, Lin Xian planned, intending to survey the area as daylight approached and deploy traps. After returning, he aimed to complete the armored train's roof and ice-breaking shield, then venture back out in the deep of night to actively seek the horrors lurking in the darkness. Had this been days prior, Chen Sichuan would have thought Lin Xian was insane for suggesting such a plan. However, she now understood his intentions, albeit with a hint of worry. Why don't we take advantage of the remaining daylight? I'll ride with Sha along the railway to scout the fork ahead. It's prudent to be prepared in case plans change. With a series of thudding sounds, the dump truck sped along, prompting Lin Xian to regard Chen Sichuan with a serious expression. "Can you ride a motorcycle?" Sha can, and I can accompany her. The two of us can provide mutual support. Lin Xian was tasked with preparing the train, while the tall and imposing Dalu required assistance. Sha and Chen Sichuan, being agile, seemed well-suited for reconnaissance tasks. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan with mild astonishment, a smile gracing his face. "Very well, but you and Sha must prioritize safety. If anything seems amiss, flee immediately." "I understand," Chen Sichuan replied, taking a deep breath. "We're only scouting. We want to linger if trouble arises." Lin Xian sought to actively explore the peculiarities of the night, yet this plan was fraught with risk, as no one knew what lurked in the shadows. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Infinite remained ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. In light of the previous night's derailment incident, Chen Sichuan felt increasingly cautious. "All right, let us proceed with this arrangement." The dump truck accelerated onto the platform of Yushan Station. Lin Xian raised his hand, dispatching several wind bullets to eliminate a few zombies on the platform, then drove the dump truck onto the flatbed trailer. Moments later, Dalu and Sha returned in an off-road vehicle, the back seat and trunk filled with an assortment of peculiar supplies. Sha, seated in the passenger seat, excitedly opened the car door, a large bundle of multicolored clothing in her arms. "Lingu, Chunjie, look at all the things we found." Chen Sichuan hurried over to assist, exclaiming, "Why so many clothes?" "They're all new. They were abundant in the mall," Sha replied, opening the rear door to reveal it crammed with various household appliances. Lin Xian glanced inside, noting that most were televisions, computers, and robotic vacuum cleaners, items of little practical value in their current plight. In this apocalyptic world, where survival was paramount and energy resources were scarce, these everyday appliances clearly lacked the utility of water purification or communication devices. Additionally, Sha and Dalu had uncovered a microwave, an oven, and a collection of pots and utensils. "Excellent. Let us load the vehicle." Lin Xian instructed Dalu to unload the motorcycle, and the group swiftly transferred the items from the off-road vehicle into the fifth carriage. "Sha, you and Xinjie ride the motorcycle along the railway to scout ahead while Dalu and I drive back into the city." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian quickly organized the next phase of their plan as everyone prepared to depart once more. As the clock struck 5:50 p.m., less than an hour remained until darkness fell. Sha donned her grenade launcher and a safety helmet, riding alongside Chen Sichuan as they sped down the platform. Swiftly disappearing from view, Lin Xian climbed into Dalu's off-road vehicle. Sha is quite adept at riding for someone so young. Dalu shrugged. She picks up everything quickly, just like a boy, always tinkering with things. "Let us go." Lin Xian chuckled, reflecting on the pair's journey together, recognizing that Sha was indeed the brains of the operation. The off-road vehicle re-entered the city of Yuchi, where Lin Xian and Dalu refrained from charging directly into the streets, instead stopping at a distance to observe. There, Lin Xian pointed to a circular plaza where a significant number of zombies congregated. Using the concept of vitality index, he speculated that the level there would be the lowest. However, this is purely conjecture. Dalu, drive around to lure the zombies away, while I set up a loudspeaker and some lights. He then pointed towards several alleyways, indicating there as well. I will arrange some tripwires, beast traps, and spiked walls. When the night falls, you will cover me from a vantage point on the second-floor observation deck, and we will park the vehicle behind for easy access. Understood, Xian Yi. The building, having once served in the military, though not particularly loquacious, quickly grasped Lin Xian's intentions due to his commendable combat skills. These were merely contingency plans, and Lin Xian's expression grew somber as he remarked, they may not all be effective. If the situation turns dire, we will retreat immediately. Sha and the others will assist us at the platform, and then we will leave in the vehicle. Lin Xian's strategy was not complex. It merely involved setting up loudspeakers and lights in the open square of the pedestrian street to attract the eerie entities lurking in the night. He and the building would scout from a distance first. If they encountered manageable foes, they would attempt to utilize the terrain and traps to their advantage. However, should any horrifying creatures emerge unexpectedly, retreat would be their only option. Despite the absence of the dark radio station, even if he wished to exchange supplies, he could not locate any other convoys. After December 1st, there would be more revelations. Everyone should not hoard the book, but instead turn to the last chapter upon the release of a new installment. The sun began its descent, and, as planned, the building drove into the pedestrian street, attracting a horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Xian seized the opportunity of the empty street to dash into the square. Placing a battery on the roadside, he arranged a loudspeaker and several large lights in a circular formation around the square, with the loudspeaker centrally connected to the power source. Concurrently, he laid out tripwires and beast traps along the predetermined route, which he could easily assemble with swift motions. Within an alley, Lin Xian sprinted, dispatching several obstructive zombies with a wind gun, while continuously setting up special traps in the corners and tight spaces. At one exit, he even installed a spiked wall, suspending it above the ground and utilizing gravity to drop it down when needed. These were relatively simple contraptions. Lin Xian's intent was not to rely on them to eliminate the eerie entities, but rather to buy himself some time for escape. As he faced the supernatural for the first time, he knew he had to exercise utmost caution. After finalizing his preparations, Lin Xian rushed to the roadside, spotting the building's off-road vehicle racing towards him with a throng of zombies in tow. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Lin Xian quickly hopped into the passenger seat. The building accelerated away towards the outskirts of the city. To avoid bringing trouble back to the station, the building navigated the off-road vehicle along the main road, taking several detours until they finally shook off the horde, before returning along a side path to Yuchi Station. Once back, they unloaded the vehicle, and Chun Sichuan and Sha arrived on their motorcycles with lights blazing, returning along the railway. As soon as Chun Sichuan dismounted, she removed her helmet and explained, "We didn't venture too far, but we did find that special branch of the railway. It is indeed newly constructed. However, we lack the tools to modify the switch." "That's fine," Lin Xian nodded. "Since it's newly built, it's likely intended for the underground city. We can adjust it once we arrive there. You all can board first." Following this, he and the building commenced installing the remaining rooftop armor on the carriages, while Chun Sichuan and Sha organized the items they had acquired that day. In the first and second carriages, Lin Xian utilized the mechanical heart to create metallic storage cabinets, while the third and fourth carriages served primarily as storage containers for supplies from the Tanghai convoy. To prevent the supplies from scattering, he installed partition nets. Only once the armor was upgraded could Lin Xian spare time to reorganize the interior of the carriages and overhaul the water supply system, a task that would require a step-by-step approach. As he was dismantling and absorbing materials from the freight train-S carriages, he began fabricating the armored rooftop. The mechanical points gained from freight carriage, weighing over 10 tons, were surprisingly comparable to that of a car, proving to be a substantial hunk of iron. Fortunately, Lin Xian's purpose was merely to gather materials, and the simplicity of such a structure made the absorption process relatively swift. Congratulations! The mechanical absorption skill has been elevated to level 3. At that moment, his mechanical absorption skill upgraded, significantly enhancing his efficiency. In less than half an hour, he could resolve an empty carriage. Current mechanical heart level, LV2 525-1000. Upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Upon reaching levels 3, 6, or 9, a mysterious awakening may occur. Strength level, 273, 200 kilograms burst. Speed level, 193. Maximum 10 ms. Defense level, 176. Toughened skin. Mechanical awakening. Not awaken mechanical absorption. 3. 151-100. Enhances absorption efficiency mechanical manufacturing. 2. 125-100. Increases construction efficiency mechanical passive. Scan. Repair. Decompose special skills. Wine cannon. Common. Level 2. 86. Ice shield. Common. Level 1. 69. Flashback. Rare. Level 1. 30. The preparations for the vehicle were in full swing both inside and outside. As the final piece of the armored rooftop was welded into place, the entire Infinity vehicle, except for the rear trailer, was enveloped in black armor, exuding an imposing aura akin to a steel fortress in the night. Lin Xian decided to use the tank's armor materials combined with tungsten titanium alloy for the connections to forge the vehicle's ice-breaking shield. At the front section of the Zhujing 03E heavy gas turbine vehicle, Lin Xian and the building began preparing to install the most crucial front shield. The sound of clashing metal resonated continuously as Lin Xian's palms glowed. Vast quantities of metallic materials flew, coalesced, shaped, forged, and assembled. With each clang of metal, a thick ice-breaking shield gradually took form, weighing over 5 tons. Lin Xian and the building employed a hoist, laboring for over an hour before finally securing it. Now, the vehicle's top, wings, and front were all armored, resembling a true armor train. Wiping the fine sweat from his brow, Lin Xian gazed at the colossal masterpiece parked at the platform, feeling a surge of accomplishment. Not only had the armor been upgraded, but the overall weight of the vehicle had also significantly increased. If they were to encounter that white giant again, Lin Xian estimated it would struggle to make a move. However, the downside was that with such immense weight, it would be challenging for her to leverage her abilities to lift the front vehicle, unless her powers could evolve. Building. Let us board and take a rest. Upon checking the time, Lin Xian realized it was already past 5 a.m., and they had unknowingly toiled through most of the night. How is she? Lin Xian entered the first carriage. Finding Chun Sichuan and Sha Sha had organized the interior neatly, instantly feeling a wave of relief. With the exterior fully armored, the living space inside was progressively enriched, and this fortress-like train was taking shape. She's still not awake. Chun Sichuan approached, continually wiping the sweat from her face with a towel, her expression filled with concern. I feel as if she's trapped in some nightmare, sweating profusely. Lin Xian approached once more to examine the eyes of two, noticing that the inky substance had once again begun to envelop them, causing him to furrow his brow. It appeared that the enigmatic blood essence was still insufficient. However, the exact quantity required remained unclear. Lin Xian took a deep breath, contemplating that if there were an opportunity to acquire a few more, they could retain one to activate the Heian Diantai, or perhaps negotiate a trade with others. The resources aboard the Wuxianhou were substantial, and engaging in exchanges seemed a far more secure approach, potentially allowing them to gather additional information. Blindly utilizing the mysterious blood essence might not necessarily yield a solution. Chun Sichuan nodded, directing her gaze toward Lin Xian, inquiring about the timing of their actions. Lin Xian took a bottle of water, gulping down nearly half, taking a moment to recuperate some stamina. He still needed to address the capacitors and transformers from the vehicle before dawn, ensuring a safer outcome. His speed attribute was on the verge of a breakthrough, and the G03 electric knife was still incomplete, with ample time remaining before dawn. Thus, it was prudent for Lin Xian to prepare thoroughly before embarking on their mission. On December 1st, there would be a significant update, so everyone was advised to refrain from hoarding the book and to turn to the latest chapter upon its release. Chapter 71. Electric Surge. The night was tranquil, with snowflakes cascading gently. On the rear platform of the Wuxianhou train, Lin Xian was seated within the dumper truck, consuming the hoisted capacitor assembly. Absorption progress 15, absorption progress 60. The 110V capacitor assembly was both massive and intricately constructed. Lin Xian's level 3 mechanical absorption skill took nearly 4 hours to complete the absorption. When the progress bar finally reached 100, a flash of purple light appeared before him. Absorption successful, mechanical source points 150, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 60, additional rewards, strength 5, speed 10. You have acquired the electric surge skill. Electric surge, rare, accumulate a certain voltage to release electrical energy. Decomposition, metallized polypropylene 100, liquid dielectric 50, aluminum foil 30, ceramic sheet 50, polycarbonate film, polytetrafluoroethylene, an electric surge, a rare skill. Lin Xian's eyes sparked with excitement as he raised his palm, secretly channeling energy. A faint blue glow began to coalesce in his palm, the energy escalating and accompanied by a warm sensation. He then aimed his palm at the dumper truck's platform. With a crackling sound, a brilliant arc of electricity shot forth, illuminating the area and instantly melting a tiny hole in the steel plate of the dumper truck. The surrounding metal glowed a faint red, radiating heat. The ability to generate electricity, ex nihilo, resonated deeply with his mechanical heart, akin to directly conjuring electrical energy. Lin Xian blew on his heated palm, frowning inwardly as he realized it required a certain amount of time to charge, and there was a limit. Otherwise, his body might not withstand it. Simultaneously, another of his attributes had also improved. Congratulations, speed attribute elevated to level 2. Maximum reach 13 ms. Remarkable. Lin Xian stood up with astonishment, feeling not only the explosive speed of his limbs transforming, but also a significant enhancement in his vision, perception, reflexes, and coordination. He blinked, noticing that his surroundings had initially blurred but quickly regained clarity. Gazing into the distance, it seemed his night vision had also improved considerably. It became evident that speed encompassed more than mere movement. Lin Xian realized with elation that such speed and reflexes had surpassed the limits of an ordinary human from Blue Star. While he had yet to reach the level of a monster, should his focus remain on mechanical creation, the future enhancements to his strength attribute would hold less significance. Speed, on the other hand, could vastly improve his perception, reactions, and survival space, proving to be immensely beneficial for him. Now it was time to construct this device. Lin Xian retrieved the unfinished G03 electric knife and, following the blueprints, began crafting a high-energy capacitor, an arc-release device, and a high-frequency generator. Before long, a complete G03 electric knife was assembled. Typically, this device featured a charging mode and a disposable energy module. However, Lin Xian found such features unnecessary. Holding it in his hand, he directly employed the electric surge skill to energize the high-energy capacitor. Upon activating the switch, a faint sound of electric current emanated from the silver blade, which began to glow, and upon closer inspection, tiny arcs of electricity flickered. A remarkable tool. Lin Xian's face lit up with fervor. This weapon would undoubtedly serve as a divine artifact for close combat. After admiring it for a moment, he powered it down, carefully sheathed the electric knife, checked the time, and resumed absorbing the dumper truck and the electrical appliances brought back by Sha and the others to pass the time. His decision to wait until dawn to act stemmed primarily from risk considerations. Inside the carriage, Delu and Sha were busy loading ammunition into firearms, preparing backup magazines, while Chun Sichuan assisted, learning alongside them. A palpable sense of impending danger enveloped everyone. Lin Xian leaped from the vehicle, commencing the absorption of the dumper truck and the appliances. Absorption successful, mechanical source points 13, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 5. Additional rewards. Strength 2. The dumper truck required over 20 minutes for absorption, yielding a total comparable to that of a cargo truck, albeit with slightly fewer materials. Decomposition. Acquired high manganese steel 10, hot-rolled forged steel 10, cold-rolled dual-phase steel plate 5, ordinary carbon steel 20, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. Absorption successful. Mechanical source points 2, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 1, absorption successful, mechanical source points 1, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 1, absorption successful, mechanical source points 3, mechanical absorption skill proficiency 1, additional rewards. Speed 1, decomposition, acquired glass, plastic, iron, aluminum, copper, semiconductor components, crystal transistors, diodes, field effect transistors, integrated circuits, resistors, capacitors, inductors, circuit boards, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. The absorption of these electrical appliances was akin to snacking, swift and yielding modest returns. Yet the diversity of materials was advantageous for his subsequent endeavors in creating water purification systems, air circulation, communication devices, and more. Current mechanical heart level LV2 715-1000. Tip: upgrading mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. Reaching LV3, LV6, and LV9 will unlock a mysterious awakening. Strength level 280, burst capability 200 kilograms, speed level 205, maximum 13 ms, defense level 178, sturdy bone and resilient skin. Mechanical awakening. Not awaken mechanical absorption 3-106-1000. Enhances absorption efficiency mechanical manufacturing. 2-13500. Enhances construction efficiency mechanical passive. Scanning. Repairing, decomposing special skills. Wine cannon common. Level 286. Ice shield common. Level 169. Backflash rare. Level 130. Electric surge rare. Level 110. Soon, if he could absorb a large locomotive, he would likely reach level 3 directly. Lin Xian gazed at the light screen before him, his expression tinged with yearning. The prospect of mechanical awakening was something he greatly anticipated. However, acquiring a fully functional locomotive and maintaining continuous absorption for over 10 hours posed significant challenges. If he were to rely solely on automobiles, given the current absorption efficiency, he would need to bring back at least 20 dumper trucks, a task not to be underestimated. Moreover, once he upgraded to a level 3 mechanical heart, the mechanical source points obtainable from vehicles would diminish, compelling him to focus on larger, more complex machinery. Ding ding. The reminder he had set chimed, indicating it was 1400 hours in the afternoon, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. On the flatbed trailer, his absorption had once again rendered it empty. This was a positive development, alleviating burdens while enhancing capabilities. Lin Xian opened the tailgate of carriage number 5, and at that moment, Sha had already donned her gear, prepared for departure. "Are we ready to set off?" Chen Xishuan inquired as she observed Lin Xian's entrance. "Indeed," Lin Xian replied, instructing Chen Xishuan to remain on standby in the cockpit, while he equipped himself with a firearm for potential assistance. Meanwhile, Sha armed herself with heavy weaponry to secure the perimeter of the train. Upon Lin Xian and Alu's return, she would be responsible for providing cover fire. Lin Xian and Alu were tasked with driving into Yuqicheng, seeking out the peculiarities. Following December 1st, further updates would be forthcoming. So let us not linger on this, and when new chapters are released, turn straight to the last one. Chapter 72, Vigil buzzing into the city. An orange-yellow beam from the vehicle's headlights pierced the darkness. Lin Xian sat in the passenger seat, continuously scrutinizing the automatic rifle in his grasp. He had already scanned the schematics of his acquired equipment. For him, crafting an automatic rifle posed less challenge than assembling a hoist. The sole concern lay with the ammunition. The fear of inadequate firepower gnawed at him. If he could procure materials for gunpowder and explosives, he could produce bullets and shells in bulk, or even fabricate vehicle-mounted turrets and machine gun emplacements, enabling him to strike monsters while on the move, rather than resorting to close combat atop the vehicle. Dalu, observing Lin Xian's peculiar demeanor, whispered, "Xiange, I can handle any monster." Lin Xian cast him a surprised glance and chuckled. "As long as it's a monster that can be defeated, that's fine. If it can't be beaten, we can always flee. My greater concern lies with the ghosts." "Ghosts?" Dalu pointed to the machine gun and the great sword in the back seat. "Can't they be cut down?" "I don't know, but some have encountered them. It said they possess supernatural abilities and cannot be killed." Lin Xian's expression darkened as he gazed at the city skyline shrouded in night. Truth and fiction intertwine. Within this darkness, a myriad of strange entities may lurk. It is prudent to err on the side of caution, for a modicum of vigilance is never unwarranted. Dalu nodded in agreement, falling silent. Before long, the off-road vehicle entered the main thoroughfare of the city, arriving at a street adjacent to a pedestrian zone. The engine's roar and headlights attracted a throng of frenzied zombies. To prevent the undead horde from surrounding the vehicle, the two men promptly disembarked. "We'll head upstairs first." "Follow my lead," Lin Xian instructed, tossing a walkie-talkie to Dalu. They then split up. Dalu sprinted towards the mall's second-floor observation deck, wielding the machine gun, while Lin Xian dashed down a back alley toward the square. In the night, Lin Xian's eyes became profoundly keen, seemingly able to discern the various concealed zombies ahead. With a wind gun in his left hand and an electric knife in his right, he moved like a shadow through the darkness. Suddenly, a few zombies turned, and with a swift flash of cold light, severed heads fell to the ground. Woof! Woof! The cacophony of zombie dogs erupted in the alley, pursuing Lin Xian. He turned, firing several rounds from the wind gun, swiftly obliterating the heads of the attacking hounds. He then produced a small remote control and pressed a button. "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!" A resounding, eerie melody echoed through the dark square, resonating across several blocks, shattering the tranquil silence of Yuqicheng. With a clank, several powerful floodlights illuminated the circular square. Lin Xian, unable to find suitable materials, felt a chill run down his spine as the mechanical tone of the music permeated the air. He dashed out from the alley, quickly scaling a hidden platform, blending into the shadows, and observed the square's activity from half a block away with Dalu. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Dalu, any movements?" Lin Xian inquired through the walkie-talkie. "None," came Dalu's voice from the other end. Lin Xian's heart sank as he glanced at the time, 14:45. With an hour and a half until dawn, he resolved to depart if no discoveries were made. He sheathed the electric knife and readied his automatic rifle, maintaining a watchful stance. As time passed, the square's booming music quickly drew countless zombies from several streets, their numbers swelling as they flocked to the sound. The undead were acutely sensitive to noise, and upon arriving at the square without a target, they surrounded the loudspeaker, their decaying eyes scanning for prey. At 14:50, more zombies continued to pour in. By 15:05, the circular square was teeming with various zombies, zombie dogs, and ghouls controlled by black insects. If any survivors remained hidden within the city, they would undoubtedly be terrified by the ruckus. "Dalu? Nothing, Xienge. I wonder if those black insect monsters are still around." "They probably aren't," Lin Xian murmured, although those black insects were indeed peculiar. He had already dealt with many in Bei Wan without encountering any of the red orbs, nor had he seen any traces of the black mist. They likely were not the targets they sought. Let us wait a little longer. At 15:15, the music persisted. Lin Xian remained concealed in the shadows, intently observing the square. Suddenly, perhaps due to a dead battery or some other reason, the loudspeaker's voice altered. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." The voice of a little girl grew slow, deep, and eerie, elongating the tones in a manner that sent chills down the spine. "Dalu, be cautious. I sent something amiss," Lin Xian warned. Yet, after a moment, there was no response from the walkie-talkie. A frown creased his brow as he pressed the communication button again. "Dalu?" At that moment, he noticed the walkie-talkie's signal light glowing faintly red, indicating no connection. This isn't right. It was working fine just moments ago. Could something have happened to Dalu? Lin Xian's body tensed, and he instinctively decided to abandon his vigil and rush towards Dalu's location. However, as he stood from the shadows, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. He looked up but saw nothing. Lin Xian, feeling uneasy, switched on his flashlight and scanned the alley above, confirming there was nothing there. Could it be an illusion? His heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, reminiscent of the dread he felt when being observed by that enormous white creature in the furniture city of Jiangjiang. Driven by instinct, he turned without hesitation and fired upwards, unleashing a barrage of wind gun shots. Tot. Bang! Gunfire illuminated the dark alley, revealing 3 horrifying faces. These were 3 monsters with skull-like heads, clinging to the walls. Just moments before, his flashlight had revealed nothing. Yet, upon firing, these terrifying creatures suddenly appeared above him. The monsters resembled 3 melted zombies fused together, sporting spider-like legs and wearing a sinister smile, having watched Lin Xian for who knows how long. They seemed unprepared for Lin Xian's sudden discovery and the immediate gunfire. Bullets struck them, creating gaping wounds and spraying black ichor that hissed as it hit the ground. Can they be hit? Lin Xian had initially believed these entities lacked corporeal form, but to his astonishment, the bullets penetrated their skin. Ah! The 3-headed monster howled in unison, a deafening roar that echoed through the alley. In a fit of rage, one of the heads opened its mouth wide, revealing a terrifying maw filled with jagged teeth, and unleashed a torrent of black blood towards Lin Xian. Damn! Recognizing the lethal intent behind the black liquid, Lin Xian had no time to react, executing a maneuver, a swift retreat, not towards the 3-headed monster, but quickly dodging to the side. Splat! The black blood splashed against the platform Lin Xian had just occupied, erupting in a wave of searing, corrosive vapor, enveloping the area with a putrid stench. After December 1st, there will be a significant update. Everyone should avoid nurturing the book and directly turn to the last chapter upon the release of new chapters. Chapter 73. Black blood. The foul stench of corrosive air assailed Lin Xian, who was immediately taken aback, cursing inwardly. This is truly an alien creature, capable of spewing corrosive acid? With a swift movement, the three-headed monster descended rapidly from the wall, lunging furiously at Lin Xian, its three heads continuously opening wide. Spraying towards him. Reacting quickly, Lin Xian dove into an alleyway, turning to conjure an iron barricade behind him. The sound of black blood splattering echoed as the creature, resembling a living spider, managed to circumvent Lin Xian's barricade by climbing the walls in pursuit. This monstrous entity was incredibly swift and could attack from a distance. Fortunately, Lin Xian had chosen to navigate through the winding alley, for in an open area, he would have had to erect an iron wall directly in front of him, placing him at a disadvantage. As he turned a corner, when the three-headed spider lunged out, Lin Xian was already poised at the next turn, firing his weapon like a guerrilla fighter. The fiery bullets erupted, instantly tearing flesh from the creature's body, sending chunks flying. Lin Xian turned and fled, grabbing his walkie-talkie. Noticing the red light still illuminated, realizing that this strange darkness possessed the ability to disrupt signals. It seemed that the walkie-talkies would need to be equipped with that peculiar blood essence as well. Building. Lin Xian shouted suddenly in the dark alley. The three-headed monster was rapidly closing in behind him, and without looking back, he unleashed various steel nets and iron walls as barriers while laying traps and spikes along his path. The creature was incessantly halted by these mechanisms, sustaining some injuries, which only served to infuriate it further. Its spider-like legs moved with increasing speed as it climbed higher, drawing closer. At that moment, Lin Xian spotted the street exit ahead, where a figure resembling a towering iron statue stood poised. Luye, be careful. This thing can spray acid from a distance, he warned as he sprinted forward. Suddenly, the three-headed spider monster approached rapidly from the high wall, spewing black blood that struck the walls and Lin Xian, producing a chilling, corrosive sound. Just as it neared Lin Xian, a figure leaped from the building, wielding a massive sword, and with a low growl, swung the blade. The creature had clearly not anticipated the appearance of the building. The glint of the blade cleaved through the air, severing two of its heads in an instant, while the remaining head lost a third of its mass. In an explosive burst, a copious amount of black blood erupted from the creature's body, splattering towards the building. Lin Xian, anticipating this, quickly erected an iron wall to shield both himself and the building from the onslaught of blood, while simultaneously rolling away from the splatter. To maximize efficiency, he had used a thin wall made of ordinary iron sheets, solely to block that momentary surge of black blood. Soon, the corrosive liquid began to eat away at the thin wall, creating several large holes. That was close. Lin Xian and Lu Yi rolled to their feet without pausing, raising their guns to fire at the spider monster lurking behind the iron sheet. The alley erupted with fierce gunfire, illuminating the darkness as countless bullets rained down upon the remaining head of the three-headed spider, which emitted a series of mournful cries. "Don't be careless. Empty the magazine," Lin Xian shouted. The creature's sudden appearance from above was truly bizarre, and no one could predict its backup plan. Seizing the initiative, they unleashed a torrent of firepower, denying the creature any chance to breathe. Soon, Lin Xian had exhausted the ammunition of his automatic rifle. Without hesitation, he discarded the weapon and raised both hands, gathering wind energy in his left hand and electrical energy in his right. The air crackled as gusts of wind and bursts of electricity surged forth. In the face of such uncanny adversaries in the darkness, there was no room for hesitation. Who knew if those with three heads had three lives? Lin Xian and Lu Yi continued their relentless barrage for over a minute, until Lu Ye's machine gun magazine was completely depleted, prompting them to finally cease fire. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the narrow, empty alley. Breathing heavily, Lin Xian observed that the black shadow on the ground lay motionless, prompting him to shine his flashlight ahead. Not far in front of them, the three-headed spider monster had been reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. The thin iron sheet covering it emitted a hissing sound as it corroded. Black blood pooled around them, swiftly consuming the iron sheet, causing Lin Xian to frown in concern. It must be dead, he speculated, but the gunfire had attracted the sounds of numerous zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, he covered his mouth and nose and approached to investigate. At that moment, a visible wisp of black gas appeared in the beam of the flashlight, and Lin Xian felt a surge of relief as he began to hear faint, sorrowful cries. Sure enough, on the ground where the black gas had gathered, a crimson orb emerged. This orb was similar in size to the one he had exchanged at the bonfire. Fearing contamination from the corrosive black blood, Lin Xian conjured a metallic long rod and a simple iron box to carefully retrieve the eerie blood essence from the ground. This thing is indeed troublesome. That situation was genuinely perilous, Lin Xian mused, eyeing the black blood on the ground, stepping back as it seemed capable of corroding even steel. A nauseating odor suddenly assailed him, and, as he inadvertently inhaled a bit, he felt a heaviness in his head, as if his insides were being churned, nearly prompting him to retch. Quick, let's get away. He gestured to Lu Yi, and without any delay, they hurriedly climbed into the off-road vehicle amidst the distant wails of the undead, the engine roaring as they sped towards the outskirts of the city. The engine roared. The beams of the off-road vehicle were engulfed by the encroaching darkness. These strange entities are utterly bizarre, Lin Xian remarked from the passenger seat. Opening the iron box to examine the peculiar blood essence inside, his expression grave. It seems they can sense our presence, often appearing right next to us. Initially, he had believed that there might be some sort of nest in the darkness, from which these eerie monsters would emerge at night. However, strangely enough, there was no sign of any nest during the day. They would simply appear before Lin Xian inexplicably. Several times, had it not been for Lin Xian's quick reflexes, he would have already met his demise. Can they teleport? Lu Yi asked, driving with a hint of trepidation. If they could teleport, how could I possibly escape? Lin Xian shook his head, remarking that these creatures always appeared under unusual circumstances, without any warning, not even the sound of footsteps. It felt as if they had always been lurking nearby. As he uttered this thought, a chilling sensation washed over Lin Xian, and he glanced at Lu Yi, only to catch a glimpse of an inexplicable red hue in his peripheral vision, prompting him to quickly check the rearview mirror. There, in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, sat a woman clad in red, her hair disheveled, eerily positioned in the center, her face obscured by shadows. Lin Xian was immediately startled, turning abruptly, only to find the back seat empty. Lu Yi noticed his unease and glanced at the rearview mirror. What's wrong, Xiango? Lin Xian, eyeing the vacant back seat, wore a serious expression, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, a peculiar buzzing sound filled the air. The walkie-talkie in Lin Xian's hand began to emit static, even though he had not pressed any buttons. And the vehicle fell silent as both their gazes fixated on the walkie-talkie. The peculiar sound of humming echoed through the intercom. Happy birthday, Gigi. It was December 1st, and a surge of new content was anticipated. Readers were advised not to hoard the book, but to skip to the last chapter. Chapter 74. Disturbance on the Yuqi platform. The infinite train quietly rested on the tracks. The night had yet to give way to dawn, but a fierce wind began to howl, accompanied by snowflakes that whipped through the gaps of the train's armor, producing a haunting wail. Inside the carriage, Lu Shasha held a gun, her face a mask of anxious anticipation, her cheeks flushed from the cold as she occasionally peered outside. Suddenly, the lights in the five-carriage train flickered before returning to their previous brightness. Lu Shasha glanced up, startled, and then tilted her head to observe the distant carriage. In the driver's cabin, Chen Sichuan stood motionless, seemingly on alert like her. To conserve power, the heating system had been turned off, plunging the interior into a chill. Shasha exhaled warm breath onto her hands and scanned the far carriage again. Sister Chun, are you cold? For reasons unknown, a sense of dread crept into Shasha's heart. She spoke into the intercom. Sister Chun, are you coming over? Not yet. How about you? Chen Sichuan's voice crackled through the intercom. Glancing at the time, Shasha felt a bit relieved as dawn approached. My hands are nearly frozen, Shasha replied. I'll bring you a pair of gloves. I collected some earlier. Okay. Shasha rubbed her hands together, feeling the cold seep in. But when she turned her head, she noticed Chen Sichuan still standing motionless in the distance, seemingly unprepared to fetch the gloves. A chill ran down Shasha's spine, and gathering her courage, she called into the intercom again. Sister Chun, are you coming over? There was no response. She repeated, Sister Chun, are you coming over? I'm right behind you, came a strange voice, not from the intercom, but from behind her. Shasha's face went pale, and she quickly turned around, gun raised, only to find nothing behind her. The fifth carriage was filled with cold tools and storage shelves. What is happening? Shasha's breath quickened, her heartbeat echoing in her ears as she stared wide-eyed around the carriage. No one was there. The only sound in the vast space was her own breathing. As her heart raced, she turned her gaze to the long carriage corridor. The distance of just a few carriages felt insurmountable. At the far end, Chun Sichuan's figure still stood, but now it faced her directly, as if staring into her soul. Sister Chun. Shasha summoned her courage and shouted. The figure remained unresponsive. Just then, a beam of light illuminated the platform outside, accompanied by the roar of an off-road vehicle's engine. Shasha's heart tightened. She realized Lin Xian and the others had returned, and quickly turned to look out the window. However, as she did, a terrifying ghostly face appeared outside. Startled, Shasha lost her balance and fell to the ground. In the next instant, the lights in the carriage abruptly went out, plunging the train into darkness. Hastily, Shasha retrieved her flashlight, directing the beam toward the window, but the horrifying figure had vanished. Looking around, she found nothing. Heart still racing, she stood up quickly. At that moment, the lights flickered back on, and Qin Sichuan's voice rang out from afar. Shasha. They returned, quickly opened the door. Dazed and still processing the events, Lu Shasha stared blankly at the narrow carriage for a moment before nodding. She rose and pressed the switch for the rear door. The steel tailgate of the fifth carriage slowly descended. Outside, Delu's off-road vehicle surged up onto the loading ramp, followed by a tide of zombies. Bang! Lin Xian leapt from the passenger seat and immediately started the train, firing at the horde behind them. Meanwhile, Chun Sichuan opened the controls for the electric locomotive, and the heavy train began to roar. Lu Shasha also sprang into action, providing fire support. A grenade exploded amidst the zombie horde, flames soaring as the shockwave sent several zombies flying. Delu secured his foot chain and, alongside Lin Xian, continued to shoot while retreating into the carriage. The tailgate rose, and the train began to accelerate. Linga, something's off on the train, Shasha said nervously to Lin Xian as they boarded. On the train? Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he handed Shasha a metal box. Quickly, see if you can receive any official messages from the Luo mountain area. If we speed away, we might not have time to change the switch for the southern route. Oh. Shasha nodded obediently. Without hesitation, Lin Xian dashed toward the front of the train. Teacher Chun. The darkness outside seemed to thicken, rendering visibility even more obscure. Lin Xian burst into the driver's cabin, where he found Chun Sichuan pale and pointing ahead. Look, before the infinite train, a bizarre figure loomed on the tracks. It had long limbs and a pale body, resembling the monstrous white creature they had encountered before. Upon seeing the creature, Lin Xian's heart lurched. The strange occurrences were undoubtedly disturbing many hidden presences in the darkness. He suddenly realized that tonight's hunt was an exceedingly reckless endeavor. Ignore it, charge ahead. With no retreat left, Lin Xian summoned all his strength into the mechanical heart, praying that the upgraded armor would withstand the impending threat. Lin Xian, as the train accelerated toward the creature, Chun Sichuan's voice trembled with fear. Hold on. Lin Xian pressed Chun Sichuan down, lowering his head as the train surged forward. Bang! The Infinite, equipped with an ice-breaking shield, collided with a massive object, producing a rolling sound. Suddenly, the train's lights began to flicker violently, as if affected by a strong electromagnetic disturbance. Noticing that the train's armor remained intact, Lin Xian lifted his head, realizing the headlights seemed to be consumed by darkness, revealing only a distance of about 20 meters. The radar screen was filled with static, obscuring any clarity regarding the track ahead. Lin Xian, I can't see anything up ahead. Chun Sichuan stood, her face filled with dread as she glanced at the radar. Should we stop? The thought of derailment cast a shadow of fear over everyone. With two still severely injured and unconscious, and the route ahead uncertain, Lin Xian's brow furrowed deeply. Teacher Chun, how far from Yuqi Station until we reach a tunnel or bridge? Chun Sichuan's face paled slightly. About 13 kilometers until we enter a tunnel. Then we'll push forward 10 kilometers before stopping. He checked the time. If his calculations were correct, dawn was roughly 10 minutes away. They had already disturbed something in Yuqi and could not afford to remain stationary. Yet, the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. After much contemplation, he resolved to charge forward on the tracks in the dark, hoping to avoid any tunnels or bridges, as even derailing might not lead to death. Sha staggered down the corridor toward the second carriage, listening to Lin Xian's orders while picking up the radio to check on two. Bang, 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 in the darkness. Sounds of climbing and scratching echoed from the outer walls of the carriages, indicating that numerous unknown entities were attacking the train in the night. Everyone be cautious, Lin Xian shouted to the far end of the carriage. A chilling air began to seep into the space. After December 1st, there'll be a surge in updates. Everyone should refrain from hoarding the book and flip straight to the last chapter when a new one is released. Chapter 75. The radio bang, bang, bang. The sound from outside the train, racing through the darkness, grew increasingly intense. The lights within the carriage flickered incessantly, and a chill pervaded the air. Sha curled up on her bed, clutching her head, while outside the window lay an impenetrable blackness, rendering the world beyond a mystery. The violent shaking and crashing sounds echoed continuously, each passing second heightening the tension in everyone's hearts. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, as the train accelerated, the outside noise gradually diminished, fading into a serene quietness. They were about to enter a tunnel. Chen Xishuan glanced at the large screen displaying the train's progress, and then at the profound darkness ahead, speaking anxiously to Lin Xian. Stop the train. With a screech, the wheels came to a halt, creating a cacophony of friction against the tracks, as Lin Xian brought the train to a complete stop. What if those monsters? Chen Xishuan voiced her concern. I don't know, Lin Xian replied, but dawn is approaching, and I worry that if we recklessly plunge into an unknown tunnel, we might be buried alive. His apprehension was not unfounded, although the outside world posed numerous threats. The armored Wu Xian house seemed resilient enough. However, carelessly rushing into an unfamiliar tunnel could lead to despair if some creature triggered a collapse. The heavy train plowed through the wind and snow, coming to rest on the tracks, and the surrounding area fell eerily silent. After a moment, the sounds of crashing and crawling ceased, indicating that no monsters had followed. Meanwhile, the time ticked to 1600 hours, signaling the impending dawn. Yet, Lin Xian remained tense. Turning to Chen Xishuan. Teacher Chen, just now, Sha mentioned something strange on the train. Did you see anything? Chen Xishuan shook her head, picking up the walkie-talkie beside her. I don't know, this walkie-talkie is crackling, much like that day in the fog. Linger. At that moment, Sha's voice rang out from the first carriage, prompting Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan to immediately rush over. What happened? Look, upon entering the first carriage, they found Sha, her face pale with terror, pointing toward the sofa. There, the radio she had thrown onto the couch emitted a bizarre, crimson glow. Moreover, the radio was strangely producing some sound. Zzz at that moment. Delu rushed over, and the group stared in horror at the radio on the sofa. Sha, visibly shaken, stammered, "It's moving." The black radio on the sofa had its orange-yellow frequency numbers flashing erratically, and the tuning knobs were moving as if they were alive, seemingly breathing. I just placed that red orb on it, and it started making noise on its own. Sha said, fear etched across her face. Lin Xian, Delu said gravely, stepping protectively in front of Sha. Be cautious. Our walkie-talkie exhibited similar behavior earlier. Upon hearing this, Sha peeked over to Lu's shoulder and exclaimed, I experienced something similar. I was talking to Chunjia, and she mentioned finding me a pair of gloves. Suddenly, she stopped responding, and then a voice that sounded just like hers came from behind me, saying, I am right behind you. It startled me, but when I turned around, no one was there. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The voice said it was behind you? Sha nodded rapidly, her face a canvas of fear. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xishuan, upon hearing this, gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes wide. I never said I'd find you gloves. When did I speak to you? Her words cast a chilling pall over the carriage, an unsettling cold creeping into everyone's hearts. Chen Xishuan's remark almost brought Sha to tears. She took 2 steps back, her expression distressed. Chunjia, please don't scare me. Really? Chen Xishuan frowned, her unease palpable. My walkie-talkie hasn't made a sound at all. At this, Sha gasped. Oh my goodness, there is something else on our train. Zzz, the electric hum from the radio grew increasingly intense. The 4 exchanged wary glances. Suddenly, the orange-yellow frequency numbers began flashing frantically. and the static noise transformed into a more frantic cacophony. They seemed to hear fragmented voices emerging from the static. ZZZZ, don't ZZZ, open ZZZ, don't contact, everyone ZZZZ. The voices were laced with a palpable sense of terror. Is someone speaking? Chen Xishuan exclaimed in astonishment. 1542? Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically as a bizarre thought surged within him. But in the next moment, the warning abruptly ceased, replaced by a hauntingly cheerful melody that sent shivers down their spines. ZZZZ, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The voice soon became deep and hoarse, as if a demon were whispering. Who is singing? How eerie. Lin Xian, look, Chen Xishuan cried out. The frequency numbers on the radio flickered wildly before freezing on a chilling figure. 1542. At that moment, the entire train's lights flickered ominously. Instantly, the air felt as though it had solidified. Everyone's pupils dilated, and a cold dread coursed down their spines. Lin Xian's expression darkened as memories of the earlier conversation around the campfire returned to him. There's been a strange 1542 radio frequency reported around Ping, Hudit Songshan, Beiwan, and Luo Shan. 3 caravans have received it at night, and there have been cases of people going missing. This description stems from the fact that these sightings are often accompanied by supernatural phenomena. Everyone be cautious, Lin Xian shouted, his gaze sharp, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This thing is quite sinister. Initially, he had intended for Sha to use the dark radio to search for useful information to alert him about whether to alter their route toward Luo Shan. However, after that strange crimson orb was placed on the radio, the situation became ever more bizarre. A sense of foreboding filled Lin Xian as he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the radio. Without hesitation, he strode forward and swiftly removed the enigmatic crimson orb from the radio. Click! The radio's lights extinguished, and the sounds ceased abruptly, returning to normal. Phew! Lin Xian felt the chilling touch of the orb in his hand, and he sighed in relief. All right, this should do it. He turned around, but as he gazed behind him, his pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine. The once darkened first carriage was now utterly empty. After December 1st, there will be a surge in updates. Everyone should refrain from hoarding the book and flip straight to the last chapter when a new one is released. Chapter 76. The unmanned train the night was as dark as ink, and the colossal train appeared to be completely engulfed by the shadows, quietly resting on the desolate tracks. Inside the hollow carriage, despite the internal lights being on, the illumination seemed shrouded by some dark veil, casting the narrow train corridor into a peculiar dimness. It felt as though the entire world had succumbed to darkness. Lin Xian stood frozen, his expression one of astonishment, as he seemed only able to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Everyone had vanished. A bone-chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Lin Xian slowly scanned his surroundings, paralyzed with fear. The 3 individuals who had just been behind him appeared to have disappeared into thin air. He cast his gaze toward the distant cockpit, where the corridor lay shrouded in darkness. There were lights there, yet their glow seemed mercilessly consumed by the shadows, leaving only a faint orange flicker that failed to illuminate the depths. Lin Xian turned back, casting his gaze towards the direction of car number 2. In the distance, an abyss of darkness loomed. A chill crept along his spine as he tensed up, calling out, "Teacher Chen?" No response came. Sha building? Silence enveloped him. Lin Xian's heart raced, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, suppressing the fear within, and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the sound of glass marble rolling echoed from behind him. He whirled around, and from the depths of the darkened car, a delicate glass marble rolled slowly into view. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted, his voice reverberating through the carriage. No answer met him. He approached the glass marble, which glimmered like crystal, adorned with a swirl of colors reminiscent of a child's toy. "Lights on," Lin Xian insisted, refusing to believe that he had lost control of the train, especially since he had turned on the lights. The overhead lights flickered as if a surge of electricity coursed through them, brightening momentarily before being subdued by the oppressive darkness, dimming once more. He walked into car No. 2, where the distant computer screen was filled with static, its faint glow flickering in the dark. A chill gripped his heart, prompting him to pivot and head towards the cockpit, which featured large windows providing a clear view of the outside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed in the carriage as he quickened his pace, only to suddenly come to a halt. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something moving in the corridor ahead. As he approached, his gaze sharpened, revealing numerous strands resembling hair, floating ethereally above the corridor, swaying gently. Lin Xian frowned, instinctively reaching out, yet the strands vanished as if whisked away by the wind. Strange occurrences multiplied, and he retrieved a flashlight, its beams slicing through the darkness and illuminating various mechanical devices in the corridor of the electric locomotive. He hurried through, heading towards the front, where the light revealed an empty space. He directed his flashlight outside the window, where an expanse of snow stretched out, leading to a long, desolate track ahead. Suddenly, as the light flickered, Lin Xian caught sight of a red figure standing on the tracks ahead. His eyes widened. Indeed, a shadowy figure stood motionless in the center of the tracks. Frowning, he shone the flashlight towards it, but the white beam revealed nothing. The shadow had vanished. A shiver ran down Lin Xian's spine. At that moment, the sound of the marble echoed once more from behind him. The same rolling sound, now seemingly just a few steps away. A cold breath brushed against the back of Lin Xian's head, causing his expression to change abruptly as he slowly turned around. Darkness enveloped him, and he found himself utterly alone. Yet, beneath the shadow of the narrow cockpit corridor, an additional small shadow seemed to emerge. What is that? Lin Xian felt the hair on his body stand on end, conjuring a steel knife from thin air, steeling himself. I shall not care whether you are human or ghost. He lunged forward decisively towards the shadow. Swish! A slicing sound echoed, and Lin Xian's eyes widened in realization that he had struck something. He turned back, but the small figure slowly stepped into the light, revealing a little girl clutching her neck, blood gushing forth, her face a mask of terror. Sha! Lin Xian gasped, his complexion draining of color as he beheld the sight of Sha. Fear etched across her face as she collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out in torrents. Sha! He barely managed to utter before a sudden realization gripped him, and he turned sharply. Behind him stood a ghostly figure in a red dress. Beneath its dark hair, a grotesque, decaying face grinned eerily at him, mere inches away. Lin Xian inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating, raising his left index finger, readying to unleash a wind gun. Boom! In an instant, his left index finger erupted from the nail, bones splintering, flesh tearing, leaving only a strip of skin attached. Ugh! Lin Xian gritted his teeth, horrified as he stared at his mutilated finger. When he looked up again, the red-clad ghost had vanished. In the distance, in car number 2, the red figure stood ominously still. Thud, thud! His heart raced violently, adrenaline coursing through his veins, a wave of intense pain and fear crashing over him. The horrific scene before him relentlessly assaulted the defenses of his mind. Lin Xian's gaze darted between his injured finger and the small hand lying motionless in a pool of blood, a sense of dread consuming him. Had he killed Lu Sha? Sha! He covered his finger, tentatively calling out, yet no reply came. Unwilling to believe his eyes, he stepped closer, but from the shadow behind the bloodied, frail body, a pale, ghostly hand slowly emerged, grasping Shasha's foot, pulling her with force into the darkness. With a shudder, Lin Xian felt his scalp prickle, desperately reminding himself to remain calm as overwhelming terror threatened to devour his sanity. Despite the armor and ice-breaking shield he had prepared for so long, nothing seemed to hold back the tide of despair that surged within him. The pain in his finger was relentless, attacking the last remnants of his reason. Something was amiss. The radio, the mysterious disappearances, the supernatural occurrences, the red-clad ghost. Echoes of Jiang Yun's words surfaced in his mind. But be cautious, for this entity is capable of sensing more than just sounds. What was wrong? A gust of cold wind swept through the carriage, dimming the lights further. Lin Xian turned to face the ghostly figure in car number 2 as the shadows deepened, drawing closer. In the dimly lit carriage, the light gradually faded into obscurity. The brilliance seemed unable to penetrate the darkness, consumed alongside Lin Xian's rising fear. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead as he fought to cling to his last shred of sanity. Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. What was it? What had he noticed? Patter, patter. Footsteps echoed from the depths of the darkness. Who was there? Lin Xian tightened his grip on the forged steel knife, sweat streaming down his face. The passage grew increasingly dark, and he could no longer discern what lay ahead. No one answered. Yet Lin Xian sensed a presence standing before him in the shadows. A chilling aura enveloped him. His heart raced as he recognized the impending danger. Rubbing his eyes, he strived to see clearly, yet nothing came into focus. Why can't I see? Suddenly, a pale hand emerged into his line of sight. Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He tightened his grip on the knife and raised his hand. However, just as he was about to strike, he halted abruptly. On the back of that hand were frostbite marks. Can ghosts get frostbite? Lin Xian marveled at himself, a peculiar question arising in his mind, just as his sanity teetered on the brink. However, this very issue abruptly pulled his reason back from the precipice, swiftly cooling his fervor. He discerned the anomaly. Lin Xian's expression hardened as he suddenly grasped the severed finger that clung to his hand and, gritting his teeth, tore it away. The excruciating pain of the tearing sensation nearly caused him to lose his breath. He gasped for air, raising his left hand once more. But this time he chose to disregard the specter lurking in the darkness, instead aiming the bloodied hole of his severed finger at the radio resting on the sofa. With a blast, a resounding explosion erupted, sending the black radio flying off the sofa, crackling loudly. Strangely, Lin Xian's formidable shot did not shatter the radio. Instead, it emitted peculiar mechanical sounds, the frequency lights flickering incessantly. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and a shiny silver object shot forth. The lights of the entire train erupted like a surge of electricity, illuminating every passageway and corridor. In that moment, the shadow before Lin Xian was illuminated, revealing its true form. The shadow was none other than himself. The Lin Xian before him wore a bizarre smile, his eyes fixated on him, sending chills down his spine. With the emergence of the blinding light, Lin Xian instinctively retreated into the shadows, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the scene, Lin Xian stumbled back a few steps, his heart sinking. Indeed, he gasped for breath, raising his left hand once again, only to find his fingers unscathed. Turning around, there was no sign of the girl or blood. His heart raced, pondering whether, had he acted earlier, he might have inadvertently harmed himself. Several perplexing matters occupied his mind. The glass marbles in the night, the ghostly figure in red within the carriage, the injury to his finger. These had long been sources of fear for Lin Xian. Yet they had never inflicted true harm. It was only after he mistakenly cut Shash's throat that his composure unraveled. On the brink of collapse, a specter appeared before him. Had he lost his reason, driven solely by the instinct to survive, he might have reacted violently against himself. Furthermore, Lin Xian noted two details: the frostbite on the figure's hand mirroring that on his own, and the radio resting on the sofa. The entire train operated under the control of his mechanical heart. Perhaps fear could obscure his senses, but it could not suppress his mechanical essence. The radio, though the switch was clearly off, had its frequency lights aglow. If it wasn't his mechanical heart at play, then something else was at work. Within this eerie space, something was unleashing his fears. Clang! The silver object clattered to the ground with a metallic sound. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he realized it was a silver antenna. Oddly, the antenna seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly rolling across the ground towards carriage 3. This object must be haunted. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and hastened after it. At that moment, his deepest fears materialized rapidly. Upon recognizing this, he understood. The bizarre marbles, the ghostly figure in red, the severed finger, all were illusions. The peculiar radio indeed possessed a supernatural force. It seemed to broadcast fear, to unleash terror, compelling Lin Xian to turn against himself. The silver antenna rolled rapidly into the depths of darkness and, with a clang, collided with a toolbox, coming to a halt. Lin Xian's expression grew serious as he approached with swift steps. Just as he took a step forward, the hideous ghost in red suddenly appeared before him. Lin Xian's heart raced, his face paling as he stumbled back. Yet at that moment, he steeled his resolve, bravely confronting the apparition. A commendable figure. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian reached out towards the ghost's chest, causing the terrified specter to glance at him before vanishing in haste. Utilizing the same tactic, after confirming his suspicions, Lin Xian felt a surge of confidence. What supernatural force? All was mere illusion, a manifestation of mental terror. As he advanced another step, a cutting machine whizzed past, severing his neck, his head spinning as it fell to the ground. He walked over, picked up his head, and examined it behind him. So this is how upright my silhouette appears. Then, reattaching his head, he continued onward. In the next carriage, a sudden flash of red light erupted, accompanied by a torrent of blood and countless severed heads rolling forth. With a swift motion, Lin Xian conjured an ice shield, pushing through the sea of blood and heads, seizing one to gauge its weight. Not bad, this melon is ripe. The silver antenna continued to emit Lin Xian's inner fears, yet having seen through the ruse. How could he still feel fear? At that moment, the lights within the train began to flicker erratically, the junctions creaking ominously, while the carriage doors began to move of their own accord. What commotion is this? Lin Xian approached the toolbox, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon the silver antenna on the ground. You wretched thing, this train belongs to me. With that declaration, Lin Xian raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a whoosh, his mechanical heart trembled, all blinds shut, the doors stilled, the flickering lights ceased, and the electric locomotive's engine roared to life, ensuring the entire train circuitry remained intact. Were it not for his mechanical heart, he would have been consumed by this tidal wave of fear, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. I shall see what manner of demon or specter this is. Lin Xian regarded the antenna, gradually crouching down, and in that moment, a multitude of specters, claws, corpses, and bloody scenes surged before his eyes. The chaos intensified, as if this entity sought to deter him, yet he resolutely ignored the visions and reached for it. When Lin Xian's fingertip brushed the silver antenna, the horrifying scenes vanished in an instant. Indeed, this object was the source of the disturbance. He picked up the antenna, recognizing it as the very one that belonged to his radio, cold to the touch and retractable. Strangely, as Lin Xian grasped the silver antenna, the images before him flickered ominously, and all lights extinguished. The entire carriage was engulfed in darkness. To his dismay, he felt his spirit rapidly being drawn away by the surrounding environment. What on earth is happening? Lin Xian rose, suddenly hearing a noise behind him. He turned his flashlight in that direction, his expression shifting dramatically. Not far behind him in the corridor stood a creature clad in white with long ears, blood flowing from its mouth, cradling a girl in its arms, seemingly devouring something. The girl in the creature's grasp was achingly familiar. 2. After December 1st, there will be explosive updates. Please do not hoard the book. When a new chapter is released, just flip to the last chapter. Chapter 78, The Invisible Eerie 2, Why is 2 here? Lin Xian's heart jolted, and as he shone his flashlight over, the white creature slowly raised its head, casting a strange gaze upon Lin Xian. That gaze held both surprise and confusion, as if astonished that Lin Xian could see it. Lin Xian noticed a few strands of hair fluttering, instantly recalling the hair he had seen moments ago. Are these strands eyes? Could it be that the creature had been standing here all along? Why had he not seen it? A fleeting, eerie thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the silver antenna in his hand, feeling his spirit swiftly dissipating. What kind of cursed entity is this? Lin Xian sensed trouble brewing and swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that struck the creature. With a resonant thud, the monster's head was instantly pierced, and a surge of dark mist erupted from it. It let out a terrified scream, spreading its wings as if attempting to grasp the escaping shadows. Meanwhile, the girl in his arms slipped to the ground. He struck true. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time for contemplation. He dashed forward to rescue her. The black mist continued to pour forth from the creature, swelling as if it were deflating, gradually enveloping the entire first carriage in an immense cloud. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose and plunged into the thick fog. The moment he made contact with the dark mist, the world spun violently, as if he were plummeting into an abyss, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfing him. Breaking through the black haze, Lin Xian abruptly regained consciousness, only to find the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. The city, shrouded under a canopy of dark clouds, appeared both familiar and alien. The distant skyline was marked by a series of orderly traffic lights blinking in a rhythmic dance. Contrasting against the towering steel defensive barriers that encircled the city, their faint glow reminiscent of distant beacons in a solemn night, permeating the air with an oppressive atmosphere. Atop a high rise in the city center, Lin Xian opened his eyes to behold a bizarre spectacle. Suspended in the heavens was a colossal humanoid corpse, its form casting a shadow that obscured the sun, with only a significant portion of its trunk visible above the clouds, stretching over 10 kilometers in length. The motionless giant, resembling a floating continent, was cloaked in a gray-black hue, its skin bearing the deep creases akin to ravines, while its hollow, lifeless eyes exuded an eerie aura of oppression as it loomed over the city. A strange whisper echoed in his ears. Lin Xian slowly raised his gaze to meet the abyssal eyes of the giant corpse. Inside the Wuxianhou carriage, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chen Xishuan, Xia, and Lu watched in horror as Lin Xian inexplicably vanished before their eyes. Lingu is gone, Xia exclaimed in shock. Lu's expression mirrored her disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan called out in a panic, but received no reply. How could a living person simply disappear before them? What on earth was happening? 1542 radio, yes, that it. That day after Tu Jie returned, she mentioned it. Xia said, her face pale. Ling Ge has vanished too? Chen Xishuan's complexion turned ashen. Thud, thud, Chen Jie, do you hear that? Xia exclaimed, looking towards the floor of the carriage. Someone was moving. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly rapid, heading from the second carriage towards the cockpit, then pausing momentarily by Ai's bed before continuing onward. The sound halted at the cockpit, only to return again. This is uncanny. Chen Xishuan furrowed her brow, her face filled with trepidation. Could that be Ling Ge? Lu suggested, waving her hands towards the air, but found nothing. Is Ling Ge invisible? I feel like he is still on the train. Could this radio be playing tricks on us? Crackling sounds filled the air as the radio continued to display the frequency of 1542, accompanied by faint static. The trio fell silent, as if they could hear a whispering wind within. Chen Jie, should we turn it off? Xia asked, her voice trembling. Chen Xishuan felt a chill creeping over her and turned towards the radio on the sofa. Resolutely, she approached and switched it off. Yet bizarrely, even after she turned it off, the frequency numbers remained illuminated. Oh my goodness, it's still on. Xia gasped. What is happening? At that moment, the lights within the carriage suddenly blazed brightly, and the engine of the Xingxing 7F electric locomotive roared to life. Clack, clack, clack. All the blackout curtains descended, and the doors swung open. Brilliant light flooded into the carriage, dispelling the darkness. Beep, beep, beep. 1605 was bright. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xishuan's expression shifted, realizing, it's Lin Xian. He is operating the train. He is right here. The sky was bright, yet the three felt an icy chill. Yes, it must be Ling Ge doing something. But why can't we see him? Xia frantically reached out into the void, grasping at nothing. Suddenly, she turned, her expression changing. Look, Tu Jie is bleeding again. Chen Xishuan turned back to see fresh crimson trickling from Ai's nostrils. Xia, fetch some water. The trio was left bewildered by the eerie circumstances. Lin Xian's disappearance, Ai's worsening condition, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Xia lifted Ai's eyelids, discovering that her pupils were nearly entirely consumed by darkness, her breathing becoming increasingly faint. What should we do? Tu Jie seems to be getting worse. Chen Xishuan exclaimed, her brow furrowed in concern. Quick, where's that red bead? Lu turned to look behind him and whispered, it's gone. Just now, Xiange took it off. Oh no, that strange blood gem is truly missing. Xia quickly searched around the sofa, but the red bead was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the radio emitted a sharp crack, the frequency numbers flashing wildly before slowly fading away. The abrupt noise startled the two girls, and Lu took 2 steps back, his face filled with vigilance. It turned off? What happened? Chen Xishuan was genuinely taken aback. It must be Lin Xian doing something. I feel he is still on this train. Perhaps he is in trouble. Xia, quickly, let us split up. These sounds might be Lin Xian trying to get our attention. He may need our help. Xia nodded vigorously, her face etched with anxiety. Right, that makes sense. I'll check the other carriage. Okay, I'll keep an eye on Tu. You all guard over there. The three immediately set off in different directions. In the first carriage, Chen Xishuan frowned as she observed Ai's deteriorating condition on the bed, glancing out at the clear, snowy sky, her face etched with worry. If Lin Xian was truly missing, their escape journey would come to an end. It seemed the only thing left to do was wait. December 1st will see more updates. Please don't neglect the story. When a new chapter is posted, flip to the last chapter. Chapter 79. The prison Lin Xian felt engulfed in chaos. his mind ringing with a cacophony of sounds. And the air was heavy with a damp, putrid odor that made him grimace. He was uncertain whether he was still aboard the train, for even the restroom there did not carry such a foul stench. Gradually coming to, he found himself in a pitch-black space, seemingly trapped within a dark prison. A frail shadow sat in a corner not far from him. Lin Xian focused his gaze and saw a girl, perhaps 13 or 14 years old, huddled in the corner. Her form visibly malnourished, yet unable to conceal the brightness in her eyes, which sparkled with anticipation. Tu! Lin Xian stared in astonishment, his mind swirling. How had Tu transformed into a little girl? While she had always been a girl, he did not remember her being this small. "Hey, little one," he called out. But the girl did not respond. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Xian rose and began to explore his surroundings. He approached the iron door and discovered it was secured with a mechanical lock controlled by electricity, placing his hand upon it. The mechanism whirred to life, and he swiftly found a way out. However, this time, he found himself utterly unable to open the electrical gate before him. What on earth was happening? Lin Xian glanced at his own hands. Could it be that his extraordinary abilities had faltered? Moreover, was he not aboard a train? How could he suddenly find himself in such a dreadful locale? What was that terrifying colossal corpse he had glimpsed in the sky? And who was this person resembling Tu standing before him? All these bewildering circumstances left Lin Xian's mind in a state of disarray. Clang! At that moment, a sound of an iron gate being opened echoed from a distance. Someone was approaching. The figure of Tu, lurking in the shadows, seemed to tremble slightly upon hearing the sound. Lin Xian turned to look, noticing the expression in the girl's eyes, filled with fear and trepidation. As the sound of approaching footsteps in polished shoes drew nearer, several uniformed individuals wearing large hats approached. Lin Xian's expression hardened, and he discreetly prepared his wind cannon. At the forefront was a middle-aged man whose gaze swept over the area, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xian's presence as it settled upon Tu. "Is it her?" "Yes, it is." "Take her away, 305, open the door." Beep. The electrical gate sounded, and the iron door slowly creaked open. Two large-hatted figures entered, seizing Tu from either side. At that moment, Lin Xian rose, ready to intervene, but his fist halted mid-air. He realized that everyone was entirely oblivious to his existence. What was going on? In a state of shock, Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly complex. He suppressed his impulse and pondered carefully, seemingly grasping that he was ensnared within some form of mental realm. As if guided by an unseen force, when Tu was taken away, Lin Xian suddenly perceived a stark transformation in the scene beyond the iron bars. It resembled a darkened cinema. He saw Tu being led into a peculiar chamber, seated on a stool, as a woman stood before her, holding a document and seemingly engaging her in conversation. "Your name is Zhao Enki?" "Yes," Tu replied in a subdued tone. "What is your relationship with Zhao Lu?" "None. Yet the records indicate she is your biological mother, who disappeared 8 years ago after placing you in the Yulan orphanage. What is it that you wish to inquire?" The woman continued to question her regarding her past. "How much do you know?" Tu remained silent. After a brief pause, the woman continued from Zhao Lu's records. "We have identified a potential father. Would you like to meet him?" Ai's gaze was vacant. Her head remained downcast. "Oh," the woman faltered for a moment before adding. "Your father's surname is One. He is the owner of Linglong Group, the wealthiest individual in this city. Now I must have struck it rich, right?" Tu murmured. Her head bowed, devoid of any trace of joy. "I reviewed your records. You escaped the orphanage at the age of 8, resorting to deception for survival in the old city, self-taught in programming solely to steal from ATMs. You have been incarcerated 19 times in 6 years. You truly have a notorious reputation." The woman's tone dripped with disdain, expressing disbelief that someone of her caliber could encounter such fortune, suddenly having a father like that. "You must be quite proud." Ai's expression hardened, remaining silent. "Moreover, a week ago, we discovered the body of your mother, Zhao Lu, near the sewage treatment plant in Luqing. Judging by the state of decomposition, she had been deceased for at least 20 days. Upon hearing this, Ai's fingers trembled slightly, yet she still said nothing, her eyes vacant. Her expression neutral. The scene shifted to the banks of a sewage treatment plant, where a group of thugs was mercilessly beating a woman. They rained blows upon her, and the woman, battered and bloodied, was a pitiful sight, her cries echoing in the air. "You filthy whore, tell us where your daughter is." A young man in a black suit delivered a brutal kick to the woman's abdomen. Do you think we can't find her if you don't speak? I don't know. I truly don't, the woman pleaded in anguish. Yet, the relentless assault continued. Soon, the woman could no longer resist, her face drenched in blood. Can you help me? At that moment, a light, hollow voice resounded from behind him. Lin Xian turned abruptly to see the frail figure of the girl reappearing in a corner not far from him, her delicate, beautiful face partially obscured by shadow, her gaze seemingly pleading for assistance. Lin Xian's expression shifted as understanding dawned upon him. Do you know who I am? You have come to help me, Tu replied. Help you with what? Lin Xian inquired, brow furrowed. Tu extended her finger, pointing towards the thugs by the bank. Help me kill them. Lin Xian's brow furrowed further. Who are you? I am Tu. The girl lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the shadows to meet his. Lin Xian's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he activated the mechanical heart, rapidly conjuring a fully loaded Glock 23 handgun. After dismantling various materials and damaged firearms, he had mastered the creation of this basic handgun, though the issue of limited ammunition remained. The frail girl gazed at the gun in Lin Xian's hand, a hint of astonishment in her expression. She looked at him and softly uttered, "Thank you." At that moment, Tu suddenly appeared by the bank. Huh, why is there a girl over there? A fierce-looking man caught sight of Tu standing alone in the distance. The others ceased their assault, their attention drawn to her. Tu raised her right hand, forming a gun shape with her index and thumb. What does this girl mean? Has she lost her mind? The girl, with a deep, tranquil expression, remarked lightly, bang. In an instant, smoke erupted as a bullet tore through the back of the man's head, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. What the hell? She has a gun. Quickly, take her down. The girl remained expressionless, her eyes filled with intense hatred, repeatedly whispering, bang, bang. Kill them, wipe them out. Eerie whispers echoed in the girl's ears as bullets mercilessly pierced through the bodies of several individuals, their agonized screams reverberating through the air. In a heartbeat, they were left riddled with bloodied holes, their flesh scattered about. On December 1st, further revelations will unfold. Dear readers, do not neglect this tale. And when a new chapter is released, be sure to turn to the final chapter. Chapter 80, Corruption just as he found himself in a daze. The scene outside the prison transformed once more. This time, it was a dimly lit corridor where a girl, appearing no more than 3 or 4 years old, sat on a bench, clutching a faded teddy bear. The toy seemed quite old, yet had been meticulously cleaned. The little girl, with her head bowed, sat obediently, her small face etched with confusion and fear. Nearby, a door to an office stood ajar, where a woman was in a heated discussion with the director. According to regulations, children can only be placed for adoption if both parents can provide proof of special circumstances or due to health issues, and both parents must consent jointly. Ms. Zhao, your situation is evidently not compliant. Director, please listen to me, the woman implored, her voice laced with anxiety. She cannot stay with me. She will die. She will definitely die. I beg you. She is well-behaved and won't cause you any trouble. The director, sensing the woman's panic, frowned and replied, Ms. Zhao, I'm truly sorry. The woman's previously composed demeanor began to tremble, and in a sudden outburst, she screamed, tearing at her hair and ripping her collar. As if driven mad, seizing a bottle from the desk and preparing to smash it against her head. Crash! The scene erupted as security and teachers rushed into the office, attempting to subdue the frenzied woman. The little girl sat quietly in the corridor, her head bowed, seemingly shielding herself from the noise of the bustling crowd and the piercing screams. Time passed, and gradually the room fell silent. Creaking, the door swung open, and a disheveled woman emerged, pausing at the threshold. She appeared to glance at the little girl, or perhaps she did not. After standing there for a moment, she turned and walked away into the light. The sunlight elongated the shadow of the woman, while her figure perfectly obscured the distant rays, casting the corridor into deeper darkness. Zhao Enki, your mother is insane. We are not like you. You were abandoned by your mother. Your mother injured the principal. Surely, she will face execution. At some point, several children of similar age appeared beside the girl, pointing and mocking her in a chorus of taunts. Zhao Enki, why are you so naughty? The teachers from the orphanage approached with fierce gazes. Who taught you to lie? You've been a liar since childhood, and now you've grown up to be one. Zhao Enki, why did you sneak out again? Zhao Enki, are you just like your mother, also insane? Can you help me? Lin Xian blinked, and the children and teachers in the corridor vanished. He found himself back in the dark prison, seated opposite the little girl on the bench. At that moment, 3 girls appeared in the cell. Lin Xian recognized them as manifestations of different periods of two. The little girl bowed her head, nervously fiddling with a teddy bear in her hands. Yet she did not weep. She merely manipulated the toy silently, as if waiting for someone to come and take her away. What can I help you with? Lin Xian suddenly posed a different question, no longer inquiring if she recognized him. The little girl raised her hand, as she had before, anticipating a response from Lin Xian. He furrowed his brow, finally realizing something was amiss. His expression shifted from calm to grave, and he exclaimed, "Do you intend to kill the principal, or those classmates, or perhaps your mother?" The little girl remained silent. No, too. Lin Xian's demeanor became serious, and his emotions grew increasingly restless. Listen to me. Those mentioned are deserving of death. But the classmates and teachers at the orphanage are merely. Lin Xian hesitated. His lips felt parched, and he sensed he was trapped in a logical quandary. Contemplating for a long while before voicing, they are just bothersome individuals, but there is no need to kill them. All of this seemed merely fragments of Ai's memories. Yet at that moment, Lin Xian could not comprehend why he felt an overwhelming sense. If all these children, teachers, and mother were eliminated, there would be no more too. It dawned on him, a word, aversion. Why was he witnessing these scenes? Was something transpiring with two? Regardless of whether it was disclosed by the Phoenix Society or circulated among the Wanderers, nearly all abilities could not escape 3 elements. 1. A specific object. 2. A change concerning the body and mindset. And finally, 3. A particular condition. With this thought, Lin Xian suddenly felt a chill envelop him. A bone-chilling sensation coursing from his spine to the crown of his head. He recalled a term from the previous Angel Project, mentioned by 2. Corruption. From the collected case studies, evolution is not inevitable or guaranteed to yield specific outcomes. It may also result in erroneous evolution. 2 was at the brink of death. Could her ability be undergoing a transformation? Emotional turmoil, erroneous evolution. What was corrupting her? Lin Xian furrowed his brow and took a few steps back. He recalled the white monster he had seen earlier in the dark ink in Ai's eyes, causing a shiver to run down his spine. But why did he suddenly see that white monster? Was it due to that peculiar antenna? It must be. If that were the case, then that entity had always been beside 2, invisible to everyone else. Lin Xian stood alone in the dark prison, gasping as he felt a jolt of realization, as if he had glimpsed a forbidden entity lurking in the shadows. Perhaps there was a possibility that these eerie beings had always been among them. Not long ago, Lin Xian had mentioned to the building while in the car, sensing that the monsters of the night were not attracted to sound, but rather to the living. Whether it was the white giant or the 3-faced spider, they always appeared eerily close to Lin Xian, as if that strangeness had always existed. The moment this thought emerged, he felt a surge of dread, immediately rising and stepping back a few paces. At that moment, he noticed a massive shadow looming behind the 3 girls. In this dark prison, besides him and the 3 girls, there was another presence. His gaze trembled as he fixed his eyes on that shadow. The shadow seemed to be gazing back at Lin Xian, gradually stepping forward from the corner, revealing a ghastly pale face. It opened its gaping maw, as if devouring something. Meanwhile, the 3 manifestations of 2, from largest to smallest, began to wither, their skin shriveling, their faces grotesque, as if all their vitality had been siphoned away. Indeed, at that moment, 2 was on the verge of corruption due to the collapse of her mental state. After December 1st, there will be more updates. Do not hoard the book. When a new chapter is released, just flip to the last one. Chapter 81, Duality. In the Black Prison, they are merely bothersome individuals. The 4-year-old 2 murmured softly, clutching her chest, but Enki hurts here. Lin Xian was about to say something when he saw the little girl turn away, and in astonishment, she approached the 8-year-old 2, taking the handgun from her hands. Lin Xian gasped in shock, realizing the impending disaster, ready to intervene. But in an instant, the 2 in the corridor outside the iron bars stood up, shaping her small hands like a gun, then slowly walking toward the end of the corridor. There, the figure of the woman had not yet receded. Laughter and joy of children echoed from the open space outside. "Wait!" Lin Xian shouted, gripping the iron bars. His mechanical heart racing, yet would not budge. He immediately reached out to create a machine, hoping to fabricate a device to saw through the iron bars. However, Constructing a cutting machine was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and even with all his might, he could not catch up. Damn it! Lin Xian roared, turning back to fire at the creature lurking in the shadows. The bursts of wind seemed to strike an invisible wall, causing no damage to the terrifying entity. Lin Xian was horrified. This was not right. If the white monster he had seen earlier was the root cause of Ai's gradual corruption, then he had already killed that creature. Where had this one come from? The eyes of the three manifestations of two were filled with terror as they screamed in unison. Fear? No, that wasn't fear. Fear is... Lin Xian's expression froze as he suddenly realized that the creature before him and the white corrupted demon from the train were entirely different entities. Fear, damn it. That silver antenna. Where is it? Lin Xian glanced at his hand, remembering he had been holding it. But now, why was it empty? Lin Xian abruptly looked up to see the terrifying creature in the corner suddenly step forward, reaching for that ghastly maw. Are you still trying to scare me? He was now certain that the creature that had been devouring two in the train carriage was the true manifestation of corruption, and he was currently trapped in Ai's world of corruption, having surely fainted on the ground, while this other terrifying creature was a result of that silver antenna's influence. Sure enough, as his hand reached into the gaping maw, he immediately felt something cold. In an instant, the ghostly figure vanished. At that moment, a sound echoed, and the iron bars swung open. Lin Xian paused, realizing his conjecture had been correct, and immediately turned to rush outside. In the dimly lit corridor, Lin Xian hurriedly sprinted towards a distant light. As he drew closer, the brightness became blinding, compelling him to shield his eyes with his hand. At last, he emerged into the dazzling sunlight, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes as he slowly opened them. Before him lay the grassy expanse of the orphanage, its once sturdy fences and green hedges long since dismantled, leaving the solitary structure standing amidst a desolate wilderness. In stark contrast to the nearby towering buildings, it appeared oddly out of place. There was no bloodshed, no corpses littering the ground. A group of children frolicked joyfully, their laughter echoing in the air. In the courtyard, an ancient banyan tree cast a vast shadow, beneath which Lin Xian spotted a small figure. The girl sat quietly on the grass, clutching a teddy bear, her gaze fixed on a distant path, appearing somewhat solitary amidst the surrounding merriment. On that path, a disheveled woman gradually receded into the distance. That was the silhouette of his mother leaving. A familiar voice called out from behind, prompting Lin Xian to turn around and see the familiar figure of Tu standing nearby. Her demeanor light and her smile radiant. Thank you, Lin Xian. As the wind and snow intensified, in the first carriage, Chen Xishuan and Sha Sha anxiously monitored Tu's condition. Strangely, after the recent bloodshed, Tu's expression had noticeably improved. Her breathing steadied, and color began to return to her cheeks. She seems less critical, Chen Xishuan mused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tu's condition had been fluctuating, leaving them perplexed. The events that had unfolded aboard Infinity since the previous night were bizarre, still leaving her feeling uneasy. However, the visible improvement brought a semblance of relief to the trio. Yet, since earlier, they had not heard that ominous sound of footsteps again. Sha Sha scanned the corridor with a grave expression. Suddenly, a heavy thud of footsteps echoed. The two women exchanged glances, spotting a figure striding purposefully toward them, his expression somber. There's a train, Chen Xishuan and Sha Sha exclaimed, rushing into the cockpit. Indeed, they witnessed a black train approaching on the railway segment, leading to Jiangyu JY 3365 from the northwest. However, this train was not on the same track as Infinity, as it merged onto a parallel line in the distance, clearly heading toward Dayuo Mountain. As the train drew closer, they realized it was an intercontinental train belonging to the Starfleet. In the distance, the tracks reverberated with a deep rumble as the intercontinental train sped past. The military? It's the Iron Guard Brigade. Sha Sha seemed to recognize the emblem on the black train, exclaiming in shock. The train was transporting numerous heavy armored tanks, along with the military assault vehicles they had seen at T-34 Outpost, and even 3 heavy military assault units, known as destroyers. At the rear of the train was a colossal mobile railgun that seemed almost otherworldly. Booming sounds filled the air as countless aerial gunboats and flying crafts darkened the sky, their roaring engines and sonic booms creating a cacophony. Are all these heavy forces heading toward Dayuo Mountain in Yubei City? Chen Xishuan's face reflected unease. Perhaps this was the perilous and bizarre area they had heard about on the radio, with ominous entities lurking. It seems extremely dangerous. We must take the southern route. Lin Gidge's situation remained uncertain, and the radio was currently inoperative. Shasha gazed at the approaching heavy military forces, her expression a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, as this was her first encounter with such a large-scale mobilization of the Federal Army. It's all right. We will continue to wait. Chun Sichuan inhaled deeply, addressing the two. Daluo, while it's still light, go check the train's condition. Shasha, ride ahead along the southern route to scout. I have a feeling that whether we take the southern or northern route, entering Yubei City won't be easy. I will stay here to watch over too, and keep an eye on Lin Xian's situation. Nightfall is approaching, and we must maintain defensive measures. Shasha nodded. All right, let's make haste. Lin Xian opened his eyes to find himself lying in the dark corridor of the first carriage. The white, corrupted demon was gone, and two had vanished, leaving the entire train carriage eerily empty. Damn it, why am I still here? The darkness relentlessly engulfed his mind. He turned his gaze to the cold object in his hand, the silver antenna. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Yet, he dared not release his grip. Doing so would invite an overwhelming tide of fear, while holding on caused his mental strength and willpower to wane. His head spun, and darkness began to cloud his vision. What a sinister object! Lin Xian scrambled to his feet and sat on the sofa, inspecting the radio he had picked up, which was in the off position. Clicking the radio on, he found it still tuned to the 1542 frequency. He attempted to adjust the frequency, but regardless of how he twisted the dial, the orange numbers remained unchanged, forever stuck at 1542. Lin Xian frowned, having previously checked and found the radio undamaged. Why was every frequency fixed at 1542? Oh no! He suddenly gasped, realizing he might be trapped within a single frequency. On December 1st, a new chapter will follow, so please do not neglect the book. Simply turn to the last chapter when a new update arrives. Chapter 82. Exploration in a field extending from Yuchi towards Daluo Mountain. A heavy train lay quietly at rest. The night was as dark as ink, and the snow fell in flurries. With Lin Xian absent, infinity had ceased its advance. The 2 hours of daylight quickly passed, and as night descended, the trio returned to the carriage to deliberate and continue their wait. Chen Sichuan gathered several blankets, adding another layer for the slumbering two, and brought one to Dalu. The fifth carriage had been converted into a makeshift sleeping cabin where Dalu resided, while other parts had been welded shut to store various steel materials and tools. How is it? Chen Sichuan inquired. Shasha, seated on the sofa, gazed at the radio from a distance, her expression tinged with fear. I don't know why, but I have this nagging feeling that it's still making noise. Silence enveloped the air. Chen Sichuan stood still, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she fixed her gaze on the radio, striving to maintain her composure. Logic urged her to avoid dwelling on the incomprehensible. If someone could control the train, it must be Lin Xian. The hours had passed without any sound, and perhaps Lin Xian had encountered some trouble. Chinjia, Shasha's face appeared troubled. The thought of someone disappearing without a trace left little room for optimism. It's all right. He will surely find a way. Chen Sichuan's words felt like a self-reassurance. Dallin nodded in agreement. Chen Sichuan switched off the lights and heating in the carriage to conserve essential power. Meanwhile, she, Shasha, and Dalla divided responsibilities, with one at the front, one in the first carriage, and one at the rear, each standing guard and observing the external conditions. Outside the armored window, darkness enveloped everything, and in the obscured wilderness, there seemed to be whispers of the bizarre, with piercing howls echoing in the night, sending chills down their spines. In the frigid cockpit, Chen Sichuan wrapped herself in a blanket, anxiously gazing into the abyss outside. The interior was relatively safe, as the front vehicle's radar detection system operated on low power. Earlier, Dalu had checked the exterior of the train, confirming that the armor, including the top armor, remained intact. They had narrowly escaped from Yuchi Station last night. But who could say how many more dangers lurked beyond that white, climbing creature? The tumultuous clashes, ferocious bites, and relentless assaults have instilled immense anxiety among the onlookers. The darkness is fraught with untold mysteries and terrors. Perhaps they have barely scratched the surface of what lies beneath. Yet, the successful escape from such perilous circumstances signifies that Lin Xian's upgraded armor has indeed proven its worth. Had it been in the past, the creature might have easily torn the roof off the vehicle, leading to an inevitable demise. However, as one crisis subsides, another emerges. Just after breaking free from the encirclement of the ominous beings, a strange radio frequency crackled to life aboard the train. In the shadows, Chen Sichuan exhaled cautiously. The mere thought of that inexplicable radio transmission sent shivers down her spine. Could it be that there are entities that even solid steel cannot shield against? The peculiarities continued to multiply. Zombies, monstrous insects, mists, mutations, each more terrifying than the last. And in a brief span, Chen Sichuan felt as though she had endured countless nightmares. She reassured herself internally, insisting that everything would be all right. Currently, apart from the reserve energy in the Huanqing 7F electric locomotive, there's also over 1,000 liters of gasoline scavenged from Tanghai. Some of this fuel has been poured into the gas turbine's tank, while the remainder has been set aside by Lin Xian as a backup. Furthermore, their supplies are relatively ample, allowing the group to remain safe aboard the train for the time being. The only dilemma is that if they remain stationary, the encroaching darkness would soon engulf the entire Yuchi city in perpetual night, leaving them at the mercy of fate. In the distance, headlights flickered along the winding mountain road, seemingly belonging to a fleeing convoy. Chen Sichuan noted the sound growing ever closer, her expression shifting to one of caution. Yet before long, that string of vehicles veered onto a road several kilometers away, heading toward Yubei City. Chen Sichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the night, the sounds of various convoys rushing through the darkness could be heard, but due to the considerable distance between the railway and the highway, few took notice of the massive train stationed in the wilderness. Coupled with the inoperable radio, which could not receive any external information, the train now felt like a solitary vessel adrift in an inky ocean, stirring a sense of despair within. Beep beep, the alarm on her watch sounded, rousing Chen Sichuan from a shallow slumber. It was now 1 a.m. She promptly rose and made her way to the first carriage, where two remained unconscious. And there were still no clues regarding Lin Xian's whereabouts. Even the familiar sounds of footsteps had vanished. Sister Chen, a slightly drowsy voice broke the silence of the carriage as Shasha slowly sat up from the sofa, her heavy blanket slipping to her waist. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked in Chen Sichuan's direction. Shall I take over the watch? Chen Sichuan waved her hand softly, saying, It's all right. You should rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on things here and see if there are any other developments. I can't sleep, Shasha mumbled. Lin Ge hasn't returned, and it's making me restless. Everything will be fine. Chen Sichuan forced a smile, despite her own apprehension. Lin Xian is an ability user. He will certainly find a way. Shasha nodded. The carriage remained unlit, with all the blackout curtains drawn, allowing only a faint glimmer of light to pierce the darkness. The first carriage was currently the most well-equipped section of the Wuxian, meticulously crafted by Lin Xian, spanning over 20 meters and featuring a living area, sofa, dining table, and a storage cabinet stocked with food, water, and some weaponry. The 833 heavy sniper rifle was also stored here, its sleek black body measuring 1,557 millimeters in length and weighing 148 grams, utilizing 127 millimeter, 50 BMG, tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. According to Tu, it was a formidable anti-material weapon. Lin Xian had intended to give it to Delu, but Delu claimed he lacked the finesse to wield it effectively and preferred the more lively heavy machine guns. So Lin Xian temporarily set it aside here. Shasha, could you teach me how to use this? Chen Sichuan suddenly inquired, a peculiar thought crossing her mind as she gazed at the rifle. Shasha exclaimed in astonishment. Sister Chen, that's quite heavy. Chen Sichuan took a deep breath. I know. However, if I can assist in providing cover fire, it could serve as an additional point of defense against any creatures we may encounter, alleviating some pressure from everyone. After December 1st, there will be more updates. Everyone should not neglect the story, but turn to the last chapter upon release. Chapter 83. Frequency band. Chen Sichuan's expression turned serious. Countless times, when the team faced danger, she had been confined to the safest corner of the vehicle. Although Lin Xian believed she had contributed, having endured numerous fierce battles had hardened her resolve. She felt compelled to acquire some means of self-defense, especially now that Lin Xian was absent, intensifying her need for such skills. Shasha looked at Chen Sichuan in disbelief, sticking out her tongue. All right, but I'm not very skilled either. I only know how to shoot. However, I don't know how to aim accurately with this sniper rifle. That's fine, Chun Sichuan replied, approaching and lifting the sniper rifle. Immediately, she felt its weight bearing down upon her, gritting her teeth as she hoisted it up, exhaling softly. Indeed, it was heavy, yet if they encounter creatures like before, this weapon might prove invaluable. It will definitely work. Shasha nodded. This thing is powerful and has a long range. I once saw on television that it could pierce through a car with a single shot. Bang, bang. Sister Chun, this is the trigger, and the safety is here. All right, this is the bipod. Such a heavy weapon usually requires one unless you're exceptionally strong. Otherwise, you can't achieve unsupported shooting. What is unsupported shooting? That means holding it in the air. It's quite heavy. You might struggle. Also, this is the M3 Optical 10x Super Scope. It can see very far. Sister Chun, set the rifle up and give it a try. By the way, the recoil when firing this gun is generally quite significant, so pay attention to your stance. Got it. As if shedding her fatigue, Chun Sichuan, with Shasha's assistance, began earnestly learning about the firearm's components and aiming principles. Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing both to halt their activities. Sister Chun, Shasha whispered. That sound seems to be coming from outside. Upon hearing this, Chun Sichuan furrowed her brow and swiftly gestured for silence before tiptoeing to the window and lifting a blackout panel. A flashlight beam suddenly flickered against the side of the train, and Chun Sichuan gasped, covering her mouth. There are people outside. In the dark, the wind and snow intensified. An entire train had gone dark. Standing in the first carriage, Chun Sichuan and Shasha anxiously peered outside. It seems there is more than one person, Shasha whispered. Sister Chun, our train may be under surveillance. Chun Sichuan's expression turned uneasy. This route is a vital passageway to Daluo Mountain and Yubei City, not far from the highway. Perhaps someone spotted this train parked here and came to investigate. What should we do? Should we respond? Shasha asked. Have you encountered this situation before? Previously, while driving, my brother and I would sometimes encounter other teams. Most would simply go their separate ways, though occasionally. Some friendly groups would exchange words during the day or band together at night. However, in this case, they might be more curious. Chun Sichuan shook her head. Let's observe the situation first. It's already night. The outside is perilous. If there are merely other survivors come and take a look, they might leave after a brief glance. But we must be cautious if they harbor ill intentions. Shasha nodded. Yes, Lingu has upgraded the armor. We should still be safe. Chun Sichuan nodded, suddenly recalling something. She pulled Shasha closer and whispered in her ear. Go remind your brother to be vigilant about what's behind us. There are still 2 vehicles on our trailer. Oh right, Shasha exclaimed, her eyes widening. Those 2 vehicles resting on the open trailer would indeed represent a significant loss if someone were to stealthily drive them away. Understanding this, she immediately crouched and hurried towards the back. Meanwhile, Chun Sichuan approached the cockpit and peered through the porthole. The night was as dark as ink, and faint rustling sounds echoed from the tracks. It seemed there were several footsteps approaching. Sensing the proximity, Chun Sichuan instinctively stepped back, seeking refuge in the shadows of the corridor. Bang, bang. At that moment, someone began to climb onto the front of the train, and a beam from a flashlight shone inside, probing the interior. It seems no one is here, a man quietly remarked. Could they be sleeping in another carriage? Another suggested. Be cautious. This train is heavily armored. Definitely not an ordinary one. You keep watch here. I'll make contact. All right. In the shadows, Chun Sichuan tightly covered her mouth. Seizing the opportunity when the flashlight did not illuminate her, she stealthily made her way to car number 1, taking the intercom and hiding in a corner. Shasha, there are quite a few of them. Be careful. Okay, if they intend to do something, we'll fire a warning shot. Yes, let us intimidate them first, indicating that we are armed. If it's an ordinary survivor team, they might be frightened away. Sister Chun, those people are watching us without moving. They might be plotting something. If it comes to a fight, should we drive away? Shasha's voice was laced with concern over the intercom. Chun Sichuan's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of their precarious situation, with the train lights extinguished and snow accumulating on the roof. Such circumstances could convey a dire signal to others. We cannot leave. Lin Xian has not returned yet. Her gaze shifted to the back, where the radio lay quietly on the sofa. Her subconscious warned her that Lin Xian was still on the train. If she drove away now, it might create unforeseen complications for him. Indeed, Brother Lin. Sister Chun listened. Before she could finish, Both women suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from car number 3 to number 2. This noise was within the carriage. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this sound, Chun Sichuan felt both anxious and elated. She and Xia sensed that the sound was likely Lin Xian, indicating that he was still alive. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot erupted from car number 5. Delu, armed with a machine gun, was firing through a shooting hole beside the tailboard. He had noticed several individuals stealthily maneuvering to the rear of the train, climbing onto their flatbed trailer and beginning to untie the steel chain securing the vehicles. The sound of the machine gun reverberated through the valley, a barrage of metal striking the side of the flatbed and the snow, sending up a flurry of fire and ice. The intruders were immediately terrified, fleeing with their heads covered. One unfortunate soul was shot through the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as he howled in agony. The gunfire swiftly intimidated the nocturnal miscreants, and they vanished into the darkness. The deafening noise attracted a horde of zombies, which began to howl and rush from the forest towards their location. They've climbed onto the train. Xia raised her grenade launcher and warned Chun Sichuan over the intercom. Sister Chun, please be cautious. The atmosphere became tense. Hearing Xia's words, Chun Sichuan furrowed her brow, but her focus could only remain on the interior of the carriage, searching for any clues Lin Xian might provide. She refrained from turning on the lights, carefully monitoring the sounds within. Suddenly, the lights of the entire train flickered on, startling Chun Sichuan. She gazed at the ceiling lights, puzzled. With a hint of suspicion, she approached the control panel and switched the lights off again. On December 1st, a new chapter would be released. Readers should not save the book, but flip to the final chapter upon new updates. Chapter 84, Thugs. In the dark carriage, Lin Xian stared gravely at the radio in his hands. He attempted to adjust the frequency, but the result remained unchanged. No matter how he tuned it, the frequency reverted to 1542. Lin Xian began to panic. He had clearly deciphered the fearsome invasion of this device, recognizing it as merely a disturbance to his mental state. Yet he was at a loss for how to escape this place. The carriage was filled with a chilling wind, the air desolate. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a jolt of realization. No, wait. I remember turning on the lights when I picked up the silver antenna. Immediately, he activated his mechanical heart and switched on the entire train's lighting system. This time, the illumination functioned normally, neither engulfed by darkness nor exhibiting any strange flickering. Yet peculiarly, just a few seconds later, the lights were extinguished once more. Lin Xian stared in astonishment at the control panel at the end of the carriage. Who turned off the lights? The lighting system of Infinite appeared to be functioning correctly. Lin Xian sensed that it had been deliberately shut down, an unsettling occurrence. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. He activated his mechanical heart and initiated the heating system in car number 1. The carriage remained frigid on one side, yet on the other, Chun Sichuan felt a warm breeze. It's Lin Xian, Chun Sichuan realized. Without hesitation, she decisively shut off the heating system again. At that moment, Lin Xian abruptly stood from the sofa. Such energy efficiency must be the work of Teacher Chun. His eyes widened in surprise as he grasped the radio, astonished to discover that he was indeed trapped within a specific frequency. As for why he was confined to the 1542 radio frequency, he had no time to ponder. He needed to think of a way out. Frequency. Yes, frequency. The Phoenix Association possesses crucial information on the LW01 long-wave frequency, while we Wanderers primarily utilize the AM07 and AM09 frequencies. Lin Xian's pupils dilated as realization struck him. He was ensnared in a bizarre frequency. Thus, no matter how he adjusted it, the radio would perpetually display 1542. By this logic, perhaps if the external frequency was adjusted away from 1542, he could correspondingly adjust his own frequency here and potentially find a way out. Lin Xian scrutinized the radio in his hand, furrowing his brow, but it seemed he could not adjust it. Wait, he recalled something, grabbing the silver antenna he had almost forgotten about. Yet at that moment, Lin Xian hesitated. Would reattaching this cause the horrific scenes to reemerge? But what of it? They were all illusions. His expression hardened as he resolutely inserted the silver antenna back into place. Indeed, as soon as the silver antenna made contact with the radio, a red, ghostly figure abruptly materialized in the depths of the corridor ahead, eerily standing there. The ghost in red remained motionless, her pale face concealed in shadow, adorned with a sinister smile. What are you staring at? Tell me how to get out. An inexplicable surge of anger surged within Lin Xian, overpowering his fear. He suddenly shouted at the red ghost, freezing her momentarily. The ghost's eyes flared with rage. And in an instant, she teleported right before Lin Xian, raising her bloodied claws to tear at his throat. With a cold glare, Lin Xian swiftly retaliated. His hand struck down, and the ghost's head flew off, landing with a thud on the ground. You think you can scare me? Silence enveloped the air. The head of the red ghost rolled across the floor to the corner, its malevolent gaze still fixed on Lin Xian, while her headless body remained standing, clutching the bloodied claws. Lin Xian was acutely aware that all of this was mere illusion, and thus chose to disregard it altogether. After inserting the silver antenna, he turned the knob and observed that the frequency numbers had indeed changed. As he had surmised, the essence of this peculiar radio must lie within the silver antenna, capable of ensnaring individuals within a certain frequency. Therefore, to extricate himself, he likely needed to have those outside adjust to a frequency akin to his own, one that was in sync yet distinctly different from 1542. With this realization, Lin Xian felt a sudden clarity within him. But how could he persuade teacher Chun to synchronize with him? Suddenly, the head of the red-clad female ghost rolled silently to Lin Xian's feet. He looked down to see the ghost fixating on him with a chilling gaze. Irritated, Lin Xian kicked it aside, feeling a surge of annoyance. He glanced at the headless female corpse before him, though he knew it was a fabrication. Its eerie presence still sent shivers down his spine. A thought struck him, and he reached out to grasp the red ghost's dress, ripping it apart with a swift motion. Once torn, the ghost attire revealed a shapely female figure clad in a red bikini. So, the ghost also wore a bikini. Despite being somewhat emaciated, the head of the ghost rolled aside, and its once menacing gaze turned to one of panic. As the ghost's clothing was shredded, the terrifying aura dissipated entirely, replaced by an oddly liberated demeanor, the chilling atmosphere evaporating in an instant. Lin Xian exhaled in relief and threatened the ghost's head. "Leave me be, or I shall strip you bare." Meanwhile, outside the infinite train, the distant sound of engines grew closer, indicating that a large convoy was approaching through the mountains. "Sister Chun, more and more of them are closing in." In the intercom, Sha exclaimed angrily. "It seems they have set their sights on us today." Chun Sixuan furrowed her brow, responding, "We have no choice, just keep an eye out." Lin Xian seems to be stirring. For her, the priority was to assist Lin Xian in overcoming his predicament. Having finally heard a sign of life from him, all her attention was now focused on car number 1. Just then, gunfire erupted from the rear car. As it seemed a dozen vehicles had arrived, intent on encircling the train. Sha and Dalu immediately returned fire, while numerous zombies surged from the snowy expanse. Outside, the winds howled as a blizzard descended. Suddenly, a series of thudding noises echoed from the train's roof, suggesting that someone had climbed aboard. "Sister Chun, up ahead." Sha suddenly realized what was happening and grabbed the intercom to call out to Chun Sixuan in car number 1. Chun Sixuan quickly reacted and dashed toward the cockpit, intending to shut the access door to prevent outsiders from discovering the sparse number of people inside. If the outside world learned that there were only 3 of them aboard, the situation could spiral out of control. Thud, thud, thud. The sound raced from the rear to the front of the train, quick as lightning, as figures peered through the gaps with flashlights, moving toward the front. Before Chun Sixuan could reach the cockpit, a face adorned with a grotesque grin suddenly dangled down from the windshield, shining a bright light inside. The person had insect-like limbs resembling a scorpion-esque tail, and upon seeing this, Chun Sixuan's expression changed drastically. An ability user, the individual illuminated her with the flashlight, his eyes glowing as he cackled. "Ha ha, so there are only 3 of you, and 2 are just pretty girls." With that, he agilely leaped off the train and sprinted toward the approaching convoy. "Oh no!" Chun Sixuan thought grimly, immediately seizing the intercom. Sha, an ability user has spotted us and is heading back." In car number 5, Sha's face darkened, and she turned to Lu, shouting, "Quick, take that guy out. December 1st will bring more updates, so everyone, don't forget to check the final chapter when a new one is posted." Dalu's expression grew serious as he swiftly repositioned his gun, opening the window to take aim at the shadowy figure in the night. As the gunfire rang out, tot 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 tot. However, the figure proved remarkably nimble, darting swiftly through the woods, evading the bullets that merely raised clouds of dust and snow in its wake. The figure's face was twisted in a manic grin as it shouted back toward its convoy. "Ah, boss, just one man and two beauties left. The rest are all supplies. Hurry, or there'll be nothing left." His words were highly provocative, inciting the mob's frenzy. With the first shot fired, the gang of marauders began a full-blown assault, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Alu. The crackling of bullets filled the air as Alu and Shah desperately sought cover. Countless headlights illuminated the train in the dark night. Seeing Alu pinned down by the gunfire only fueled the mob's madness. Some drivers floored their accelerators, racing toward the train, while others leaned out of windows, firing wildly. There are only 3 of them. The train is loaded with supplies. Take out that man. Countless bullets struck the Infinite's armored exterior, producing sharp, resonant sounds, yet the train stood firm like a fortress, impervious to the ordinary bullets. Nevertheless, the assailants were undeterred. Their eyes alight with frenzy, they merely needed to suppress the Alu's firepower and find a way to approach the train. Many vehicles began to maneuver, while others rushed in to seize the armored car, some even brandishing Molotov cocktails. The Apocalypse marauders commenced their siege on the train. On the other side, in the dim confines of car number 1, Lin Xian paced back and forth, the surroundings enveloped in eerie silence. The shapely, headless red-clad ghost stood to the side, its severed head continually tracking his movements. Frequencies. Suddenly, he halted, raising his gaze to the overhead light, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. He recalled the earlier flickering light. There was something that seemed unaffected by this bizarre frequency. That was his mechanical heart. With a deep breath, Lin Xian attempted to make the light flicker twice, then waited for a response. In no time, the light indeed flickered back twice. Amidst the gunfire outside, Chen Sichuan, catching sight of the flashing light, instantly grasped Lin Xian's intent and reciprocated by switching her light on and off twice. In that moment, gazing at the flickering light above, Lin Xian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It was indeed my teacher Chen. If the light could flicker, then the simplest method of communication would be Morse code. Let me think. AM07, AM07, no 0, just M7. Teacher Chen will surely understand. Chen Sichuan, being a university instructor familiar with railway knowledge, would likely have some understanding of international light signals. Lin Xian recalled that a long signal was indicated by bright, dark, while a short signal was bright, dark, with a 1-second interval in between. Thus, he began to operate his mechanical heart to emit light. First 3 short flashes, 3 long flashes, and then 3 short flashes again, signaling a distress call and indicating that he was using the light signal. Back at the Infinite, a battle loomed. Boom, boom, boom. Alu, amidst a hail of gunfire, continued to return fire through the windows. "Brother, there are too many of them," Shah shouted, firing another grenade out the window. The grenade struck a small pickup truck's left front engine hood with a resounding explosion, obliterating the engine and tire, causing the vehicle to flip over and roll down the hillside, leaving the occupants' fates uncertain. Countless bullets rained down as the intensity of fire escalated, and the occupants of the vehicle soon realized they were facing a formidable band of marauders. At this moment, several advanced vehicles had surged to the front of the train, and a dozen eager-eyed assailants crouched low as they disembarked, scattering in various directions, some sprinting toward the front of the train, while others headed toward the 5th carriage and the armored vehicle. These ruffians began to employ various tactics in an attempt to pry open the train doors, with the rear platform already swarming with individuals wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and large knives. Some even dragged tow hooks and chainsaws from their off-road vehicles, all waiting frantically for the moment the door would yield. Fear not, there are truly only 3 of them. We've stumbled upon a great treasure. Let us seize the vehicles behind first. The firepower from the train evidently did little to deter these bloodthirsty marauders, as some continued to shout defiantly. Suddenly, a shadow from the band of marauders leapt onto the roof of a moving vehicle, stomping down with immense force, causing the roof to buckle underfoot, propelling the figure skyward like a cannonball. Thud! The shadow landed atop Wu Xianhao, raising a fist to strike the roof with a tremendous smash. Bang! Under the sheer force, the armored top merely dented slightly, leaving the assailant momentarily astonished. It appeared the train's armor was not merely ordinary steel. Undeterred by this failure, he dashed toward the rear of the train, intent on opening the hydraulic tailgate. Brother, he's an ability user. At the sound of the tremendous commotion overhead, Sha and Dalu immediately grasped the situation. Thud! The figure performed a roll on the roof, landing at the rear, then knelt on one knee. One hand forming a palm that hardened into a tough black metal skin, which he then thrust into the gap between the tailgate and the carriage. Sizzle. In an instant, flames erupted as his skin proved harder than steel, attempting to overpower the hydraulic mechanism with sheer brute strength. He managed to pry open a small gap in the hydraulic plate, inserting his other hand in an attempt to forcibly pull the tailgate open. Yet, the force of the hydraulic tailgate was not easily overcome, and he merely held onto that minuscule opening, shouting back, "Zhu Lao-san, bring the hook." "Got it." A scrawny figure resembling a scorpion tail shouted, pulling a metal hook from several vehicles ahead, preparing to latch onto the tailgate and leverage the strength of the vehicles to pull it open. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a volley of bullets erupted from the gap, as the Lu below unleashed a barrage from a machine gun, only to discover that the figure atop the roof was a middle-aged man with a full beard. This bearded man merely turned sideways, enveloped in a gray-black hue, and the bullets struck him as if they were ricocheting off metal, bouncing harmlessly away. "Brother, your aim is impressive." The bearded man sneered, his strength surging as he declared, "Let me assist you in opening this turtle shell. On December 1st, more chapters will be released. Do not neglect the book. Flip to the last chapter when a new one is published." Chapter 86, A Brief Discussion. The author is a newcomer, not their first book, but this one has garnered the best reception. It is, in fact, their first foray into the apocalyptic genre, and they did not anticipate such overwhelming support. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all readers who have reached this point. Newcomers often start without a clear plan. Initially, the outline of this book was intended to depict a post-apocalyptic farming narrative, upgrading an invincible war vehicle, and then living leisurely, amassing a harem while facing a vast tide of corpses, all while comfortably residing in a well-stocked, fortified train carriage and enjoying life in the apocalypse. I believe many who watch apocalyptic-themed films and series have fantasized about or enjoyed this experience, which is why apocalyptic shelter narratives have become quite popular in recent years. I also initially aimed for this direction, as can be inferred from the setting summary. However, writing is distinct from envisioning a victorious conclusion. For instance, once the eternal shelter is established, the thrill dissipates. After the initial boasts are made, what comes next? Similarly, if the train becomes an invulnerable fortress without any danger, with a sense of complete security, how would the next chapter unfold? Would it involve cultivating powers? Thus, I began to reconsider and establish a more perilous apocalyptic scenario. In an apocalypse, survival and the sense of insecurity are the core themes. Security is built and acquired step by step, but within the darkness, countless possibilities exist, and crises of survival are ever present. It is these crises that fuel motivation. If an apocalyptic narrative lacks survival crises for its protagonist, does it not devolve into a fantastical tale of power-ups and face-offs? Many of the comments from earlier chapters may indicate that the development of this story diverges from what many readers expected. For instance, some believe the apocalypse should feature a lone wolf, criticizing the inclusion of female characters from the very first chapter. Yet when these characters are absent, they lament the lack of them. Others think the story should revolve around cautiously developing strength, leading to invincibility, while criticizing the protagonist for not pausing to cultivate their abilities. To avoid such pitfalls, I designed a survival of the fittest apocalypse, incorporating elements like time consumption and unknown dangers, emphasizing the functional rather than combative nature of the protagonist's powers, deliberately steering readers away from simply seeking safety. Many believe the protagonist's mechanical abilities are so extraordinary that they should be utilized in certain ways. However, according to my writing style, that would be a regression in intelligence. I almost considered adding a rule stating, protagonist cannot hide for more than 24 hours or face death. With a sigh, Chapter 87, How Tough Are You? Creak. The hydraulic tailgate emitted a mournful groan, and the steel plate he grasped began to deform. Looking for death, Dalu growled, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the opponent's abilities, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Dropping his machine gun, he hefted a massive sword, thrusting it forcefully into the gap of the tailgate. Clang! A tremendous explosion of force ensued, as the sword's edge cleaved through the tailgate's corner. The bearded man's expression shifted, sensing danger, and he abruptly released his grip, bringing his palms together to clamp down on the sword's blade. Sparks flew as friction erupted. What immense strength! The bearded man grinned ominously, clawing at the sword's spine, executing a somersault as he descended toward the ground, tearing the sword from the tailgate's edge in a single, fluid motion, preparing to sever the connection of the tailgate. What a fierce maneuver! Delu had not anticipated that his opponent possessed not only a metallic ability, but also remarkable agility and combat skills. As he executed a swift drag, the blade was torn free. "Scorpion!" the bearded man shouted. Clang! 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 At that moment, several whip-like appendages resembling scorpion tails suddenly emerged, ensnaring the slightly opened hydraulic tailgate. "Use the hook to pry it open. I will move to the front to prevent their escape." "Understood, boss." The earlier scouting figure, resembling a scrawny monkey, latched onto the tailgate with his scorpion-like appendages, while several agile subordinates quickly secured the metal hooks to the tailgate, preparing to pull it open with the vehicle's strength. Thud, thud, thud. Above the train, the sound of running footsteps began to echo. Sha Sha, observing the roof, promptly took up the intercom and called out to Chun Si-Juan. "Sister Chun, be cautious ahead. Someone is approaching." In carriage number 1, Chun Si-Juan was intently observing the flickering lights, deciphering the SOS signal of 3 short flashes followed by 3 long ones. She immediately recognized it as Morse code. Hearing footsteps above her, she swiftly grabbed her gun and rushed towards the cockpit, fearing that the adversary might tamper with the front of the train. Bang! Just as Chun Si-Juan entered the cockpit, a bearded man suddenly descended from above, standing outside the window. With a swift motion, he seized the armored grill ahead, bending it open with one hand to reveal a gaping hole the size of a bowl. He raised his dark hand, his gaze piercing as he looked at the pale Chun Si-Juan inside, grinning wickedly. "Little sister, where do you think you're going? Come play with Uncle. I'm quite formidable." In an instant, his metallic palm shot towards the window glass. "Ah!" Chun Si-Juan screamed and stepped back, a chill running through her heart. "Let me in!" The bearded man roared, thrusting his hand forward. Though the steel grill could withstand monsters, he truly held no regard for the windshield. Just as he was about to pierce through, his fingers halted abruptly. "Oh!" The bearded man's pupils trembled as he realized he was utterly immobilized. The expected sound of shattering glass did not follow, and Chun Si-Juan slowly lowered her hands, witnessing the terror-stricken bearded man freeze in place. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. "Stinky Uncle, how tough are you?" Chun Si-Juan whipped around, her eyes lighting up. Standing in the aisle was a girl with glowing eyes, her hair moving as if caught in a breeze, radiating an aura of fierce energy. Who else could it be but two? "Oh!" The bearded man's pupils quivered, and not only could he not move, but even his voice and breath were stilled. An ability user? A terrifying power. In an instant, a chill of dread surged through him. Buzz! With a single wave of Two's hand, the bearded man shot away like a black iron ball, crashing into a jeep that had approached from the side. Bang! 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 The tremendous force crumpled the jeep into a C shape, its tires exploding, the entire vehicle soaring away. "Two!" Chun Si-Juan gasped. "Sister Chun, quickly!" Two's expression turned cold, her eyes shining with an even brighter white light, her hair flowing in an invisible wind, a formidable evolutionary power surging forth. She pointed towards carriage number 1, where the lights were flickering urgently. "Save Lin Xian." "All right." The appearance of Two instantly pulled Chun Si-Juan back from the brink of despair. Overjoyed, she nodded and dashed towards carriage number 1. Two turned around, hearing countless thugs begin to climb onto the train, her anger flaring. Despicable. As this grand theft was underway, an invisible shockwave erupted from the center of the train like autumn winds scattering leaves. Boom! In an instant, those near the train, those climbing onto the flatbed to steal the vehicle, and even the dozen cars parked nearby were all sent flying. The shockwave, like radiation, stirred up a cloud of snow and dust. What? Countless screams pierced the air, and in a heartbeat, the thugs ahead were wiped clean. Towards the front of the train, the flung vehicles skidded across the snowy ground, leaving a long, shallow trench, while amidst the roaring flames, the bearded man staggered up from the wreckage, appearing extremely disheveled. His metallic skin was marred with deep, visible gashes, blood dripping steadily. Wiping the blood from his nose and mouth, he gazed in horror at the girl, astonished. Incredible. Boss, that girl is formidable. No worries. What can an ability user do? Since this train is stranded, it's just a can of meat that can't escape. Breaking through is only a matter of time. Yes, but one of the younger thugs suddenly cried out in terror. Slap! The bearded man smacked him. Who the hell are you cursing? The young thug pointed in horror at the sky behind the bearded man. Boss, there's a monster. A deafening hum reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The bearded man felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly turned around, but before he could see clearly, an enormous black object barreled toward him. In the next instant, flesh and bone disintegrated, an invisible force instantly turning several people into mere blood and guts. On the infinite train, Shasha and Dalu had just caught their breath from the pressure of being besieged when two came running towards them. Dalu, Shasha, quickly closed the windows. Bang! Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, a series of colossal impacts echoed, accompanied by intense dragging noises. Run! What is that? It's in the sky. Outside the train, countless screams erupted. Shasha looked up and saw several gigantic shadows blocking out the sun, exclaiming in terror, "What are those things?" "They're tentacles." Two shouted. Swish! Swish! Crackle! At that moment, it was as if countless massive steel cables were pressing down on the train, swiftly sweeping over it, causing the zombies and thugs outside to vanish without a trace, blood splattering across the darkened snow. Two had just awakened, her complexion still pale. She crouched down with Shasha, shouting, "Hold on tight." The night was filled with massive tentacles slowly sweeping over the train, resembling a gigantic fishing net, clearing away the thieving thugs and the approaching zombies. The tentacles seemed to carry an invisible force capable of pulverizing flesh. Even the bearded man, merely touched by them, was reduced to a puddle of blood. The terrifying sounds continued to press in. At that moment, the infinite felt as if it were engulfed in hell. Gratitude beyond measure. Chapitre 88, Atmosphérique Mika. The immense pulling force caused the entire train to lurch forward violently, terrifying noises echoing from the roof and sides, causing Chun Sichuan to lose her balance and kneel on the ground. She stared at the shadows outside the window, her mind momentarily blank with fear. Yet the flickering lights above her quickly restored her sanity. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! Save Lin Xian! Chun Sichuan gritted her teeth, rising from the ground. She fixed her gaze on the lights, repeatedly murmuring, "One short, one long, too long, too long, 3 short, 7 a.m., 7 a.m., what does it mean?" Her lips dry, her heart racing, she suddenly glanced at the radio on the sofa, her eyes widening. AM 07, it's the frequency.